As a master alchemist at the pinnacle of his craft, is it really excessive to consume elixirs as one would meals? To ensure one's safety, achieving invincibility in martial arts is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 1. The Prodigal Heir. In the fragrant kingdom of Yun City, within the Tang family estate, an elderly gentleman clad in a flowing robe stood before a stone table, wielding a brush with an air of grace, as he deftly inscribed characters on a sheet of paper. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that his hand, though grasping the brush, did not physically touch it, rather, it weighs. Entirely guided by a surge of genuine energy. From a distance, he appeared leisurely and extraordinarily cultured. However, shortly after he began to write, the old gentleman's energy faltered unexpectedly, the brush quivered in his grasp, and the tip deviated, resulting in an unsightly stroke. The steward, who was preparing tea nearby, felt a twitch in his muscles, understanding that the elder's mood muse. TB rather foul at that moment. Smash! Just as expected, the elder, who had intended to calm his fury through the act of writing, slammed the brush down onto the table with force, exclaiming, "Bring someone here. Check if that rascal has awakened. If he has, tell him to come over at once." The true method of utilizing the celestial creation cauldron is to refine the cauldron's spirit, embodying it as the cauldron itself. I have erred from the very beginning in my cultivation, and despite my utmost efforts, I cannot advance further in the path of alchemy. In a state of confusion, Tang Yin muttered a few words, suddenly jolting awake with his eyes wide open. Didn't the celestial creation cauldron explode, leading to my demise? How do I still possess consciousness? Upon awakening, Tang Yin was astonished to find himself reclining upon a lavish couch, surrounded by opulent decor. Almost immediately, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind, and two distinct memories began to intertwine, causing an excruciating pain to envelop his head. After a brief moment, Tang Yin finally exhaled deeply, easing his pain. As he quickly organized this segment of memory, an unusual expression crept across his face. He hailed from Earth, a mysterious alchemist in the realm of Neijiangu. The lineage of cultivation has existed in Huaxia since ancient times, however, with the progression of Thea. Guess, these cultivators have all concealed themselves, scattered among the mountains and rivers, and within the marketplaces, forming what is known as Neijiangu. The explosion of the cauldron of heaven and earth unexpectedly granted him a chance to seize another's body and be reborn as a youth sharing his name, Tang Yin, whose identity is tably that of the young master of the Tang family. Acknowledging such a noble status brought some solace to Tang Yan's heart. After all, he was a young master, making his rebirth so worthwhile. Yet, soon Tang Yan's expression soured in this world. Martial prowess is revered above all, with cultivation levels categorized into 5 ranks: Tian, Di, Xin, Huang, and Yuan Ye. CH further divided into 9 grades. To his dismay, the strength of his predecessor was merely at the 2nd grade of the Yuan rank. Having commenced his cultivation at the age of 6, even a dog could reach the 3rd grade of the Yuan rank. Upon further reflection on the previous actions of this individual, Tang Yin wished he could traverse back in time. If one were to chronicle the 16 years of this fellow's life, it would certainly not be without merit. He had begun his studies in the arts at the tender age of 5, delving into music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as martial arts and alchemical texts. By the age of 7, he entered the path of alchemy, and by 24, he was known as the Little Alchemy King among the people of Neidong. At T38, he attained the status of an alchemy master, capable of refining 90-year elixirs. In the vast world, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Countless individuals in Neijiangu had benefited from his elixirs, owing him innumerable favors. Even those peak-level cultivators, upon seeing him, would still respectfully address him as the Alchemy Emperor. Compared to his former self, the current Tang Yin truly deserved to meet a swift demise. His ability to traverse into this realm stemmed from his predecessor's audacious attempts to seduce the city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue, culminating in an attempted violation. This act provoked the ire of Lu Ji, the heir of the Lu family, who, fortuitously passing by, incapacitated him and left him gravely injured. This frail body, already weakened by indulgence in wine and women, succumbed to the injuries, leading to the fortuitous collision of his soul with this shattered vessel. Although he sensed something peculiar regarding the attempted assault, his mind remained muddled following his arrival in this new existence. Just as he began to ponder further, a sudden, melodious voice broke through the silence. "Young master, it's Dyer." The master summons you. A maid exclaimed, rushing in with urgency. I understand, Tang Yin replied nonchalantly, adjusting his attire with measured calmness. Master said you should hurry, overseeing her young master dawdling. Xiao Chui felt a surge of anxiety and whispered a reminder. Upon hearing Xiao Ce's words, Tang Yin paused, ruffled her hair with a gentle smile, and mused, it appears to be quite urgent. At this moment, Tang Yin was no longer the ineffectual waste he had once been. He had a clear understanding of his grandfather's intent. It was merely a reprimand he anticipated. Why rush to receive scolding? Furthermore, his thoughts were still disoriented, and a misstep in conversation could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even losing half his life to his grandfather's wrath. Nonetheless, given his grandfather's temperament, should he choose to delay, it was certain the old man would come seeking him, and he might find himself on the receiving end of eating. Very well, I shall go at once. Please fetch me a garment. Young master, your robe? Xiao Cui responded, swiftly retrieving a long garment. Tang Yin accepted the clothing, his expression darkening immediately. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the soft satin robe was riddled with numerous holes, each adorned with a string of golden ornaments. Such an eccentric attire was beyond his previous experiences, leaving him bewildered. Is this mine? Young master, is this not your favorite robe? It took Wang Pe 7 alterations to perfect it, Xiao Cui whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. Today, the young master seemed different from his usual self. Remove all the gold ornaments and store them properly. Dispose of the robe and bring me something appropriate to wear. Tang Yin nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting the absurdity of his past self. If only he had channeled such creativity into his cultivation, he would not have ended up incapacitated. After changing into a proper robe, Xiao Cui observed the once arrogant young master and suddenly entertained an astonishing thought. Had the young master truly turned over a new leaf? Guided by memory, Tang Yin made his way to the back courtyard. In the distance, he spotted a burly elder, brush in hand, appearing to indulge in leisurely calligraphy. Yet, with his keen perception, Tang Yin sensed a subtle, yet palpable anger emanating from the elder, directed squarely at him. Greetings, grandfather, Tang Yin said, a shiver running down his spine as he approached to pay his respects. Old Butler Missouri remained silent, and the surrounding servants dared not utter a word. Although the elder's face bore no visible signs of rage, the stillness in the air felt suffocating, casting an oppressive atmosphere. The tranquility was finally shattered by the arrival of Tang Yin. Old Master Tang slammed his brush onto the stone table for the second time, causing the brush handle to break with a resounding crack. You audacious wretch! You possess the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. It was one thing to squander your days in ignorance and malevolence, but now that you have gained some audacity, you dare to attempt to violate the city lord's daughter, and to top it off, you failed. You have utterly tarnished the honor of the Tang family. Old Master Tang was indeed formidable. His words were laden with heresy. The mere notion that an attempted violation of the city lord's daughter was a disgrace was bewildering. When you were 6 years old, I assessed your martial talent and found that you inherited the distinguished bloodline of the Tang family, possessing exceptional potential. If you had dedicated yourself to your training, would your dantian now be rendered useless? You brought this upon yourself. You deserve the punishment. Where shall I go to seek justice for you? Chapter 2. A ray of hope. Upon hearing Tang Ling's furious reprimands, Tang Yin remained silent, fully aware that although his grandfather was vociferously enraged, deep down, he cherished his only grandson. With his father missing for many years and lacking uncles or brothers, Tang Yin understood that old Ling held a profound affection for him. He pondered his predicament. His dantian had been rendered useless. Although he possessed the knowledge of concocting the elixir for restoring the meridians, the intricacies of alchemy were daunting. The 6th-tier meridian repairing elixir required a 4th-tier alchemist, a rarity across the entire Tingshan kingdom. Who could he possibly turn to for the crafting of such a potion? Furthermore, how could he cultivate without any means of self-defense? In a world dominated by martial prowess, he would be reduced to mere dust. Tang Ling was bemused by his grandson's demeanor. Ordinarily, this boy would demand vengeance whenever slighted. Yet today he exhibited an unusual docility. What astonished Tang Ling even more was the transformation in his attire. Typically flamboyant and carefree, today he was dressed in a simple yet dignified manner. Had he truly undergone a change of heart? Observing his posture, though he bowed his head and refrained from speaking, he stood upright, exuding a subtle air of composure. Fortuitously, Uncle Amo had arrived just in time. Had he delayed even slightly, that wretched scion of the Liu family might have taken the opportunity to strike. Be more cautious in the future. Avoid unnecessary conflicts. Should you provoke trouble again, you shall face the consequences. As he dismissed his grandson, Tang Ling remained uncertain of the boy's thoughts. Despite the destruction of his dantian, Tang Yin had never shown an inclination toward martial cultivation, and Tang Ling had never harbored expectations for him to excel in the realm of martial arts. He only wishes for a life of tranquility, ensuring the continuation of the Tang family's lineage. Today, the eldest son appears somewhat different from before. The usually silent steward suddenly spoke up. Old Master Tang nodded, letting out a sigh. I cannot discern whether it is merely an illusion. Perhaps it is the aftermath of a severe illness. I wonder how he will be in a few days. If his temperament truly transforms, we could hire a few tutors to impart business acumen, providing him with a viable path forward. Unbeknownst to Tang Yin, the conversation between Old Master Tang and Mr. Mo left him enveloped in worry as he made his way back. Having just traversed into this world, his energy center was in a state of utter disrepair, truly a hellish beginning. Tang Yin could not help but think of the cauldron of creation, if it existed. He could certainly utilize it to re-establish his cultivation. Regrettably, the cauldron had met a fate even more tragic, reduced to nothingness. Although he lacked the true energy to manipulate the alchemical flames for potion crafting, Tang Yin was not one to remain idle. He turned towards the library, urgently seeking to acquire knowledge about this world, particularly concerning herbs, as they formed the foundation of alchemy. After perusing a few texts, a smile crept upon his lips. Although the culture of this world diverged from that of Huaxia, the names, properties, and effects of the herbs bore striking similarities. Nonetheless, Tang Yin meticulously leafed through each book, committing the differences to memory. Upon glancing outside, he noted that the sun had set. Feeling the protest of his stomach, he chuckled softly and returned to his courtyard. After enjoying the dinner prepared by Xiao Cui, Tang Yin sat on his bed, carefully organizing his thoughts. Indeed, one's fate can be remarkably resilient. The forced breach that led to the explosion of the celestial creation cauldron allowed me to transcend into another realm and experience life anew. However, the circumstances surrounding my original self are equally exasperating. My father vanished over a decade ago, and I find myself lacking in skills. Although the Tang family is a prestigious lineage in Cloud City, without my own strength, the demise of my grandfather would likely spell the end for the Tang clan. I cannot remain passive. I must regain my power. Tang Yin furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before deciding to attempt to see if this soul transference might yield miraculous results, allowing me to cultivate once more. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, I calmed my mind, focusing my breath, and sought to enter a meditative state. 10 breaths passed, yet my dantian remained unresponsive. An hour elapsed, and still, there was no reaction from my dantian. In my previous life, as a 9th-grade alchemist, I often spent 10 days or even half a month at the cauldron, possessing a formidable willpower. However, the stillness of my dantian for half a day began to gnaw at my patience. To traverse a world that venerates martial prowess, yet be unable to cultivate, is nothing less than a cruel jest. Just as Tang Yin was on the verge of surrender, an incredibly familiar and vast aura suddenly surged forth from his sea of consciousness. His spirit jolted violently. This aura. It was the celestial creation cauldron. He quickly calmed himself, immersing his mind entirely into his sea of consciousness, where he beheld a translucent cauldron slowly rotating within. The supreme alchemical canon, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, refining the ultimate quintessence. Practitioners must disperse their dantian's energy, breaking before they can reconstruct. In order to master the supreme alchemical canon, a deep and resonant voice emanated from within the cauldron. Following this, a complex and extensive stream of information flooded into Tang Yin's mind. After a while, Tang Yin finally absorbed the information, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. In his previous life, even with his profound mastery of alchemy, he still required the aid of a cauldron for potion making. However, according to the supreme alchemical scriptures transmitted by the cauldron of creation, upon reaching a certain level, one could transform their body into a cauldron for crafting elixirs, achieving even greater efficacy. It was truly astonishing. Tang Yin marveled inwardly. Indeed, as he had surmised upon awakening, the ultimate secret of the cauldron of creation lay in refining the soul of the cauldron, with the ultimate goal of cultivation being the unity of man and cauldron. In his past life, he had never grasped the methodology for utilizing the cauldron of creation, yet in this life, his destiny coincidentally aligned with the cultivation of the supreme alchemical scriptures. Fate and destiny intertwined. As Tang Yin commenced his practice, he gradually entered a meditative state through rhythmic breathing. Drawing upon his exceptional experiences from his previous life, coupled with the innate prowess of his current physique. A warm breath began to coalesce in his lower abdomen. Master, the young master did not venture out today. Instead, he has entered the library, reported the chief steward. Mo Bo, in a hushed tone within the study of Tang's elder master. What? Tang's elder master raised his eyebrows in surprise, hastily inquiring. That lad has spent the entire day in the library? Indeed, Mo Bo confirmed. Upon hearing this affirmation, an unusual expression crossed Tang's elder master's face. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, previously, that lad would doze off after reading just a page. Now he is actually spending an entire day in the study? Can he truly read? Or is he merely enjoying a comfortable slumber among the books? Quickly, bring me the books he has read today. Mo Bo let out a wry smile, opening the suitcase he had prepared earlier and handing it over. Young master has read quite a few books today. Titles such as the Compendium of Medicinal Herbs, detailed explanation of medicinal materials, geographical features of the continent, and 2,000 years of history of the listening fragrance nation were laid bare. Upon seeing these volumes, the peculiar expression on old Master Tang's face intensified. Could this lad truly have changed his disposition? Hearing the elder's words, Mo Bo joyfully remarked, since the young master's birth, he has never read as many books as he has today. Perhaps he has indeed turned over a new leaf. Nonsense. That rascal has hidden a trove of scandalous picture books and salacious historical accounts. Old Master Tang huffed in indignation, continuing, nevertheless. Examining these texts does not align with that little rascal's character. Let us observe for another couple of days. Chapter 3. The young master takes a bath in the lake. As time passed gradually, the warmth that had gathered in the Dantian began to rise in temperature. Boom. Countless streams of energy surged from the sea of consciousness, continuously flowing towards the fiery essence in the Dantian. And soon a shape resembling an elixir furnace began to take form. With a muffled sound, the true energy within the Dantian ignited as if it were on fire, scorching through the meridians. Although the temperature was exceedingly high, Tang Yin managed to endure it. However, as time wore on, his skin began to glow a fiery red. He initially intended to hold on a bit longer, but when he noticed wisps of white mist emanating from his body and his consciousness waning, he could no longer bear it. Without the time to don his garments, he flung open the door and rushed outside. Young master, where are you going? Hearing a noise, Xiao Zui poked her head out of the window. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, she beheld the young master in such a carefree manner that her mouth fell agape. Her charming face instantly flushed crimson. She stamped her little foot in frustration, letting out a soft hum, ultimately too bashful to follow him outside. In the stillness of the night, a resounding splash echoed through the backyard. Old Master Tang, a formidable figure of the 9th rank in the profound realm, possessed remarkable hearing. Upon hearing that sound, his heart raced. The direction it emanated from was none other than the place where that troublesome boy resided. What on earth was happening? Old Master Tang stormed out of his study, bellowing. Return, Old Master. The young master has jumped into the lake for a swim. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. You insolent wretch. Old Master Tang's mouth nearly twisted in anger. Just when he thought the boy might have changed his ways, he reverted to his old self in less than a day. Although it was not cold in this autumn season, the lake's water at night was not something an ordinary person could endure. What was that boy thinking? Any lingering hope he had for Tang Yin dissipated completely with the young master's antics before everyone's eyes. With a heavy sigh, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Meanwhile, young Master Tang, upon plunging into the lake and feeling the refreshing chill, finally began to relax. The supreme elixir cultivation technique was indeed overpowering. During his first practice, he discovered that it was not refining his Dantian, but rather honing his meridians. The true qi, akin to a scorching fire, continuously tempered his channels, expelling impurities that seeped out through his pores. After a night of tumult, the true qi finally settled, and Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes. How exhilarating! Upon reaching the shore, Tang Yin stretched his limbs, reveling in the realization that, in the span of a single night, he had ascended to the 3rd rank of the Yuan stage. He could not help but marvel at the extraordinary efficacy of his cultivation method, perhaps due to his advancement. His thoughts became increasingly lucid, allowing him to perceive his current predicament with greater clarity. The Tang family had become feeble, and the undercurrents in Yun City were tumultuous, with various clans openly conspiring to carve up the remnants of the Tang family. However, as long as he lived, the old patriarch's fierce protective instincts would compel him to resist with unwavering tenacity, making it difficult to bring the family to heel. Only in death would his grandfather lose his vitality, at which point the Tang family would become significantly easier to handle. If you wish to annihilate the Tang family, I shall not let you have your way. A flicker of sternness flashed in Tang Yan's eyes, and an elusive aura of murderous intent escaped his control, as the imposing presence of a once great alchemist surged forth. This aura was fleeting, yet it sent a tremor through the hearts of the Tang family's experts. Nevertheless, its brevity rendered it almost imperceptible. Was it merely an illusion? Just as the Tang family's masters were engulfed in uncertainty, young Master Tang had already donned a pristine white robe, embellished with golden trim, exuding an air of opulence, and wielded a folding fan. To an unacquainted observer, he would appear as nothing less than a refined young gentleman. Although he possessed only the third rank of the Yuan stage, concocting first-rank elixirs would be effortless, thanks to his prior experience in alchemy. Yet, the Tang family lacked even a single alchemical cauldron, necessitating additional expenditures for procurement. An ordinary cauldron would cost no less than 1,000 taels of silver. To make matters worse, his grandfather had confiscated all of his pocket money to prevent him from instigating further trouble, providing him with a mere 30 taels each month. He would need to approach his grandfather for some funds. Just as Tang Yan pondered how to broach the subject, he noticed someone hastily approaching from outside. "Young master, where are you headed?" "Return and rest," Bo said. "What is it?" Tang Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Typically, for minor matters, a servant would suffice. But Bo's personal visit was indeed a rarity. With a soft sigh, Bo replied, "Last time, the young master had a slight altercation with the city lord's daughter, and now the city lord's people are seeking an explanation. This time it is rather troublesome, for among the visitors is Wu Xian from the Miao Dan workshop." Miao Dan workshop? Tang Yan was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the significance of that name. Renowned throughout the entire Tingxiang kingdom, Miao Dan workshop boasted masters of no lesser rank than third-grade alchemists. Whether they had fourth-grade alchemists remained uncertain. However, by convention, if third-grade alchemists were publicly announced, there were usually stronger practitioners concealed within. The status of alchemists was inherently esteemed, and with the backing of Miao Dan workshop, even a second-grade alchemist could command respect within a city, with few daring to provoke them. It was said that the chief alchemist of Miao Dan workshop, Wu Xian, had barely reached 30 and had already ascended to the rank of second-grade alchemist. Additionally, rumors circulated that Wu Xian shared a close friendship with Lin Dongxue, the city lord's daughter. Could it be that Wu Xian had come to seek justice for Lin Dongxue? Over the years, Miao Dan workshop had accrued countless favors, and many sought to curry favor with them. Should today's matter be mishandled and Miao Dan workshop harbor discontent against the Tang family, those clamoring for medicinal pills would undoubtedly unite against the Tang family. Although the Tang family held considerable power in Yun City, they were not the most formidable, and this was merely a small city. Bo, does grandfather wish for me to feign illness to elicit sympathy and subsequently offer compensation to the city lord's residents to resolve this matter? Tang Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. Bo was momentarily taken aback. This young man displayed an unprecedented cleverness. "Proceed to the front hall. Although my Tang family may not be a prominent clan, a strike with our full might would leave anyone reeling, even the city lord's residents. They must consider my grandfather's sentiments before attempting any action against us. At least for now, they dare not." Tang Yan chuckled lightly and strolled towards the front hall. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Bo was once again astonished. Though the Tang family was the least among the four great families of Yun City, it still held significant stature. Should they disregard all else and rally their entire strength against any force in Yun City, even the city lord's residents would suffer a severe blow. Those who coveted the Tang family's assets might hesitate, for as long as the old master drew breath. Who would truly dare to brazenly take Tang Yan's life? Observing the confident figure of Tang Yan striding ahead, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a flowing white robe of brocade, Bo's expression grew wistful. If the young master had committed himself to martial training back in the day, surely the youth of today's Yun City would see the Tang family at the forefront of the storm. Chapter 4. The Film Emperor Tang Ling. Regardless of whether Tang Yan's Dantian was destroyed, it remains a fact that he has provoked Miss Lin. Our city lord's residence in Yun City has always upheld justice and impartiality, favoring no particular family, yet we will not tolerate any family's provocation or insult. The Tang family must provide an explanation to the city lord's residents regarding this matter. As for Tang Yan's whereabouts, Tang Ling, there is no need for you to conceal it. Inside the main hall of the Tang family, a middle-aged man bellowed. "Is someone seeking me?" A gentle voice resonated as Tang Yan entered the grand hall, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The elder Tang cast a glance at his grandson, then at the helpless Bo standing behind Tang Yan, casting a furtive glance at Maber, who responded with a subtle message of resignation and reassurance. Old Master Tang realized that further concealment was futile. With a deep sigh, he pondered how to safeguard his grandson in the current predicament. 7 individuals had arrived. 5 men and 2 women. Among them were 2 guards from the city lord's residence, 2 from Yaodong workshop, and the remaining middle-aged man was Qin Changdao, a guest official of the city lord's estate. Tang Yin scrutinized Lin Dongxue, noting her exquisite features, delicate brows, captivating eyes, cherry-red lips, and a tall, graceful figure crowned with flowing hair reminiscent of ink. Standing there, she radiated an innate aura of nobility. Tang Yin could not help but sigh inwardly. Her beauty was indeed breathtaking, which explained his previous audacity in attempting to flirt with her. Beside her stood the elegant Wu Xian from Yaodong workshop. Though Wu Xian exuded a different kind of aristocratic charm, her eyes shone like polished lacquer, and her teeth resembled glistening ivory. Quietly poised, she emanated a serene yet commanding presence that was hard to overlook, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Miss Lin, Miss Wu, it has been a while. Tang Yin greeted the two with a smile. Humph, it hardly qualifies as a long absence. I believe this is my first encounter with the esteemed young Master Tang. Wu Xian replied coldly. Mr. Qin, now that Tang Yin has arrived, you may disclose the purpose of your visit, she added. Tang Yin, 5 days ago you attempted to harass Miss Lin in broad daylight, thus tarnishing the reputation of the city lord's residence. Are you aware of your transgression? Qin Changdao inquired, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Yin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin leapt up indignantly, pointing back at Qin Changdao and exclaiming, What utter nonsense! I have lived my life with integrity and honor. How could I possibly harass Miss Lin in public? How dare you tarnish my reputation? Upon hearing this, the esteemed elder Tang couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. You claim to be honorable and self-respecting? Merely hearing your words fills me with embarrassment. How could you utter such nonsense? The others stood frozen, their expressions akin to stone, utterly astonished. The most notorious scion of Yin City. Indeed, his words were nothing short of extraordinary. You dare to insult me? Qin Changdao, a guest elder of the city lord's residence, held a prestigious position and had not encountered such disrespect in years, leaving him momentarily speechless. I have not insulted you. You are the exalted guest elder of the city, a master of the profound realm. How could a mere ordinary person, whose dantian has been rendered useless, dare to speak ill of you? I merely sought to counter your claims. Miss Wu Xuan, I have often heard of your reputation for fairness and your passion for justice. Pray, lend your judgment. Is it truly just for those in power to chastise a mere individual like myself? Am I to be condemned for offering a couple of rebuttals? The Tang family members were once again taken aback. Had this lad truly lost all sense of integrity? Wu Xuan furrowed her brow, already familiar with Tang Yan's notorious reputation, and was taken aback by his sharp tone. She replied coolly, While your words hold some merit, one must not take your account at face value. Allow me to inquire. If you assert that your intentions towards Dong Shui were not inappropriate, then why did you approach her with such frivolous words? Moreover, why did you attempt to pull her closer? Upon hearing this, Tang Yin blinked innocently, his expression one of feigned confusion. Miss Wu Xuan, you have misunderstood. There were circumstances that day that must be clarified. Pray, do enlighten me about these circumstances. I am eager to hear how you will twist your way out of this. Lin Dongshua's expression was one of palpable disdain. Although her interactions with Tang Yin were limited, she had long heard of his notorious reputation as a debauchee. Coupled with the fact that he had once acted inappropriately towards her, she harbored not a shred of fondness for him. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, seemingly grappling with a momentous decision, before abruptly lifting his head and speaking earnestly. The entire Yin City is buzzing about my reputation as a wastrel, a man devoid of learning and skill, a blight upon our city. Yet, I assure you, I never intended to disrespect Miss Dongxue that day. The roots of this matter reach back 9 years. At the tender age of 7, during a temple fair, the city lord brought Miss Dongxue to stroll the streets. Upon seeing her, I was instantly smitten. A seed of affection was sown within me. I initially thought it was merely youthful folly, but as the years passed, my yearning for Miss Lin only intensified. Realizing my utter lack of talent in martial arts, despite my diligent training, I remained an ordinary practitioner. How could such a mediocrity ever earn the favor of Miss Lin? Consequently, I fell into despair, embracing a life of debauchery, hoping to capture her attention through this misguided path. However, I soon discovered that this only deepened her aversion towards me. Just 5 days prior, I found myself in close proximity to Miss Lin once more, with 1,000 thoughts swirling in my mind, yet my nervousness muddled my thoughts, leading to that regrettable incident. In truth, I had intended to present Miss Lin with a poem that day, a piece I had painstakingly revised over 5,209 times over the span of 3 years. At this juncture, A hint of bashfulness crept onto Tang Yan's face. The old man was utterly astounded. As I gazed upon this young rascal, who has lived for 16 years, I was taken aback to witness his bashfulness for the first time. He even possesses the ability to compose poetry, and has revised it a staggering 5,209 times. Despite my continuous surveillance day and night, I remained oblivious to such matters. However, observing the sincerity in his expression, it appears genuine, devoid of any pretense. Could it be that he speaks the truth? That for so many years, he has been ensnared by love, leading to a lack of ambition and ultimately resulting in a lapse of reason that rendered him frivolous towards Lin Dongxue? Even the venerable old Tang has been deceived by this scoundrel, leaving little hope for the others, who are equally bewildered. Especially Lin Dongxue, the very subject of this affair, finds herself confronted by someone so audacious for the first time. Is it possible that this fellow is indeed truthful? Have I wronged him? After all, as a 17-year-old young lady, she is understandably flustered at this moment. Meanwhile, Wu Xian's expression reflects a complexity of emotions. Having had no personal dealings with Tang Yan, her previous knowledge of him has been shaped solely by various rumors. Could it be that his numerous misdeeds were merely a ploy to capture Lin Dongxue's attention, deliberately crafted for effect? While there are many who admire her, none have displayed such fervent devotion as Tang Yan. In an instant, Wu Xian found herself feeling a tinge of envy towards Lin Dongxue. After a brief moment of distraction, the astute Wu Xian quickly identified a flaw in his narrative and, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "What you profess, young Master Tang, indeed elicits a mixture of pity and admiration. You claim to have spent 3 years crafting a poem. Might you be so kind as to recite it for our collective perusal?" Although Tang Yan's performance was commendable, the crowd was not comprised of fools. Upon hearing Wu Xuan's words, Qin Changdao regained his composure and coldly retorted, "I advise you against plagiarizing the words of others. I have been studying since the age of 5 and now, at 57, have perused no fewer than 10,000 tomes. The city lord's residence is home to a multitude of literati, even if I cannot discern it myself. Should I bring this back, someone will surely recall that it was you who copied it, and you shall not escape unscathed." Chapter 5. Overstepping Boundaries. Hearing Wu Xuan's inquiry, old Master Tang inwardly lamented, fully aware of his grandson's capabilities. Just as he pondered a way to salvage the situation, he heard Tang Yan's voice resound. "What Miss Wu Xuan says is indeed correct. Today, I must express my thoughts to Miss Lin. Regardless of how she ultimately perceives me, I shall not engage in further debate. Bring me the ink and brush." Old Master Tang could not suppress his indignation. "You think yourself a reincarnation of the star of literature? Having never touched a book, you aspire to compose a fine poem?" Soon, however, he recognized his misjudgment. This impudent lad was indeed well-read, as evidenced by the array of risque illustrations tucked beneath his bed. Could it be that he intended to craft an entire lewd piece? This thought sent old Master Tang's blood pressure soaring. Before long, a servant presented the 4 treasures of the study, laying a large sheet of snow-white paper upon the table. "Young Master Tang, you may commence." Qin Changdao sneered, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. While his prowess within the city lord's residence was rather modest, merely at the second tier of the profound stage, his literary acumen far surpassed his martial skills. Many documents crafted within the city lord's estate had undergone his meticulous revision or scrutiny. As a guest official of the city lord's mansion, I am well acquainted with the myriad affairs of Yun City, particularly those concerning the infamous young Master Tang, who is notoriously lacking in academic prowess. Individuals like Qin Changdao, inherently possessing a sense of superiority, harbor little fondness for such debauched science. He eagerly anticipates witnessing Tang Yan produce a cacophony of poorly penned characters and a lamentable verse, relishing the ensuing spectacle of the Tang family's embarrassment. "Miss Lin, I have mentioned that I have refined this poem over 3 years, revising it 5,209 times. Today marks the 5,210th iteration. This figure also encapsulates my sentiments." Ignoring Qin Changdao's disdain, Tang Yan delivered this proclamation. The onlookers pondered, their expressions shifting to understanding. 5,210. Was that not a clever play on words meaning "I love you"? The Tang family could not help but silently applaud their young master. When it comes to audacity, if he claims second place, who would dare to claim the first? Lin Dongxue, who had previously harbored significant reservations about Tang Yan, felt her ire and disdain wane slightly. The somewhat kitsch romantic declaration, so pedestrian in the past, became refreshing and heart-stirring in this realm. She even resolved secretly that should this young man produce anything remotely commendable, she would consider the matter forgiven. "Young Master Tang, please proceed. From the beginning to the end, Wu Xian had not perceived any signs of trepidation from Tang Yan. His confidence and poise piqued her interest in his poetry. Without further ado, Tang Yan rolled up his sleeves, dipped his brush in ink, and began to inscribe upon the pristine white paper. All present craned their necks, eager to discern whether his characters resembled the scrawls of a dog or the scratches of a cat. Joy in reunion. 3 characters served as the title, elegantly positioned at the center top of the paper. There was no deliberate pause, nor any sense of unfamiliarity. The 3 characters flowed seamlessly, their strokes as bold and graceful as iron and silver. Tang Yan, with his naturally upright posture and strikingly handsome features, donned a long robe embellished with golden trim. At that moment, holding the brush and with a focused gaze, he created 3 characters on the paper that exuded the aura of a master, instantly portraying the image of a refined gentleman. Elegant, ethereal, truly captivating. Old Master Tang's eyes widened in astonishment, more so than a bull's, while Mo Bo's jaw nearly grazed his neck. These 2 elders had watched Tang Yan grow since his birth. When had this young man acquired such exceptional calligraphy skills? Qin Changdao, too, was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. Could such exquisite writing truly emerge from this playboy? Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Such splendid calligraphy. Wu Xian offered her praise without reservation, and even Qin Changdao nodded in agreement. The opening lines of a poem flowed effortlessly, like clouds drifting across the sky, without a hint of hesitation, as if he had practiced a million times, each stroke appearing so fluid and natural. The delicate sentiment of a woman's heart resonated deeply within Lin Dongxue as those melancholic verses were penned. Qin Changdao furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting wonder, admiration, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Old Master Tang and Mo Bo had long since lost their sense of reality. Could they possibly be dreaming? Old Master Tang pinched Mo Bo sharply, and upon seeing Mo Bo's grimace, he realized that he was indeed awake. Mo Bo wore a mournful expression, his heart heavy with injustice. At his age, nearing the grave, how could he behave like a child, resorting to such childish antics? The entanglements of parting were too deep to sever, a bittersweet longing lingering in his heart. As Tang Yan's poetry unfolded, Lin Dongxue's heart raced like a fawn, pounding with anticipation. The 2 women, once filled with disdain and curiosity toward Tang Yan, now found themselves moved and at peace. As the final word echoed, silence enveloped the hall. Even Qin Changdao, who had prepared to provoke, fell into a quiet reverie, repeatedly reciting the verse in his mind. At 57 years of age, he found himself touched by the poignant sentiment of the poem. Tang Yan remained silent, allowing the moment to linger. Eventually, Wu Xian sighed deeply, expressing her astonishment. I never imagined that young Master Tang harbored such profound feelings. Initially, I was skeptical, doubting the sincerity of his earlier words. However, after reading this poem, it is evident that he has poured his heart into it. Little sister Dongxue, what do you think we should do about this matter? She had resolved that as long as Tang Yan's work was somewhat commendable, forgiveness would be granted. Yet, this particular poem not only met her expectations, but profoundly shook them all. Each word was concise, yet brimming with emotion. The lines, "The entanglements of parting are too deep to sever. A bittersweet longing lingers in the heart," stirred the heart of the young woman, evoking intense feelings of longing and unrequited love, which were vividly portrayed throughout the poem. Its elegance was subtle, unassuming yet intoxicating, captivating the reader and rendering them unable to escape its allure. After all, she is the daughter of the city lord. In the briefest of moments, Lin Dongxue's composure was restored. The fleeting blush in her eyes vanished as she cast a deep glance at Tang Yan and spoke with a clear voice. For now, I shall take your word for it. The city lord's mansion will no longer pursue this matter. However, should there be a next time, regardless of the circumstances, we shall not be lenient. With that, she turned on her heel to leave, but just as she was about to exit the grand hall, she suddenly commanded, "Qin Kaching, this matter cannot conclude without resolution. Take back the evidence from the table." Without waiting for further discussion, she hastily departed without looking back. Qin Changdao, enamored by Tang Yan's poetry, did not linger on idle chatter upon hearing Lin Dongxue's instructions. He promptly rolled up the paper and followed after her. "Today, Master Tang has indeed opened my eyes," remarked Wu Xian. "Although your reputation in Yun City is less than favorable, in my eyes, Master Tang possesses considerable talent in poetry. If you were to devote yourself to literary pursuits, you would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. There is ample time ahead. Should fate allow, we shall meet again." With that, she gracefully took her leave. The remaining members of the Tang family soon regained their wits. Both Old Master Tang and Mo Bo gazed at Tang Yin with expressions akin to those observing a naive maiden. Sensing the inquisitive eyes of the two elders upon him, Tang Yin felt a pang of dread. Perhaps he had overplayed his hand. Chapter 6. Mutual Scheming Young Man. Did you truly compose that poem? Old Master Tang inquired nonchalantly, though his eyes shimmered with unmasked anticipation. Of course, Tang Yin replied with a smile. Ah, you're getting defensive when I merely pointed out your plumpness. Speak the truth. Old Master Tang retorted, tugging at Tang Yan's ear in an unceremonious manner. Tang Yin felt a surge of grievance. What has become of this world where one is not allowed to speak candidly? Take it easy, I said. Not long ago, I encountered a destitute scholar whose composition of a particular poem struck me as quite remarkable, so I purchased it. He advised his grandson that if he could master the art of beautiful calligraphy and then transcribe this poem, it would easily attract the attention of many refined young ladies. The grandson, feeling a sudden urge, not only memorized the poem but also practiced his writing skills diligently. Tang Yin, feeling the firm grip of his grandfather, winced in discomfort and hastily sought a plausible excuse to deflect the situation. The excuse proved satisfactory, and at last, the elder Tang released his hold, rubbing his reddened ears. Tang Yin, with a pained expression, inquired, "Grandfather, having resolved this recent crisis, might I be rewarded with a few thousand taels of silver for my use?" Today, the matter regarding the city lord's demands was resolved favorably, leaving Tang's grandfather in good spirits. However, upon hearing Tang Yin's request, his countenance darkened instantaneously. "What do you need such a large sum of silver for? Planning to squander it on frivolities? Let me warn you, should you dare to waste your fortune again, I shall break your legs." Tang Yin felt a pang of anxiety within. Without funds, how could he procure a danding? And without the danding, how could he refine medicine? Rest assured, grandfather, I have no intention of indulging in debauchery. I have recently come to a realization. My past ignorance has hindered my progress. Now, as my cultivation falters, I wish to abandon martial pursuits for commerce, and I require some silver to hone my skills. Tang Yin spoke earnestly. The elder Tang's heart stirred slightly. Although he remained skeptical about Tang Yin's intentions to truly engage in business, the reasoning did resonate warmly. Very well. You may go to the treasury and claim 200 taels of silver. If you achieve notable success, I may consider granting you additional funds. Should I discover that you squander this money on indulgence, all your future allowances will be deducted. Lord Tang issued a stern warning before turning away. Tang Yin felt a chill wash over him. Grandfather, I am your own grandson. The young master, on the brink of tears, refused to succumb to despair. After a short while, Tang Yin gathered all his valuables from his room, pocketed some silver coins, and, with a folding fan in hand, set off with Xiao Chui. If they would not provide him with funds, he would venture out, perhaps to purchase some low-grade medicinal herbs to concoct a simple vitality tonic. As he strolled down the street, Tang Yin moved with an air of nonchalance, ostentatiously fanning himself while casting a casual glance around. The ethereal charm he once exhibited while composing poetry had vanished entirely. Xiao Chui tilted her head, observing her young master, perplexed by the stark contrast between his demeanor now and that in the grand hall. Could it be true what the ancients said, that while one's environment may change, one's nature remains steadfast? Tang Yin took great interest in the bustling street scene, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, casual conversations, and the clamor of labor. The various establishments lining the streets, taverns, tailor shops, farming supply stores, weapon shops, and blacksmiths, exuded an ancient charm. Markets like this were once common on Earth, particularly in the last century, but as society progressed, they gradually gave way to supermarkets, malls, and online shopping. Ah, isn't that young Master Tang? Why aren't you at the Red Flower Pavilion? Instead, you're wandering the streets? Came a mocking voice. Tang Yin turned to see the speaker was Lu Yuan, the third son of the Lu family, who, like Tang Yin, was one of the young rakes of Yun City. However, Lu Yuan fared much better than Tang Yin. The Lu family boasted a multitude of descendants, with 6 or 7 direct male heirs among the younger generation, many of whom were quite ambitious. Thus, although Lu Yuan was indeed a wastrel, the Lu family would not lament the absence of capable successors. What? Do you wish to offer a sum of money for my indulgence? Though Lu Yuan was a debauchee, he was not foolish. The Lu family had long harbored ambitions to annex the Tang family, a fact not hidden among the noble houses of Yun City. If he could teach Tang Yin a lesson, he would undoubtedly be rewarded upon his return. Yet the family had explicitly warned the younger members of the Lu clan against provoking Tang Yin, as the old Tang patriarch could become quite ferocious when roused. To reprimand Tang Yin, he would need to ensure that Tang Yin struck first. Offer you money? What a fantasy! I initially thought that the young Master Tang was merely incapacitated in his cultivation, but it seems his wits have also deserted him. Such venomous words elicited a spark of fury in the eyes of the nearby Xiao Chui. How dare you insinuate that my intellect is lacking? Do you believe I would not retaliate? Tang Yin retorted, his gaze fierce. You wish to strike me? Lu Yuan felt a surge of delight and laughed, saying, Young Master Tang, it is not that I look down upon you. Even if I were to lose an arm and a leg, I would still best you soundly. Tang Yan's eyes blazed red, his breath quickening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, You are merely at the 4th rank of the origin stage. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Are you not so formidable? Let us wager, if I can bring you to the ground. You owe me 10,000 taels of silver. Conversely, if you can best me, I shall give you the 200 taels I possess. Do you dare to take my bet? Lu Yuan felt a thrill of excitement. In the realm of martial arts, each rank was akin to a towering mountain. And despite his usual frivolousness, he indeed possessed the strength of the 4th rank in the origin stage. The fellow's Dantian has been rendered useless. And after years of indulgence in wine and debauchery, he is likely unable to contend even with an ordinary person. I possess no more than 2,000 taels of silver. While I stand to win merely 200 taels, it is utterly inequitable. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Lu Yuan chuckled. How about this? Should you emerge victorious, I shall bestow upon you my 2,000 taels. Yet if you should falter, you must kowtow to me thrice upon the ground. What say you? That wretched Lu family scion, I shall surely teach you a lesson. Suppressing his urge to strike, Tang Yin continued his act. What? I am worth less than 1,000 taels for a single bow. If I were to lose, I would only bow once. Lu Yuan's heart swelled with delight, indeed. Tang Yin was a mindless braggart, a genuine fool. What difference does it make whether you kneel for 1 bow or 100? If I can manage to make Tang Yin kneel today, it shall be a grand achievement, and my family shall surely overlook my own misdeeds in the future. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuan proclaimed, Very well, I shall grant young Master Tang this concession. My lord, let us return, urged Chui'er, tugging at Tang Yan's sleeve, her voice thick with emotion. Stand aside. Watch as I render him unrecognizable to his own parents. Tang Yan exclaimed, brushing off her entreaties. My lord, Lu Yuan is purposefully inciting you, seeking to humiliate our Tang family should you fall for his trickery. Do not be deceived, Chui'er implored, her tone increasingly frantic. Lu Yuan observed Chui'er's reaction with keen interest. It appeared that Tang Yan's Dantian being rendered useless was indeed a foregone conclusion. Yet, if this foolish boy were to heed Chui'er's advice and withdraw, all his schemes would be in vain. Dare he accept the challenge? Lu Yuan pressed provocatively. Chapter 7. A single move to defeat the enemy in the Tang family. Our words carry the weight of a promise. When we speak, we mean it. However, it was agreed beforehand that in this contest of fists and feet, should anyone be injured, no one would be held responsible. Tang Yin pushed aside Xiao Chui. Rolling up his sleeves with an eager demeanor, Lu Yuan nearly burst into laughter, for this foolish fellow had unwittingly revealed his thoughts. Young Master Tang is indeed straightforward. Shall we commence? Lu Yuan proposed. Everyone here, please bear witness that it was young Master Tang who declared this contest would be devoid of mercy. The exchange between the two had already captivated the onlookers. Yet, neither the Lu family nor the Tang family was to be trifled with, and thus no one dared to step forward to bear witness. Instead, they all held a private anticipation, waiting for Tang Yin to bow before Lu Yuan. Young Master Tang, may we begin? Lu Yuan inquired. Of course, let us proceed. But allow me to forewarn you. This folding fan in my hand is no ordinary accessory. It is a remarkable artifact. The 18 ribs of the fan can transform into 18 sharp arrows, capable of piercing iron and gold with the utmost ease. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression shifted. It was no wonder this brash individual dared to challenge him. He had an artifact to rely upon. Such treasures are rare, often sought after at exorbitant prices. Although Lu Yuan did not possess one, it was reasonable to assume that as the sole legitimate heir of the Tang family, Old Master Tang would spare no effort in equipping him with means for self-preservation. Just as Lu Yuan was about to declare that the use of artifacts was prohibited in their contest, Tang Yin bellowed, "Behold the treasured fan." With that, he hurled the folding fan skyward, and with a whoosh, it unfurled mid-air. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed young Master Tang, those in the vicinity simultaneously turned their gazes skyward, their attention captivated. Even Lu Yuan's 2 bodyguards were engrossed, observing the unfurled folding fan with marked interest. Magical artifacts were indeed a rarity in Cloud City, seldom witnessed by even the scions of prominent families. A sense of urgency washed over Lu Yuan. his eyes fixated on the fan aloft. He had been remiss in not arming himself, and a surge of anxiety and resentment welled within him. Tang Yin. A smile playing on his lips, surged forward, launching a swift kick aimed at Lu Yuan's abdomen. The blow landed with precision and force, striking its mark. Alas, Lu Yuan was in the midst of channeling energy, preparing to withstand the might of the mystical fan, when the sudden impact sent him reeling. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A collective astonishment swept through the onlookers. What transpired defied expectation. Where was the promised display of magical power? Why had Lu Yuan been so unceremoniously dispatched? Tang Yin, having lived his previous life as a ninth-grade alchemist, had endured countless instances of coercion. His indomitable spirit had steeled him through numerous battles, honing his experience. He was not one to afford his adversaries any respite. In the instant following the kick that sent Lu Yuan sprawling, Tang Yin pressed his advantage, mounting his opponent and raining blows upon his head with unrestrained ferocity. Lu Yuan, already disoriented from the kick and fall, was reeling. The relentless cascade of punches transformed his eyes into a pair of swollen orbs. He attempted to muster his inner energy, but a searing pain coursed through his abdomen. Each movement felt like 1,000 needles piercing his flesh, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The incessant pounding on his head served as a constant reminder of his ignominious defeat. Upon reflecting on the fact that he had been bested by an utterly incompetent individual, Lu Yuan found himself on the brink of tears. This return home would not only fail to yield any rewards, but he anticipated a severe reprimand from his father, ancestors, and others. His irascible father had likely already prepared a whip for the occasion. Overwhelmed by a tumult of humiliation, anger, fear, and pain, Lu Yuan eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Struck down by Tang Yin, as the fan fell with a thud, evoking no response, and Tang Yin delivered a kick that sent Lu Yuan flying. The onlookers gradually came to realize that this scoundrel had no magical artifacts. It was a mere sneak attack. Haha, Lu Sanxiao, you have actually fallen asleep. With Lu Yuan now unconscious, Tang Yin chuckled as he rummaged through Lu Yuan's belongings, discovering 2,000 taels of silver notes and some loose coins. The spectators winced at Tang Yin's remark, realizing that Lu Yuan had been knocked out by him. However, many looked upon the fallen Lu Yuan with pity. Having been so effortlessly defeated by Tang Yin, an inept and frivolous rake, Lu Yuan's reputation was irreparably tarnished. The Lu family's standing would undoubtedly suffer a blow. Wow, young master, you have won. At this moment, only Xiao Chui believed that her young master had achieved a legitimate and spectacular victory. Indeed, your young master is quite formidable. With a graceful flick of the fan he had retrieved from the ground, Tang Xiao elegantly fanned himself a couple of times and swaggered away. The two guards from the Lu family finally reacted, quickly lifting Lu Yuan and hastening back to the Lu residence. The crowd gradually dispersed, but the events of this duel would surely become a topic of conversation in Yun City for days to come. As Tang Yin strolled down the street with Xiao Chui, he contemplated how best to utilize the 2,000 taels of silver he had just won, whether to purchase a substandard alchemical furnace or to allocate the funds for other endeavors. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, his peripheral vision caught sight of a street dedicated to the sale of medicinal herbs. An epiphany struck him. He retrieved a 1,000-tael banknote from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chui, instructing her to proceed to the Baichao Hall and procure 300 or 400 varieties of herbs, 1 tael of fragrant sandalwood, half a tael of dried peony flowers, and 2 taels of rice tree core. He listed over 10 types of herbs before concluding his requests. Fortunately, Xiao Chui had an excellent memory and committed the details to heart before heading towards the shop with the banknote in hand. Upon seeing her enter the store, Tang Yin immediately proceeded to another nearby apothecary. Shopkeeper, I would like 2 taels of crystal sand, 3 chien of pearl powder, 9 chien of heavenly stargrass, and half a tael of butterfly flower. With a commanding voice, he announced his orders as he entered the establishment. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Tang Yin's call, instantly brightened with a smile. Although the quantities he requested were modest, the assortment of over 20 types of herbs amounted to a considerable sum. After weighing the items meticulously, the shopkeeper busily calculated the total with an abacus, leaving Tang Yin with only a little over 300 taels of silver. Once the herbs were wrapped up, Tang Yin returned to the previous location, and after a considerable wait, Xiao Chui finally emerged from the apothecary. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young master, she said. Her eyes filled with remorse. It is of no consequence. Let us be on our way, Tang Yin replied with a smile, fully aware of his maid's diligent nature. Her delay was likely due to her thorough confirmation of the herbs' weights to ensure no discrepancies. Where shall we go next, young master? Seeing that the young master did not express any discontent, Xiao Chui couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Miao Danfeng. Young master, what brings you there? Xiao Chui suddenly grew anxious. Surely the young master did not intend to cause a disturbance at Miao Danfeng? To procure medicinal herbs, of course, for alchemical purposes. Tang Yin replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Chui quietly exhaled. Following closely behind the young master, she discreetly lifted her gaze to observe his figure. His demeanor still exuded a carefree nonchalance, yet after serving Tang Yin for so many years, she sensed a subtle change in him. For instance, on a day like today, had she delayed even slightly in her tasks, he would have scolded her to some degree, unlike his unusually amiable demeanor today. Chapter 8. Appraisal of elixirs. In the heart of Yun City lies the Lord's Manor. The 4 prominent families are strategically situated in the 4 cardinal directions. Given the current standing of Miao Danfeng, it possesses the capability to occupy a central position in 99% of the cities within the kingdom of Xiangxiang. However, such a vast organization has chosen a location only marginally closer to the city center than the major families. This is true in Yun City and elsewhere as well. It is precisely this humility and lack of contention that has garnered Miao Danfeng considerable favor from the Lord's Manor in various cities. Approximately 15 minutes later, Tang Yin arrived at the entrance of Miao Danfeng. The establishment was quite expansive, with the front hall dedicated to selling lower-grade elixirs and various medicinal herbs. Upon entering the shop, Tang Yin observed that the shelves were sparsely stocked. "Young sir, how may I assist you?" greeted the shopkeeper with a warm smile as he noticed a customer entering. Tang Yin unfurled his folding fan and inquired with a smile, "Do you have elixirs that enhance true energy?" At Miao Danfeng, we primarily offer 2 types of elixirs aimed at enhancing true energy: the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Qi Enhancement Pill. The shop assistant promptly introduced the products. Tang Yin possessed a certain understanding of these 2 categories of elixirs, both classified as first-grade pills. Among them, the Foundation Establishment Pill was a lower-tier first-grade elixir primarily intended for martial artists at the Yuan level. The Qi-enhancing pill held a slightly higher grade, suitable for those of the Huang level and below. Although both types of elixirs were relatively appropriate for him, Tang Yin's purpose for this visit was not to purchase medicine. Currently, his finances were rather constrained, allowing him to afford only half a vial of the Foundation Establishment Pill. "Are there any second-grade elixirs available?" Tang Yin remarked with confidence, folding his fan and patting his chest, declaring, "I have plenty of money." The shop assistant's lips twitched at these words. Was this fellow looking to be swindled? Nevertheless, second-grade elixirs were not openly sold. The assistant, displaying a troubled expression, replied, "Young master, we do not have those." Tang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he slammed his fan onto the counter, exclaiming loudly, "What? Is it true that such a renowned establishment as the Miao Danfeng only sells first-grade intermediate elixirs for enhancing qi?" His voice, resonating with authority, instantly drew the attention of all present. Fortunately, the Miao Danfeng was not an ordinary place, and there were not many customers in the shop. "Young master, second-grade elixirs can only be refined by second-grade alchemists, and their production is limited. They are supplied exclusively to prominent families and are not casually placed for sale at the counter. Given your distinguished appearance, you must be aware of our shop's regulations," the assistant patiently explained. "Since the elixirs are ultimately for sale, and I possess ample funds, why not sell me some directly?" Tang Yin asserted boldly. The shop assistant, now somewhat anxious, understood that although the Miao Danfeng held considerable influence, it was also reluctant to provoke unnecessary disputes. Observing the dashing young man's exquisite attire, one could easily surmise he hailed from an illustrious family. As a mere apothecary assistant, I dared not offend him lightly. Caught in a moment of hesitation, I found myself at a loss for words. At Miao Danfeng, we adhered to our own traditions. It was rare for second-tier elixirs to be sold individually. However, given the young gentleman's evident wealth, I pondered that rules, being human constructs, were meant to be bent. Thus, I decided to make an exception and offer him a vial of Gathering Qi Pill, a freshly concocted second-tier elixir. A voice, aged yet robust, resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see an elderly man in a gray robe, his hair streaked with white, eyes gleaming with vitality, a tuft of beard adorning his chin. With hands clasped behind his back, he ambled out from within the establishment. Lord Gu. Upon recognizing him, all the staff at Miao Danfeng bowed their heads in greeting. Gu Ming, the esteemed grand elder of the Miao Danfeng in Yun City, a second-tier alchemist, held a status superior to that of Wu Xian. The Gathering Qi Pill was a mid-tier second-grade elixir, renowned for its gentle properties. Even a first-tier warrior at the Yuan level would not risk their meridians bursting upon its consumption. Thus, this elixir was a favored choice among the prominent families for nurturing their promising youth. Yet, the crafting of such a potion was intricate, and even for second-tier mid-grade alchemists, the failure rate remained considerably high. Frowning slightly, Tang Yin detected a faint burnt scent lingering in the air, directing his gaze towards the elderly figure. After casting a meaningful glance at the porcelain vial in the old man's hand, Tang Yin stepped forward with a smile and inquired, "The gathering chi pill? What is the price?" "I shall refrain from elaborating on the efficacy of this elixir. This vial contains 3 pills, and if placed at an auction, it could fetch as much as 100,000 taels of silver. I do not wish to deceive you. I will sell this elixir to you for 100,000 taels of silver. What say you, my young friend?" Guming spoke loudly. Yet his gaze towards Tang Yin was laced with contempt. How audacious for a self-proclaimed wealthy scion to boast in the Miaodong workshop. Tang Yin seethed internally, cursing the old man for his arrogance. This old fool sold items for a maximum of 100,000 at the auction, and he dares to sell to me for the same? Maintaining a facade of calm, Tang Yin chuckled. Well said, well said. Might I request to examine the elixir? Oh, do you presume that I would present you with a counterfeit? A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in Guming's eyes. Tang Yin hastily waved his hand. The Miaodong workshop has stood on this continent for countless years, maintaining an exemplary reputation. It would be foolish to tarnish it over a mere 100,000 taels of silver. However, I have yet to behold a chi-gathering pill and wish to authenticate it first, lest I make a grave error and be unable to explain myself upon returning. If you wish to inspect it, then do so. However, should you inadvertently damage the elixir, you shall compensate me at its full value, Guming retorted, extending the porcelain vial towards him, a smirk deepening in his eyes. How audacious for a lad devoid of any aura to claim he could appraise an elixir. Tang Yin accepted the pill with a smile, gently uncorking the vial to reveal a minute opening. He brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff before promptly sealing it once more. Is the appraisal complete? Guming's disdain grew as he witnessed Tang Yin's nonchalance. Indeed, Tang Yin nodded. The initial step in appraising an elixir involves examining its shape, with a smooth, rounded surface being ideal. Next, one must observe its color, favoring an even hue. Thirdly, the elixir's spiritual aura should be felt. Typically, those lacking prowess would employ various instruments for assistance. There are more intricate methods of appraisal, yet these are of little consequence. This young man is merely a naive fool, pretending to understand and obfuscating the truth. Even the shop assistant beside him wore a derisive expression. Xiao Chui, feeling utterly ashamed, lowered her head, despite never having consumed a medicinal pill herself. She was well aware that identifying such pills required more than a mere sniff. Yet, she did not flee in disgrace. After years of enduring various trials alongside the young master, she had developed a certain immunity to embarrassment. I wonder if this chi-gathering pill is authentic? Guming inquired. Young Master Tang pondered for a moment, tapping his fan against his palm before finally responding. This pill is indeed genuine, but the price is still negotiable. Oh, what sum does my young friend consider appropriate? Guming was already prepared to sell the pill. 3,000 taels of silver. Will you sell it? Chapter 9. Recognizing medicine by its aroma. When Tang Yin announced his price, a momentary silence enveloped the shop. All eyes turned to him. The young man who had initially presented himself as exceedingly frivolous. Who knew from which wealthy family this dandy had come to disrupt the affairs of the Miaodong workshop? However, given the esteemed status and formidable strength of the workshop, this ruffian was likely to have bitten off more than he could chew. 3,000 taels of silver. As this figure escaped Tang Yin's lips, Guming believed he had misheard. A sensation akin to that of a cat being toyed with by a mouse surged within him, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. With a forceful slap on the table, he bellowed, "You wretched lad! Do you take Miaodong workshop for a mere marketplace to act so recklessly?" "Master Gu, what do you mean by that?" Tang Yin exclaimed, feigning fright as he gazed at Guming. "Do not intimidate me. If you demand an outrageous price, I shall simply offer a counter. How is that acting recklessly? A second-grade medicinal pill cannot possibly be worth 3,000 taels of silver. Such a low price is an affront to the elixirs sold by my esteemed Miaodong workshop. If you do not provide this old man with a reasonable explanation today, it seems that the doors of Miaodong workshop will not be so easily opened." Upon hearing Guming's menacing words, Tang Yin chuckled lightly. "Master Gu, this elixir must have emerged from a single alchemical furnace, correct? I have previously mentioned that these were freshly concocted, not long ago. What I mean to say is, from this single furnace, only these 3 usable elixirs have been produced." The once furious Master Ji's pupils constricted at Tang Yin's words, his mind flooded with disbelief. The place where he concocted elixirs was utterly secluded, with no one else present. How could this young man possibly know? reflecting on their scant interactions, apart from a few exchanged words. The only contact had been the young man merely sniffing the mouth of the vial. Could it truly be that a mere whiff could reveal that he had produced a batch of inferior elixirs, retaining only 3 viable ones? Suppressing this absurd notion, Ming feigned calmness as he retorted, "Is it not entirely normal for a furnace to yield merely 3 second-tier mid-grade elixirs? Do you think second-tier mid-grade elixirs are akin to candy, easily concocted at will?" The aroma of the elixir was excessively rich, mingled with a hint of burnt scent, indicating that the last step of the alchemical process had been slightly delayed. At this moment, there were 2 choices. One could continue the alchemical process, albeit with a 99% chance of failure, or one could forego some materials to provide a safeguard for the elixir's formation, thus reducing the yield and potentially compromising the efficacy due to uneven heating. Master Gu opted for the latter. It is widely rumored that Master Gu is a second-tier high-grade alchemist, a status of such esteem. If I were to purchase such a pill for 100,000 taels of silver, I could only assume that Master Gu, possessing a kind heart, would feel uneasy, perhaps leading to inner turmoil regarding his future pursuits in alchemy. It may be wiser for me to propose a lower price. Tang Yin spoke with reason and conviction, captivating those around him, who found themselves entranced and uncertain of the truth. Could this young man, relying solely on his intuition, truly deduce so much? Meanwhile, Ming was already engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, the reason being that the young man's conjectures were utterly precise. Observing Tang Yan's confident demeanor, Ming was stirred and cautiously inquired, "As a second-tier high-grade alchemist, how could I possibly make a mistake in controlling the flames while refining a medium-grade pill? Ordinarily, Master Gu would find the crafting of medium-grade pills to be a mere trifle. The causes for failure could only be twofold, the first being that Master Gu was in poor health, unable to concentrate on the alchemical process. The second, an issue with the alchemical furnace. Given that Master Gu's condition was stable, I deduced that the furnace must be at fault. Has Master Gu recently acquired a new furnace?" After articulating this, Tang Yin fell silent. At that moment, Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. A casual inquiry from him had been accurately anticipated by this youth. He was certain that no one could have observed him while he refined his concoctions. Moreover, the replacement of his furnace had transpired only the night before, unbeknownst even to the shop assistant. This young man possesses such meticulous thought. How remarkable he is. Yet his dantian has been rendered useless? Wait, has his dantian been rendered useless? Could it be that this young man seeks a medicinal pill to restore it? Based on my experience, a pill capable of revitalizing a damaged dantian must be of at least 6th rank or higher. Moreover, such pills are rather niche and exceedingly difficult to concoct. Their worth likely rivals that of 7th rank pills. It is probable that the entire Myo-Dan workshop lacks a 6th-tier alchemist. Thus, this young gentleman's aspirations are destined to be dashed. No wonder I did not sense any fluctuations of true energy emanating from him. My dear friend, your discerning eye is commendable. I am truly impressed. I shall gift you these 3 pills, without charge, as a gesture of goodwill." Ming sighed and handed the porcelain vial back to Tang Yin. The onlookers gazed at the vial with eager anticipation. This young man, with just a few simple words, is to receive 3 mid-tier 2nd-rank pills for free? In that case, I extend my gratitude to Elder Gu. Tang Yin clasped his hands in thanks, joyfully tucking the vial into his bosom. "My young friend, I surmise you have come in search of a pill to mend your dantian, but I regret to inform you that such a quest may prove quite arduous," Ming said with a wry smile. Tang Yin paused momentarily, then replied with a grin. "Elder Gu, my purpose here is different. I wish to negotiate a business transaction." "Oh." Ming regarded Tang Yin with curiosity, realizing this youth was exceptional and likely not seeking a trivial matter. He then gestured, "Let us discuss this in private." He instructed Xiao Chui to wait outside, as Tang Yin and Ming entered the room together. Upon arriving in a chamber within, a servant arrived to pour tea. Ming, smiling, inquired, "May I ask your name, young brother?" "I am Tang Yin," the youth replied. Ming was taken aback momentarily. "Tang Yin? Is he not the infamous scion of the Tang family known for his debauchery?" Upon reflection, considering the multitude of individuals in this world, it is indeed rare to encounter someone with the same name. He must be another scion from a different household. With a smile, he inquired, "I was unaware that young brother Tang had come. What business do you wish to discuss with me?" "I seek to borrow the alchemical furnace," Tang Yin stated directly. "Borrow the furnace? How would that be possible?" Ming's curiosity deepened. "For the duration of 2 hours, I wish to refine my concoction within the confines of Myo-Dan workshop, without the need to move the furnace. I require it to create a specific elixir, and I hope you can accommodate my request, old Gu." After a moment of contemplation, Ming replied, Refining elixirs necessitates soul energy, perception, and the support of true qi. Given that your dantian is damaged, possessing the furnace may prove futile. Do not be concerned. The elixir I intend to create is of a modest grade and does not impose stringent requirements on one's condition. After pondering for a while with his chin resting on his hand, Guming reached a decision. This I can concede to you, but since this is a business transaction, what benefits will Miaodong Workshop derive from it? Tang Yin mentally calculated his options. He intended to refine a first-grade mid-quality initial spirit elixir, which possesses a gentler effect than the gathering qi elixir and is easier to absorb. Among first-grade elixirs, none are more suitable for martial artists at the yuan level than the initial spirit elixir. However, what could he offer as compensation? Should he use the initial spirit elixir itself? If he were to present it, would Miaodong Workshop covet his formula? Suddenly, he noticed a faint red glimmer in Guming's eyes. Tang Yin furrowed his brow. He was intimately familiar with that red hue, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. Upon completion of the alchemical process, I shall provide you with it. Should you find my compensation unsatisfactory at that time, you may deduct the entirety of the elixirs I have refined. Chapter 10, Brother Tang. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Guming felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. You seek my assistance in borrowing the alchemical furnace, yet the terms of compensation remain ambiguous? Tang Yan's statement led him to ponder whether Tang Yin intended to evade the promised reward should the elixir be ruined. Nevertheless, curiosity prevailed, especially after Tang Yan's astonishing display. Despite his discontent, anticipation loomed larger. What could this youth possibly offer that warranted such an enigmatic demeanor? In truth, lending the furnace for merely 2 hours seemed inconsequential. Guming nodded and said, "In that case, I shall await the good news from the young friend. Follow me to the alchemical chamber." Grateful for Gu Lao's assistance, Tang Yin believed this gift would not disappoint him. With a faint smile, Tang Yin followed Gu Lao towards the alchemical chamber. Upon entering the interior of the Miao Dan Fong, Tang Yin was struck by the vastness of the establishment. Behind the shop lay the front hall, and beyond it, to the east, was the medicinal herb garden, while to the west stood the alchemical chamber. After navigating several corridors within the chamber, they finally halted before a door. Upon pushing open the stone door, a wave of heat enveloped them. "This furnace is the new one I recently acquired," Gu Lao said with a smile as they entered the chamber. "It is an excellent furnace, crafted from the essence of Wu-Hai mine iron, ensuring an even temperature throughout the interior. The outer wall is made of black ancient bronze, both aesthetically pleasing and effective in retaining heat. A porcelain wood core is ingeniously embedded at the center, further enhancing insulation and heat protection. This furnace, I dare say, is likely beyond the reach of mere wealth," Tang Yin praised. Guming currently finds himself at a loss to articulate his emotions. Before him stands a young man, seemingly in the bloom of youth, yet possessing an unparalleled talent and insight into the art of alchemy. What a pity that his dantian has been destroyed. You possess a keen eye, young brother. This alchemical furnace was meticulously crafted by a master artisan, without any expenditure of silver, though it did require considerable goodwill from the esteemed Dan Fong. With a chuckle, he adds, "I shall not intrude upon your endeavors any further. Simply come to the front hall to find me in 2 hours." With that, Guming says little more, glancing at the medicinal pouch strapped to Tang Yan's back before sealing the stone door. As soon as Guming departs, Tang Yan eagerly approaches the alchemical furnace, feeling the roaring flames within, igniting a long-lost sense of familiarity in his heart. He opens his backpack and selects a dozen varieties of herbs, positioning himself once more before the furnace. Tossing the herbs into the alchemical vessel, he discards the dross while extracting the essence, his movements fluid and practiced, akin to the simplicity of sipping tea or dining. Were Guming to witness this scene, his eyes would likely widen in astonishment. Tang Yin deftly selects, plucks, places, and refines the herbs in a seamless sequence, exhibiting a grace that is unmatched. Once all the ingredients are within the furnace, as he channels his true energy to extract the essence of the herbs, an expression of incredulity crosses his face. Previously unaware of the intricacies of alchemy, he now realizes that having cultivated the supreme alchemical scriptures in this otherworldly realm, his true energy possesses an additional refining capability when applied to the herbs. While the effects of this refinement may not be immediately apparent, as a former 9th-tier alchemist, he is keenly aware that such subtle changes would never escape his discerning gaze. The Supreme Dan Sutra is indeed remarkable. It undoubtedly represents the most extraordinary cultivation method for alchemy. Currently, my cultivation level is merely at the 3rd rank of the Yuan stage. If, in the future, my abilities were to ascend, transforming my vital energy entirely into flames, what wondrous effects might my alchemical endeavors yield? It truly ignites one's anticipation. After a period of introspection, Tang Yin calmed his mind to continue his extraction process. With unwavering focus, Tang Yin meticulously controlled his vital energy, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. As time progressed, the flow of perspiration quickened, soon thoroughly soaking his garments. Fortunately, Tang Yin possessed great fortitude. Had it been anyone else, the struggle to refine a mid-grade pill with only third-rank Yuan stage capabilities would have likely led to surrender. After a considerable duration, when Tang Yin finally opened his eyes, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. By the heavens, I am utterly spent. Wiping away the sweat, he did not linger in repose. He opened the alchemical furnace, and there, in the center, lay 12 emerald green pills, plump and radiant, their rich aroma wafting through the air. A smile broke across Tang Yan's face, glancing at the timer on the wall, which indicated that merely an hour and a half had passed. He marveled at the miraculous nature of the Supreme Dance Sutra, noting how it had accelerated his alchemical process. He retrieved 2 porcelain vials, carefully storing the pills, and took a moment to rest on the ground. His garments, once drenched in sweat, had dried under the warmth of the alchemical furnace. Tang Yin then pushed open the stone door and made his way to the front hall. Meanwhile, Guming, who occupied the front hall, was consumed with a myriad of speculations about Tang Yin, wondering about his origins, his master, and the like. After sitting for over an hour, it suddenly struck him that Tang Yin had returned with a female attendant. Smacking his forehead, he chastised himself for being a fool. Why had he not thought to inquire further? Elder Gu, thank you very much. Just as Guming was about to inquire about Tang Yin's background, a clear and melodious voice suddenly echoed. Looking up, it was indeed Tang Yin, who smiled and said, "Young brother Tang, how did it go?" "I managed to complete it by sheer luck. Thanks to Elder Ge's alchemical furnace." Tang Yin expressed his gratitude, then added with a smile, "I have finished my tasks. And it is time to honor my promise, Elder Gu. Do you have paper and ink?" "Yes, indeed. Are you perhaps intending to write an IOU?" Guming chuckled as he retrieved the paper and ink, making a light-hearted remark. "If Elder Gu does not mind, I certainly shall not," Tang Yin replied with a chuckle, taking the brush and beginning to write on the paper. As the vigorous and graceful calligraphy flowed onto the paper, Guming's eyes brightened with excitement. As an alchemist, possessing fine handwriting is not uncommon, yet Tang Yin's script was vigorous and elegant, exuding a distinct charm. Layers of ice crystals, coral grass, essence of the bright moon, foam of red crab claws, powdered fireball bones, 7 wonders lotus. After Tang Yin fluidly inscribed 51 medicinal ingredients and detailed the refining process, he finally set down the brush. After drying the ink, he pushed the written formula forward, and Elder Gu effortlessly accepted it. Upon scrutinizing the formulas, Guming's hand trembled slightly. As an alchemist, he was well acquainted with the effects of various herbs. The coral grass, foam of red crab claws, and powdered fireball bones on this formula appeared to be nourishing medicinal ingredients, and judging by the complexity of the refinement, it seemed to be a high-grade second-tier formula, though its authenticity remained uncertain. However, with Elder Ge's keen insight, there was a 90% chance that this potion was genuine. "What is this formula? What kind of elixir does it pertain to?" Elder Gu inquired with a hint of confusion. Having previously observed Elder Gu, I noticed a reddish glint in the whites of his eyes, indicative of a somewhat hasty approach to the alchemic path in his youth. It appears there were some errors in his cultivation methods, and he forced a breakthrough when his strength was not yet stable, resulting in a significant accumulation of fiery toxins within his meridians. This alchemic prescription, known as the Frost Fire Purification Pill, can effectively suppress the fiery toxins within Elder Ge's body. With 7 administrations, it should completely eliminate them. This pill is a low-grade, Tier 3 elixir. Though Elder Gu may be unable to concoct it himself, I am confident that someone within the Myriad Elixir Pavilion possesses the skill to do so. If it is inconvenient for Elder Gu, upon my master's return, I will certainly beseech him to assist in refining a batch for you. Though the recompense is modest, it is offered with the utmost sincerity from Tang Yin. Farewell. With a smile, Tang Yin clasped his fist in salute to Guming and turned to depart. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Guming was momentarily stunned. He had indeed been afflicted with fiery toxins, just as Tang Yin had described, due to improper cultivation in his youth. Now, it recurs every 3 months without fail. Each recurrence is akin to having his entire meridian system roasted by fire, a sensation akin to a living hell. He had scoured countless texts for elixirs to alleviate the fiery toxins, only to discover that even the lowest grade was at least Tier 6. He had resigned himself to a life of torment by the fiery toxins, never expecting to stumble upon a curative prescription by mere chance today. If he were to relay this information to headquarters, they would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf. With the fiery toxins purged, his recovery would be imminent. How marvelous! Guming could not recall the last time he had been so elated. He clapped his hands together, nearly shedding tears. Brother Tang, he exclaimed. After calling out twice, he realized Tang Yin had already left. Quickly stowing away the prescription, he hastened outside. Upon seeing Tang Yin emerge safely, Xiao Chui finally felt a sense of relief. Just as the master and servant were about to step out, they were startled by a loud crash as the shop's doors swung open violently, revealing Guming, who rushed out in a state of excitement. The shop assistants and surrounding customers gazed at Guming in astonishment. The usually composed and refined Grand Master Go was displaying an uncharacteristic lack of decorum today. Brother Tang. Wait. Please wait. Guming called out loudly. What? Brother Tang? The patrons inside the shop were left dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The esteemed elder of the Yunqing Miaodong workshop, Guming, who commanded respect even from the city lord, had just referred to a mere youth as brother. Who was this young man? Chapter 11. The alchemical cauldron that steals away Grand Master Go. May I inquire as to the reason for your urgency? Tang Yin asked curiously upon seeing Guming catch up to him. I merely wish to borrow your cauldron, yet you have graciously gifted me a recipe. While this token of gratitude may seem but a trivial piece of paper to you, it is, in truth, a life-saving treasure to me. I am deeply indebted to you for this favor, Guming stated earnestly. Such talent as yours, my dear brother, should not lack a proper alchemical cauldron. I shall bestow upon you one, and I hope you will not refuse it. Guming continued with sincerity. Tang Yin regarded Guming with a thoughtful expression. A cauldron gifted by him would undoubtedly be of high quality. To accept it without hesitation would mean incurring a personal debt, yet he did indeed require a cauldron. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, Grand Master Go, your generosity is overwhelming, and I shall not refuse. Should any troubles arise in the future, I will certainly offer my utmost assistance. With the understanding that his goodwill had been accepted, Guming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He instructed for a carriage to be arranged to transport the cauldron. Casting a glance at the carriage, Tang Yin noticed that atop it lay the very alchemical furnace he had recently utilized. With a simple gesture, he covered it with a cloth, and without pretense, he bid farewell, turning to depart with Xiao Chui. Young master, did the master instruct you to purchase this furnace? Xiao Chui inquired, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Master Ge just mentioned it was a gift for you. How could it possibly be something you bought? Tang Yin corrected her. A gift for you? Xiao Chui's eyes widened again. As the maidservant to the esteemed young master of the Tang family, her exposure to the world far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. The renowned Miaodong workshop was known for its lofty demeanor. She had only heard tales of others currying favor by incessantly presenting gifts to them. How could it be that her young master had not spent a single tael of silver yet managed to bring such a furnace home? Indeed, otherwise, with the scant amount of silver your young master possesses, it would be insufficient even for a subpar furnace, she remarked. As the master and servant conversed, they soon arrived at the grand entrance of the Tang residence. Leading the horse into the courtyard, they had barely taken a few steps when they spotted the elderly Tang patriarch striding toward them, a stormy expression upon his face. Good afternoon, grandfather, Tang Yin greeted with a cheerful smile. Good heavens, the old man retorted angrily, confounded by the rebuke. Tang Yin wondered why his grandfather was reprimanding him when all seemed well. I instructed you to avoid trouble. You just stepped out and already got into a scuffle with that scoundrel from the Lu family. If your Dantian is damaged, and that rascal, a fourth-tier Yuan realm cultivator, injures you, how many lives do you think you can afford to lose? Hearing the elder's admonition, Tang Yin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that his grandfather was indeed concerned for his well-being, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Grandfather, this matter is not my fault. It was that reckless lad Lu Yuan who insisted on challenging me. We had previously agreed that in a fight, there would be no blame for injuries or fatalities. The fact that I did not deliver a fatal blow to him was already a display of mercy. Tang Yin waved his fist, seemingly regretting that he had held back too much. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, the elder Tang was startled. Did this grandson truly wish for Lu Yuan's demise? Thankfully, he refrained from inflicting serious harm today. If he had actually killed Lu Yuan, the relationship between the Tang and Lu families would have been irrevocably severed. For the sake of their reputation, the Lu family would not only seek vengeance, but would also ensure that Tang Yin faced severe consequences. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts to Tang Yin. After all, it was somewhat commendable for his grandson to have bested Lu Yuan so thoroughly. bringing honor to the Tang family. Reflecting on the reports he received about Tang Yan's underhanded tactics during the confrontation, the elder Tang felt a mix of amusement and despair. How had his family, known for their integrity, produced a descendant like Tang Yan who resorted to such deviousness? Very well, be more cautious next time. After all, if your dantian is damaged, you will have no chance against true masters and will only suffer defeat. If you act recklessly again, I shall not hesitate to discipline you. After expressing his frustration, the elder Tang glared fiercely before departing. Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was too preoccupied with anger to inquire about the alchemical furnace, which spared him from having to fabricate an explanation. He quickly summoned a few individuals to move the furnace to the backyard. Once everyone had withdrawn, Tang Yin retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his possession. Gazing at the vibrant green initial spirit pills, without hesitation, he swallowed them whole. The initial spirit pill, a timeless elixir passed down through millennia in the land of Huaxia, has garnered the admiration of countless cultivators over the ages, standing as the quintessential remedy for those in the nascent stages of their practice. Upon consumption, it dissolves effortlessly, leaving a fragrant essence that surges like a torrent into the dantian. Just as Tang Yin prepared to refine and absorb its potency, the earthly transformation cauldron, which had long remained dormant within his dantian, suddenly opened its lid and voraciously consumed the entire essence of the pill, slamming the lid shut with a resounding clang. Despite Tang Yan's fervent efforts, the cauldron remained unmoved, as if oblivious to the occurrence, leaving him bereft of even a fraction of the anticipated medicinal effects. How dare you devour my pill? Tang Yan seethed internally. After exhausting his attempts, the cauldron continued to exhibit no response, plunging him into a state of despair. It was not merely the loss of the pill that troubled him, but the realization that this insatiable cauldron had devoured his elixir, implying that he might be unable to utilize pills for cultivation in the future. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If that were indeed the case, he would rather relinquish the earthly transformation cauldron altogether. Defying the odds, Tang Yin seized another initial spirit pill and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. It melted away instantly, sending another wave of warmth surging into his dantian, prompting the cauldron to open once more and devour the pill entirely. A third pill followed, only to meet the same fate. A fourth pill? Again, it was consumed. You wretched cauldron, why do you feast upon my pills? Tang Yin could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a torrent of invective towards the cauldron. In a fit of exasperation, he retrieved another vial, uncorked it, and, with a single motion, swallowed all 6 pills contained within. The cauldron lid opened once again, yet this time, it only consumed 1 pill. The remaining 5 initial spirit pills suddenly dissolved, releasing a surge of pure vital energy that surged upwards from the dantian, akin to a roaring river rushing towards the meridians. My goodness, why didn't Tia consume more? The explosive energy erupted, leaving Tang Yin overwhelmed with a sense of despair. He hastily focused his breath and concentrated, striving to guide the vital energy to circulate within his body. Although the initial spirit pill is renowned for its gentle effects, this is only valid when consuming a single pill. With 5 pills dissolving simultaneously, under quintupled spiritual power, Tang Yin felt his meridians swelling dramatically. A fiery sensation coursed through his entire being, his eyes turned crimson, and the Supreme Dan Sutra within him operated frantically. His skin flushed red, as if any external force could cause his blood to combust. It's just 5 initial spirit pills. I shall confront this challenge head-on. Resolutely, Tang Yin disregarded the pain in his meridians, guiding the torrential vital energy to circulate around his body's pathways. With a series of muffled pops, the delicate meridians could not withstand the overwhelming spiritual energy, continuously fracturing. As he neared the completion of 1 full circulation, the momentum of this pure energy showed no signs of abating, prompting a sigh from Tang Yin. The already damaged meridians, he feared, could not absorb such immense power. Just as he prepared to guide the vital energy for a second circulation, the previously tranquil celestial cauldron suddenly opened its lid again. A surge of exhilaration filled Tang Yin as he intended to channel all this vital energy into the cauldron, only to be met with an even purer stream of spiritual energy erupting from the cauldron's mouth. Damn it! Tang Yin was taken aback. The energy pathways could barely sustain the previous flow, and now, why unleash such energy at this moment? Chapter 12. A sudden rise in rank. Just as Tang Yin lamented his plight, the surge of spiritual energy that emerged was not as fierce as he had anticipated. Rather, it bore a gentle warmth, leading the way before the originally ferocious true energy. The spiritual essence, emanating from the cauldron, brought a refreshing chill wherever it flowed, mending the fractured meridians. Astonishingly, the energy required no guidance, autonomously circulating through the second cycle of the heavenly path. It was utterly delightful. Yet, before Tang Yin could catch his breath, an overwhelming wave of true energy followed closely, causing the recently healed meridians to rupture once more under the relentless assault of this fierce force. Tang Yin furrowed his brow, nearly crying out in agony. He cursed the cauldron in his heart, while bracing himself against the excruciating sensation of his veins being torn apart anew. After enduring yet another cycle, Tang Yin felt as if he had traversed through a cauldron of boiling oil. The torment of this contrasting experience between ice and fire left him in a state of near desperation. Fortunately, the Tang Yin of today was far removed from the frivolous young master he once was. He had evolved into a bona fide ninth-tier alchemist, having faced countless tribulations throughout his life. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago amidst such pain. Round and round, the meridians oscillated between injury and restoration, and the initially unbearable agony began to lose its tormenting edge. Time slipped away unnoticed, and at last, Tang Yin became fully immersed in his cultivation. When he opened his eyes once more, sunlight streamed through the window. A flash of brilliance flickered in his gaze, and upon sensing the significant amplification of his meridians, Tang Yin's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He had ascended to the 7th tier. From the 3rd tier in a single night. Such a leap of 4 ranks. If others were to learn of this revelation, would they not consider him a monster to be captured? It seemed that such a prodigy had never emerged in the entire Tingxiang kingdom. Not to mention a leap of 4 ranks like Lian Jin. Even 2 consecutive advancements could be deemed a remarkable feat of cultivation. Indeed, vicissitudes are the norm in life, and fortune may reside within misfortune. He had initially anticipated succumbing to cultivation deviation or even exploding from within, but unexpectedly, he not only emerged unscathed but also experienced such significant progress overnight. After a fleeting moment of elation, Tang Yin composed himself. The Tang family was beset on all sides in Yun City, and apart from his grandfather and Uncle Amo, there was a generational gap in the middle ranks, rendering his own situation precarious. At the 7th grade of the Yuan stage, his strength was still too meager. Pushing open the door, Tang Yin stepped outside. The early autumn morning carried a hint of coolness. After walking for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he heard a series of hum and ha sounds. Intrigued, Tang Yin quickened his pace and soon arrived in front of a courtyard, above which a plaque proclaimed martial arts arena in bold characters. This was where the Tang family disciples practiced their skills on a daily basis. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he entered and discovered a considerable number of Tang family martial artists, numbering around 100, engaged in sparring or individual practice. Tang Yin recognized the leading young man as Mo Yanjun, the eldest grandson of Uncle Mo. At 23 years of age, Mo Yanjun had already attained the 2nd grade of the Huang stage, placing him among the top young talents in Yun City, and he held the position of guard captain in the Tang family. Tang Yan's snow-white robe was particularly eye-catching, and his arrival in the martial arts arena immediately drew Mo Yanjun's attention. What was this good-for-nothing doing here? The last time this young master entered the martial arts arena was probably 4 years ago, wasn't it? Following Mo Yanjun's gaze, the others also noticed Tang Yin, their eyes betraying expressions of disdain. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Although Tang Yin holds the title of the young master of the Tang family, his reputation as a wastrel casts a shadow upon the family's honor. The martial practitioners, who revere strength, naturally regard Tang Yin with disdain. Observing the expressions of those around him, Tang Yin smirked without a trace of anger, placing his hands behind his back as he leisurely strolled around the training ground. In an apparent attempt to intimidate him, the individuals who were training suddenly intensified their efforts, creating an even more charged atmosphere. After Tang Yin completed his circuit, Mo Yanjun pretended to just notice the young master and hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Young master, you have arrived. I was so preoccupied that I didn't see you." "Not at all. I'm merely here to observe." Tang Yin gestured dismissively. "Young master, what do you think of our guards training?" Mo Yanjun inquired politely, prompting laughter among the onlookers. They thought to themselves, what does this wastrel know? Just as everyone anticipated flattery from Tang Yin, an exaggerated exclamation pierced the air. "What? You were actually training?" Mo Yanjun, who had also been awaiting compliments, was taken aback by Tang Yan's words and scoffed. "What? Does young Master Tang think we are merely playing games? Are you not playing games?" Tang Yin retorted with surprise. The guards, who had been attentively listening to the young master, now wore expressions of disapproval. "Humph, a wastrel indeed. Without these guards, how could the Tang family command respect and stand among the 4 great families of Yun City?" If young master does not respect us, kindly refrain from entering the training ground in the future. Mo Yanjun stated bluntly. Get out of the training ground. Get out. Get out of the martial arts arena. A chorus of guards roared below. Enough, you cowards. Tang Yin bellowed, and the formidable aura of the once great Dan Emperor surged forth. Mo Yanjun, startled, observed as the entire arena fell silent at Tang Yan's exclamation. Mo Yanjun, as the captain of this martial arts arena, dressed in your glaring white garment. You only noticed me after I circled around you? Is this the level of vigilance expected from the Tang family guards? If a nefarious individual were to infiltrate and glean our family secrets, what repercussions might ensue? Tang Yin pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Yanjun. Mo Yanjun found himself at a loss for words. The young man had articulated his points with sound reasoning. He had previously feigned ignorance, not anticipating that this young man would seize upon his oversight. Tang Yin rummaged through his garments and produced a token, raising it high. Obey my command. Form up. His voice thundered, leaving all members momentarily stunned. What was this young man up to? Mo Yanjun, standing closest, was the first to recognize the insignia, an emblem of the Tang family's core authority. He was taken aback that the old master had indeed entrusted such power to this young man. Why are you dawdling? Form up. Though Mo Yanjun held disdain for Tang Yin, regarding him as a frivolous heir, he remained fiercely loyal to the Tang family. Upon hearing the captain's command, all guards promptly aligned, standing tall and proud, though their gazes towards Tang Yin were laced with derision. Were they to be insulted by the mere status of the young master? Advancing a couple of steps, Tang Yin gestured towards the assembly of guards, proclaiming, You are nothing but a cadre of cowards, a pack of bullies who dare to act with impunity only against someone devoid of cultivation like myself. Why have I not heard you clamoring for the Liu family to vacate Cloud City? You are not merely cowards, but veritable incompetents. Inflamed by Tang Yan's audacious words, the guards' eyes turned crimson, as if on the verge of combustion, their breathing growing labored. Were it not for our constant vigil over the Tang family, would you, the profligate heir, be able to slumber soundly each night? Should the day arrive when the four great families of Cloud City engage in warfare, every single one of you would be doomed to perish. Tang Yan's harangue grew ever more incisive, until finally, one among them could no longer restrain himself. Young Master Tang, by what authority do you deem us incompetent? A robust, swarthy man stepped forward, meeting Tang Yan's gaze with unconcealed defiance. What is your name? Tang Yan inquired. I am Chang Tai. The man responded in a booming voice. When did you join the Tang family? 3 years ago. And what was your strength 3 years ago? Tang Yan pressed. Still at the 9th grade of the Yuan realm. In other words, you have toiled in our training grounds for 3 years. Yet your own strength has not advanced in the slightest? Tang Yan's words cut like blades, relentlessly pressing the man. Well, Chang Tai reflected, realizing that this was indeed the case. He had not considered it before, but Tang Yan's directness was rather humiliating. Seeking to salvage some dignity, Chang Tai retorted, The path of martial cultivation is inherently arduous. Failing to advance is quite normal. How do you train yourself each day? Tang Yan continued his interrogation. Every day at the crack of dawn, I engage in rigorous training, bearing a weight of 300 pounds, while circling the training ground 5 times. Following this, I practice my swordsmanship for 2 hours and spar with a partner for another hour. Speaking of my training, I cannot help but feel a swell of pride as I stand tall. My dedication is no less than that of any other guard. For 3 consecutive years, I have adhered to this routine. Indeed, previously, when you practiced with others, did you hold back, perhaps showing them leniency? Tang Yin inquired further. We are all brothers. After all, and I believed in taking it easy, lest someone be injured. Nonsense. Tang Yin sprang to his feet. If you show him mercy now, when the time comes on the battlefield, who will show him mercy then? If you do not exert your full strength to help him improve, are you truly assisting him or inadvertently harming him? Under the auspices of the Tang family, you receive regular supplies of elixirs and generous salaries, yet your abilities remain stagnant. Hence, I declare you all to be worthless. Utterly worthless. Not only are you ineffectual, but you are also foolish. Naturally, you may resent my words, questioning what right I, a privileged young master, have to speak to you in such a manner. Allow me to clarify my standing. I am the eldest son of the Tang family. Even if I were to do nothing, my grandfather would provide for and protect me. Yet what of you? Most of you hail from ordinary backgrounds, striving to make ends meet. If you do not exert yourselves, you will only receive the bare minimum salary each month, and your families will lead lives of mediocrity. Lacking ample resources to nurture your offspring, should your children turn out to be idle like me, Tang Yin, they will be utterly doomed. Upon hearing these words, the guards of the Tang family felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Despite the harshness of Tang Yan's remarks, they could not deny the truth within them. Although they serve as guards for the Tang family and earn a higher income than the average individual, they can merely ensure that their families live somewhat better than ordinary people. However, the capacity to provide their children with the same resources enjoyed by the clan's offspring remains beyond their reach. Observing the reactions of those around him, Tang Yan secretly rejoiced that they had not become numb to their circumstances. He bellowed with fervor, "I believe there are many among you whose situations mirror that of Chang Tai, with training methods that have remained stagnant. 3 years ago, you bore a weight of 300 jin, and now you still do. Even if granted a century, you shall remain at the Yuan stage, forever barred from the threshold of the Huang stage. I am certain of this because you have grown too comfortable, lacking the courage to strive for martial greatness. Chang Tai, I ask you, what was the weight you first trained with?" Chang Tai felt a wave of regret wash over him, questioning why he had acted impulsively and provoked this ancestral figure. Why could he not simply endure the scolding like everyone else? A little patience would have sufficed. So why did he feel compelled to step forward and embarrass himself? "10 jin," he replied, his tone stripped of its initial bravado. "You progressed from an ordinary individual to the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, increasing your load from 10 jin to 300. Why then? Do you not continue to escalate the difficulty? Why not bear 350 jin daily? If you grow accustomed to that, incrementally increasing to 400 jin, do you not think that in these 3 years, your strength would have ascended to the Huang stage?" Tang Yan pressed. Upon hearing this inquiry, not only the other guards, but even Mo Yanjun began to reflect. It should indeed. Chang Tai confessed, filled with shame. "Realizing your errors and feeling remorse indicates there is hope for you yet. Cloud City is currently fraught with undercurrents. A single spark could ignite a conflict among the prominent families. To survive the battles ahead, you must train relentlessly, becoming formidable enough to overwhelm any adversary. Only then can you ensure your safety, alleviate your family's anxieties, and avoid being scorned as inept by a prodigal like myself." Tang Yan's gaze swept across the assembly, settling upon a section of timber. "What is the weight of this timber?" Tang Yan inquired, directing his question to Mo Yanjun. 120 pounds, he responded. "How far do you estimate I can carry it?" Tang Yan queried. Mo Yanjun furrowed his brow, calculating. "Perhaps less than 100 meters, he ventured. The crowd harbored doubts, considering even 100 meters an overestimation. They questioned whether the habitually pampered young master could even lift it. "Rise." Tang Yan approached, exerting his strength to hoist the timber, and began to move forward. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The onlookers inwardly speculated whether the young Master Tang would falter within 10 meters or concede within 20. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. Tang Yan did not employ any true energy, relying solely on his inherent strength. Fortunately, his body had been tempered by the cauldron of cosmic fortune, rendering him sufficiently robust. Nevertheless, Tang Yan felt his strength rapidly depleting, each step accompanied by tremors and a deluge of perspiration. Initially, the assembly anticipated witnessing Tang Yan's embarrassment. However, as Tang Yan advanced step by step, the mockery in their eyes dissipated, replaced by astonishment, awe, and reverence. By the time Tang Yan had traversed 100 meters, his body was swaying precariously, yet he persisted in moving forward. 101 meters, 102 meters, 103 meters. Finally, at 130 meters, Tang Yan relinquished the wooden stake. Dragging his weary frame, Tang Yan returned to the front of the formation, surveying the assembly. He gasped for breath, stating, "When I surpassed 100 meters, I was in the same state as you are now, believing I had reached my limit. But when I took another step beyond 100 meters, I transcended my current self." A brief silence ensued, followed by a thunderous applause from all the guards. "Perhaps," Tang Yan continued, "you believe that 300 pounds is your limit. But I tell you, human potential is boundless. Only by continuously exploring that potential can you advance." The weakness of his own strength, coupled with the Tang family's position at the bottom of the 4 great families, left Tang Yan with a profound sense of insecurity. At that moment, Tang Yan resolved to forge the Tang family's power, to elevate it into a true great family of Yun City, the foremost family. Having said all this, Tang Yan finally unveiled the incentive. In this world, only by continuously strengthening ourselves can we acquire more. Do not lament your humble origins. If you are not thriving, blame your own lack of effort. As the esteemed heir of the Tang family, I assure everyone present that should anyone succeed in advancing to the yellow rank, their salary will triple from its original amount. From the yellow rank onward, for each tier one ascends, their monthly remuneration will increase by 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, we shall provide a grade 1 elixir each month, contingent upon circumstances. Should anyone attain the 5th tier of the yellow rank, their child shall be granted entry into the Tang family for nurturing from a young age. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the room erupted with fervor, hearts swelling with excitement. Currently, their monthly salaries amount to merely dozens of taels of silver. To think that upon reaching the yellow rank, their compensation could instantly triple. If one were to exert sufficient effort, could it not lead to a more prosperous life for their families and brighter futures for their children? The young master is indeed wise. In that moment, everyone silently cheered from the depths of their hearts. Understanding the age-old truth that no one rises early without the allure of profit, Tang Yan, having lived 2 lifetimes, was well aware of this principle. Witnessing the fervor he had ignited within the crowd, he proclaimed loudly, "Let me reiterate, the Tang family does not harbor incompetence. This initiative comes with its own set of requirements. The training ahead will be arduous. Indeed, it will be exceedingly grueling. Prepare yourselves for a hellish ordeal. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please remain where you are. However, if you aspire to become formidable and are willing to embrace the training, then step forward. I will count 2. Boom. Before Tang Yin could finish his 3 words, a thunderous sound resonated as all the warriors stepped forward in unison, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Tang Yin recognized that his objective had been achieved. He inquired once more, "I ask you one final time, are you prepared for the trials ahead?" "We are ready." With a unified voice that reverberated skyward, 120 individuals responded in unison. A nation has its laws, and an army has its regulations. Henceforth, assemble every morning at the hour of Mao. Those who are tardy shall be expelled. From this moment forward, I shall assume full responsibility for you all. Those who disobey orders shall be expelled. Those whose strength remains below the yellow rank after half a year shall be expelled. Tang Yan's countenance was stern, and his words instilled within the guards a sense of being in the military. "Now, everyone heed my command. Embrace wooden stakes weighing 350 pounds and run 10 laps around the martial arts field in formation. If even one person fails to persevere, everyone's lunch shall be forfeited. If you do not commence running after 10 breaths, everyone's lunch shall be forfeited. Begin." At Tang Yan's decree, everyone acted with alacrity, swiftly securing their wooden stakes, forming ranks, and running around the martial arts field. Aloft, from a distant pavilion, 2 elderly men gazed upon the martial arts field in astonishment. After a long while, Master Tang finally inquired, "Old Mo, examine closely. Is that young man in white my grandson?" Upon hearing Master Tang's words, Mo Bo could not help but smile wryly. "Master, that is indeed the eldest young master." Having received Mo Bo's confirmation, Master Tang's eyes narrowed, and he solemnly asked, "Say, after this scoundrel's instigation, what will become of the strength of my Tang family's guards?" Previously, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Mo Bo merely felt that they were reasonable. But now, after further contemplation, Mo Bo felt nothing but immense trepidation. After half a year, Mo Bo slowly stated, "The Tang family's position as the last among the 4 great families of Yun City will likely be elevated." First, he incited the crowd, deftly drawing everyone's attention solely to himself. Then, he led by example, earning their respect through virtue. Following this, he presented incentives, igniting their fervor. Finally, he established rules, successfully gaining control over this group of guardians. Old Master Tang paced back and forth, meticulously analyzing Tang Yan's actions, and at this point, he was taken aback by the prowess of his extraordinary grandson. With such rigorous training, how could the soldiers not grow strong? Had it been this way all along, the Tang family would not have been subjected to the covetous gazes of other clans. Of course, the greatest astonishment for Tang Ling lay in the transformation of his grandson. This scoundrel, who had previously displayed a lack of ambition, how had he suddenly matured? Unbeknownst to Tang Yan, his every move was closely observed by his grandfather and Mo Bo. At this moment, he was in the training ground, engaging in strenuous exercise. Burdened by a 100-pound sandbag, he diligently performed push-ups. This time, Tang Yan harnessed his true energy. The human true energy is a cyclical process of regeneration. Once depleted, it rejuvenates. Each session of overexertion inevitably leads to a greater resurgence of true energy than before, achieving a beneficial cycle that fosters swifter advancement. Naturally, this approach carries certain drawbacks. Primarily that prolonged excessive training can inflict damage on the body's meridians. However, Tang Yan remained unconcerned, as the elixirs he concocted could completely remedy any issues with his meridians. The group of guardians initially believed Tang Yan was merely indulging a whim, but when he genuinely commenced his training, each of them was left utterly astounded. The young master of their house was undeniably too valiant. Starting from dawn, he had been performing push-ups with 100 pounds of weight on his back. relentlessly completing a full hour. After merely a bit more than half an hour of recuperation, he commenced the second wave of training. How could a scion whose dantian had been crippled accomplish this? Even they, with their current strength of the 9th grade of the elementary stage, would be utterly exhausted after doing push-ups with 100 pounds of weight for an hour, wouldn't they? And Tang Yan's frenzy had completely ignited the courage in the hearts of the Tang family's guards. If a person whose dantian had been destroyed could achieve this, how could they, as martial artists of the 9th grade of the elementary stage, not persevere? For a time, the atmosphere in the Tang family's training ground was unprecedentedly high. As the day waned, Tang Yan dragged his weary body back to his chamber, not rushing to cultivate. Instead, he instructed Xiao Chui to fetch several portions of medicinal herbs from the Tang family's medicine pavilion. Fortunately, the Tang family possessed a considerable estate, with a substantial storage of miscellaneous medicinal materials. This time, Tang Yan needed to concoct a medicinal powder, the meridian tempering powder. Once Xiao Chui brought the medicinal herbs, Tang Yan entered his makeshift alchemy chamber. Skillfully, he sifted and purified the herbs before commencing the alchemy. The meridian tempering powder, a first-grade, low-rank elixir, although not of high grade, seemed to be one of the few elixirs in this world that targeted the restoration and tempering of meridians. After approximately an hour, Tang Yan opened the alchemy furnace, gazing at the pile of powder within. Tang Yan procured a large porcelain vial and collected all of the medicinal powder. Under normal circumstances, Tang Yan would undoubtedly refine elixirs of a higher grade, but Tang Yan had already toiled for an entire day, and the true energy within him had been depleted by 70 or 80%. He could only settle for the second best, refining the meridian tempering powder. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Chui had already followed his instructions and heated a large tub of water. Gazing at a bubbling cauldron of boiling water, Tang Yan poured in a substantial amount of the essence cleansing powder. After a brief moment of hesitation, he leaped into the cauldron. The searing heat enveloped him, and despite Tang Yan's remarkable fortitude, he could not help but cry out in pain. After a while, he finally acclimated to the temperature, closed his eyes, and swallowed a primordial spirit pill. To his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming directly into spiritual energy rather than being absorbed as before. Without a moment's pause for contemplation, Tang Yan seated himself cross-legged and commenced his meditation. During the subsequent period, Tang Yan truly astonished the Tang family guards. Initially perceived as a mere whim, it became evident that the young master was resolutely enduring the ordeal, and astonishingly, his daily training regimen was progressively intensifying. A month later, Tang Yan's prowess had finally ascended to the 8th rank of the Yuan realm. What thrilled him even more was that most of the Tang family guards he had brought along had reached their respective bottlenecks. With the right opportunity, they were likely to break through their current barriers and ascend to the Huang tier. If the Tang family could produce an additional 120 Huang tier guards, their overall strength would undoubtedly rise, no longer languishing at the bottom of the ranks. However, they would not ascend to the pinnacle of power. In the realm of martial arts, the disparity between levels is akin to a vast chasm. Within the Yuan realm, a 4th-rank practitioner could feasibly defeat a 5th-rank counterpart. Yet, for a 1st-rank Huang tier warrior to best a 2nd-rank adversary, the challenge is insurmountable. As one ascends in strength, even the slightest difference creates an immeasurable divide. The number of Huang tier experts among other families likely surpasses that of the Tang family by a considerable margin. It is not that the Tang family offers inadequate treatment. In fact, their provisions for martial artists are notably superior. However, many martial artists perceive the Tang family as being precariously positioned amidst turmoil, leading them to believe that aligning with the Liu family or other powers would be a safer choice. In order to seize this opportunity for promotion among these individuals, Tang Yan first considered the elixirs. The initial spirit pill is particularly suitable for their cultivation. However, producing over 100 pills requires at least 10 batches. Although with Tang's esteemed alchemical skills, he is assured of a 100% success rate, the cost of the necessary herbs for 10 batches is quite substantial. A rough estimate suggests it would require over 10,000 taels of silver, which poses the greatest challenge at present. The reason he refrains from asking his grandfather for funds is due to the significant changes he has recently undergone. Should his grandfather inquire, he would find it difficult to provide a satisfactory explanation. After contemplating for a considerable time without resolution, Tang Yan decided to venture out, hoping for a stroke of luck. After summoning Xiao Chui, Tang Yan donned a white robe and took up a folding fan, and the two of them set forth. Master, the young master has departed. Mo Bo reported to Tang Ling shortly after Tang Yan's exit. Let us go and observe as well, Tang Ling declared as he rose. Hurry, we must disguise ourselves. In less than a quarter of an hour, Two elderly men, dressed inconspicuously, slipped out of the Tang family's rear courtyard. To the untrained eye, they appeared to be mere small merchants. "Master, are you accompanying this time as well?" Mo Bo inquired in a hushed tone. "Humph. That rabble from the Liu family has been keeping watch around my Tang family. It is no guess that it is Liu Yuan seeking revenge for the last incident. However, from this moment forth, let anyone who dares to lay a finger on my grandson beware. I shall ensure his entire family pays the price." Upon hearing the formidable words of old Master Tang, Mo Bo expressed his understanding. Over the course of more than a decade, Tang Yin had proven to be inept and frivolous, leading old Master Tang to relinquish all hopes for the young man. However, to everyone's astonishment, Tang Yin suddenly transformed, displaying a remarkable potential akin to a prodigal son's redemption. This unexpected shift filled old Master Tang with immense joy, instilling a sense of hope for the future. If anyone were to harm Tang Yin now, the old man would undoubtedly be devastated. Based on Mo Bo's understanding of Tang Ling, he knew that even if it meant destruction, the Tang family would rally to avenge their grandson. The only wish now was for no one to foolishly provoke Tang Yin again. Chapter 15. Treasures from Street Stalls. Young master, where are we headed? Xiao Chui inquired with a blink, having observed the differences in her master over the past month. "Who knows? Perhaps we shall wander and see if anyone is captivated by my remarkable charm, offering a few thousand taels of silver," Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Tang Yin's nonsensical remarks, Xiao Chui couldn't help but roll her eyes, pretending she had not heard. Wherever young Master Tang went, a crowd seemed to gather. And after traversing for half an hour, he finally halted, muttering, "It should be appearing soon." With Tang Yan's astute spiritual perception, he could sense the constant presence of followers in his vicinity. It was evident that the only family bold enough to confront the Tang family openly in Yun City was the Liu family. The most likely culprit behind this audacity was Liu Yuan. Suddenly, Tang Yin felt a tremor within the celestial creation cauldron, an artifact that had rarely responded during his month-long rebirth. The first occurrence of action transpired when he transmitted his supreme Danjing, followed by the second, wherein he consumed his initial Lingdan. As for this time, what could be the cause? Tang Yan's gaze, sharp as lightning, swiftly scanned his surroundings, ultimately pausing before an elderly man by the roadside. Affectedly casual, he approached the old man, and within him, the response of the heavenly creation cauldron intensified, vigorously stirring in his Danfu, as if something yearned for its acquisition. At this moment, Tang Yin scrutinized the old man, who appeared to be in his 60s, an ordinary individual, with a stall before him displaying an assortment of herbs. Most of the herbs were quite mundane, with the exception of a rather precious mountain ginseng, aged approximately 30 years. There were also pingu grass, common herbs, zhuanggu grass, common herbs, and hongu, common herbs. After a few steps closer, Tang Yin meticulously examined the herbal offerings on the old man's stall, inspecting each item from beginning to end, yet found nothing particularly noteworthy. Frowning, he approached, while the old man, having seen no customers, suddenly beamed upon the arrival of a finely dressed young gentleman. "Young sir, what herbs do you require? My prices are exceedingly fair, and the herbs were freshly unearthed just days ago, their efficacy undoubtedly abundant." "Old man, are all your herbs laid out on this stall?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's gaze shifted to the old man's bamboo basket. The old man couldn't help but sigh. The implication of this young gentleman's words suggested that he found none of the herbs on display to his liking. With a wry smile, he replied, "All that I can offer is indeed laid out on the stall." Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes brightened. If everything available for sale was on the stall, did that not imply there were still items concealed within the basket? Approaching the stall, Tang Yin lifted the cloth covering the basket, revealing another medicinal herb. Upon recognizing its form, his pupils contracted sharply, and he nearly exclaimed in astonishment. The herb was small, entirely withered and yellow, about the size of a radish. Its roots were sparse and curled, making it appear quite unappealing. Tang Yin recognized it as a Ling vortex fruit, an exceedingly rare herb with highly specific growth requirements. Its primary function is to refine the dantian, enabling it to accommodate more true qi, much like widening the diameter of a cup to increase its capacity. Suppressing his elation at unexpectedly discovering such a treasure, Tang Yin casually inquired, "What is this?" "It's quite unsightly. I unearthed it in the deep mountains, but I must confess my ignorance of its identity," the old man replied honestly. "This young master finds it rather pleasing to the eye. I'll take it home and stew it with an old hen. Perhaps it will make a nourishing tonic." "How much do you want for it, old man?" Tang Yin asked nonchalantly. Hearing Tang Yan's words, the old man waved his hand, saying, "I don't know what it is. Given its appearance, I suspect its medicinal properties have long been lost. If you desire it, Young master, you may have it. Then I thank you, old man. Xiao Chui, pay the man. 100 taels of silver, Tang Yin declared with a wave of his hand. Xiao Chui, hearing this, inwardly sighed at her young master's return to his spendthrift ways. She took a silver note for 100 taels from her pouch and handed it to the old man. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The old man hastily declined. This herb is worth, at most, 1 tael of silver. This young master instructs you to take it, so take it. Enough chatter, Tang Yin said, feigning displeasure. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man was momentarily taken aback, tears brimming in his eyes. He knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, "My grandson is gravely ill, and I am troubled by the lack of funds for his treatment. Young master, your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. If there is ever a way I can assist you in the future, I would not hesitate to offer my frail body. Please, sir, rise quickly. If others see you, they might think the young master is causing trouble for the common folk," Xiao Chui exclaimed, startled, as she hurried to support the old man. At that moment, Tang Yin had no desire to linger. After securing the spirit vortex fruit, the celestial transformation cauldron within his dantian was in a state of utmost excitement, quivering like a hungry infant. Suddenly, Tang Yin had a revelation and hurriedly handed the spirit vortex fruit to Xiao Chui. The cauldron's exuberance reminded him of the last time it had consumed the initial spirit pill. He pondered whether it wished to devour the spirit vortex fruit as well. "Young master, what is this? It looks quite unappealing," Xiao Chui remarked, holding the spirit vortex fruit with a hint of disdain. Indeed, the fruit's appearance was rather unattractive. Tang Yin quickly instructed her with utmost seriousness, "Xiao Chui, this is a precious item. You must handle it with care. If it were to be damaged, it would be a great loss. Hold it properly, and when we return home, I shall reward you with 100 taels of silver." Upon hearing the young master's words, Xiao Chui's face lit up with joy as she cradled the spirit vortex fruit like a treasured egg. Although the young master had been notoriously extravagant over the years, he had always treated her well. However, such generosity was indeed a first. Just as Tang Yin decided to return home, an untimely voice interrupted. "Ah, I thought I recognized someone. It is none other than young Master Tang. Have you forgotten me after more than a month? How could it be? Just a month ago, I defeated you soundly and won 2,000 taels of silver. How could I possibly forget someone who, despite being bested by me, still offered me money?" Tang Yin smiled slyly at the visitors. There were 4 of them. Aside from Lu Yuan, 2 were dressed as bodyguards, and one was a young man clad in a green robe. As Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, he realized that the young man's strength had already reached the first rank of the yellow tier. This individual must be a direct descendant of the Lu family. It seemed Lu Yuan had dressed in a white robe and carried a folding fan this time, perhaps inspired by the last encounter when he saw the young Master Tang wielding his fan with such flair. Although he initially walked with an air of confidence, attempting to exude a refined demeanor, upon hearing Tang Yan's mockery, his breath quickened and his face flushed with anger. In just a few days, how had Tang Yan's words become so sharp? Not a single profane word was uttered, yet Lu Yuan felt profoundly insulted. "You damn!" Lu Yuan began to curse. But Tang Yan interrupted him sharply. "Lower your voice. They say one's character is revealed by the company one keeps. If you speak so loudly, others might mistake us for close acquaintances. If they think I lack refinement like you, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Tang family?" Lu Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found himself unable to utter a single curse. Instead, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and an overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him. Chapter 16. The Revelation of Strength. Now then, if there is nothing else, you should return to your studies. Aimlessly wandering the streets like a good-for-nothing dandy shows a lack of awareness befitting a member of a prominent family. Could it be a failure of upbringing? Tang Yan's seemingly casual remark fell squarely upon the ears of those who were attentive, such as Tang Ling and Mo Bo. The two exchanged astonished glances. On the surface, the lad was merely criticizing Lu Yuan for his lack of upbringing. Yet beneath that facade lay a deeper insinuation, disparaging the Lu family as merely a minor household. "Humph, Tang Yan, weren't you quite formidable last time? Do you dare to compete once more? If I were to lose, I shall present you with an additional 2,000 taels of silver. Should I emerge victorious, you must kneel and bow your head to me. What say you?" Lu Yuan, fighting against the impulse to confront him physically, articulated his intent. "You think 2,000 taels of silver would be enough to provoke me into action? Do you consider my worth so trivial? Begone, I am returning to my residence." Although Tang Yin was in dire need of silver, that young man in the azure robe posed a potential threat. He was unafraid, yet if a conflict were to ensue, the truth of his cultivation would inevitably be revealed. How audacious! Today, we shall compete, whether you like it or not. The young man in the azure robe finally spoke. My lord, that young man in the azure robe is Lu Quan, a member of the Lu family's junior generation, possessing commendable strength. Should we go out and take a look? Mo Bo expressed his concerns. No rush. Let us observe how that lad responds. Old Master Tang waved his hand dismissively. And what if I choose not to compete? Tang Yin asked defiantly. Not compete? The youth regarded Tang Yin with amusement. That is also acceptable, provided you kneel and obediently bow your head 3 times on the ground. And I, Lu Quan, shall allow you to depart. What? Do you still wish to restrict my freedom? This is Yun City, not your Lu family's domain. To impose such limitations upon me, even the lord of the city must grant permission. Does your Lu family wield such power that you disregard the city lord's authority? Tang Yin exclaimed dramatically. Do you intend for the Lu family to usurp the position of the city lord's manor? Previously, Tang Yin had deliberately chosen to traverse areas bustling with people, and the ensuing conflict had already captured the attention of those nearby. Lu Quan, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, felt a jolt of surprise within. This audacious youth dared to utter such provocations. Should this grave accusation take root, even the typically neutral city lord's manor would harbor grievances against the Lu family. You bastard. That old scoundrel Tang Ling has indeed failed to raise a decent offspring, only producing cunning and deceitful wretches. Lu Quan bellowed. The term bastard struck Tang Yin like a dagger, causing his heart to plummet as a cold glint flickered momentarily in the depths of his gaze. In his previous life, he had been orphaned, raised solely by his master. In this life, he remained without parents, and after much hardship, he had finally gained a grandfather. It could be said that familial bonds were Tang Yan's greatest vulnerability. Though only a little over a month had passed since his arrival in this world, he had keenly felt Tang Ling's sincere affection and was gradually coming to accept this grandfather in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Yin had learned to navigate situations with remarkable tact, yet this did not imply that he possessed a gentle temperament. A man of stature must know when to act and when to refrain. Now that Lu Quan had crossed a line, a thread of murderous intent began to weave through his heart. Tang Yin understood well that Lu Yuan had come prepared today. It was evidently impossible for him to depart unscathed. If escape was not an option, then he had no choice but to engage in battle. Hey, Mo Bo, I'm over here. Suddenly, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled as he glanced behind Lu Yuan and the others. Has Mo Bo arrived? Lu Quan and Lu Yuan felt a sinking sensation in their hearts as they turned simultaneously. Fool, Tang Yin muttered under his breath, his body transforming into a streak of lightning as he surged forward with great speed. As I pondered the absence of Mo Bo's Lu Quan, a sudden gust of wind swept through, startling me. Instantly, I recalled the mischief of Tang Yin, who had previously ensnared Lu Yuan in a similar predicament. I swiftly retreated, shielding my dantian with both hands. However, caught off guard, Lu Quan stood no chance against the full force of Tang Yan's assault. The resounding slaps echoed through the air, and Lu Quan felt a sharp sting on his cheek, a sensation laced with humiliation. How could a young master of the Lu family be struck by a scion of Yun City's ruffians? Momentarily dazed, Lu Quan was met with 2 more swift slaps across his face. In the blink of an eye, he had endured 4 strikes. Furious, Lu Quan, a warrior of the yellow rank, finally regained his composure. His eyes burned with rage as he roared and swung his fist towards Tang Yan. The fierce wind from his punch slicing through the air, aimed directly at Tang Yan's chest. How dare you harm my grandson? From a distance, old mister. Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his grandson would provoke such a confrontation. Unleashing his complete strength at the 9th tier of the Xian rank, he charged into the fray like a ferocious tiger. Yet, everything was unfolding too swiftly for Tang Ling to intervene in time. Facing the vengeful blow from a yellow rank warrior, Tang Yin stood resolute, meeting the attack with his own punch. Seeing Tang Yan's audacity to confront him directly, a cruel smile curled upon Lu Quan's lips. You dare to slap me? Today, I will end your life. Despite the murderous intent, Lu Quan was not a fool. He understood that he could not kill Tang Yin outright, lest the Lu family face the full wrath of the Tang clan. Yet this punch carried with it a substantial portion of his strength, and it seemed likely that Tang Yan's arm would be rendered useless. Among the onlookers, some recognized Lu Quan, eagerly anticipating the moment when Tang Yin would be sent flying. Just as Lu Quan's fist was about to descend upon him, Tang Yin inexplicably angled his body slightly to the right. Lu Quan's fist grazed the tip of Tang Yan's nose. What is happening? He actually evaded the blow. All present widened their eyes, seemingly unable to grasp the reality before them. Now it is my turn. Tang Yin flashed a smile at Lu Quan, and the force of his punch abruptly halted. His inner energy surged forth, converging into his fist. and then he struck fiercely at Lu Quan's Dantian. 8th rank of the elemental stage. As Lu Quan felt the overwhelming impact, a chill ran through his heart. Wasn't it said that this brat's Dantian had been destroyed? How could he still possess such strength? Lu Quan, whose earlier vigor had waned, found himself unable to evade. The energy-laden fist struck forcefully against his abdomen. Bang! Lu Quan was immediately sent flying. How could this be possible? Once again, the crowd gaped in astonishment. Only Lu Quan understood that he was not simply knocked away. When Tang Yan's fist connected with his Dantian, a hidden force surged into it. Even if his Dantian was not entirely ruined, it had undoubtedly suffered severe damage. His future cultivation would likely be confined to the 1st rank of the yellow stage. Meanwhile, the enraged Elder Tang gaped in disbelief at his grandson, as if he had witnessed a ghost. This rascal, he can actually harness true energy? And it is indeed the 8th rank of the elemental stage. Having revealed his identity, the Elder Tang was now consumed with a desire to strangle Tang Yin. How could you possess such strength and not inform me? You have caused me unnecessary worry. However, having already emerged, it would be inappropriate for the Elder Tang to retreat. He stormed towards the bewildered Lu Yuan and delivered 3 resounding slaps to his face. My grandson's Dantian has been destroyed, yet you dare bring your companions to bully him? Do you think the Tang family is without protection? With a voice filled with fury, Tang Ling declared, I hereby warn all present. Should anyone dare lay a finger on my grandson, I will spare no effort to annihilate you all. After uttering these ominous words, the Elder Tang seized Tang Yin by the collar and headed towards the Tang family residence. Before departing, he cast a penetrating glance in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 17. The Alchemy Conference. As the Elder Tang's figure receded, the onlookers could not help but twitch their lips in disbelief. How shameless. Your grandson has beaten Lu Quan to the point of spitting blood and has yet to rise. And you dare claim that others are bullying him? If this constitutes bullying, what would it mean if someone truly did harm your grandson? While the city of Yun was abuzz with discussions about this incident, the Elder Tang had already brought Tang Yin back to the family home. Young man, you can cultivate true qi now? In the study, the Elder Tang could no longer contain his excitement and vigorously shook Tang Yin by the shoulders. Faced with the enthusiastic elder, Tang Yin felt overwhelmed. Indeed, had I been unable to cultivate, I might have been killed today. What on earth happened? Wasn't your Dantian destroyed? Tang Ling pressed urgently. Well, Tang Yin stammered. Seeing Tang Yan's apparent reluctance to speak, Old Master Tang suddenly recalled a formidable presence that had unexpectedly manifested over a month ago. That presence had been exceedingly fleeting, and at the time, he had dismissed it as mere illusion, plagued by suspicion for quite some time. Could it be that an otherworldly sage had intervened to save his grandson? Over a month prior, he had encountered an elderly man who claimed a profound connection with him and offered him something to consume, which enabled him to cultivate. The old man had imparted various techniques, yet he preferred solitude, shunning the entanglements of the mortal realm. Hence he requested that Tang Yin refrain from mentioning him. Tang Yin had urged the old man to remain within the family to enjoy a life of luxury, with ample food and drink. But the eccentric old fellow had his own peculiar temperament. After much hesitation, Tang Yin finally fabricated a plausible excuse, expecting his grandfather to press for further details. Old Master Tang unexpectedly delivered a sharp rap to Tang Yan's head. You ungrateful rascal, oblivious to the blessings you possess. That person is of great virtue and reputation, possessing an esteemed character, unwilling to be burdened by worldly trivialities. He healed your Dantian and imparted his teachings. It would suffice if you did not call him your master. Yet you dare refer to him as an old fool? Stunned by his grandfather's reprimand, Tang Yin was left agape. Could it be that his offhand fabrication had been believed? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Ling was grappling with myriad thoughts, and many previously perplexing questions were finally clarified under the guise of Tang Yan's benevolent deceit. It was no wonder he had sensed the aura of a powerful being that day, nor why his grandson was able to cultivate. It was no surprise that he felt his grandson had undergone such a transformation. Now that his master preferred to keep his identity concealed, Tang Yin would safeguard this secret. Tang Ling waved his hand with great authority, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Today, Tang Yin experienced the peculiar sensation of serendipity. This was for the best, as it spared him the trouble of concocting additional excuses. You may leave now, but refrain from venturing out too often. Each time you wish to go out, you must seek my approval. The elder Tang gestured dismissively, and Tang Yin turned to exit. He could now resume his cultivation. But he couldn't help but wonder if the city lord would bring up the incident involving the teasing of his daughter. Standing in the study, gazing out the window at Tang Yan's departing figure, Tang Ling clenched his fist. As long as I draw breath, I shall stand resolutely in your defense. As Tang Yin stepped out of his grandfather's study, a sudden thought of Xiao Chui crossed his mind. His precious spirit whirl fruit remained with her. He pondered whether she had returned with it. Just as he was about to hurriedly seek her out, he heard her calling, "Young master, I'm right here." Upon seeing Xiao Chui cradling the oddly unattractive spirit whirl fruit, Tang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Here, young master." Xiao Chui handed the spirit whirl fruit to Tang Yin, her eyes eagerly fixed upon him. He did not disappoint her, responding with a hearty laugh. "Aren't all my silver notes with you? You may take 100 taels. Thank you, young master." Hearing Tang Yin uphold his promise, Xiao Chui's face lit up with joy. Upon touching the spirit whirl fruit, the alchemical furnace within his dantian stirred once more. Tang Yin hurriedly contemplated the reason behind this unusual reaction. Clutching the spirit whirl fruit as he swiftly made his way to his room. This peculiar fruit seemed to delight him greatly. Indeed, his tastes had become increasingly eccentric of late. After Tang Yin entered his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, filled with curiosity. Could it be that this Dan Ding desires to consume the lingua fruit? However, how should I feed it to you? Must I swallow it first for you to partake? Humans are inherently curious, and curiosity has been known to lead to peril. When Tang Yin directed a wisp of true energy to envelop the lingua fruit, the Dan Ding within his Dan mansion suddenly trembled, a tremendous suction pulling at him, leaving his hand inexplicably empty. What the hell? It really was consumed. Tang Yin could not help but exclaim. He hastily turned his attention inward to his dantian, only to be astonished to discover that he could establish a faint connection with the heavenly creation Ding, allowing him to perceive the conditions within the Ding. At the bottom of the Ding was a swirling mass of chaotic energy, with the lingua fruit firmly rooted within it. Its once withered exterior now shimmering with renewed vitality. Incredible! It has revived? Sensing the vibrant life emanating from the lingua fruit, Tang Yin found it hard to believe. Could it be that the Ding is capable of nurturing medicinal herbs? A glance around revealed a few ordinary herbs, and Tang Yin endeavored to channel his true energy to draw these two herbs inside, yet after a lengthy attempt, the heavenly creation Ding showed no response. Could it be that the Ding requires the herbs to possess a certain worthiness to enter? When he tried to retrieve the lingua fruit, he found it effortlessly achievable. With growing interest, he repeated the process several times until he finally placed the lingua fruit into the Ding. Setting aside his playful curiosity, Tang Yin did not intend to consume the lingua fruit immediately. While swallowing the medicinal herb would undoubtedly yield results, if he could supplement it with other materials to refine a Dan, the benefits would be far greater. Now that his strength had been exposed, it was likely that the incident involving Lin Dongxue would be used by those with ulterior motives to provoke trouble. If indeed someone has fabricated a rumor suggesting that the young master of the Tang family intends to assault Lin Dongxue, and that the city lord's residence, wary of the Tang family's power, refrains from taking action, leaving Tang Yin unpunished, then the reputation of the city lord's residence would undoubtedly suffer. In an effort to restore their honor, the city lord's residence would subsequently seek to trouble me again. Such machinations would undoubtedly be orchestrated by the Liu family, who possess numerous small families in Yun City that are dependent on them. Once the Liu family issues a decree, these families would undoubtedly spread the rumor widely, creating a tempest of gossip throughout the city in no time. Upon meticulously analyzing the implications of revealing one's strength today, Tang Yin swiftly sought a countermeasure. The Tang family now finds itself besieged on all fronts. If they were to cede some of their power to ease relations with the city lord's residence, they would suffer significant damage, and it is likely that the other prominent families would seize the opportunity to take advantage of the Tang family's weakened state. After being eroded by the major families, how much strength would remain for the Tang family to survive in Yun City? To prevent such an occurrence, one must take action against the city lord's residence. As Tang Yin paced within his chamber, a rumor suddenly came to mind. The city lord's wife bears scars on her face due to an illness and has sought medical treatment in vain. She rarely visits the places she once frequented, and when she does, she conceals her face. Although few are privy to this information, the Tang family, being one of the 4 prominent families, can certainly ascertain its validity. Moreover, within Tang Yan's recollection lies a particular elixir known as the Scarless Pill, which is highly suitable for scar removal. Chapter 18. Young Master Tang, please wait. The Scarless Pill is a second-tier low-grade elixir. Such elixirs are not conducive to cultivation and are exceedingly complex to produce, which leads to a scarcity of alchemists willing to concoct them, rendering knowledge of this elixir quite limited among the populace. In a previous life, someone paid a hefty price to procure the formula for this elixir, which I meticulously documented, never anticipating that it would prove useful now. In the Lord's mansion, a tall and robust middle-aged man stood by the window, gazing eastward. That young scion of the Tang family possesses an intact dantian. he remarked, reflecting on the intelligence that had reached him. From what I gather, his cultivation has already reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. This is indeed somewhat unexpected. It appears that Winter Snow was deceived by the Tang family last time. Seated gracefully in a chair was a woman of exquisite form, her face veiled even in the absence of outsiders within the Lord's mansion. Although the enmity between the Lord's mansion and the Tang family has been resolved, the details of that resolution have not been disclosed, leading others to believe that we have simply let the matter slide. It seems someone wishes to exploit this situation once more. Despite Tang Yan's previous intentions towards Winter Snow, he did not lay a finger on her garment. Moreover, during the last incident, Winter Snow represented our Lord's mansion and brought the matter to a conclusion through a poem. Even if rumors swirl, does our Lord's mansion intend to reverse its stance and seek trouble with the Tang family again? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Should we not disclose the outcome of the previous resolution? Suggested the lady of the mansion. That would be ill-advised. A single poem has settled the dispute between the two families. Revealing it now could tarnish Winter Snow's reputation. Let us wait a while longer. If the rumors become too pervasive, we may exert some pressure on the Tang family, the Lord replied, his gaze profound. The Lu family has indeed been rather arrogant of late. Master, Tang Yin seeks an audience, announced a maid, interrupting the discussion of the Lord and his lady. Tang Yin and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, both perceiving the mutual bewilderment in each other's eyes. He came alone? Indeed. What tricks is this lad up to now? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao replied in a low voice. Let him wait for me in the main hall. What business does he have here? The city lord's wife inquired with curiosity. We shall discover that by seeing him, Lin Xiao remarked as he adjusted his attire. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival in the main hall, he found Tang Yin leisurely sipping tea, his posture exceedingly ostentatious, with his legs propped up on the armrest, exuding an air of utmost casualness. Lin Xiao felt a few dark lines form on his forehead. In Yun City, no matter who it was, all visitors to the city lord's residence maintained decorum and caution. When had such audacity become permissible? Just as he was about to express his indignation, Tang Yin, as if just having spotted the city lord, hastily set down his teacup and exclaimed, Ah, city lord, having just arrived at your esteemed residence, I feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to being at home. I lost track of my manners. Please do not take offense, city lord. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but reevaluate the thickness of Tang Yan's skin. What fortitude must one possess to utter such statements? Nevertheless, Lin Xiao chose not to dwell on this triviality and coldly inquired, I have heard that your strength has reached the 8th rank of the Yuan stage? Well, indeed, city lord, your perceptiveness is unparalleled. How astute of you to discern this. Impudent. The last time Dong Shui visited your Tang family, you spun a web of lies, claiming your Dantian was destroyed. Does your Tang family truly believe that the city lord's residence can be so easily deceived? Lin Zhao's eyes widened in fury, and an immense aura suddenly surged forth, the overwhelming pressure of a city lord cascading upon Tang Yin. Tang Yin felt enveloped by an overwhelming aura of danger, and within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. The aura emanating from the city lord was astonishingly formidable. Could it be that the lord was a master of the earth rank? Once revered as a 9th-grade alchemist, admired by countless heroes, he had little fear of imposing presences. He calmly explained, City lord, the Tang family has not deceived Miss Dong Shui. My Dantian has indeed been destroyed. A fact that several renowned physicians in Cloud City can attest to. It was my esteemed master who took pity on me, saving my life and bestowing upon me my current abilities. Your master? A flicker of surprise crossed the city lord's eyes. Tang Yan's Dantian was shattered, and he had privately inquired with several eminent physicians in Cloud City, who confirmed the damage and the impossibility of cultivation. If this young man had no master, how then could his Dantian have healed, allowing him to directly possess the prowess of an 8th-grade Yuan stage? Who in the world could possess such extraordinary abilities to reconstruct a Dantian? Oh, may I inquire about your revered master? Could you possibly introduce us? Lin Xiao feigned calmness as he questioned. My master has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, lacking any titles, and he forbids me from revealing his identity. Moreover, he wanders the world freely, with no fixed abode. Should I encounter him again, I shall certainly request that he pay a visit. Hearing Tang Yan's earnest words, the city lord found himself in a quandary. If Tang Yan indeed had a powerful master backing him, anyone contemplating an affront against the Tang family would need to reconsider their actions carefully. Could it be that this young man had come to deliver a warning, urging him not to provoke the Tang family lightly? With this thought, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. If this were the case, the Tang family had indeed outmaneuvered him. Then, may I ask what brings you here on this occasion? Lin Xiao inquired about the gift. Tang Yin appeared to regard it as a matter of course. A gift? Lin Xiao revealed a peculiar expression. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. Yet it was his first encounter with someone so unabashedly forthright about presenting a gift. You may take your leave, he gestured. Today is not a festive occasion, and there is truly no need for gifts. With that, Lin Xiao waved his hand and turned to escort his guest out. This is a Wuhan pill bestowed upon me by my master. Although it is of low second-tier quality, the formula is seldom known, and its refinement is quite arduous, requiring numerous procedures for success, with a remarkably low success rate. Tang Yin sighed. Since the city lord does not require it, I shall take my leave. A low second-tier quality? The city lord regarded it with disdain. While such a potion is indeed valuable in Yin City, it does not hold the same merit throughout the entirety of Tingxiang Nation. Although he had never heard of the Wuhan pill, the designation of it as low second tier suggested it was not an extraordinary item. At that moment, Lin Xiao began to grasp the purpose of Tang Yan's visit, to present a pill in exchange for a favor. Should rumors arise in Yin City, the city lord's residents would refrain from troubling the Tang family. Though Lin Xiao had no intention of escalating matters over this triviality, it was rather presumptuous to think that a low second-tier pill could manipulate the intentions of the city lord's residents. Bored, the city lord was preparing to return to his wife when he overheard Tang Yin muttering as he neared the exit. My master mentioned that this Wuhan pill can erase any scar without a trace, and it even has beautifying properties. I wonder if that is true. Since the city lord has no need for it, I shall consume it myself when I find the time. The esteemed lord of the city, possessing profound abilities, naturally has keen hearing. The words spoken by Tang Yin reached Lin Xiao's ears with crystal clarity, leaving him momentarily stunned. He recalled that his wife's face bore a scar, and despite his relentless search for a remedy, her sorrow remained unrelieved, masking her grief with forced smiles, which pained him deeply. The miraculous Wuhan pill, its purpose was to remove scars, and without leaving a trace? Why on earth did you not mention this sooner? At that moment, Lin Xiao could no longer contain his excitement, calling out loudly, "Young Master Tang, please wait." Chapter 19. How does young Master Tang feel? Upon hearing the Lord's call, a smile tugged at the corners of Tang Yan's mouth, but it quickly vanished as he feigned curiosity and turned to respond. "Lord, did you call for me?" "Indeed. Come, young Master Tang, let us converse a while longer," Lin Xiao replied, his face alight with joy. "You must be quite busy, my lord. I shall not impose further. Farewell," Tang Yin said, clasping his hands in respect. Lin Xiao, chastising himself for his earlier impatience, disregarded his status and rushed forward to grasp Tang Yan's arm, insisting, "Do not be in haste. Come inside and sit with me for a while." Tang Yan, well aware of the underlying motives, inquired, "Lord, what is it that prompts your invitation? Earlier, you spoke of bringing gifts. As the saying goes, one does not receive rewards without merit. How could I accept your generous offering without cause? I happen to have a pressing need for the Wuhan pill. Name your price." I have long been enamored with Miss Dong Shui. The last time we met, my heart was in disarray, leading to misunderstandings between us. Fortunately, she has not delved deeply into the matter, for which I remain profoundly grateful. Upon hearing that Lady Lin required this elixir, I promptly delivered it, considering it a token of gratitude towards Miss Dong Shui, harboring no ulterior motives. Tang Yin smiled as he retrieved the porcelain vial from his bosom and placed it upon the table. Lin Xiao scrutinized Tang Yin. This young dandy who had lingered in Yun City for over a decade, his conduct today utterly defying Lin Xiao's expectations. A blend of withdrawal and advancement, valor and strategy. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed scions of other prominent families. Lin Xiao understood that accepting this elixir would effectively bind him to the Tang family with a debt of gratitude. Should the elixir prove effective, this debt would be of monumental significance. Each family in Yun City aspired to have others indebted to them, yet he had steadfastly maintained a neutral stance, rarely accruing such obligations. However, for the sake of his lady wife, he found himself compelled to concede. With a soft sigh, Lin Xiao smiled gently. "In that case, I shall graciously accept it." Tang Yin gave it little thought, content as long as the Tang family could avoid repercussions from the city lord's manner. He clasped his fist and stated, "The elixir is to be consumed directly. If Lady Lin possesses cultivation, she may catalyze it herself. Once fully catalyzed, its effects will manifest within 3 hours. I shan't impose further. I take my leave." Lin Xiao made no effort to retain him, his mind preoccupied with his wife as he returned to his residence with the elixir in hand. The city lord was indeed pragmatic. Even a second-tier elixir, regardless of its quality, could fetch a hefty sum of 10,000 taels. Would the city lord not offer some acknowledgement? As Tang Yin exited the city lord's manor, He let out a wry smile, realizing he would need to solicit funds from his grandfather for the creation of the initial spirit elixir. Just as Tang Yin lamented, a carriage came to a halt before the city lord's gate. Tang Yin. A crisp voice echoed as Tang Yin turned around, only to see two graceful figures leap down from the carriage. It was none other than Miss Dong Shui and Miss Wu Xian. What brings you to the lord's residence? Lin Dong Shui inquired, her brow furrowed. The lord has been tirelessly working for our Yun city, and I am deeply moved. Thus I came to pay a visit. Tang Yin replied earnestly. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, both Lin Dong Shui and Wu Xian felt a surge of absurdity. You came to visit the lord? I just stepped out to find Sister Wu Xian, and within the span of less than half an hour, you have already concluded your visit? Lin Dong Shui questioned with wide eyes. The lord is exceedingly busy with affairs of state. I would not dare to impose further, Tang Yin said, eager to divert the conversation. Haha, I shall not detain the two young ladies any longer. Farewell. With that, he turned and hurriedly made his exit. Dong Shui, weren't you seeking sister for guidance on your techniques? I heard a rumor today that the young master of the Tang family has already reached the 8th rank of the elemental stage, perfectly suitable to be your sparring partner. Wu Xian suddenly interjected. Lin Dong Shui's eyes brightened at this revelation, and with a smile, she said, Young Master Tang, please wait. Do enter the residence. There is a matter I would like to discuss. Wu Xian's voice was not lowered, and her words clearly reached Tang Yan's ears, leaving him feeling helpless. Why was this woman persistently creating trouble for him? Nevertheless, he sighed inwardly. Neither the Lord's residence nor the Miao Dan workshop was something he could afford to offend at this moment. He followed the two ladies back into the Lord's residence, where he distinctly felt Wu Xian's curious gaze often resting upon him. Miss Wu Xian, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something amiss with my face? Tang Yin inquired with a smile. I am merely curious. How did you deceive everyone when you claimed your Dantian was destroyed? And how do you possess the strength of an 8th grade Yuan stage? Wu Xian casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feigning nonchalance. The destruction of my Dantian is indeed a fact. I did not deceive the two ladies on that day. It was merely a fortuitous encounter with my esteemed master that allowed me to restore my Dantian and embark on my martial path anew. Tang Yin had invoked the excuse of his master. Lin Dongxue, as the daughter of a city lord, possessed insight and cunning far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Likewise, Wu Xian, as the chief alchemist of the Miao Dan workshop, held a high position and was equally astute. Upon hearing Tang Yin mention his master, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Did this fellow have a powerful figure behind him? Although they were somewhat skeptical of Tang Yan's words, his explanation was quite plausible. Oh, may I inquire as to the identity of your esteemed master? Could you possibly make an introduction? Wu Xian asked with a slight smile. He wanders without a fixed abode. One can only meet him by chance. What a pity. If there is an opportunity, I kindly request that you introduce me. And the Miao Dan workshop will certainly extend a warm welcome. Wu Xian's enchanting gaze stirred the heart. I shall be sure to convey your regards when I next meet my master. The trio walked for approximately a quarter of an hour until they arrived at an elegant dwelling inscribed with the words Dongxue Pavilion, undoubtedly the residence of Lin Dongxue. Sister Wu Xian, I have nearly mastered the graceful sword technique you taught me last time. If you could provide me with a few more pointers, I believe I could perfect it. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Dongxue immediately spoke. Very well, perform it for me, and I shall point out any deficiencies. Wu Xian nodded with a smile. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two women, Tang Yin felt a chill run through him, for martial arts are typically guarded secrets. Yet, to his astonishment, Wu Xian was imparting the Lin Dongshue's sword technique to her. The connection between the city lord's mansion and Miaodan workshop was more intricate than he had initially presumed. Should I perhaps withdraw? Tang Yin feigned a desire to leave. There's no need for that, young Master Tang. Just observe, Wu Xian instructed. Dongxue, please demonstrate at once. All right. Lin Dongxue replied, retrieving a slender sword, delicate as a cicada's wing. Even with Tang Yan's discerning eye, he could not help but exclaim at the beauty of the blade. Watch closely, Lin Dongxue called out, channeling her inner energy and commencing her practice in the center of the courtyard. This sword technique was known as the graceful swordplay, and its movements were as enchanting as its name suggested, appearing graceful and ethereal in Lin Dongxue's execution. As she elegantly unfurled the forms of the technique, Tang Yin nodded in approval. Although this young woman had not fully mastered the set of moves, her proficiency was remarkable. Reaching a higher level of expertise was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Lin Dongxue possessed an exquisite figure, and her supple form, harmonizing with the technique, was truly a sight to behold. Tang Yin found himself captivated, nodding repeatedly, mentally exclaiming how beautiful it was. Soon after, he fell into deep contemplation. To date, He had not diligently practiced a complete martial art form, and should he confront a formidable adversary, his chances of survival would be slim. In his previous life, despite having endured numerous battles, he had devoted most of his efforts to alchemy, neglecting the in-depth study of martial techniques. It was time to dedicate himself to mastering a martial art. Once Lin Dongxue completed her demonstration, she exhaled deeply and looked at Wu Xian with pride, asking, "Sister, how did I perform?" Wu Xuan did not hasten to respond. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Tang Yin as a smile graced her lips. "I noticed that young Master Tang has been nodding continuously. It seems you have discerned something. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yin felt overwhelmed. "I am merely an observer. Why am I being drawn into this?" He hesitated before replying. "Although I couldn't quite identify anything, I sensed it to be quite splendid, truly exceptional. Might I inquire if Miss Wu Xuan has perceived any issues?" Wu Xuan cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yin before answering brightly, "You have indeed been diligent in your practice, and your errors have been rectified. What remains is merely the refinement of your skills. With time, you shall surely achieve mastery. To hasten your progress, continuous sparring is an excellent means of improvement." While Tang Yin found some merit in the first part of Wu Xuan's statement, an ominous feeling grew within him as he listened. Did it truly mean he would have to serve as a sparring partner? Very well, since Miss Wu Xuan has commenced her teachings, I shall take my leave to avoid any suspicion of learning from you. Farewell. Hold on. Just as Tang Yin attempted to make his escape, Lin Dongxue immediately called after him. "What? Does young Master Tang wish to flee? Did you not just agree to be my sparring partner?" "Well, I am merely at the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, while Miss Lin's prowess approaches the Xin stage. Why would I, a mere novice, engage in combat with someone of your caliber?" Tang Yin replied with a frown. "Moreover, I have no inclination for masochism. Why should I become your sparring partner?" At Tang Yan's words, both Lin Dongxue and Wu Xuan were momentarily taken aback. What on earth was wrong with him? How many people in Yun City yearned to be Lin Dongxue's sparring partner? The audacity of this fellow to refuse. Yet, Tang Yan's words do hold merit, leaving the two young ladies momentarily speechless. After a brief deliberation, Wu Xian proposed, "How about this? Young Master Tang can serve as a training partner for Dongxue temporarily, and in return, we shall compensate you with a certain reward. What say you? What amount are we speaking of?" Tang Yan's interest was immediately piqued, revealing his mercenary nature. Observing his reaction, Lin Dongxue let out a cold snort and replied, "Very well. I shall engage you with my strength below the yellow rank. If you can withstand half an hour, I will grant you a mid-grade first-rank elixir. How does that sound? A mid-grade first-rank elixir?" As a master alchemist, Tang Yin was not particularly intrigued by elixirs, shaking his head as he declared, "I have little interest in cultivation, but I am quite fond of silver. Let us make a deal. If I can endure for half an hour or compel you to use your yellow rank strength, you shall pay me 10,000 taels of silver. What do you think?" Upon hearing Tang Yan's proposition, Lin Dongshue's brows furrowed sharply in disdain as she retorted, "You believe you can provoke me to unleash my yellow rank prowess? I accept your challenge, but do not run when the time comes. Let us begin. Wu Xian, might I borrow your sword for a moment?" Tang Yin inquired with a smile. Wu Xian's cheeks flushed slightly at his request, and she unsheathed her sword, tossing it over. "Here, I too wish to observe young Master Tang's swordsmanship." As Tang Yin grasped the sword, he noted its slightly broader blade and substantial weight. Pondering with mild astonishment about Wu Xian's true strength, considering her weapon was heavier than an ordinary sword. "Thank you, Miss Wu," he expressed his gratitude. Yet his mind was occupied with the thought of why he could not have this young lady serve as his training partner as well. The more he contemplated this matter, the more reliable it seemed. Tang Yin felt a surge of joy within, and after a moment's reflection, he resolved to refine the Tang family's martial art, the cloud-flowing sword, with the help of Lin Dongxue. After all, as the sole descendant of the Tang family, it would be a source of shame if he were not proficient in their martial arts. Moreover, in Tang Yan's recollections, the old master of the Tang family had once remarked that the cloud-flowing sword was a commendable technique, albeit lacking in certain aspects, which resulted in its diminished rank. With a sharp memory, Tang Yin recalled the moves of the cloud-flowing sword in his mind. Beware! Lin Dongxue had long harbored the desire to give Tang Yin a good thrashing. With a sharp cry, she brandished her slender sword and charged at him. Sensing the intensity of Lin Dongshue's presence, Tang Yin smiled inwardly, realizing she was only employing the strength of an 8th-tier Yuan rank. He raised his sword to meet her advance. As Tang Yin pondered the vulnerabilities of the cloud-flowing sword, he found himself distracted, struggling to keep up with Lin Dongshue's fierce onslaught. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a vague sense of excitement flickered within him. Such an intense exchange of blows would greatly benefit his efforts to mend the sword techniques. What appeared to be perilous attacks were, in fact, aiding Tang Yen in identifying and addressing his shortcomings. Observing the chaotic state of Tang Yen from the sidelines, Wu Xian's eyes sparkled with amusement, eager to witness his impending misfortune. Yet, as time elapsed, the playful glimmer in Wu Xian's gaze began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of confusion. Tang Yen had been continuously suppressed by Lin Dongxue, barely managing to defend himself. Now, a quarter of an hour had passed. Logically, he should have exhibited clear signs of defeat. Yet, after all this time, how was it possible that his condition remained unchanged from the initial moment? Inside Tang Yan's heart, excitement surged. The cloud flow sword technique was indeed riddled with flaws, many aspects having been altered, and several moves were even missing. Given some time, he could completely rectify this swordsmanship. Soon, Wu Xian's eyelids twitched, her eyes filled with incredulity. She clearly observed that the initially flustered Tang Yen had gradually steadied himself. A bizarre thought arose in Wu Xian's mind. Was Lin Dongxue truly serving as a sparring partner for Tang Yen? In the arena, after such a prolonged struggle without defeating Tang Yen, Lin Dongxue felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her heart growing increasingly anxious. Gritting her silver teeth, she unleashed the full power of her 9th-tier elemental proficiency, and the pressure on Tang Yen abruptly transformed, returning him to a precarious situation reminiscent of the beginning. The disparity between the 9th and 8th tiers was monumental, akin to a chasm. Just as Wu Xian and Lin Dongxue were convinced that Tang Yen would soon succumb, the long sword in Tang Yan's grasp underwent a dramatic shift in momentum. Although he remained at the 8th tier level, the previously unremarkable and awkward techniques became extraordinarily fluid and proficient, with his sword aura intensifying significantly. A quarter of an hour passed, and Tang Yen gradually turned the tide from utter helplessness to mounting counterattacks. Those embroiled in the fray are often bewildered, while onlookers maintain clarity. Wu Xian, observing from the sidelines, bore an expression of grave concern. Having spent several years in Cloud City, she had gained insights into various martial arts. And the swordplay employed by Tang Yen was the signature technique of the Tang family, the Cloud Flow sword. Yet, in both skill and power, it surpassed anything she had witnessed before. Could it be that this young man was not merely practicing the sword technique, but was, in fact, enhancing it? In a fleeting moment, Wu Xian gazed at Tang Yen with a gaze that was notably intricate, a blend of astonishment and a hint of wariness. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had elapsed, and Tang Yen remained unscathed. Lin Dongxue's eyes blazed with fury as she gritted her teeth. This fellow truly was a damper on the mood. Regardless of his strength, he ought to consider the feelings of this young lady. Despite unleashing her full power at the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, she still could not bring him down. Was he deliberately intent on embarrassing her before Sister Wu Xian? This time, one could not entirely blame Tang Yen. Typically, he would have shown Lin Dongxue some semblance of regard. Yet at this moment, he was wholly engrossed in the flowing cloud swordplay. This technique was fluid and natural, akin to flowing water. Compared to the exquisite sword techniques, it was even more graceful and ethereal. However, the flowing cloud swordplay was far more unpretentious and harmonious, reminiscent of the blue sky and drifting white clouds, void of any sharpness, yet capable of striking down foes in silence. As Tang Yen became increasingly immersed in the duel, his moves grew more refined. After parrying a blade that came at him, he unleashed a powerful shout. His sword seemed to transform into a white cloud, penetrating every opening and enveloping Lin Dongxue with overwhelming force. Sensing the formidable momentum of Tang Yan's sword, Lin Dongxue's delicate face hardened, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Even with her strength elevated to the 9th rank of the Yuan stage, facing Tang Yan's swordplay instilled within her an overwhelming sense of impotence. Clenching her silver teeth, Lin Dongxue altered her sword stance, summoning forth an even greater aura. Yellow rank. Wu Xian's gaze fell upon Tang Yen. Although Lin Dongxue's display of yellow rank strength was deemed improper, her heart brimmed with anticipation. Could Tang Yen, at the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, contend with a foe of yellow rank? Chapter 21. Wounded at this moment, Tang Yan's sword momentum was exceptionally exquisite. Within the same rank, he seemed to have no equal. Lin Dongxue was compelled to demonstrate her prowess at the yellow rank. With a single force capable of shattering 100, she believed that her formidable strength would be sufficient to breach Tang Yan's defenses. As Lin Dongxue launched a fierce strike, Tang Yen advanced rather than retreated, his long sword resembling a drifting cloud as it swiftly enveloped Lin Dongxue's delicate blade. The crisp sound of clashing metal resonated in the air. And to the astonishment of the two women, Tang Yan's sword successfully withstood Lin Dongxue's assault and lunged towards her throat. While one force could shatter 100, One deft move could overcome 1,000 pounds. Tang Yan's technique was ageless, his speed astonishing, and the ferocity of his sword was extraordinary. Lin Dongxiu found herself momentarily stunned. Her gaze filled with terror as the sword approached with alarming rapidity. Stop! At the sight of Tang Yan's sword penetrating Lin Dongxiu's defenses, Wu Xian cried out, her voice laced with anger as she attempted to intervene. You have lost. Tang Yan's sword halted just an inch from Lin Dongxiu's throat. And as he prepared to reveal a self-satisfied smile, he suddenly felt an overwhelming gust of wind surge towards him, leaving him shocked and unable to resist as an immense force propelled him backward. Bang! Tang Yan crashed heavily against an ancient cypress tree, its sturdy trunk trembling violently. Spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a torrent of confusion in his mind, thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Tang Yan! Lin Dongxiu exclaimed in alarm, rushing over to check on him. Young Master Tang, are you all right? Surprised that Tang Yan could still hold back in such a state, Wu Xian found herself at a loss for words as she retrieved a pill from her pocket and placed it into Tang Yan's mouth. From the essence of the air, Tang Yan discerned that this pill was a healing elixir, classified as a low-grade second-tier remedy. Before he could swallow it, the previously dormant heavenly creation cauldron suddenly emitted a resonant hum and began to tremble. A refreshing aura surged forth from within the cauldron, swiftly circulating throughout his body, forcibly suppressing the restless energy within him. Although it did not instantaneously heal his internal injuries, it alleviated a significant portion of the damage. Tang Yan, feeling the changes within, was overwhelmed with joy. Could it be that the heavenly creation cauldron autonomously protected its master? Affecting a calm demeanor, he swallowed the pill. Though his brow furrowed and he exhaled deeply, he was fortunate that Wu Xian had not exerted her full strength. Otherwise, had she unleashed her complete power, even 2 lives would not suffice for him. Young Master Tang, I am terribly sorry. Wu Xian glanced at Tang Yan with a hint of guilt, her voice softening. Are you all right? It was you who invited me to practice. Yet now it is you who has been injured by me. It was also you who allowed Lin Dongxiu to elevate her strength to the yellow rank without any intervention. Wu Xian, I require an explanation, Tang Yan stated firmly. Although he understood that Wu Xian merely intended to stop him, the fact that he had been struck and nearly gravely injured without cause left him feeling unjustly wronged. He needed to extract some form of compensation for himself. Faced with Tang Yan's pressing inquiry, Wu Xian momentarily faltered, murmuring, Young Master Tang, I thought you would be unable to control your strength, and in my haste, I lost my grip. In your haste, you flung me away with a single strike? Wu Xian, do you think that I am but a worthless life? Tang Yan demanded, his voice laced with fury. Young Master Tang, Sister Wu Xian did not intend to hurt you. It is too late for words. I shall compensate you, came the response. Lin Dongxiu spoke up to defuse the situation. Do you think that just because I have been injured, I am merely seeking compensation? Tang Yan feigned anger and questioned, then swiftly changed his tone. What do you intend to compensate me with? 3 first-tier middle-grade elixirs and 1 first-tier upper-grade elixir, if it pleases you, Lin Dongxiu stipulated. To an ordinary person, such elixirs would evoke immense excitement. While some families might procure first-tier middle-grade elixirs, the circulation of first-tier upper-grade elixirs in Yun City was exceedingly rare, truly a treasure that was hard to come by. However, Tang Yan was not an ordinary individual. In his previous life, as a 9th-tier alchemist, he regarded not only first-tier but even second-tier and third-tier elixirs as merely worth the cost of the raw materials. Tang Yan pondered his circumstances. He was currently in need of over 10,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, he had just compelled Lin Dongxiu to exert her yellow-tier strength and had engaged in combat with her for nearly an hour. Surely, he could negotiate for a training fee of at least 10,000 taels, right? Given the current precarious state of the Tang family, besieged from all sides, if he could compel Miao Danfang to owe the Tang family a favor once more, it would provide an additional layer of security. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yan feigned weakness and said, since Miss Wu Xuan's actions were unintentional, demanding material compensation would be rather petty of me. Coincidentally, I have some queries regarding martial arts. If Miss Wu Xuan has time in the near future, I would be grateful for her guidance at the Tang residence. The martial prowess Tang Yan had just displayed left Wu Xuan in awe, and she modestly replied, I cannot claim to provide guidance, but I shall certainly visit in a few days to discuss matters with you. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a deeper meaning as she regarded Tang Yan. Though Tang Yan verbally dismissed the matter, Wu Xian understood that as the esteemed chief alchemist of the Miaodong workshop, her visit to the Tang residence would undoubtedly provoke speculation regarding the relationship between the Tang family and Miaodong workshop. This, in turn, might temporarily deter certain ravenous families from harboring ambitions to annex the Tang family. With this in mind, Tang Yin graciously awaited Miss Wu Xian's arrival at home. By the way, Miss Lin, is our previous wager still valid? Tang Yin, preoccupied with thoughts of silver, inquired without delay. Indeed, Lin Dongxue replied, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. The last time she encountered him, he was eloquent and refined. Yet today, he appeared insatiably greedy for wealth. Could it be that the elder Tang still withheld his allowance? With a smile, Tang Yin accepted a banknote of 20,000 taels from Lin Dongxue, his spirits soaring as he pocketed it. In that case, I shall not impose further. I will retire to rest now. With that, he paid no further heed to the two women, staggering toward the exit. Young Master Tang, please wait. I shall have someone escort you home, Lin Dongxue called out. And immediately, a servant led Tang Yin outside. Watching his departing figure, Lin Dongxue pouted, remarking, I wonder what sword technique he employs to be so formidable. Even with my first-tier yellow-grade prowess, I was defeated by him. He is indeed a prodigy. Reflecting on Tang Yan's remarkable martial talent displayed during their sparring session, as well as his meticulous and shrewd dialogue, Wu Xian marveled internally. Is this truly the debauched scion spoken of in rumors? As Tang Yin returned home in the Lord's carriage, he drew the attention of several discerning onlookers. However, the young Master Tang remained indifferent to this matter. Feeling an acute sense of insecurity, he fervently sought to enhance the strength of the Tang clan. Upon returning to his residence, Tang Yin wasted no time. Taking out pen and paper to list the medicinal herbs required, and then instructed Xiao Chui to procure them from the apothecary. In Chapter 22, Fulfilling the Promotion Reward, he discovered that the injuries he sustained had nearly healed, which piqued his interest in the celestial transformation cauldron even further. This enigmatic vessel not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also cultivated spiritual herbs, and now it seemed capable of healing wounds as well. Yet, despite his efforts, Tang Yin could not coax any response from the cauldron, leading him to sigh in frustration. It appeared that unraveling the secrets of the celestial transformation cauldron would require additional time. When Xiao Chui returned with a cart full of medicinal herbs, a glimmer of eagerness illuminated Tang Yan's eyes. He carried all the herbs into the alchemy chamber and immersed himself in the process of refining elixirs. Selecting herbs, refining, extracting, shaping pills, and nurturing them. He executed each step with practiced precision. Once he had successfully concocted a batch of elixirs, he stored them in porcelain vials. As his vital energy waned, he consumed a beginner's spirit pill. Tang Yin repeated this process time and again, and when he finally filled another vial with elixirs, he realized that he had exhausted all the medicinal materials. Just as he contemplated taking a moment to relax, he felt an unusual stirring in his dantian. Tang Yan's expression shifted. This was unmistakably a sign of impending breakthrough. Could it be that through the process of alchemy, he could also ascend in rank? With little time for reflection, he promptly settled into a meditative position, swallowed a beginner's spirit pill, and focused his mind, preparing for cultivation. As time ticked by, the pill melted upon entering his mouth and gradually began to be absorbed within his body. As the circulating true energy grew increasingly robust within the meridians, it finally shattered the barriers after Tang Yin's commanding shout. He ascended to the 9th rank of the Yuan stage. Yet, Tang Yin did not halt there. He discerned that the true energy within him still possessed the vigor to surge forth. Could there be further breakthroughs? After a fleeting moment of distraction, Tang Yin cast aside his wandering thoughts and continued to guide this energy within his body. Having previously experienced consecutive advancements, he was not overly astonished. The true energy, akin to a raging flood, surged forward with relentless force, crashing against the dantian once more. Shortly thereafter, a resounding thud echoed within the dantian, causing Tang Yin's body to tremble as the heavenly creation cauldron within his dantian quaked violently. He sensed a profound transformation occurring within his dantian, as if something were on the verge of erupting forth. Despite Tang Yin's remarkable composure, he felt a tremor of trepidation. What was this strange phenomenon emerging from his dantian? Had his cultivation gone awry, risking a descent into madness? Just as doubts clouded Tang Yin's mind, a ghostly blue flame erupted within the dantian with a resounding crackle. Tang Yin was taken aback. Such an unusual occurrence was beyond his extensive experience, for he had never heard of a dantian igniting. However, after a while, this flickering blue flame merely radiated a gentle warmth. It was only after confirming the absence of further anomalies that he finally felt at ease. The supreme alchemical cannon and fire control technique. The heavenly creation cauldron conveyed another piece of information. Upon scrutinizing this revelation, Tang Yin's eyes gleamed with ecstatic delight. It was indeed the heavenly creation fire. This flame not only significantly enhanced the success rate of alchemical endeavors, but could also be wielded externally as a formidable weapon in his attacks. Emerging from contemplation, Tang Yin focused his thoughts, and a mischievous azure flame danced in the palm of his hand. Eager to ascertain the true potency of this flame, he directed it towards an herbal specimen. Without a sound, the herb evaporated into nothingness in an instant. Astonished by the spectacle before him, Tang Yin gaped in disbelief. Was the power of this flame truly so formidable? Undeterred, he commanded the flame to incinerate another herb, and once again, there was no noise. The herb was reduced to powder in a heartbeat. Tang Yin felt a sudden emptiness in his dantian, causing him to stagger and sit down abruptly. The brief exertion of controlling the fire had drained all of his vital energy. He recognized that the celestial fire possessed immense power, yet it also consumed an exorbitant amount of his qi. Realization dawned upon him that he had already advanced to the first rank of the yellow stage. A flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes as he sensed the state of his dantian. In less than 2 months since his arrival, he had progressed from a destroyed dantian to the yellow stage. Such rapid advancement would surely be met with disbelief if shared. However, Tang Yin felt unsatisfied. Without absolute strength, his fate remained tethered to the whims of the powerful. The dignity of a Dan emperor forbade him from accepting such a predicament. After stretching his limbs and taking a refreshing bath, he donned a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the training grounds. Over the course of a month, the attitude of the Tang family guards towards this once maligned young master had undergone a dramatic transformation. For a month now, Tang Yin has been progressively intensifying his training regimen, which can no longer be described merely as diligent. It has become nothing short of brutal. This relentless pursuit of excellence has left his fellow guards, who once prided themselves on their own efforts, feeling utterly ashamed. Under Tang Yan's inspiration, they too have begun to train with a newfound seriousness, each of them driven by an indomitable spirit, determined not to be outdone by this pampered young master. As Tang Yin approached the training grounds, the guards greeted him with smiles and cheerful hellos. He responded with equal warmth, but his gaze caught sight of a burly man who seemed to hesitate, exhibiting an almost awkward desire to speak. This individual, whom Tang Yin recognized vividly as Chang Tai, had once stood up in defiance during Tang Yin's initial speech. The straightforward man's current demeanor prompted Tang Yin to jest. "Old Tai, why do you look like a bashful maiden, grinning at me in such an unsettling manner? I must inform you, I have no interest in anything that resembles that." It appeared that old Chang harbored such peculiar tastes. No wonder he had gazed at them oddly while they bathed in the river. Indeed, during their last sparring session, he had attempted to touch him in a rather inappropriate manner, clearly teasing him. "Old Chang, you owe me for that," Tang Yin quipped, laughter erupting among the group, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. "Hee, young master, I advanced last night and am now at the first rank of the yellow tier. Do your previous conditions still stand?" Chang Tai rubbed his hands together, grinning foolishly. "Yellow tier, you say?" Tang Yin responded, momentarily taken aback. Before smiling, "Let me see you throw a few punches." "All right," Chang Tai replied enthusiastically, and soon enough, he began to demonstrate a series of punches within the training area. The forceful strike of the fist created a faint protective aura around it, a manifestation of the surging vital energy, an unmistakable sign of entering the yellow rank. "What is your monthly salary?" Tang Yin inquired directly after Chang Tai finished his set of punches. "Everyone's remuneration is the same, 50 taels of silver per month." Chang Tai hastily replied. "Starting this month, Chang Tai's monthly salary shall be 200 taels of silver," Tang Yin announced with a loud voice. "Thank you, young Master Xia. Thank you, young Master Xia," Chang Tai exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Tang Yan's words. Moreover, as the first to reach the yellow rank, an additional reward of 500 taels of silver is bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, the others glared at him with envy, their eyes tinged with jealousy. "Old Chang, you must treat us tonight. Old Chang, it has to be Wanhelu tonight. We won't return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Chang Tai had not anticipated such a reward. 500 taels of silver was sufficient to sustain him for an entire year without food or drink. He grinned broadly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to young Master Xia. "Do not thank me. If you must express gratitude, then let it be to yourself. You reap what you sow. Those who exert effort shall enjoy the fruits of their labor. Continue to strive within the yellow rank for every elevation in strength. Your monthly salary will increase by 100 taels. If you manage to reach the Xian rank, we shall discuss your benefits further," Tang Yin said, patting Chang Tai on the shoulder. "I will certainly work hard," Chang Tai assured, thumping his chest. After encouraging Chang Tai with a pat on the shoulder, Tang Yin discreetly observed the others, who all seemed determined to achieve breakthroughs. He cleared his throat and said, "From now on, Anyone who makes a breakthrough should report directly to team leader Mo Yanjun. Let us focus on training. After dispersing the crowd, Tang Yin was preparing for training when Mo Yanjun approached quietly. Chapter 23, The Lu Family Conspiracy Toward Mo Zhangsen. Tang Yin held a favorable impression and smiled. Brother Mo, you sought me out? In the past, I was blind and showed disrespect to the eldest young master. Only now do I realize how utterly mistaken I was. After a month of interaction, I have come to see that the eldest is superior in every aspect compared to the finest scions of other families. Given time, the foremost youth of Yin City may very well be our Tang family's scion. Mo Yanjun expressed genuine admiration. Brother Mo, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. We are family, after all. Tang Yin gestured dismissively. Mo Yanjun let out a wry smile and said, You rascal. I am contemplating resigning from the position of captain to devote myself to cultivation. Everyone's progress is swift, and they are quite self-motivated, rendering my leadership unnecessary. Moreover, they hold you in high regard. I shall report to the master with complete honesty. Henceforth, you shall be in charge of the guards. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin fell into contemplation. He understood Mo Yanjun's sentiments. Witnessing the rapid advancement of the guards filled him with a sense of pressure. He feared that, over time, others might surpass him, rendering him unworthy of the captaincy. Brother Mo, although your surname is Mo, our fates are inextricably linked. My grandfather regards you as his own. The responsibility of safeguarding the Tang family still requires your strength, Tang Yin stated earnestly. Although I have spent more than a month in the training grounds, I have seldom intervened in your training of the guards, so as not to undermine your authority. In the event that our Tang family faces formidable foes in the future, it would allow you to command the guards more effectively to protect our home. Would it not be better for you to command directly? Mo Yanjun asked, puzzled. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I shall inevitably depart from Yun City in the future. The weight of safeguarding the Tang family rests heavily upon Brother Mo. After a brief pause, Tang Yin produced several jars and stated, These are initial spirit pills, the finest among energy-enhancing elixirs of second-tier quality or below. Distribute one to each person tonight, and by tomorrow, many should ascend to the yellow tier. Mo Yanjun, somewhat taken aback, accepted the pills and stammered, Are they superior to the Gathering Chi pills? Indeed. They surpass the Gathering Chi pills, Tang Yin replied. Keep 3 for yourself. Consume one tonight to experience its benefits. Brother Mo, with your exceptional aptitude, if you push yourself a little harder, reaching the celestial tier is not an impossibility. I understand. Mo Yanjun gazed earnestly at Tang Yin, assuring him, Rest assured. Their eyes met, and Tang Yin smiled, patting Mo Yanjun's shoulder before turning to depart. As he watched Tang Yin's retreating figure, Mo Yanjun found himself lost in thought, pondering who truly was the elder brother. Why did it feel as though that fellow resembled an elder to him? The task of distributing the elixirs to the guards filled Mo Yanjun with profound gratitude. He recognized it as Tang Yin's strategy to win hearts. However, he was not overly concerned with power. His mind replayed Tang Yin's words. With a little self-discipline, attaining the celestial tier was within reach. In the past, Mo Yanjun would have dismissed such notions, yet Chang Tai's recent advancement had instilled great confidence in him. As the captain of the Tang family's military, he was well acquainted with each member. He had thought it would take Chang Tai several years to reach the yellow tier, but after Tang Yan's arrival, in merely a month, Chang Tai had made a breakthrough. Tang Yan's training methods undeniably illuminated a clear path for everyone to cultivate. In the grand hall of the Lu family, the senior members convened, and the atmosphere within the chamber felt rather oppressive. Old Master Lu Wuhui sat at the center and said, Lu Quan, recount today's events in their entirety. My grandson, witnessing the humiliation of Xiao Yuan by Tang Yin, felt compelled to restore our Lu family's honor. However, to my astonishment, even after my elder brother Lu Ji had crippled Tang Yan's Dantian, I found myself in combat with that youth, who surprisingly possessed the strength of an 8th-tier Yuan stage. Lu Quan lamented, I have always taught you that even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. Underestimating an opponent is the greatest cause of failure. Let this be etched in everyone's memory. Lu Wuhui banged the table, his voice echoing with fury, causing an immediate silence to fall over the hall. No one anticipated that the young man had concealed his true abilities so well, even without his Dantian being destroyed. Rumors had circulated that he was merely at the 2nd tier of the Yuan stage. Moreover, when Ji had incapacitated that young man from the Tang family, it had been confirmed by several renowned physicians from Yun City. How could he have possibly restored his Dantian and attained the strength of an 8th-tier Yuan stage? Lu He furrowed his brow as he spoke. As the second strongest of the Lu family and the eldest son of Master Lu, he stood as the heir to the family's leadership. With his words, The previously tense atmosphere in the hall eased somewhat. I surmise that the youth has been diligently cultivating, perhaps employing some secret technique that temporarily allows his dantian to appear damaged, thus evading our scrutiny, Lu Jing, the second elder, remarked. His son, Lu Quan, possessed extraordinary talent, and in due time, he too could have become a formidable figure. The thought of Tang Yin injuring his dantian filled him with seething hatred. It must be said that Tang Yan's sudden surge in power is not a favorable development for our Lu family. If we allow a few more years to pass, should that young man mature, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us. Lu Wuhui took a sip of tea and said with a somber demeanor, moreover, my Lu family has been publicly humiliated by that young man on 2 occasions. It would be best to eliminate him altogether. In 20 days, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the young scions of various prominent families in Yin City would gather at Mingwell Lake to partake in the festivities. If Tang Yin participates in the martial competition, it would be quite exhilarating to take him down amidst the chaos, Lu Er, the second elder, remarked. Your plan is indeed astute, dear brother. Although Tang Yin is a martial artist, he has yet to fully mature in his abilities. Previously, Ji Er publicly humiliated him in front of the city lord's daughter. And that young man must harbor resentment. When the time comes, we can incite a commotion, compelling Tang Yin to challenge Ji Er, who can then conveniently dispose of him. Lu has suggested. Thus, a scheme targeting Tang Yin was quietly brewing within the Lu family. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yin, the intended target, was completely unaware of the plot. Having spent a considerable amount on alchemical materials the previous night, he found his finances dwindling. At that moment, with 3 initial spirit pills in hand, and having altered his appearance, he made his way to the Tianbao auction house. After today, the Tang family would likely see an influx of dozens of yellow-tier martial artists, which would undoubtedly incur substantial monthly expenses. It was imperative that he amassed a certain wealth for the Tang family to ensure its future development. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? An elderly gentleman inquired with a smile as Tang Yin entered the Tianbao auction house. I wish to auction some elixirs. Oh, might I inquire what type of elixirs you intend to auction? What is their grade? The elder explained. Common elixirs of grade 2 or below are not eligible for auction, as they can be easily acquired at Miaodong Workshop. The elder had resided in Cloud City for several years, priding himself on his familiarity with the offspring of various prominent families, even claiming to recognize the dandy from the Tang family upon meeting him. Yet, despite contemplating the members of various clans, he could not fathom the identity of the individual before him, who must surely belong to a lesser lineage. What could a scion of a minor family possibly offer in terms of quality elixirs? The old man could never have anticipated that the youth before him was, in fact, the very dandy he had disparaged, young Master Tang. Chapter 24. A Path to Profit. The initial spirit pill, a mid-tier first-grade elixir. Tang Yin remarked, according to your assertion, such a pill cannot possibly be auctioned. Is that correct? It lacks the requisite merit. The elder waved his hand dismissively, inwardly conceding his expectation of a subpar product. Although this elixir was merely mid-tier first grade, it rivaled the efficacy of an ordinary high-tier first-grade pill. It could significantly enhance one's cultivation and served as a potent aid for martial artists of the Yuan rank. For a 9th-tier Yuan martial artist, there was a 90% chance of breaking through to the Huang rank. What's more, it could be consumed consecutively. Tang Yin continued with a languid tone. I shall refrain from elaborating on its other auxiliary benefits. Would you care to take another look? Apologies. The elder retorted brusquely, unwilling to engage further. You shall regret this. Farewell. Go ahead and boast. The elder scoffed as he observed Tang Yin turn away. If what Tang Yin claimed were true, how could this elixir only be classified as mid-tier first grade? It should be at least low-tier second grade. Truly a connoisseur lacking discernment. Upon exiting, Tang Yin let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with him. The grade of an elixir is determined by a comprehensive evaluation of the difficulty of its refinement and the potency of its effects. The efficacy of the initial spirit pill is not inferior to that of the second-order pills. It is classified by Tang Yin as a mid-tier first-order pill primarily due to the modest martial prowess required for its refinement. Although the process is intricate, a first-order alchemist with solid foundational skills and diligent practice can barely manage to concoct it. Classifying the initial spirit pill as a second-order pill would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, since Tang Yin brought this pill from Huaxia, he possesses the most authority in determining its classification. Unaware of the underlying issues, Tang Yin walked along the path, continuously contemplating alternative avenues for profit. In his previous life, while he spent most of his time operating within the hidden realms, he still encountered elements of modern civilization on Earth. He has some understanding of contemporary commercial practices. Before long, a spark ignited in Tang Yan's eyes as a lucrative long-term plan gradually took shape in his mind. Finding a secluded spot, he hastily applied some facial alterations to revert to his original appearance and then briskly made his way to the Miao Dan workshop. Upon his arrival, the shop assistant promptly recognized Tang Yan. This young man, who commanded great respect even from Master Go, was not someone they could afford to treat casually. "Young Master Tang, please come inside. I will notify Master Go," the assistant greeted warmly. Tang Yan, not one to indulge in pretentiousness, nodded in acknowledgement. As his gaze casually swept across the shop, although there were many patrons present, one woman distinctly captured his attention. She stood approximately 165 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting white garment that accentuated her mature and unique figure. Her flowing hair, reminiscent of ink, casually draped over her shoulders, and her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, sparkled with life, yet bore an icy aloofness that kept others at bay. Compared to Lin Dongxue and Wu Xian, this woman's beauty was equally striking, but her ethereal aura surpassed them. Such a captivating beauty naturally draws the attention of others, and many gazes within the hall frequently linger on this woman. Seemingly accustomed to such scrutiny, she exhibits no discomfort. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Tang Yan squints slightly, a chill coursing through his heart. If one were to judge this woman solely by her appearance, they would undoubtedly be deceived. She stands there quietly, revealing not a trace of her true energy, rendering Tang Yan unable to discern her strength. Yet, an elusive aura of coldness emanates from her, dissuading those nearby. While the others present may struggle to perceive her peculiarity, Tang Yan, with his vast experience in the past life, instinctively assigns her a dangerous label. Despite rummaging through his memories, he cannot identify this woman, suspecting she hails from distant lands. As he passes by her, Tang Yan suddenly crinkles his nose, inhaling sharply. Sensing the presence of an unfamiliar man beside him, the woman furrows her brow and shoots Tang Yan a piercing glance. What an enticing fragrance! Tang Yan mutters under his breath, continuing his forward stride. How wonderful it would be to take her home as a wife. Unaccustomed to such shamelessness, the woman's expression grows even colder. As Tang Yan walks ahead, he feels a chill creeping down his back, and beads of sweat instantly form on his forehead. Affecting an air of calm, he proceeds, and once he senses the fleeting intent to kill dissipate, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. After this brief test, Tang Yan concludes two things. First, that this woman is injured. Second, that even in her wounded state, she is not someone he can provoke. "Brother Tang, you have arrived." As the shopkeeper leads Tang Yan to a guest room, Guming hurriedly approaches to greet him. After a glance at Guming, the crimson glow in his eyes had faded. Tang Yan had gained some insight into the efficiency of Mai Dan Feng. It appeared that third-tier elixirs were indeed of little consequence to them. "Haha, congratulations, Elder Gu," Tang Yan said, cupping his hands in respect. Guming understood his implication and smiled in return, saying, "Thanks to the formula provided by Brother Tang, I must admit, I failed to recognize that you are the esteemed young master renowned throughout Yin City. It turns out that the true prodigy of the younger generation is not from the Liu family, but from the Tang family. Such matters are trivial. All credit goes to my master's guidance," Tang Yan remarked, invoking the name of his mentor as a pretext. "Let us not indulge in pleasantries. What brings you to Mai Dan Feng this time?" Guming inquired with a smile. Recognizing the astuteness of those around him, Tang Yan replied candidly, "I shall not beat around the bush. I am here on my master's instructions to discuss a business proposition with Mai Dan Feng." Guming, intrigued by the prospect of a disciple capable of casually presenting third-tier elixir formulas, eagerly asked, "What business does your esteemed master wish to discuss with us?" "The pulse refinement powder," Tang Yan stated calmly. "When consumed by a Yuan-tier martial artist, it can significantly enhance their meridian quality." "What?" Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Guming sprang up in shock. A formula capable of improving meridian quality was exceedingly rare throughout the alchemical realm. If he could acquire it for the headquarters, it would be a considerable achievement. Tang Yan, caught off guard by Guming's sudden exclamation while sipping tea, was startled, causing him to spill some tea on himself. He helplessly exclaimed, "Elder Gu, please, sit down and let us converse." Realizing he had lost his composure, Guming quickly apologized. "My sincerest apologies. I was overly excited." "Tang Laudi, are you intending to sell the formula for the elixir?" "Indeed, that is my intention," Tang Yan nodded. As an alchemist, Tang Yan was not surprised by Guming's reaction. He held great confidence that he could reap substantial profits this time. This is primarily due to the rarity of elixirs that can enhance one's meridians in this world. Take Yin City for instance. The four prominent families are evenly matched and keep each other in check. However, should one family produce a particularly gifted descendant in a few years. The other three families will inevitably find themselves overshadowed by that lineage. Thus, although this elixir formula is only effective for martial artists at the Yuan level, it is undoubtedly an object of desire for numerous families, great and small. As a member of one of Yun City's 4 illustrious families, Tang Yin was acutely aware of the immense effort that these families invest in nurturing their talented heirs. Once the elixir, known as the Chui Mai San, is unveiled, it will undoubtedly trigger a fierce scramble among the families. Chapter 25. Raking in Millions. How does Tang Laodi plan to collaborate? Guming pondered his words carefully. A profit-sharing partnership, Tang Yin succinctly proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Guming replied softly, as far as I know, the elixirs that can refine meridians are at least of tier 3 quality. I lack the authority to negotiate profit-sharing for high-grade elixirs. I will send a message to headquarters today so that they may discuss this with you. Tang Yin smiled and said, Brother, you worry too much. Your esteemed master will surely consider this. The Chui Mai San is merely a top-tier first-grade elixir. I believe that with Master Ji's expertise, concocting this elixir should pose no challenge, and even other alchemists could manage it. What? A first-grade meridian refining elixir? Guming exclaimed, rising to his feet once more, filled with excitement. Fortunately, having learned from a previous lesson, Tang Yan's hand remained steady as he leisurely sipped his tea, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he regarded Guming. Brother Go, shall we now discuss this transaction in earnest? Indeed, we shall, Guming replied, settling himself down with alacrity. As an alchemist, he was acutely aware of the immense profits that could be derived from such a formula, and he eagerly inquired, my friend, let us dispense with formalities. What terms are required to entrust this formula to my Myriad Elixir Emporium? The rights to utilize the formula shall be sold to the Myriad Elixir Emporium for 1,000,000 taels of silver, Tang Yin proposed, after a moment's calculation. The profits derived from the elixir shall be divided in a ratio of 3 to 7, with the Myriad Elixir Emporium receiving the larger share. 1,000,000 taels of silver might seem considerable, but in comparison to the intrinsic value of the meridian tempering powder, it was but a trifle. And Tang Yin was confident that the Myriad Elixir Emporium would not hesitate to agree. The profit-sharing ratio appears somewhat steep, Guming remarked, furrowing his brow. For an ordinary formula, even a 1/10 share of the profits would be considered exorbitant. Brother Go is undoubtedly aware of the unparalleled value of a meridian tempering elixir. Tang Yin countered. The Myriad Elixir Emporium is not the sole alchemical force in the kingdom of whispering fragrance. Beyond Cloud City, other potential buyers may be found. Moreover, the profit-sharing ratio is negotiable, potentially reaching 50-50, 40-60, or even 30-70, with us, of course, retaining the larger portion. The 3 to 7 split is, firstly, to express gratitude for your generous gift of the cauldron that day, and secondly, to demonstrate our confidence in the Myriad Elixir Emporium's integrity. In other establishments, such a low profit-sharing ratio would be wholly unattainable. Guming, acknowledging the veracity of Tang Yan's words, nodded in agreement. Pray, what are the specific effects of the meridian tempering powder? Here it is, for your perusal, Brother Gu, Tang Yin replied, withdrawing a porcelain vial from his bosom and extending it to Guming. Guming took the porcelain bottle, removed the cork, and extended a wisp of spiritual awareness to probe the contents within. A refreshing and enchanting fragrance wafted forth, invigorating his internal meridians as if a stale cellar had suddenly been filled with fresh air, uplifting his spirits. Just from this aura alone, Guming felt assured of its authenticity. After expressing a brief apology, he proceeded towards the appraisal room. In a mere quarter of an hour, Guming emerged, brimming with excitement. Brother Tang, it is indeed the pulse-refining elixir, Guming exclaimed, his expression radiant with joy, as the effects of the elixir met his expectations perfectly. I would never jest about such matters. Tang Yin chuckled softly in response. I was overly enthusiastic, Guming admitted eagerly. When would it be convenient for us to sign the contract? And when shall I receive the formula? We can sign it now. Once the contract is effective, I shall provide you with the formula, Tang Yin replied without hesitation, making a prompt decision. Excellent. Let us proceed swiftly, Guming urged. As Tang Yin began to draft the agreement, he swiftly borrowed paper and ink, detailing the formula for the pulse-refining elixir along with the intricate steps for its preparation. Hardly had Tang Yin set the pen down when Guming presented the drafted contract before him. Tang Yin meticulously reviewed the stipulations, which clearly outlined the monthly settlements, and nodded in satisfaction before signing and affixing his seal. Guming, in turn, produced the stamp of the Miao Dan workshop and pressed it onto the document, ensuring that his personal seal and fingerprint were also included. Each party retained a copy of the contract. Finally, Gu Ming handed over a substantial stack of gold notes to Tang Yin, solidifying the deal. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The esteemed mentor is truly a remarkable figure. After reviewing the elixir formula, Gu Ming could not help but express his admiration repeatedly. Although it was merely a first-tier potion, the process involved was intricate and exceedingly complex. Each step of the alchemical procedure was methodically interwoven, decisively dispelling the rumor that no divine elixirs could be refined below the third tier. You flatter me. Since this matter is settled, let us wish for a delightful collaboration. Tang Yin and Gu Ming exchanged smiles, both pleased. Brother Tang, should there be any suitable formulas in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to the Miao Dan workshop. I shall ensure to maximize your benefits. Gu Ming added as a reminder. Such formulas are rare and precious, crafted after extensive calculations by our esteemed master. Should there be any other formulas in the future, I will certainly collaborate with Brother Gu. I must take my leave for now. I shall return another day to intrude, Tang Yin said, bowing in farewell. Gu Ming promptly rose to see him off. As Tang Yin and Gu Ming exited, the previously bustling hall fell into an immediate silence. We meet again, Master Gu. The crowd greeted Gu Ming in unison. No need for formality. Please continue with your tasks. I will escort Brother Tang, Gu Ming replied with a nod, disregarding the crowd as he led Tang Yin outside. To Tang Yan's astonishment, the woman in white had not yet departed. Upon seeing Gu Ming, she approached him directly. Her voice icy as she inquired, Are you Gu Ming? Indeed. May I ask who the young lady is? Gu Ming responded coolly, finding himself obstructed and addressed with such a lack of respect. Can you refine a third-tier superior elixir? The woman asked frostily. I apologize. I am but a second-tier alchemist, and am unable to do so, he replied. When questioned publicly about his inability to accomplish certain tasks, Gu Ming found himself increasingly displeased. The third-tier elixir, a treasure worth its weight in gold, was exceedingly rare. He suggested the young lady consider visiting Dongzhou. Excuse me. This woman, quite resolute, turned on her heel and departed from the Miao Dan Fong upon hearing that no one could concoct the elusive elixir. Let young Master Tang have a good laugh. As he watched the woman leave, Gu Ming felt a twinge of melancholy. No matter, Brother Gu shall escort you hence. Do visit my Tang family more often. Tang Yin seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Naturally, I shall pay a visit in a few days, Gu Ming responded with enthusiasm. The Tang family? Those present, upon overhearing their exchange, felt a tremor of curiosity. What connection could there be between Miao Dan Fong and the Tang family? Why did that young man resemble the dandy of the Tang household so closely? Tang Yin, concealing a bundle of gold notes, had initially intended to return directly to the Tang family. However, upon exiting, he noticed the woman in white striding ahead and, driven by curiosity, quietly followed her. This peculiar Tang Yin, unbeknownst to him, had mastered numerous methods of tracking. Amidst the bustling streets, he trailed her for quite some time without her noticing. After half an hour, the woman merely purchased some medicinal herbs before heading towards the city's outskirts. Once beyond the city gates, her pace suddenly quickened. Tang Yin, undeterred, carefully pursued her, channeling his true energy to keep up. Chapter 26, On-the-Spot Command. Thus, after following her for another half hour and having ventured dozens of miles beyond the city, Tang Yin was on the verge of giving up when he suddenly sensed that the target ahead had come to a halt. You've been trailing me stealthily throughout the city for so long. Do you think I'm oblivious? A chilling voice emanated from the woman, sending tremors through Tang Yan's core. What could be the extent of her power that she detected him despite his diligent efforts to conceal his presence? A wry smile playing on his lips, Tang Yin emerged from his hiding place. He. Miss Z is truly formidable. I concealed myself so thoroughly, yet you still discovered me. As Tang Yin stepped forward, a gray blur hurtled into view. Another individual? And of equally unfathomable power. Tang Yan's astonishment deepened. What was happening in this small town of Yunqing? How had two such formidable experts suddenly appeared? Judging by their auras, they were likely at least Earth Realm masters. The gray-robed man was as slender as a bamboo stalk, his appearance unremarkable save for the lecherous glint that occasionally flashed in his eyes, betraying a devious nature. Oh, another one? The gray-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise as Tang Yin appeared. After scrutinizing Tang Yin for a moment, he burst into laughter. So that's why Miss Ziyun dared to show her face despite being afflicted with my fire fiend poison. She brought an accomplice. But this paramour of yours is merely a showy weakling, utterly vulnerable. The woman in white also regarded Tang Yin with astonishment. When had this fellow attached himself to them? How had she failed to notice? Observing their expressions, Tang Yin inwardly despaired. So, neither of them had detected him? He had merely stumbled into their awareness by chance. Ha. I was merely passing by. Please, continue. Tang Yin waved his hands hastily, turning to leave. Trying to leave? Hee, how can we allow that? Having long heard of Miss Ziyun's kind heart, one could hardly expect her to stand idly by in the face of peril. Were you present? Miss Ziyun would surely devote her thoughts to your protection. Yet now, having succumbed to poison, her strength barely matches mine, granting me a greater advantage while you linger here. The man in the gray robe chuckled ominously, unabashedly revealing his sinister intentions. Bai Qing, you are mistaken. This stranger has been trailing me, undoubtedly sharing your ilk. If you wish to slay him, then do so. However, you shall not escape today. I, Ziyun, will stake my life to ensure your demise. The woman in white rebuked fiercely. Let us see. Young one, prepare to meet your end. Bai Qing cackled as he lunged towards Tang Yan. Tang Yan's heart sank in terror. This scoundrel was capable of traversing the air. Such a feat is a hallmark of a celestial realm master. Although his confidence in evading the attack was tenuous, he nonetheless retreated rapidly. How dare you, thief? With a swift flick of her sword, Ziyun too took to the air. Regret washed over Tang Yan. Why had he foolishly followed? These two formidable beings could extinguish his life with the merest flick of a finger. Clang. At the critical moment, the woman in white sword interposed itself before Tang Yan, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief, only to find his back drenched in sweat. Cackling, Bai Qing remarked. Indeed, this boy is your lover. With your life in peril, how can you be so protective of him? His insidious thoughts were laid bare as he launched personal attacks against Ziyun. To dispel the fire poison, you must consummate your bond with him. Why not surrender willingly to me? Once I have dispatched this pretty boy, we shall ascend to the peaks of Mount Wu together. Shameless, even in death. I shall slay you. Compared to Bai Qing, Ziyun possesses a significantly thinner skin. As the two engaged in combat, Tang Yin observed with utmost caution from the sidelines. The man in the gray robe wielded a soft sword, which under his skillful manipulation, danced like a silver serpent, launching intricate and agile assaults upon Ziyun. Although Ziyun's strength was ostensibly superior to Bai Qing's, the latter's incessant verbal jabs and occasional attempts at ambush severely distracted the already injured Ziyun. After a few exchanges, peril loomed thickly. Damn it, I've made no provocation, yet you seek to end my life. An inexhaustible fury surged within Tang Yan. A tiger does not roar, yet you presume me to be on the brink of collapse. Since you are so brazen, allow me to inform you, never underestimate anyone. Tang Yan swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the two fighters. His gaze fixated on Bai Qing's swordplay as he began to meticulously dissect each of his moves. Meanwhile, his mouth did not cease its tirade, vociferously berating. Hey, Bai Qing, your face resembles a shoehorn. It seems your father must have exerted too much force, distorting your visage. Looking like a ghost. Pretending to be human all these years must be exhausting. Huh? What are you staring at? I'm not your father. This barrage of insults, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun, ignited Bai Qing's fury to a boiling point. You little brat, just wait until I carve you up. With all his might, Bai Qing managed to force Ziyun back and bellowed as he charged towards Tang Yan. Tang Yan's eyes remained locked on Bai Qing. Sensing the impending action, he narrowed his gaze and calmly uttered, Miss C, thrust left 3 points with your longsword, with 7 parts strength. This directive pinpointed a vulnerable blind spot that Bai Qing could not guard. The command for the moment had commenced. Tang Yan's lips curled into a cruel smile. Hearing his words, Ziyun instinctively glanced to her left, where she indeed spotted a small, yet glaring flaw. A surge of joy filled her heart as her longsword, like a thunderbolt, whistled through the air towards the opening. In a duel between masters, a slight miscalculation can lead to a catastrophic outcome. Bai Qing, who had been pressing the attack with the upper hand, sensed the immense threat posed by Ziyun's strike and could no longer afford to heed Tang Yan. He hastily turned to defend, shifting from offense to defense. With a rightward thrust, his sword sliced horizontally, targeting her lower ribs with 7/10 of his strength. As Tang Yan's voice resonated once more, Ziyun immediately recognized the designated target. The opening. It remained an opening. Furthermore, due to her previous restraint, the current assault effortlessly connected with her prior attack. The long sword surged forward, releasing a sound akin to the tearing of the air, without a hint of embellishment, directly aiming for Bai Qing's waist. At that moment, Bai Qing, overwhelmed with frustration, spat blood. He had anticipated that the young man would serve as his ally. A burden for Ziyun, but to his astonishment, the situation had rapidly reversed in mere moments. Once he triumphed over Ziyun, he vowed to make the young man suffer a torturous demise. Bai Qing seethed with resentment. Unbeknownst to Tang Yan, Bai Qing's thoughts mirrored his own without allowing Bai Qing a moment to catch his breath. Tang Yan's insistent voice echoed once more. Rotate your body with all your might, utilizing the force of your spin. Strike horizontally at the 9th inch to the right. targeting the upper ribs. After being struck twice at her weaknesses by Tang Yin, Ziyun began to concede to his words. Her body spun mid-air like a wheel, and with the momentum of her rotation, the long sword in her hand surged forth with an overwhelming force towards Bai Qing. Chapter 27. Decisive slaughter. At this moment, Bai Qing felt a wave of frustration, almost to the point of spitting blood. How much better it would have been to let this brat go at that time. The oncoming longsword offered no chance for Bai Qing to reconsider. He could only grit his teeth and muster all his strength to fend off Ziyun's ferocious attack once more. Maintaining the same stance twice in such a short span made it exceedingly difficult for Bai Qing to harness sufficient true energy to withstand Ziyun's strike. Furthermore, this time, Ziyun was employing her full strength combined with the inertia of her rotation. The force compounded upon itself, the momentum intensified. With Ziyun exuding an overwhelming aura and Bai Qing lacking in energy, the outcome was inevitable. Clang! The weapons of the two clashed violently, and Bai Qing let out a muffled grunt as his body staggered back 3 large steps. At that moment, Ziyun completely forgot about the strange poison coursing through her veins, utterly lost in the shock of the encounter. Under the boy's command, she had executed 3 moves. The first move unexpectedly exposed Bai Qing's vulnerabilities, shifting the tide from a purely defensive stance. The second move stabilized the situation, asserting complete dominance. The third move, simple yet brutal, decisively pushed Bai Qing back. Even at her peak, achieving such an effect in 3 moves would have been exceedingly difficult. Was this boy truly just a scion from a small family in Yun City? 3 maneuvers can determine the fate of the world, requiring unparalleled insight, precise judgment, and an unshakable mindset. Foolish girl, what are you dawdling for? Charge forth and sever his head. Tang Yin exclaimed in urgency upon seeing Ziyun frozen in shock. As she snapped back to reality, Ziyun hastily brandished her longsword. Yet, the brief moment of hesitation allowed Bai Qing to prepare his defenses just in time, narrowly evading the strike. With your combat experience, how on earth did you ascend to the heaven stage? Do you not understand the concept of pursuing victory? Tang Yin sighed, rubbing his forehead. However, at this juncture, Bai Qing had already sustained injuries, his strength diminished further. After 2 more commands from Tang Yin, Bai Qing was once again sent reeling by Ziyun's assault. Faced with the prodigious youth, Bai Qing had long abandoned any thoughts of triumph, focusing solely on escaping. Yet, as he regained his bearings, he realized the direction in which he had been flung led directly to the insufferable brat's position, his brow furrowing in realization. You little rascal. You've thwarted my plans. Today, I shall see to your demise. The murderous intent surged within Bai Qing's eyes. Tang Yin, of course, noticed Bai Qing's trajectory and anticipated that he would be propelled towards him. While he was uncertain about the defensive capabilities of a heaven stage expert, he was aware that the earth and heaven transformation fire within him could incinerate all. Ignoring Bai Qing's menacing glare, Tang Yan's true qi surged wildly within his dantian, rapidly coalescing in his palm. A wisp of azure flame erupted with a sharp crack, swiftly targeting Bai Qing's throat. There was scarcely a cry of despair. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared in Bai Qing's neck, severing his breath. However, the unwillingness in Bai Qing's eyes would likely remain unfulfilled for eternity. As Ziyun witnessed Bai Qing soaring towards Tang Yin, a sense of foreboding gripped her, prompting her to hasten to his aid. Upon reaching Tang Yin's side, she was struck by the grim realization that Bai Qing had already succumbed to death. Did you kill him? Ziyun gazed at Tang Yin in shock. He was intent on taking my life. It was an unfortunate accident, Tang Yin replied, blinking innocently. Observing the nonchalance with which he regarded the act of murder, Ziyun found herself increasingly astonished by this youth. The first time she encountered him, he had been sniffing around her, expressing a desire to take her home as his bride. Initially, she believed him to be a mere libertine and had nearly taken his life in a fit of anger. Who could have imagined that he possessed such extraordinary talent? Alas, his strength appeared somewhat lacking. The aura he had just displayed seemed barely sufficient to reach the Huang level. How then had he managed to slay Bai Qing? Overcome by curiosity, Ziyun glanced at Bai Qing's lifeless form and noted the grievous wound across his neck, sending a chill through her. How did you manage to kill him? Was your protective treasure ineffective? You could have delivered a strike earlier, rather than waste my precious item. Do you have any idea how valuable it is? Tang Yin feigned sorrow as he caressed his neck, as though the treasure still hung there. Ziyun suddenly understood it was a disposable protective artifact, which explained how he was able to breach the defenses of a celestial stage expert. With the treasure gone, she contemplated whether he possessed any valuable items on him to at least compensate for her loss. As Tang Yin rummaged through Bai Qing's belongings, he indeed discovered a treasure trove. In addition to several stacks of banknotes, he also found 2 third-tier medicinal pills. Although Tang Yin had little interest in elixirs, The one he encountered happened to be the Yuan growth pill, capable of enhancing strength, making it perfect for his grandfather. After finally stowing away the long sword from Bai Qing, Tang Yin stood up, clapping his hands, and muttered, "How impoverished, just this meager trinket." Ziyun observed the individual before her, who had just moments ago commanded her in battle with such vigor and grace, now appeared to have undergone a complete transformation in demeanor. Wait a moment. What had he called her when instructing her to wield the sword? Silly girl? How dare anyone refer to her, the illustrious third miss of Zizhu City, surrounded by countless adulations, in such a manner? Young man, what did you just call me? Ziyun inquired, her eyes wide with indignation. I called you Miss C. Tang Yin replied, blinking innocently. Is that all? 2 syllables, have you forgotten? Ziyun prompted. No, that was all. I didn't address you with anything else. Tang Yin thought to himself, adding silently, that was an insult, not a name. Who did you call silly girl previously? Just as Ziyun was about to express her anger, she suddenly felt a wave of heat in her dantian. Her vital energy could no longer coalesce, and her gaze became increasingly hazy as she looked at Tang Yin, who appeared to be slightly out of focus. After being suppressed for 3 days, she finally found herself unable to contain the fire poison any longer. Of course, she had not anticipated that once the fire poison was unleashed, its potency would be so overwhelmingly fierce. At this moment, as she gazed at Tang Yin, an inexplicable sense of helplessness enveloped her. With her last vestige of consciousness, Ziyun leaned closer to Tang Yin, pleading softly, in my life, then return my body to Zizhu City. Do not violate me, otherwise I shall have no mercy upon your awakening. After uttering her final words, she could no longer contain herself and lunged towards Tang Yin, akin to an octopus in its fervor. Inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, Tang Yin felt his senses stir, and as he perceived the growing warmth of the enchanting woman, he sighed inwardly. With a swift motion, he struck her, rendering her unconscious. Realizing that her body was becoming increasingly feverish, Tang Yin understood that if he did not act swiftly, it would severely impede her future cultivation, even leading to her demise. What a bother! Suppressing his own urges, he lifted Ziyun and hurried towards the city. When Ziyun awoke, she found herself lying on a bed. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the room, though modest in size, was elegantly arranged with high-quality furnishings, far from that of an ordinary household. Attempting to summon her inner energy, she discovered her dantian to be utterly barren. Glancing down at herself, she initially felt relieved to find she was still clothed, only to be jolted by the realization that these were not her original garments. Chapter 28. Universal Ascension. Do not be alarmed, nor should you attempt to cultivate your inner energy. The fire poison has been neutralized, albeit not in the manner you might expect. Your attire has been changed, courtesy of my maid. In a few days, I shall concoct some elixirs to aid in your recovery, a gentle voice resonated. Ziyun looked up to see the youth she had encountered earlier. How did you manage to cure the poison? Ziyun inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. Why should I divulge that information to you? He retorted. Just remember that you were not violated. If you doubt it, you can ascertain it for yourself. Tang Yin shrugged and continued. I know you're about to say that if I don't tell you, you'll kill me, but your dantian is currently unable to utilize true qi, so you're no match for me. Of course, don't resort to threats of suicide. I won't fall for that. Hearing Tang Yin's brazen words, Ziyun was infuriated. However, realizing that she genuinely felt no discomfort, the anxiety in her heart eased slightly. She glared at Tang Yin and said, I trust you wouldn't dare. If I ever discover that you did anything to me, I won't let you off. Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Tang Yin retorted with dissatisfaction. Firstly, I saved you. If you don't trust me, you're welcome to end your own life. Secondly, don't try to coerce me. If you displease me, I'll expel you from my home. Being so beautiful and defenseless, if you were to be violated by some local ruffian, don't blame me. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Ziyun's face puffed up with anger. But she wisely kept her mouth shut, instead cursing Tang Yin 10,000 times over in her heart. Seeing that Ziyun was no longer speaking, Tang Yin said, Stay in the Tang family for these days. Once your strength is restored, you're free to leave or stay as you please. I'm going to practice my cultivation. With that, Tang Yin left the room. Watching his retreating figure, Ziyun was left alone in the room, lost in thought. Could it be that there really exists a person of unwavering virtue like Lu Xiaohui in this world? The smile on the face of the Tang family patriarch has undeniably grown more frequent recently. His son's disappearance years ago and his grandson's persistent mediocrity had caused Tang Ling great heartache, as the Tang family seemed to have no successor. Later, when Tang Yan's dantian was rendered useless, it shattered the hopes of the esteemed elder Tang, who could only wish to devote his entire strength to safeguarding his grandson's peace for a lifetime. However, Fate took a fortuitous turn for Tang Yen, as he found a mysterious master who not only restored his dantian, but also elevated his strength to the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. This newfound hope invigorated Elder Tang, making him feel rejuvenated by decades. The bonsais, neglected for years, were now tenderly pruned each day. Master, master. Just as Elder Tang was tending to an orchid in his study, Mo Bo rushed in, urgency written all over his face. Understanding the temperament of this old friend, Elder Tang knew that such recklessness indicated something of great importance. Calm down, calm down. What has happened? Has that rascal Tang Yen caused trouble again? No, no, Mo Bo exclaimed, his weathered face alight with excitement. The young master has not caused trouble. He has accomplished something. Accomplished what? Elder Tang inquired, his concerns easing at the revelation. Do you remember when the eldest young master reprimanded the guards at the training ground and took charge of their training? Mo Bo asked mysteriously. Spare me the suspense. What happened with the guards? Elder Tang pressed. All 120 guards have, today, broken through their previous limitations and ascended to the 1st rank of the yellow stage. Mo Bo declared jubilantly. Oh, how trivial. Advancing is quite normal, isn't it? Reward those who have advanced and encourage them well. The venerable Tang, in a fit of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his entire body to stiffen. With a swift motion, he seized Mo Bo and bellowed, What did you just say? 120 guards. All at the 1st rank of the yellow tier? Is this true? Cough, cough. My lord, please remain calm. Let us speak slowly, Mo Bo replied. I heard it from that lad Yen Jun, and in my eagerness, I rushed here to report. I cannot ascertain the truth of it. After being led around by Tang Ling for quite some time, Mo Bo felt as if his aging bones might crumble. Let us go. Enough of this chatter. We must see for ourselves at the training ground. The old gentleman pulled his companion's hand and hurried towards the exit. Yen Jun was known for his integrity and had never been ambiguous regarding significant matters. Thus, Tang was already inclined to believe him. Yet, the notion of 120 guards all reaching the yellow tier was a prospect he had never dared to envision. The 2 elderly men hastily made their way to the training ground, and before they even entered, they could sense the concentrated aura emanating from within. Tang Ling and Mo Bo exchanged astonished glances. Both had already stepped into the profound tier and were acutely aware of the shifts in external energies. The numerous presences inside exuded unmistakably yellow tier energy. Suppressing their astonishment, Tang Ling took a deep breath and pushed open the grand door of the training ground. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, Mo Bo. Upon seeing the 2 elders enter, the guards all saluted in unison. Tang Ling, smiling, nodded at the crowd and inquired loudly. I have heard that everyone has made progress in their cultivation. In response to the Lord's inquiry, the Tang family soldiers proclaimed, all 120 members have ascended to the 1st rank of the yellow tier. At this moment, Mo Yanjun hurried over, his expression somewhat agitated. He turned and shouted, Form ranks. In an instant, 120 individuals stood tall and proud in the open space, perfectly aligned, exuding an impressive aura. On my command, execute a set of Tang family fist. Mo Yanjun bellowed, Prepare. Begin. With a resounding cry, the group swiftly unleashed their Tang family fist. The 120 yellow tier warriors concentrated their energy in unison, creating a whirlwind of vigor that was truly astonishing. Old Master Tang was already rendered speechless, his gaze sweeping over each individual. This one is yellow tier, so is this one, and this one too, all yellow tier. After meticulously assessing the entire cohort of 120 Tang family soldiers, his eyes glazed over as if he were caught in a dream. Mo Bo was not faring much better. Hearing Mo Yanjun's report in the morning was one thing, but witnessing the spectacle of 120 yellow tier warriors before his very eyes left him equally astonished and unable to articulate his feelings. Indeed, indeed, old Master Tang exclaimed repeatedly, for he was a man seasoned by life's tempests. He struggled to contain the overwhelming joy and shock swelling within him. Tang Ling called over Mo Yanjun and quietly inquired, Yanjun, how did these guards enhance their strength? Old Master Tang, having managed to establish himself within the 4 prominent families of Yin City, was no fool. Discovering that over 100 individuals had ascended to the yellow tier overnight defied logic and suggested they had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Yanjun, do enlighten us about this matter. Mo Bo urged from the side. Chapter 29. Supreme 6 Styles much obliged to the young master. He bestowed upon me yesterday over 100 elixirs, which I distributed among the guards. He claimed these pills were among the most exceptional spiritual medicines within the 2nd tier. Initially, I was skeptical, but in a single night, everyone achieved a breakthrough. I myself transcended my previous limitations and attained the 4th grade of the Yellow Realm, Mo Yanjun expressed with fervent excitement. Over 100 elixirs enabling everyone to ascend to the Yellow Realm. The venerable Master Tang was astounded. To possess such medicinal efficacy, they must be at least of the middle second tier or higher. A single elixir of this caliber would command a market price of at least 40 to 50,000 taels of silver. Over 100 of them would amount to millions of taels. Even the Tang family would hesitate to expend such a sum. Tang Yan, whose allowance I curtailed, could not possibly have procured such a lavish expenditure. In an instant, Master Tang's thoughts reverted to Tang Yan's enigmatic mentor. Master, according to the young master's previous calculations, the monthly expenditure for the salaries of these 120 individuals amounts to 24,000 taels of silver, Mo Yanjun remarked with concern. Master Tang distinctly recalled the incentive schemes Tang Yin had articulated when encouraging the guards. At the time, he presumed it would take years for these individuals to advance, and he was not concerned. Now he realized his misjudgment. An additional 20,000 taels of silver in monthly expenses is a burden the Tang family can presently bear. However, in the future, when these individual strength advances to the second, third, and fourth grades of the Yellow Realm, or even to the Profound Realm, would the Tang family's daily expenditures not reach a terrifying magnitude? However, the venerable Master Tang would never complain about having an abundance of skilled warriors within the Tang clan. On the contrary, he eagerly wished for each of his guards to possess the prowess of celestial experts. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "These matters are of no concern. With such guardians at our side, the Tang family shall remain invincible and amass even greater wealth." He instructed that the reward schemes devised by Xiao Yin be executed as planned. After lingering in the training grounds for another half hour, Master Tang ambled out, hands clasped behind his back. His emotions were beyond articulation, yet he walked with a buoyancy that suggested he was soaring through the air. 100 yellow-tier warriors. How much combat strength had the Tang family gained overnight? Lost in his reverie, Master Tang raised his gaze and realized that he was inadvertently headed towards his grandson's residence. Acknowledging that he had not conversed with his grandson in some time, he promptly made his way to Tang Yan's courtyard. In Tang Yan's modest abode, Xiao Chui and Zi Yun sat on 2 wicker chairs, engaged in light conversation while observing Tang Yan's training. Zi Yun, inherently beautiful and possessing an extraordinary aura, emanated an air of nobility that made Xiao Chui initially feel rather reserved. However, Zi Yun's gentle and amiable manner soon bridged the gap between them. In the realm of women's discourse, a single prompt can unleash an endless torrent of conversation. Before long, Zi Yun had gleaned a considerable amount about Tang Yan's background. Yet, with each revelation regarding Tang Yan's past, Zi Yun's brow furrowed deeper. Although she had only met him yesterday, his decisive and precise command in battle indicated a level of skill that could not be attained without rigorous study and dedication. In contrast, Xiao Chui's depiction of young Master Tang portrayed a roguish figure, a Inuel whose character had only recently seen a transformation. As the cherished daughter of Zizhu City, Ziyun possessed an extraordinary ability to read the emotions and intentions of those around her. She was certain that Chuier, with her naive and unpretentious demeanor, spoke nothing but the truth. This realization only deepened Ziyun's curiosity about Tang Yan. What manner of enigma was he, capable of deceiving even a maid who had served him for over a decade? Ziyun's gaze lingered on Tang Yan, who was currently in the courtyard, practicing 6 peculiar movements. Each motion was expansive and discordant, leading Ziyun to wonder if Tang Yan exerted any more force, he might contort his body into a pretzel. The 6 techniques were not only bizarre in form but also interconnected. Upon completing the 6th move, he would seamlessly return to the initial position, thus perpetually cycling through these actions. Though Ziyun considered herself a celestial tier martial artist, she found it surprisingly challenging to replicate Tang Yan's fluidity in those movements. What were these 6 techniques? Tang Yan, however, remained oblivious to Ziyun's musings. These 6 movements were the culmination of his life's work, known as the ultimate 6 forms. Each technique represented the utmost limits of human endurance, tapping into the vast potential within. To maintain a technique at its peak without inflicting harm upon oneself required the application of numerous principles. Each execution demanded an exhaustive effort. In just half an hour, Tang Yan could deplete all his internal energy. At this juncture, he would consume a pill to restore himself to peak condition. The cycle of his internal energy fluctuating from empty to full facilitated rapid advancement in his cultivation. Though this technique is indeed remarkable, very few are capable of persevering through its demands, and even fewer can master it. Moreover, such a valuable skill is unlikely to be easily shared by Tang Yan. Exhausted, he finally ceased his practice after depleting his internal energy 3 times, his garments thoroughly drenched in sweat. "Please step aside," I require a bath and a change of clothes, Tang Yin declared, gesturing towards the two women at the door. Can't you change inside? Ziyin shot him a disdainful glance. The cold water is right here. I can rinse off and change in no time. Besides, this is my home, so you ought to heed my words. Tang Yin replied lazily. How about you change right here for my viewing pleasure? Ziyun retorted, her temper flaring at Tang Yan's audacity. As a formidable heavenly-level expert, she had never been treated so dismissively by a mere yellow-level youth. Yet, she underestimated Tang Yan's boldness, for in a swift movement, he was left clad in nothing but his undergarments. Ziyun gasped in shock, momentarily frozen in place. I told you to move aside, yet you insisted on staying. Now you must retreat. Tang Yin chuckled mischievously, lifting a wooden bucket to wash away his perspiration, just as the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Yenner. What? The elderly Tang, arriving with enthusiasm, stood dumbfounded upon discovering his grandson clad only in his undergarments, alongside a strikingly elegant woman in the courtyard. What on earth was happening here? Chapter 30. The City of Purple Bamboo. Originally, I merely intended to frighten Ziyun, but unexpectedly, my grandfather barged in. Tang Yin, in a flurry, appended a bucket of water, hastily rinsed himself, and hurriedly dashed towards the room, clutching his clothes. Giggling at Tang Yan's frantic demeanor, Chui'er couldn't help but laugh, but quickly realized it was inappropriate and approached with a respectful bow. Greetings, sir. No need for such formalities. This young lady is. The elder Tang scrutinized Ziyun with curiosity, a man who had encountered countless individuals throughout his life. The elder Tang could easily perceive that Ziyun possessed an aura beyond that of an ordinary woman. Ziyun offered a gentle smile, and without any visible motion, a jade plaque appeared in her hand. The plaque, pristine and translucent, bore the inscription Zizhu in the center, with the single character Yun elegantly engraved in the lower right corner. The elder Tang's pupils constricted, his astonishment unmasked as he eagerly inquired, Are you, perhaps, the esteemed Miss Ziyun of Zizhu City? Surprised that the elder Tang recognized her, Ziyun felt a wave of honor wash over her as she gracefully returned the gesture. Upon her affirmation, the elder Tang couldn't suppress a gasp. He recalled that aside from the Huang family, there were three major powers in the kingdom of Tingxiang: Zizhu City, Luocha Sect, and Jushin Palace. Among these, Zizhu City held the greatest strength and was renowned for its exceptional talents, with many individuals, like Ziyun, achieving fame throughout the kingdom. It was said that she had entered the ranks of the celestial stage by the tender age of 30, her brilliance and intelligence leaving an indelible mark on all who beheld her. Suppressing his astonishment, old Master Tang courteously remarked, Miss, your esteemed name is renowned far and wide. How could I, Tang, be unaware of your presence? Had you informed us of your arrival at the Tang residence, outsiders might mistakenly believe we have neglected a distinguished guest. Ziyun's thoughts swiftly shifted, and an idea took shape. With a charming smile, she replied, I happened to be in Yun City on business and intended to remain incognito to avoid disturbing anyone. It was quite the serendipity to encounter young Master Tang. Reflecting on the fact that Tang Yin had appeared before Ziyun in such a state of undress, a bead of sweat formed on old Master Tang's forehead. That boy has a mischievous nature. Should he offend the young lady, I hope you will be forgiving. He mused that a bit of youthful exuberance is not entirely unwelcome. Curiously, Tang Ling inquired, May I ask how Miss Ziyun came to be acquainted with Yin? Ziyun, without disclosing her reasons, simply smiled and said, By chance. I encountered him and recognized his potential. In this modest Yin City, I fear such talent may be overlooked. So I intend to bring him to my Zizhu City for proper cultivation. Upon hearing this, old Master Tang's heart raced. Zizhu City is known as one of the foremost powers in Xianghua, brimming with resources as vast as the sea. If Tang Yin were to receive focused training there, ascending to the celestial tier would not be beyond reach. However, Tang family had only Tang Yin as their solitary seedling, and the thought of letting him go filled the old man with reluctance. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed and said, You may not be aware, but Tang Yin already has a master and cannot rashly join another faction. Perhaps we should consult Yin's opinion shortly? May I inquire about Tang Yin's mentor? Ziyun pondered, gaining insight into the situation, realizing that it was no wonder Tang Yin exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Evidently, he had the guidance of an eminent figure behind him. I, too, am uncertain. All I know is that his master lived a life of carefree detachment, shunning worldly affairs and seldom making an appearance. Lord Tang shook his head with a sigh, saying, That esteemed predecessor has rendered considerable assistance to the Tang family, and I have long been deprived of the opportunity to express my gratitude. I understand now. Ziyin nodded in acknowledgement. In that case, there is no need for compulsion. However, Tang Yin is indeed a promising talent, possessing unique insights into martial arts. If I were to depart just like this, it would indeed be a pity. Therefore, I shall stay for a while to guide him. I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter, esteemed Lord Tang? Upon hearing this, Tang Ling's heart soared with joy. He harbored no objections whatsoever. You are most welcome to stay here indefinitely, Miss C. Please feel free to treat this place as your own home. He then smiled and added, Xiao Shui, please lead Miss Z to prepare a superior room. There's no need for such elaborate arrangements. I find this small courtyard quite agreeable, and there are still vacant rooms. I shall reside here, Ziyin replied, gently declining Tang Ling's generous offer. Tang Ling held no particular preference regarding Ziyun's accommodation, yet he felt a sense of impatience as time passed. Frowning, he remarked, that little rascal, why hasn't he come out yet? Xiao Shui, summon him. Before long, Tang Yin emerged, his head drooping. He had anticipated some awkwardness between the silly girl and his grandfather, but was taken aback to see his grandfather's face radiating with joy. Yenner, Miss Ziyun is a renowned celestial-level master from the Kingdom of Fragrance. She perceives your latent talent and wishes to offer you some guidance. From now on, you must treat Miss Z with utmost respect and learn with an open heart. Do you understand? Tang Ling admonished sternly. What? A renowned celestial-level master? I've never heard of her. Emerging from the shadows, Tang Yin gazed in astonishment at Ziyun. Famous? More renowned than Wang. The celebrated courtesan of the Red Mansion by the Mingyue River? He inquired. Have you ever heard of the Purple Bamboo City? Tang Ling asked. It rings a bell. Ziyin replied. Miss Z is the third daughter of the Purple Bamboo City. To receive guidance from her is indeed a stroke of fortune. Should you provoke her displeasure, there will be no need for others to intervene. I shall personally see to your demise. Tang Ling cautioned, his expression betraying the seriousness of his words. Faced with his grandfather's stern demeanor, Tang Yin felt a rush of despair. How had this escalated? He had merely stepped away to change his attire. What could have transpired in such a brief interval? Stealing another glance at Ziyun, he noticed her playfully winking at him. A glimmer of cunning triumph evident in her eyes. Tang Yin surmised that this foolish girl must have fed his grandfather some sort of intoxicating elixir. Knowing his grandfather's temperament, he realized that if he did not acquiesce at this moment, he would likely endure a lengthy lecture. Thus, he hastily replied, I will certainly comply, without a doubt. That's more like it. You two may continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, Tang Ling declared, unwilling to squander the opportunity for Ziyun to enlighten Tang Yin. Once the elder Tang departed, Tang Yin sprang up, questioning, silly girl, what did you say to my grandfather? Why do you speak to me in that tone? Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily inform the old man and have him deal with you, Ziyun replied, feigning a stern expression, icy in her warning. Tang Yin could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation, responding, I had intended to assist you in refining a pill to expedite your recovery of strength. But now I see it wise to focus on my own training and remain uninvolved in such trivial matters. Upon hearing the mention of recovery, Ziyun's spirits soared, and she eagerly inquired, Tang Yin, how long will it take for me to regain my strength? Given your current recuperative rate, it will likely take half a year, remarked, adding, of course, that's merely the commencement of your recovery. As for the total duration, I cannot ascertain precisely. It could be a matter of 3 to 5 years if swift, or perhaps 2 to 3 decades if protracted. What? Upon hearing such a lengthy period, S. countenance paled considerably. Observing her reaction, mused that she was easily startled. He then said with a grin, however, with my elixirs, you could potentially regain your peak strength within 3 months. Perhaps even surpassing it. Found this timeline more agreeable and promptly beseeched, then please assist me in concocting the medicine. Entreat me, and I shall grant your request, jested. If you refuse to refine it, so be it. I have no need for it. This young lady shall not implore anyone. With a glare, stamped her foot in vexation and retreated into her chambers. Observing her departure in a fit of pique, couldn't help but note her fiery temperament. Of course, he had merely been teasing her. He recalled that when he accompanied her out of the city, he was nearly slain by. Had it not been for her benevolence in saving him, he would have long since perished. Though unspoken, he held this profound debt of gratitude in his heart. Whenever time permitted, he would undoubtedly assist her in restoring her strength. Now that he had advanced to the yellow rank, his demand for elixirs had increased, and the initial could no longer fully satisfy his needs. Entering his room, retrieved paper and pen, meticulously listing the required medicinal ingredients, 76 in total, instructing to procure them. As the days pass, July is nearing its end, and in just over 10 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. I wonder how my brothers from past lives are faring now. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Yan's mind. If memory serves him right, each year, The Mid-Autumn Festival is celebrated with a grand gathering at Mingwe Lake. The Tang family, based in Cloud City, has long been suppressed and marginalized by the other three prominent families. This year's gathering will undoubtedly present an opportunity that the three families will not let slip by. As the sole representative of the younger generation of the Tang family, if he refrains from competing, rumors will surely spread throughout the city that the young master of the Tang family is inept and that the family has no future, leading to diminishing support from potential allies. Conversely, should he choose to participate, whether in literary contests or martial competitions, he would inevitably become a target for others. Facing considerable peril, the Tang family has endured humiliation each year, yet this year, a cold smile crept upon Tang Yan's lips. However, he did not fall into the trap of blind arrogance, acknowledging the vast gap between himself and the scions of other families. For instance, Lu Ji from the Lu family, according to intelligence reports, has already attained the 8th rank of the yellow tier, with his true strength likely approaching the 9th rank. Similarly, the young prodigies of the Wu and Qin families, Wu Feiming and Qin Jiushan, have both reached the 7th rank of the yellow tier. His own meager first-rank prowess is undeniably insufficient. To bring glory to the Tang family in the upcoming competition, he must prepare diligently. In the Lord's residence of Cloud City, Lin Xiao sat across from his wife, sharing a drink. As he gazed at her radiant smile, now unobscured by her veil, he momentarily felt a sense of disorientation. It had been many years since he had witnessed such a brilliant smile on her face. My husband, for so many years, you have exerted countless efforts for the scar on my face. You have truly suffered for me. Madame Lin spoke softly, as an old couple. There's no need for such formality. That scar has caused me years of guilt, all thanks to that young man from the Tang family. Lin Xiao sighed. In just a couple of days, it will be my birthday. I shall invite that young man to express my heartfelt gratitude. Madame Lin proposed, indeed. Your birthday celebration will attract the entire Yun City family. The reason Tang Yan gifted the Wuhan pill was merely to put us in his debt. When we thank him in person, it will also serve to deter the other three families, preventing them from acting rashly against the Tang family. This will, to some extent, fulfill Tang Yan's intention and repay his kindness. Lin Zhao's eyes were particularly profound as he accurately discerned Tang Yan's motives for the gift. That is excellent. Our city lord's mansion seldom finds itself in debt. Settling this matter promptly will resolve the karma involved. As long as the family disputes remain reasonable, we should refrain from excessive involvement. Madame Lin nodded in agreement. That young man, Tang Yan, gives me an impression of remarkable depth. Every time I recall our last conversation, I feel as though he is meticulously strategizing, effortlessly leading others to embrace his path. Among the younger generation of Yun City, I initially thought the Tang family would fade from prominence. However, starting this year, they are destined to re-emerge on the stage. Lin Xiao took a sip of tea, casting a deep glance in the direction of the Tang family. In the alchemy chamber, Tang Yan skillfully tossed ingredients into the cauldron one by one. This time, he was concocting the high spirit pill, which amplifies spiritual energy threefold based on the initial spirit pill. Given the difficulty of the refinement, it attained the status of a low-tier second-grade elixir. After a night of diligent preparation, Tang Yan successfully produced a substantial quantity of high spirit pills, sufficient for recent needs. After a brief respite, Tang Yan commenced concocting elixirs to restore Zi Yun's strength. Once he had meticulously prepared all the necessary pills, he emerged from the alchemy chamber with a yawn. Upon opening the door, Tang Yan was momentarily stunned. The morning sun, radiant and full of vigor, illuminated Zi Yun, who stood in the courtyard clad in white, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The picturesque scene stirred a gentle resonance within Tang Yan's usually stoic heart. Regaining his composure, Tang Yan jested, "Silly girl, why are you up so early?" Turning to fix Tang Yan with a cold stare, Zi Yun enunciated each word with deliberate emphasis. "Dare to call me silly girl again, and I assure you, upon regaining my strength, I will transform your face into that of a pig. Then I shall grant you the opportunity to do so." Tang Yan responded with a smile, handing over 2 porcelain vials. "These are qi restoration pills. Take one every 3 days. The rate of recovery will depend on you, ranging from 40 days to 3 months. This," he added, indicating the other vial, "contains initial spirit pills, which are mild in nature and well-suited for your current condition." Zi Yun was taken aback, having assumed that Tang Yan had either forgotten about the elixirs or was simply incapable of concocting them. She had even contemplated staying at the Tang residence for a while before writing to her family to request their assistance in retrieving her. To her surprise, Tang Yan had prepared the elixirs overnight. Taking the vial, she removed the stopper from the qi restoration pill bottle, and a surge of pure vital energy emanated forth. Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment. You can concoct second-grade elixirs? She exclaimed. Don't idolize me too much. I am legendary, Tang Yin quipped with a shrug. Conceited, Ziyun retorted, rolling her eyes before turning to head inside. Just as she was about to enter her room, she suddenly turned back to offer Tang Yin a smile, saying, "Thank you." Her raven tresses cascaded over her shoulders, her radiant eyes sparkling like distant stars, instantly bestowing upon Tang Yin a vision of such captivating beauty that it rendered all other allure pale in comparison. That mischievous sprite. As Ziyun's presence faded, a peal of laughter echoed. Young master, you haven't fallen for Sister Ziyun, have you? Another word, and you'll feel my wrath. Tang Yin, realizing his momentary lapse, retorted at Shui'er, hurry and prepare my breakfast. Yes, young master, Tihi. Shui'er, well-versed in her young master's temperament. Knew Tang Yin was not truly incensed and merrily skipped off to prepare the morning meal. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and with the aid of the high spirit pill, Tang Yin's strength ascended to the second grade of the Yellow Realm. This astonishing pace greatly surprised Ziyun, who had been observing Tang Yin, as she recalled that he had displayed no signs of imminent breakthrough just 2 days prior. Ziyun's recuperation also progressed remarkably well, her dantian now capable of generating true qi, instilling in her a renewed sense of hope for regaining her former power. On this particular day, just as Tang Yin intended to resume his cultivation, the elder master Tang once again graced his small courtyard with his presence. Boy, tell me what's going on. The elder master Tang inquired immediately upon seeing Tang Yin. Chapter 32. A slap in the face upon hearing his grandfather's seemingly inexplicable question. Tang Yin was taken aback, feigning a woeful expression as he replied, "What's going on? I've been heeding your instructions these past 2 days, showing all due respect to Miss Ziyun. That's not the matter at hand. It's just that the city lord's wife is celebrating her birthday today, and a messenger arrived early this morning bearing an invitation." The elder master Tang revealed. Isn't that perfectly normal? Surely all the prominent families in Cloud City have received one? Tang Yin remarked nonchalantly. Why would the city lord specifically request your presence on the invitation? The elder Tang produced an elegantly crafted invitation and handed it to Tang Yin. Upon examining it, Tang Yin noted a delicate line at the bottom. It is imperative that young master Tang Yin graces us with his presence. Contemplating the situation, Tang Yin surmised that the effect of the inconspicuous elixir presented to the city lord's wife was likely at play. However, he preferred to keep this matter discreet. Responding with a smile, how could I possibly discern the intentions of the city lord's residents? If they wished to target me, they would not resort to such subtleties. It must surely be a positive development. The elder Tang considered this and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, let us prepare and visit at noon to see for ourselves." After returning to his chamber and pondering for a while, Tang Yin resumed his alchemical pursuits. As noon approached, he concealed several items within his robes, donned his golden-trimmed white robe, and took up a folding fan, sharing a carriage with the elder Tang towards the city lord's residence. With the city lord's wife celebrating her birthday, families from all corners of Yun City gathered, resulting in a lengthy procession of carriages before the city lord's gate. Bustling with activity. Upon alighting from the carriage, Tang Yin unfurled his fan and followed the elder Tang into the main hall, adopting a nonchalant demeanor that belied his previously carefree disposition. Upon entering the grand hall, the attendees instinctively divided themselves into 2 groups. The younger generation congregated in one area, while the elders occupied another. Although the guests had not yet filled the space entirely, the Tang family, being one of the 4 prominent families, immediately captured the attention of all present. Old Master Tang holds considerable prestige within the city, thus it is unlikely anyone would dare to mock him. The gaze of the crowd subtly gravitated towards Tang Yin, eager to witness whether this legendary wastrel would find himself in yet another embarrassing predicament. In the half-hall occupied by the younger generation, each table accommodates 8 seats, with those seated towards the front indicating a family's higher status. Generally, only the first 2 tables are occupied by individuals of exceptional standing, while the significance of seating beyond the 3rd row diminishes. At this moment, the collective attention was fervently fixed upon Tang Yin, for, according to custom, the foremost table is reserved for the 4 prominent families, with 2 seats allocated per family. However, this year, the 8 seats had unexpectedly been filled in advance. The Liu family, the Wu family, and the Qin family each claimed 2 seats, while the remaining 2 were occupied by 2 young members of the Qian family from Yun City. The Qian family, being among the more esteemed second-tier families in Yun City, had thrived in recent years due to their shrewd business acumen. It is widely recognized that the Qian family maintains a close alliance with the Liu family. Thus, It could be said that the Liu family effectively occupied 4 seats rather than just 2. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Yin, accompanied by Xiao Cui, approached the foremost table, feigning surprise upon observing its full occupancy, exclaiming, "Oh, it's full? You too, in your attire. Are you not the servants of the city lordess residence? How have you found your way to the main table?" Tang Yin was referring to the 2 young talents of the Qin family. The crowd's gaze simultaneously fell upon the 2, adorned in festive red robes, which indeed bore a resemblance to the garb of the city lordess servants. A few individuals with lesser composure could no longer suppress their laughter, prompting the entire hall to erupt in merriment. The 2 members of the Qin family wore expressions of displeasure. "Are you blind? The garments adorning my person are of exquisite quality, crafted from the finest silk. How dare you liken my attire to that of the servants of the city lordess manor?" One of them retorted indignantly. "What do you mean by calling me a member of the Qin family? Why are you occupying my position? Do you wish to provoke the Tang family? Leave at once." With a thunderous voice, Tang Yin raised his hand and delivered several sharp slaps to their faces. Taken by surprise, the 2 men were abruptly struck, red marks appearing on their cheeks. Before they could comprehend the situation, Tang Yin lifted his foot and sent them flying across the hall. The great hall fell into an eerie silence. No one anticipated that Tang Yin would act so decisively. In front of the prominent families of Yin City, he was not merely striking the Qian brothers, Qian Rulong and Qian Xinghu, but also tarnishing the reputation of the entire Qian family. Old Master Tang's heart sank. His grandson seemed to attract trouble wherever he went. With the Tang family already besieged from all sides, did this not exacerbate the animosity between the 2 families? At merely 20 years of age, Qian Xinghu had already reached the 5th rank of the yellow tier, making him a notable figure among the younger generation in Yin City. He was accustomed to admiration and had never before been publicly humiliated. To add insult to injury, it was the infamous young Master Tang who had struck him. "I will kill you," Qian Shenghu bellowed, channeling his inner energy, transforming his palm into a blade, and lunging towards Tang Yin. "Seeking death," Old Master Tang remarked coldly, having already taken notice of the unfolding confrontation. He hurled his teacup at Qian Shenghu. With a dull thud, the cup struck him, causing him to stagger backward. "Tang Ling, do you have no shame? At your age, how can you lay hands on the younger generation?" Qian Shenghu's father was equally displeased, rising to berate Tang Ling of, "I am aged, and my reputation is of little consequence, but should anyone dare to harm a hair on my grandson's head, they shall incur my wrath," Tang Ling declared, his murderous aura sending tremors through the hearts of those within the hall. This old fellow, indeed, cares for naught but his grandson. At this moment, Tang Ling was akin to a rabid dog protecting its young, willing to bite anyone who approached. "Tang Ling, this Cloud City is not your Tang family's domain. While you reside within its borders, you shall adhere to its customs. The elder generation is forbidden from interfering in the disputes of the younger generation. Your actions are quite excessive," mocked Lu Wu, the patriarch of the Liu family. "Brother Liu speaks with great wisdom. Old Tang, how can you demean yourself by striking at the younger generation? It is unbecoming," echoed Wu Wei, the patriarch of the Wu family. "Brother Tang is indeed excessive, acting in a manner inconsistent with the dignity of our 4 great families. Should you persist in your obstinacy, we shall be ashamed to associate with you," Qin Feiyue, the patriarch of the Qin family, added meaningfully. The hearts of all the families within the hall were seized with apprehension. This grand gathering had barely commenced, and already the 4 great families were embroiled in conflict. However, this was a 3-against-1 situation, with the Tang family, already the least among the 4, now finding themselves at a distinct disadvantage. It was common knowledge that Tang Yan's cultivation was weak. How could he withstand the full force of the Qian family's young master's attack? Tang Ling acted out of concern for his grandson. Moreover, the teacup, though imbued with skill, did not truly harm anyone. Let us consider this matter concluded, in aged voice intoned. Chapter 33, A Humble Gift. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. And upon recognizing Guming, the grand elder of the myriad elixir pavilion, everyone was filled with astonishment and doubt. Miaodong Square, much like the Lord's Manor, has traditionally maintained a neutral stance, disdainful of entanglements with any family. However, Guming's words clearly reflect an inclination towards safeguarding the interests of the Tang family. A pall fell over the other 3 prominent families. If the Tang family indeed shares a substantial rapport with Miaodong Square, the once weakest Tang family could transform into a formidable adversary. Old Master Tang was equally taken aback to find someone voicing support for the Tang family, secretly nodding in appreciation towards Guming. "I believe it would be prudent to let this matter rest," remarked Lu Wuhui. Well aware that further insistence would be a slight to Miaodong Square, a formidable entity beyond the Lu family's capacity to confront. A collective sigh emerged from the assembly. With the protection of Miaodong Square and the endorsement of Old Master Lu, what was once an entertaining spectacle had been abruptly dismantled. The lord of the city had yet to make an appearance, partly due to the guests not having fully arrived, and partly out of curiosity regarding how Tang Yin would navigate the awkwardness of lacking a seat. Lin Xiao had speculated on the potential resolutions Tang Yin might devise. Yet the methods he could conceive seemed unlikely to reclaim the rightful position of the Tang family. To his astonishment, Tang Yin chose an unconventional approach, daring to confront members of the Qian family within the lord's manor. And even more surprising was Old Master Tang's disregard for propriety in his actions against the younger generation of the Qian family. What truly astonished the lord of the city, however, was Miaodong Square's unexpected support for the Tang family. What hidden intricacies lay beneath this alliance? Although it appeared that Tang Yin had made a blunder, the unforeseen developments interconnected to quell what should have escalated into a tumultuous conflict, ultimately leading to an overwhelming victory for the Tang family. Believing the matter had reached its conclusion, Lin Xiao was about to exit the main hall when an unexpectedly discordant voice echoed through the chamber. What nonsense is this about the four great families? My dog has been beaten, yet I dare not utter a word. He continued, if something truly unfortunate occurs one day, I suppose I can only accept my misfortune, having wasted so many years in loyalty. Tang Yan's seemingly indifferent remark once again rendered the atmosphere delicate. The mention of his dog being harmed was a thinly veiled reference to the Qian family, who had indeed been subservient to the Lu family in recent years. Was this not a blatant insult, implying that the Qian family was merely a lapdog of the Lu family? The Qian family had suffered indignity, and the Lu family had merely suggested to let it go. Initially, no one found the Lu family's stance surprising. After all, with the formidable influence of Mai Danfang, it was wise to heed their words. To contest them would be akin to inviting misfortune. However, with Tang Yan's public revelation, the dynamics shifted significantly. The Qian family would undoubtedly feel an acute discomfort, and the previously close-knit relationship between the Qian and Lu families would likely bear the strain of this incident. Moreover, other families aligned with the Lu family would ponder the reliability of their patron. Such a simple yet brazen statement from this scion had wrought a clearly discernible effect, successfully sowing discord between the Lu family and its subordinate clans. The old master of the Lu family darkened in countenance. How could this young man from the Tang family be so malicious? Yet, to pursue accountability now would equate to opposing Mai Danfang. A bitter pill he would have to swallow for the time being. Remarkable, the city lord exclaimed, inwardly lauding the cunning nature of the situation. Tang Yin nonchalantly plopped down onto a seat, and Lu Ji, with an air of amusement, cast a glance at him and remarked, I wondered who it could be. And lo and behold, it is none other than the illustrious young Master Tang. I must apologize for the last time I inadvertently struck you. Hee. I refrained from pursuing the matter back then, as Miss Lin was present, and I prided myself on my composure. Yet, only a couple of days have passed, and I have already dealt with Lu Yuan and Lu Quan. In a few more days, I shall pay a visit to the Lu household and bestow my attentions upon your entire family. Tang Yin replied with a smile. Lu Ji's gaze toward Tang Yin grew increasingly frosty as he replied, I truly look forward to that day. I trust, young Master Tang, that I shall not have to wait until my next life. You are indeed a rare breed, seeking to be struck. Tang Yan's caustic tongue spared no one, provoking Lu Ji's ire. Just as Lu Ji prepared to unleash his fury, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. It is a great honor to have you all gathered here today, illuminating the city lord's residence. The atmosphere, once charged with tension, dissipated immediately as everyone turned to greet the city lord Lin Xiao and his wife, who had just emerged. Today marks my birthday, and I am grateful for your presence. Let us drink freely and revel in the festivities. I shall raise my glass first. With poise and grace, Lady Lin lifted her goblet and downed its contents in one elegant motion. Bravo! The crowd cheered in unison, raising their own glasses, sharing laughter and merriment. Enveloped in a convivial atmosphere, once everyone settled, Lu Yi's voice rose above the din as he stood and, with a respectful gesture towards the Lin couple, proclaimed, on this occasion of Lady Lin's birthday, the Lu family presents a gift, 2 deep-sea luminous pearls. These pearls, cherished by my family, illuminate a room as brightly as daylight when placed therein. The aura emanating from above possesses the ability to soothe the mind and spirit, greatly benefiting the body. Such a humble token is but a mere token of respect. Upon uttering these words, I accepted the wooden casket presented by the servant, unveiling its contents to reveal 2 orbs, each the size of a fist, which radiated a faint luminescence even in the midday light of the hall, clearly extraordinary treasures. Brother Lu is truly considerate. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude to Lu He with a respectful gesture. The Qin family bestowed upon Madame Lin a blue ice sword. Crafted by the renowned swordsmith Lan Jin 3 centuries ago, its blade is sharp, and its body enhances the flow of true energy, augmenting combat prowess. May Madame Lin be blessed with abundant wealth and longevity. Mr. Qin Ling of the Qin family stood up to declare. The Wu family presented a silk vest made from the threads of century-old ice silkworms, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, impervious to the elements. Mr. Wu Biang of the Wu family rose to speak. Upon hearing the generous gifts announced by these three prominent families, the assembly within the hall was taken aback, silently marveling at the lavishness befitting the four great families. Each offering was a rare gem, with many attendees having only heard of such treasures, never having beheld them in reality. Truly, these families have spared no expense. With the gifts from three of the four great families being so opulent, the audience's curiosity was piqued, all eyes turning towards Elder Tang, eager to see what magnificent gift the Tang family would present. Upon hearing the Lu family's offerings, a foreboding sense crept into Elder Tang's heart. According to the customary standards among the four families, the value of such gifts for the celebration of the city lord's wife far exceeded the expected norms. As the Qin family subsequently presented their equally rare treasures, Old Master Tang instantaneously grasped the situation. Clearly, they had conspired to offer gifts that would bring disgrace upon the Tang family. Indeed, when the Wu family unveiled their treasures, Tang Ling's suspicions were confirmed. He silently cursed the three families while feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Having already made their offerings, the three prominent families left the Tang family with no choice but to follow suit. However, he had brought only 10 first-grade superior medicinal pills. While such a gift was valuable compared to smaller families, it paled in comparison to the offerings from the other three families. Would the city lord harbor resentment towards the Tang family for presenting such a meager gift? Chapter 34. Dance of the Jade Appraisal. Oh, Brother Tang, did you forget to bring a gift? Why do you sit there motionless? Lu Wuhui observed Tang Ling's sullen expression, feeling a sense of triumph. He was well aware that the gifts Tang carried were vastly inferior to those of the three prominent families. The two elder gentlemen from the Qin and Wu families regarded Tang Ling with mocking expressions, eagerly awaiting the Tang family's embarrassment. The city lord and other perceptive individuals recognized that this gift-giving was a deliberate act targeting the Tang family, and they all inwardly lamented the inevitable misfortune that awaited them. Tang Yin chuckled coldly, having anticipated their scheming. Rising to his feet, he coughed lightly and smiled. Time truly favors Lady Lin. She bears a striking resemblance to my sister. I, Tang Yin, wish Lady Lin everlasting youth and increasing beauty. The surrounding crowd collectively scoffed at Tang Yan's words, silently cursing his shamelessness. How could such audacious remarks escape his lips? A fleeting tremor danced across Tang Ling's countenance, a silent reprimand for his son's perceived indiscretion. However, Tang Yan's words elicited a gentle chuckle from Madame Lin, who playfully chided, "You were such a tease. Time spares no one. And I am no exception to its relentless march." She continued, "There's no need to press the Tang family for gifts. Their present arrived 3 days ago. I extend my deepest gratitude for the elixir that has miraculously healed the scars on my face." Madame Lin offered a graceful curtsy to the Tang patriarch, sending ripples of astonishment through the assembly. The rumors of Madame Lin's disfigurement had been circulating discreetly within the city, yet today, her face bore no trace of imperfection. Curiosity had been piqued, but decorum had prevented inquiries. Now, the mystery was unveiled, a healing elixir from the Tang family. It was well known throughout Cloud City that the city lord held his wife in the highest regard. The Tang family had undoubtedly earned a significant favor from the city lord's manor. Upon hearing this revelation, the expressions of the various family heads darkened with a hint of dismay. To further enhance our heartfelt wishes for Madame Lin's eternal youth, Tang Yin announced, the Tang family presents a rejuvenation pill. Upon consumption, it will preserve one's youthful appearance for 2 decades, with lingering anti-aging effects for several years thereafter. Though merely a second-grade superior elixir, its formula is exceedingly rare, rendering each pill priceless. It is with great pleasure that we offer it to Madame Lin on this auspicious occasion. Tang Yin retrieved the pill from his bosom and presented it with utmost respect. The promise of 2 decades of unwavering youth, followed by continued anti-aging benefits, ignited a spark of excitement in Madame Lin's eyes. After all, what woman throughout history has not yearned for eternal youth? Especially for beautiful women, the pursuit of beauty-enhancing remedies is paramount. As Tang Yin approached, Madame Lin, rarely flustered, took a couple of steps forward, her eagerness unmistakable. This elixir was obtained through great hardship, and I have personally verified its efficacy. Indeed, It can preserve one's youthful appearance for 2 decades without any adverse effects. Rest assured, madam, in its consumption. Tang Yin smiled, adding, should you harbor any doubts, you may have it tested by others in the future. If there is the slightest untruth, my family shall willingly accept the consequences. Madam Lin, might I have the privilege of observing this elixir? Came a clear voice. The speaker was none other than Wu Xian, the chief alchemist of the Miao Dan workshop. Given the extraordinary nature of this potion, other families were skeptical that the Tang family could possess it. If Wu Xian were to expose this as a ruse, the Tang family would not only lose face, but also face suppression from the city lord's residence. Previously, Tang Yin had provided Madame Lin with a scar-reducing elixir that successfully removed the blemish from her face. With the precedent of the scar-reducing elixir, and in such a setting, Madame Lin naturally did not suspect that Tang Yin would gift her a counterfeit, smiling as she said, no need for verification. I trust young Master Tang. Madame Lin, there is no need for doubt. Wu Xian is simply enamored with the art of alchemy and has only heard of beauty elixirs, never having seen one. Today, she happens to be in your presence, and I hope you can indulge her modest request, Wu Xian earnestly expressed. It would be prudent for Miss Wu to assess the elixir, added Lu Wuhui from the side. Madame Lin, since Miss Wu is present, why not let her take a look? Tang Yin thought to himself, knowing that having someone from the Miao Dan workshop vouch for the elixir would undoubtedly reassure Madame Lin. Regardless of the efficacy of the elixirs one has concocted, one is well aware of their own craftsmanship. Thus, it is more prudent to be candid and win the favor of the city lord's residence. With this thought, Madame Lin hesitated briefly before extending the porcelain vial. Wu Xian gingerly accepted it, uncorked the bottle, and brought it to her nose for a delicate sniff, her brow furrowing in concentration. Observing Wu Xian's expression, the onlookers held their breath, anxious not to disturb her evaluation. Wu Xian then infused a fragment of her spiritual consciousness into the vial, meticulously sensing the essence emitted by the elixir, and after a prolonged moment, she shook her head. Noticing her rejection, Lu Wuhui, who was nearby, raised an eyebrow, pondering whether it might be a counterfeit. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired with feigned calmness, might I ask, Miss Wu Xian, if you have discerned any anomalies? I find myself unable to analyze even a single ingredient within. Wu Xian sighed. So, it appears that you too cannot ascertain its authenticity? Elder Qin interjected from the side. It turns out to be a false elixir. Tang Yin, you possess considerable audacity to deceive within the city lord's residence. Master Qian seized the opportunity to retaliate. Madame Lin expressed her astonishment, questioning the veracity of the situation. Wu Xian clarified, Master Qian, your words are rather severe. My inability to distinguish does not imply that the elixir is false. The elixir exhibits a perfect roundness, with its medicinal power entirely contained. The artisan who crafted this must be a master alchemist. The aroma released indeed possesses a potent supportive effect on vitality, and I am confident that this elixir is without fault. Though I have practiced alchemy for many years, I still find myself unable to discern the medicinal materials. For the alchemists have skillfully melded all the ingredients into a singular essence, rendering the entire elixir infused with only one distinct fragrance, thus obscuring the identification of its components. After a brief pause, Wu Xian continued, the techniques of the alchemist have reached an extraordinary level, perhaps even the pinnacle of mastery. I must admit my inferiority. This particular alchemist is likely at least a 4th-stage master. What? A 4th-stage master? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. How many 4th-stage masters could there be in the entire listening fragrance kingdom? What extraordinary fortune has befallen the Tang family to acquire such a remarkable elixir? Upon hearing Wu Xian's words, the members of the Miao Dan workshop were even more astounded. To refine all the medicinal materials into a single fragrant essence requires not only countless hours of practice, but also immense mental fortitude and exceptional talent. It is indeed a stroke of luck in this lifetime to behold such a pill. I find myself feeling a twinge of envy towards Madame Lin. Wu Xian jested lightly. Upon hearing her remark, Madame Lin felt a wave of relief, carefully tucking the porcelain vial into her bosom, and smiled at Tang Yin, saying, the Tang family has shown great thoughtfulness. I shall certainly express my gratitude in due course. Chapter 35, The Enigmatic Step. The Tang family eagerly awaits the esteemed presence of Madame Lin. Tang Ling had not anticipated that his grandson possessed such remarkable prowess. Capable of presenting such an extraordinary elixir, his heart swelled with delight. Young Master Tang, may I inquire about the origin of this elixir? Is there a possibility of acquiring it? Wu Xian inquired with a smile as she gazed at Tang Yin. In the great hall, regardless of gender, all eyes turned towards Tang Yin, particularly the women, who leaned in with eager expressions. Only this singular one, a fortuitous acquisition. I fear I may never encounter another. Tang Yin secretly chuckled within. This elixir was of his own crafting, and he had produced 6 from a single cauldron. Yet, rarity begets value, and to claim the existence of more would surely diminish the worth of this generous offering. Upon hearing Tang Yan's declaration of none remaining, disappointment washed over the faces of all the women present. Following Tang Yan's grand gift, the subsequent offerings from others paled significantly. Fortunately, the demeanor of the city lord's residents remained amiable, winning the hearts of many. The banquet unfolded in joyous harmony, filled with clinking cups and laughter, only drawing to a close as dusk approached. As the festivities concluded, just as Tang Yan was about to depart, he was summoned by the city lord. Tang Yan, come with me. Amidst the complex gazes of onlookers, Tang Yin and the city lord left behind a thought-provoking silhouette. In this gathering, the Tang family emerged as the paramount victor among the prominent clans of Yin City. Not only did they shine during the banquet, but they also successfully garnered favor from the city lord's residents, instilling fear in those clans that harbored ill intentions towards the Tang family, thus granting them a respite for their rise. The losers, naturally, were the other 3 prominent families, with the Liu family being the most incensed. Their 2 schemes devised against the Tang family had been entirely thwarted. Moreover, due to the issues with the Qin family, those clans that had aligned themselves with the Liu family were bound to harbor thoughts of dissent. Within the city lord's residence, atop a lofty pavilion, Lin Xiao and Tang Yin stood side by side, gazing out over the vast expanse of Yin City, taking in nearly half of its grandeur. Tang Yin, do you perceive my governance of Yin City as benevolent or tyrannical? After a moment of contemplation, the city lord opened the conversation with a leisurely inquiry. Neither. Tang Yin pondered briefly before responding. Oh, the lord of Lin City suddenly became intrigued and asked with a smile, if neither is the case, then what path do you believe I traverse? Your Excellency walks no particular path. You govern through virtue and the principle of non-action, Tang Yin replied sincerely. Oh, a commendable approach of non-action. But what course does your Tang family pursue? The lord inquired with a hint of deeper meaning. We seek to live in harmony, not to provoke others unless provoked, Tang Yin disclosed candidly. Upon hearing this, the lord narrowed his eyes and pressed further. Then tell me, is my method of non-action right or wrong? There are no absolutes of right or wrong, only what is suitable or unsuitable. As for what is fitting, I am certain your Excellency has considered it deeply, Tang Yin simply responded. At that moment, Lin Xiao regarded Tang Yin with newfound respect. He had conversed with other distinguished heirs from various families, but when posed with this question, each had spoken at length, analyzing pros and cons to justify their family's developmental ideology. However, Tang Yin was different. The Tang family would one day belong to him, and his words conveyed a clear stance. As long as others did not infringe upon them, the Tang family would not pose a threat to the lord's authority. Thus, his words resonated with sincerity and earned Lin Xiao's acknowledgement. What, then, do you define as the way of kings? The lord inquired, seemingly enjoying the conversation. Those who refuse to yield shall be crushed beneath, Tang Yin replied, eliciting a momentary pause in Lin Xiao's expression, for in all his years, no one had ever articulated such an explanation to him. The response was both straightforward and incisive, perfectly aligning with his expectations. With a raised brow, Lin Xiao continued. And what, pray tell, is the way of overlords? Those who submit shall be trampled upon, came the resolute reply. Lin Xiao's brow twitched once more. This response was still unprecedented to him, yet it was starkly clear and exceptionally bold, perfectly suiting the inquiry. What, then, is the path of benevolence? The city lord inquired again. Before proceeding, a reminder was given. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing such an answer, Lin Xiao threw back his head in laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, as if he had not experienced such joy in a long time. Well answered. After a considerable time, Lin Xiao finally stifled his laughter and applauded loudly. He did not keep Tang Yin for long, in less than half an hour. Tang Yin emerged from the city lord's manor. With the mid-autumn festival approaching, dusk fell increasingly swiftly. As Tang Yin walked along the road, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Under the feeble light of the night, Tang Yin made his way towards the Tang family. With no one on the path, he thought to himself, since he had nothing to occupy his time upon returning, why not practice his footwork? In the event of encountering formidable foes, even if he could not defeat them, he would have ample opportunity to flee. Recalling his memories, Tang Yin selected a technique named Shadow Step. This method was aptly named. Once mastered, it allowed one to move silently and gracefully, as swift as a specter, serving not only as a means of escape but also as an effective tactic for assassination and theft. However, such excellent footwork was inherently difficult to master. The peculiar movements caused Tang Yin to stumble after only a couple of steps, nearly falling to the ground. Undeterred by misfortune, He attempted the practice once more, only to find himself swaying awkwardly again. This time, having exerted too much force, he lost his balance and fell with a resounding thud. Where he fell, there he rose again. Tang Yin was not one to easily succumb to defeat. Once he set his mind on a task, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. Thud. He fell. Thud. He stumbled again. Thud. A third fall. Fortunately, at this hour, there was no one around. Should anyone have witnessed Tang Yan's plight, they might have deemed him mad, having tumbled over 20 times in a mere 100 meters. Halfway home, as midnight approached, Tang Yin was already covered in dirt and disheveled. After enduring countless falls, he finally discerned a glimmer of insight, transforming his previous sluggish pace into one that surpassed that of an ordinary person. An hour later, having practiced this unique footwork, he had become quite adept, moving with the swiftness of those who run. Immersed in this intricate technique, Tang Yin reveled like a child with a new toy. He abruptly changed direction, forsaking his return to the Tang family home and instead sprinting towards the outskirts of the city. In the cover of night, he practiced each movement with exquisite precision, seamlessly integrating the individual techniques into a harmonious flow. Thanks to the high-grade spirit pills he carried, his internal energy surged continuously, and under his relentless training, his speed increased exponentially. Suddenly, Tang Yin halted, the hairs on his body standing on end as an intense sense of danger surged from within. Chapter 36, Third Order Spiritual Beast. Roar. A cry pierced the air, and Tang Yin sensed a vigorous gust of wind from his left. Swiftly executing the phantom step, he leaped diagonally backward, just as a dark shadow pounced upon the spot where he had stood moments before. At that moment, Tang Yin finally discerned the creature, a wild beast, no less. The behemoth stretched 3 meters in length, its entire form as black as pitch, its lithe physique artfully concealed by the night's embrace. Upon closer inspection, a jolt of surprise coursed through Tang Yin's mind. Could this leopard's visage truly resemble that of a gloom panther? A spirit beast, indeed. Spirit beasts, classified into 9 tiers based on their bloodlines, were spoken of in legends. Those of the 7th tier and above could allegedly utter human speech, cultivate supreme demonic arts, and wield astonishing combat prowess. Furthermore, spirit beasts of the 2nd tier and beyond possessed within them a beast core, a repository of abundant spiritual energy, making them choice ingredients for alchemical concoctions. If it were merely a 2nd-tier spirit beast, all would be well. However, the Gloom Panther was a 3rd-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a profound-level martial artist. With such a vast disparity in strength, Tang Yin swiftly resolved to flee. The Gloom Panther, having missed its initial strike, cast a curious gaze upon Tang Yin, perplexed as to how this seemingly feeble individual could possess such astonishing speed. Unwilling to concede defeat, the Gloom Panther recoiled, its hind legs exerting a tremendous force, propelling its form toward Tang Yin once more with lightning-like swiftness. Alarm surged within Tang Yan's heart as he unleashed the full potential of the phantom step, fleeing headlong without so much as a backward glance. Roar. Witnessing Tang Yin evade its attack once again and make his escape, the Gloom Panther emitted an enraged roar, unleashing its own offensive speed as it surged toward Tang Yin. As a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the Gloom Panther not only possessed formidable physical strength but also exceptional speed. What vexed Tang Yin even more was the ethereal leopard, which, upon sprinting, flawlessly concealed its presence, rendering him unable to accurately discern its aura and thereby ascertain whether it had indeed caught up with him. After maneuvering around a massive boulder, Tang Yin suddenly beheld a colossal figure leap atop the rock, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward with formidable inertia. Swiftly lunging towards him, feeling a piercing aura akin to a blade at his back, Tang Yin inwardly lamented his plight. Clenching his silver teeth, he compelled the true energy within his dantian to surge forth with urgency, and with a sudden burst, he propelled himself forward using the shadow step technique. A resounding thud echoed behind him as the air around him violently ruptured, instilling within him a profound sense of relief at having narrowly escaped calamity. Had he been struck by such a forceful blow, he would surely have met his demise with a smile. In that perilous moment, Tang Yin unexpectedly unlocked a latent potential within himself, advancing his comprehension of the shadow step to an elevated level. Sensing an increase in his speed, Tang Yin felt a measure of calm wash over him. Although his velocity still paled in comparison to that of the ethereal leopard, the shadow step granted him greater agility, allowing him to maneuver in any direction. At that moment, as he evaded the leopard's onslaught, he found himself considerably less disheveled than before. Dear leopard, it seems you have yet to catch up with me after all this time. Pursuing me further may prove futile. Perhaps it would be wise to cease this chase? Tang Yin shouted over his shoulder while desperately fleeing. In response, a ferocious leap from the leopard echoed through the air. Tang Yin swiftly slid his foot to the left and pivoted at an unusual angle, once again fleeing for his life. Though the shadow leopard possessed remarkable speed, its considerable size ultimately hindered it. By the time it twisted its body, the distance between it and Tang Yin had widened significantly. After fleeing for over 10 kilometers, the advantages of this desperate escape became increasingly evident. Tang Yin's comprehension of the shadow step deepened. Initially stumbling in his stride, he could now leap great distances with a single breath. As his proficiency with the shadow step improved, however, the true energy within his dantian approached depletion. Tang Yin retrieved a high-grade spirit pill from his bosom and unceremoniously swallowed it. Upon ingestion, the previously exhausted dantian felt an immediate resurgence of vital energy. Tang Yin's spirit surged, and he focused intently on evasion once more. This cycle of evasion and pursuit continued for over 2 hours, during which Tang Yin consumed 3 high-grade spirit pills. Reflecting on the formidable nature of third-tier spirit beasts, he was suddenly struck by the dissipating aura behind him. Curiosity piqued. He turned to discover the shadow leopard also panting heavily, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Finally, "You are fatigued." Observing the seemingly hopeless pursuit from the shadow leopard, a cold smile crept upon Tang Yan's lips. He had awaited this moment for far too long. He picked up a stone, infused with true energy, and hurled it towards the leopard. With a swift motion of his long sword, he followed closely behind. Bang! The shadow leopard swiped with its front paw, instantly shattering the stone. Meanwhile, Tang Yan's long sword had already reached its mark, aimed directly at the leopard's eye. The strike was as swift as lightning, and Tang Yin presumed the leopard, exhausted, would be unable to evade. Yet, the shadow leopard nimbly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Nevertheless, Tang Yan's long sword grazed the side of the leopard's neck, leaving behind a slender, elongated wound. Roar! Upon encountering the very creature he had previously spared, the shadowy leopard was seized by an overwhelming fury, roaring as it charged once more at Tang Yin. Sensing the leopard's wrath, Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Could this beast still possess strength? In a state of panic, he abandoned his offensive and turned to flee, while the enraged leopard relentlessly pursued him. After more than an hour of frantic flight, the leopard finally halted. Tang Yin, equipped with medicinal elixirs, was unfazed by the prospect of depleting his vital energy. Having dashed for nearly 4 hours, he doubted the leopard still had any stamina left. After consuming a high-grade spirit elixir, he brandished his sword and charged forward once again. With a clang, Tang Yan's sword met the leopard's paw, producing a resonant metallic sound. He felt a numbing sensation in his grip, nearly losing hold of the weapon. In that moment, he began to grasp the true extent of the leopard's strength. With renewed determination, he unleashed his swordplay, flowing like water. Though the spirit beast possessed immense physical power, its intelligence and techniques paled in comparison to those of a human. Faced with the fierce yet elusive swordplay, the leopard had no choice but to rely on brute force, attempting to dismantle Tang Yan's advantage through sheer might. However, having expended much of its energy, the leopard found itself nearing its limits. While it was curious about why this seemingly frail human possessed such remarkable endurance, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. With each strike of his sword, Tang Yin inflicted wounds upon the leopard, which could only emit anguished roars. Weakened and fatigued, the once formidable beast now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. In a mere span of a few minutes, Tang Yin plunged his sword into the throat of the shadow leopard. The creature, unwilling to succumb, thrashed about for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Although the struggle lasted only a short while, the third-tier spirit beast still possessed an inherent destructive power. After the encounter, Tang Yin found himself panting, seated on the ground, reflecting on the events of the night. He could not help but let out a bitter smile. Initially, he had merely intended to practice the phantom steps, believing it would take at least 2 months to master the technique. To his astonishment, he not only grasped it but progressed at an alarming rate. He was confident that it would not be long before he reached a small level of mastery. After resting for a moment, Tang Yin rose, raised his longsword, and cleaved open the skull of the shadow leopard, revealing a golden beast core in his hand. Feeling the spiritual energy emanating from it, he was overjoyed and prepared to stow it away when he suddenly sensed a wave of excitement emanating from the heavenly creation cauldron, which had been silent until now. Tang Yin paused in surprise. What could possibly be causing this ancient cauldron to stir at such a time? Chapter 37. Disrupting the melody. Upon reflecting on the source of the cauldron's excitement, he realized it was the beast core he held. To his astonishment, the cauldron seemed to desire the core. With a flicker of thought, the beast core was drawn into the cauldron. The once dormant heavenly creation fire within it now surged forth, and the beast core, upon entering, began to be refined at a visibly rapid pace. Within 10 seconds, the once energy-rich core had completely vanished, transforming into an extraordinarily pure essence of spiritual energy that coalesced within the cauldron. To his dismay, Tang Yin lamented, "After toiling through the night, my hard-earned results have been devoured by you?" Countless alpacas raced through Tang Yan's mind. Just as he was about to curse, an extraordinarily pure aura surged through his limbs, flowing from the cauldron of creation. A wave of indescribable comfort enveloped him, and his dantian stirred with a sudden tremor. A surge of realization struck him. Was he on the verge of another breakthrough? Hastily, he sought a tall tree, leapt onto its branches, and settled into a meditative posture, focusing on his breath. After 4 grueling hours of relentless pursuit, Tang Yin had absorbed 6 high-grade spiritual pills. The residual spiritual energy from the elixirs, coupled with the third-tier beast core energy replenished by the cauldron, made the spiritual energy within his dantian surge tumultuously, rapidly pushing towards the realm of the third tier of the yellow rank. Bang! A slight tremor coursed through his dantian, akin to the cracking of an eggshell, as a sensation of unimpeded flow surged through his meridians. Breakthrough. Third tier of the yellow rank. The overwhelming spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, and Tang Yan's heart soared with joy as he sensed his elevation in power. Suddenly, his expression grew solemn. He felt that the torrential spiritual energy had not subsided. It continued its relentless advance towards the 4th-tier realm. Bang! Another faint sound of rupture echoed, and the barrier of the 4th tier shattered as well. 4th tier of the yellow rank. Upon reaching this level, the tumultuous spiritual energy finally ceased its onslaught. Tang Yin closed his eyes to meditate, solidifying the power he had just attained. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. Sensing the robust power within him, a smile crept across Tang Yan's lips. Upon inspecting the cauldron of creation within him, he discovered that while its size remained unchanged, the spiritual vortex fruit he had planted had actually sprouted a new bud. Tang Yin gazed at the new sprout in disbelief. It was indeed deep green and oval-shaped, just as recorded in ancient texts. When Tang Yin was convinced that this tender seedling was indeed a spirit spiral fruit, his heart suddenly stirred with vitality. It must be the result of the third-tier beast core from yesterday. It seems that the space within the cauldron of heavenly creation requires nourishment. As long as the appropriate nutrients are introduced, the growth of the spiritual herbs contained within can be accelerated. If such remarkable effects can be derived from merely a third-tier beast core, one can only imagine the potential of 4th-tier or 5th-tier cores. Tang Yin, lost in fanciful thoughts, remained unaware that within the entire Tianxiang kingdom, spirit beasts above the 5th tier were exceedingly rare. With the shadow phantom step unfurling, Tang Yin soared toward Yun City. Following his recent advancement in strength, his speed had increased even further compared to the night prior. After an hour, he finally glimpsed the silhouette of Yun City. Upon returning to the Tang residence, he made his way toward his small courtyard. However, before reaching his own abode, he heard a faint melody drifting from afar. Guided by the sound, he approached, straining his ears to listen. The music danced with 1,000 notes, filled with delicate melancholy, as if lamenting the fate of its player, expressing anger toward constraints and confusion about life. At last, Tang Yin arrived at the lakeside, where he beheld the graceful figure of Ziyun. The morning breeze caressed her hair, causing it to sway gently, and her exquisite profile bore faint traces of tears. Tang Yin paused to observe, feeling a quiet sigh escape his lips. This noble-born woman harbored her own unspeakable sorrows. As Ziyun closed her eyes and played, the harmonious melody abruptly faltered, transforming into a discordant cacophony. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find Tang Yin's large hand pressing down upon the strings. "What are you doing?" The interruption shattered the ambience, and Ziyun glared at him in anger. "Why such sorrowful music in the early morning? It's bad luck." Ziyun's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure. "You uncouth brute. A mere oaf cannot comprehend such melancholic tunes." Tang Yin lazily retorted, "Indeed." Ziyun, left speechless by the rebuttal, unsheathed her slender sword with a sharp sound. Her voice laced with indignation. "The master of the Tang family has entrusted me to guide your martial arts. I cannot let his goodwill go unreciprocated. Come, let me see if you have made any progress. Behold the sword." With that, she unleashed her aura, revealing the formidable strength of a 9th-tier practitioner. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Had Ziyun truly recovered to the 9th tier in just a few days? She was indeed a prodigy recognized by the listening fragrance. Little did Ziyun know that in the span of a single night, Tang Yin had ascended to the 4th tier of the Yellow Realm. She had presumed that her exquisite swordsmanship and celestial-level martial arts experience would suffice to suppress Tang Yin, who was merely at the 1st tier of the Yellow Realm. However, Ziyun had underestimated him. Despite the small size of Yun City, Tang Yin was a reincarnated ninth-tier alchemist with vast experience, in terms of both technique and realm. He was not her inferior, and indeed, he surpassed her in many respects. Thus, he chose to engage her with only the strength of an 8th-tier practitioner. Xian, equally aware of Tang Yan's imposing aura, felt her anger flare. How dare you look down on me, only using 8th-tier power? The low attack power was a grave insult. Feeling humiliated, Ziyun did not hold back. Her sword radiated with brilliance as she vowed to thoroughly teach Tang Yin a lesson. As they clashed, Tang Yin couldn't help but reflect on the exceptional talent cultivated in Zhuzhou City. Ziyun was several times more capable than Lin Dongxue. Even while countering her with his 8th-tier strength, he found it to be quite the challenge. Meanwhile, Ziyun's heart surged with tumultuous waves, with her realm and combat experience. She believed she could remain undefeated even against a 2nd-tier Yellow Realm warrior. Yet, what on earth was happening now? Is this not Cloud City? In such a small town, how could a peculiar being like Tang Yin emerge? Despite possessing the formidable strength of a 9th rank, he finds himself utterly subdued by Tang Yan's 8th rank prowess. The more Ziyun fought, the more her heart raced with astonishment, and the more stifled she became. She had prepared herself to deal with Tang Yan, yet found herself relentlessly overpowered by his 8th rank strength. Enough is enough. Ziyun huffed in anger, sheathing her sword and striding towards the courtyard. As she walked, she resolved that once her strength was restored, she would thoroughly deal with Tang Yin. Observing Ziyun storm away, Tang Yin could only manage a wry smile as he followed her. Indeed, it is said that it is difficult to please both small-minded individuals and women. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. Although Tang Yin despised drawing attention to himself, this event was crucial for the reputation of the Tang family, and thus he had no choice but to step forward. In order to secure greater resources for his clan, Tang Yin devoted himself to rigorous training. Xian, having been provoked by Tang Yin previously, had been in seclusion for some time. Tang Yin, tirelessly honing his skills, experienced a meteoric rise in strength over the course of just 9 days, bolstered by various elixirs, swiftly advancing to the 6th rank of the yellow tier. Such an extraordinary pace of progression could only be described as monstrous, yet Tang Yin felt it was still insufficiently swift. With thoughts of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival, a glint of determination flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. Although his strength was merely at the 6th rank, with the aid of the heavenly transformation fire and shadow step, he still possessed the capability to contend within the yellow tier. As Tang Yin pondered, the sound of a door opening broke his reverie, and upon turning, he beheld Ziyun emerging from her chamber, her countenance adorned with a smile. Clad in pristine white garments, untainted and ethereal, she resembled a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. What brings such joy? After a momentary distraction, Tang Yin asked with a hint of confusion. Upon seeing him, Ziyun's smile vanished instantly. Her long sword was drawn with a sharp clang as she declared, "Little thief, prepare to face my blade." Tang Yin was taken aback. What mischief was this so early in the morning? He hastily retreated a few steps, narrowly evading the fine sword's thrust. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, "Silly girl. What are you doing?" "I have regained some of my strength and wish to spar with you," she retorted. "Enough with the chatter. I shall not hold back." With that, her aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming presence enveloping the space. Realizing the intensity of her energy, Tang Yin gasped, "Xian rank. You're quite perceptive, but rest assured, while you are merely at the 1st rank of Huang, I shall fight you with the power of the 3rd rank." No sooner had she spoken than her slender sword was already poised before Tang Yin. Recalling their last sparring session where he had managed to suppress her, a sense of indignation welled within him. She was eager to reclaim her honor. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to indulge her and refine his skills at the same time. In the courtyard, they exchanged blows. Tang Yin utilizing his 1st rank Huang strength to practice the cloud-walking sword and phantom steps alongside Ziyun, whose illustrious lineage endowed her with exceptional martial prowess, making her an ideal sparring partner. After a quarter of an hour, Ziyun realized that even with her 3rd rank Huang strength, she could only match Tang Yan's abilities, which further fueled her frustration. With a sudden burst, her aura transformed, unleashing the power of the 4th rank Huang. Sensing the shift in Ziyun's power, Tang Yin exclaimed theatrically, "You can't be serious, Miss Z." A celestial-ranked expert, the esteemed 3rd daughter of Zhuzhou City, deigning to employ 4th-grade power against a mere yellow-ranked 1st grade? That's hardly fair. Already mortified by her inability to overcome Tang Yin despite wielding yellow-ranked 3rd-grade power, Ziyun was further exasperated by his remark. "Mind your own business. I'll do as I please," she retorted. Indeed, brute force could overcome all. Faced with Ziyun's aggressive swordplay, Tang Yin's earlier composure began to falter, and he found himself in increasingly precarious situations. The disparity in strength caused him to steadily retreat. Though Ziyun could only barely suppress him and had no hope of victory in the short term. Confronted with this anomaly, Ziyun was inwardly astonished. The acuity of this fellow's vision was unparalleled, and every move of his sword was executed with practiced skill, as if he were a grand master. How could such talent be cultivated in the backwater town of Yin City? I refuse to believe I can't subdue you. Ziyun gritted her pearly teeth, her aura shifting once more as she unleashed the power of yellow-ranked 5th grade. Hey, Miss Ziyun, this is blatant bullying. Tang Yin protested. Nonsense, I'm merely guiding you. Having spent so much time with Tang Yin, Ziyun's skin had thickened considerably. Though Tang Yin's techniques were exquisite, he was not one to overestimate his abilities. Faced with Ziyun's imposing swordsmanship, he knew that his current strength was insufficient to resist. With a thought, he channeled more true energy from his dantian. 2nd grade? Ziyun asked in astonishment, sensing Tang Yin's aura. You noticed, even though I concealed it so well. Tang Yin chuckled. Ziyun, realizing that her 5-tiered prowess might not suffice to subdue Tang Yin, decisively elevated her strength to the 7th tier. Meanwhile, she observed Tang Yin augmenting his power to the 4th tier. A frown of disbelief marred Ziyun's brow. How much strength was this young man concealing? Soon, she recognized her narrow perspective. Her encounter with Tang Yin was not merely a sparring session, so why engage in a drawn-out struggle? The force of the profound tier erupted suddenly. Lady Ziyun, dear sister, do not jest. Oh, I concede. Half an hour later, Ziyun finally exhaled with relief, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Only Tang Yin remained, sprawled on the ground, groaning, his body marked with bruises of varying hues. Ziyun, you lack martial ethics. Should you desire the elixirs I concoct in the future, you will find no access. Tang Yin protested from his position on the ground. I still possess a bottle of recovery elixirs, which will at least restore me to the earth tier. When the time comes, I shall seek you out for more elixirs. And if you dare refuse, beware of my fists. Humph. Tang Yin's mild retort was inadvertently overheard by the sharp-eared Ziyun, and her distant response instantly caused him to feel a wave of frustration. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have agreed to concoct elixirs for her in the first place. Tang Yin lamented inwardly, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. Though he had endured a severe beating, he also reaped considerable benefits. While Ziyun's techniques could not rival his own, they were nonetheless exquisite, under her relentless assault. Both his cloud sword and phantom step had advanced significantly. However, his current strength could at best contend with the 8th tier of the yellow level, leaving tomorrow's grand competition still uncertain. The heavenly creation fire, if revealed too soon, would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, making it unwise to disclose it prematurely. If strength could advance further, then tomorrow's mid-autumn conference would possess an additional layer of assurance. Tang Yan's thoughts whirled, and suddenly, his eyes brightened, an idea struck him, and a spirit vortex fruit appeared in his hand. After days of nurturing in the cauldron, the fruit emanated occasional wisps of spiritual energy. With a thriving seedling already in existence, it was time to utilize this spirit vortex fruit. He summoned Xiao Cui to purchase several medicinal herbs. Given the precious nature of the elixir he intended to refine, the accompanying herbs were also quite valuable. The previous million taels from Yaodong Workshop had diminished considerably. In the alchemy room, Tang Yin solemnly ignited the alchemical fire and cast the spirit vortex fruit into the cauldron for refinement. After multiple purifications, a viscous, emerald liquid began to settle in the hidden compartment of the cauldron. He subsequently added the remaining herbs and sat quietly beside the cauldron. Time elapsed slowly, and as spiritual energy rapidly drained, Tang Yin needed to consume a high spirit pill to replenish his internal energy. At last, with a decisive clap on the cauldron lid, a black elixir soared from the cauldron and landed in his palm. He swiftly retrieved a porcelain vial to contain the elixir and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His strength was indeed still insufficient. Crafting a mid-tier 3rd-grade elixir nearly cost him his life. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the porcelain vial in his hand and, feeling satisfied, exited the alchemy room. Upon leaving, he realized it was already deep into the night. Returning to his chamber, he sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the refined elixir, and felt the surging spiritual energy within, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. This elixir, known as the Kuoling pill, was a coveted treasure in the previous life, fiercely contested by numerous formidable experts within the hidden realms. Upon ingestion, it expands the capacity of the internal dantian, allowing one to unleash a more profound power among peers of the same rank. Boom. As the pill settled in his stomach, an immense force erupted within him. Chapter 39, Revealing Strength. Countless minuscule black whirlpools surged towards the Dantian. Tang Yin felt as though his Dantian were being devoured by a myriad of ants. An excruciating pain relentlessly stimulating his nerves. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, instantly appeared upon his forehead. His brow furrowed in a deep frown as he endeavored to endure this tormenting agony. Pop, pop, pop. Within the Dantian, the incessant explosions resonated as the myriad whirlpools wreaked havoc. The ever-intensifying pain nearly sent Tang Yin into unconsciousness. Biting down on his tongue, he steadied his mind, aware that this was the Kuo Ling pill restructuring his Dantian. If he could not endure, his Dantian would be utterly ruined. However, if he persevered, he would emerge anew, achieving a vortex Dantian. Pop, pop, pop. The Dantian continued to explode as countless whirlpools began to merge, forming larger vortexes. With each fusion, the resulting damage escalated, causing Tang Yin's body to tremble violently. The relentless pain assailed him, tempting him to surrender. As time slipped away, he lost track of how long had passed, until at last, the two whirlpools began to unite, their influence spreading throughout every corner of the Dantian, the pain reaching its zenith. Merge for me, Tang Yin roared inwardly. Boom. Tang Yin's body trembled violently, and the two whirlpools within his Dantian suddenly merged into one, spinning with a resounding force. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that his Dantian was conveying a pressing message, as if it was in dire need of replenishing spiritual energy. Simultaneously, at the center of the Dantian whirlpool, an ancient, majestic cauldron suddenly radiated brilliance, and countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth from its body, swiftly replenishing the energy within his Dantian. When Tang Yin opened his eyes once more, he felt an unprecedented abundance of true energy in his Dantian. He quickly turned his gaze inward and discovered that his Dantian had transformed into a whirlpool, continuously rotating. Although his strength remained at the 6th rank of the yellow stage, the reserve of true energy in his Dantian could likely rival that of the 7th or even 8th rank. A smile graced his face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The Mid-Autumn Festival would commence that evening, and Tang Yin practiced the Extreme 6 form several times, secretly marveling at the extraordinary nature of his whirlpool Dantian. Previously, he could only perform 20 repetitions. Now, with the same level of strength, he could manage an additional 5. After his training, he was summoned by the venerable Tang Patriarch to the Grand Hall. At that moment, the upper echelons of the Tang family had gathered in the hall. Tang Yin glanced around and noticed Ziyin seated at the high seat, casting a triumphant glance in his direction, seemingly seeking to assert her dominance. I have come to pay my respects, grandfather, in the presence of everyone. Tang Yin maintained his decorum and hurried forward to bow. No need for formality, take a seat. The patriarch waved his hand. Once Tang Yin was settled, he continued. Today marks the Mid-Autumn Festival. Our Tang family is not particularly prosperous, with only Yin'er and Yin Jun representing the younger generation. It is certain that some petty individuals will come to challenge our Tang family's juniors. What do you all propose we do about this? The younger generation of the Tang family is currently at a disadvantage compared to other families, and participating in the competition would likely yield unfavorable outcomes. Nevertheless, our Tang family's overall strength still secures us the 4th position in Yun City. Thus, we might as well abstain from this convention. Who would truly dare to challenge our Tang family? A middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Brotherly Hua makes a valid point. Yet if we refrain from participating for 3 consecutive years, our Tang family's standing in Yun City will inevitably plummet, leading to a loss of confidence from our subordinate clans, which could greatly weaken us, frowned Tang Xingping, who oversees the fabric shops in the western part of the city. At that moment, most gazes in the hall were filled with disdain directed at Tang Yin. If it weren't for your lack of strength, would the Tang family have to endure humiliation every year? Mo Bo, sensing the atmosphere in the hall, could not help but speak up. The eldest young master possesses extraordinary talent. Despite the destruction of his Dantian, he has already attained the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. While this strength may not be impressive, his growth rate is remarkable. It would be wise to forego this martial competition and let Yin Jun take the lead, primarily targeting the disciples outside the 4 major families. Should any of the 4 families issue a challenge, Yin Jun need not respond. Upon hearing Mo Bo's suggestion, the crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, the previously silent Ziyun could not contain her laughter, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the grand hall. Miss Z, what brings you to laughter? Inquired the elderly Tang Patriarch with keen curiosity. With Tang Yan's strength already at the 6th rank of the Huang stage, he holds a chance at competing among the young elites. Why do you all wear such troubled expressions? Ziyun's words were nothing short of astonishing. A sudden silence enveloped the grand hall. Old Master Tang, originally holding the teacup, suddenly exerted such force that he crushed it in his grip, the scalding tea cascading down his fingers without him even noticing. Lady Z, are your words indeed true? After a long silence, Tang Ling finally managed to utter a sentence. The gazes of those present in the hall converged upon Zi Yun. Although they were unaware of her identity, Tang Ling had informed them that this woman was a distinguished guest of the Tang family, and they must not treat her lightly. The respect that old Master Tang showed her indicated that her status was undoubtedly extraordinary. They found it even more difficult to accept Zi Yun's assertion. After all, Tang Yan, that notorious wastrel, had barely managed to cultivate to the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. And now he was suddenly proclaimed to be at the 6th rank of the Huang stage? Is this true? Just ask your grandson, and you will know. Old Master Tang remarked. Zi Yun, however, had no qualms about exposing Tang Yan's true capabilities. Yinner, quickly disclose your current strength, Old Master Tang asked sternly, his expression serious. Tang Yan glared at Zi Yun, fully aware that he could not deceive them any longer. He decided to release his Dantian's aura, a remarkably pure energy that instantly emanated from him. Old Master Tang's body trembled, staring incredulously at his grandson. This aura was undoubtedly that of the 6th rank of the Huang stage. Others present, possessing varying degrees of strength, also sensed this formidable energy and gazed at Tang Yan in astonishment. When had this frivolous young master acquired such formidable power? Zi Yun refrained from revealing that Tang Yan could challenge opponents of higher ranks. Firstly, to keep a card up his sleeve, and secondly, it would be rather embarrassing for her to admit that she could not compete with him at the same rank. It truly is the 6th rank, the Huang stage 6th rank. Old Master Tang felt an unprecedented surge of excitement, nearly overwhelmed to the point of tears. Over the years, from hope to despair regarding his grandson, Old Master Tang had resigned himself to fate. Little did he expect that his grandson would silently cultivate to the 6th rank of the yellow tier. He had never provided Tang Yan with any spiritual herbs. One could only imagine the arduous efforts required to reach such a level. Reflecting on Tang Yan's recent grueling training regimen, Tang Ling could no longer restrain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Excellent. Truly excellent. Heaven bless the Tang family, Old Master Tang exclaimed, striking the table in fervent admiration. At that moment, Mo Bo fully comprehended Old Master Tang's sentiment and remarked with a smile, I was initially concerned that Yin Jun alone could not bear the pressure of the upcoming competition. Now, with the young master joining, it is certain that our Tang family will maintain its prestige. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, and any disdainful glances toward Tang Yin vanished entirely. Chapter 40. Generous rewards. Tang Yin was taken aback by Old Master Tang's reaction. Having never experienced familial affection in his previous life, a tender part of his heart was profoundly stirred. Observing the elder with graying hair, Tang Yin silently lamented the heartache of parents everywhere. I hope everyone will keep my strength confidential, he addressed the gathering. The strength of Tang Yin was classified as a top secret within the Tang family. Anyone daring to disclose it would face severe consequences. Understood, the others replied in unison. At the hour of the rooster tonight, we shall all proceed to Mingwei Lake to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival, Old Master Tang declared, his spirits soaring. Just as the crowd eagerly anticipated the evening's festivities, a guard from the Tang family abruptly burst into the room. The expression on the elder Tang's face darkened, and Tang Yan's eyes narrowed in concentration. During the high-level meetings of the Tang family, any disruptions were strictly forbidden unless of significant importance. What is the matter? Elder Tang inquired in a grave tone. Reporting to you, sir, all the shops under the Liu family in the northern part of the city have been vandalized. Many guards have been killed, and our Tang family has also suffered some casualties, a guard hastily responded. Tang Yin was aware that the Liu family had been a subordinate clan to the Tang family. His knowledge stemmed from the fact that the Liu family owned several establishments, including taverns, where he often indulged in free food and drink. Who is responsible for this? Has it been investigated? It appears to be the work of the Sihai gang, but further investigation reveals that other families are likely instigating the attack on the Liu family. The Liu family is under the greatest suspicion, with the Wu and Qin families also showing considerable involvement, the scout reported truthfully. Tang Yin had heard of the Sihai gang, the largest underground force in Cloud City, which typically refrained from provoking the various clans, focusing instead on operating gambling houses and brothels. Over the years, they had amassed considerable wealth. Yet Tang Yin surmised that this underground force would not dare to offend the Tang family's authority. He was convinced that other families were involved in this incident. The Liu family, the Sihai gang. Elder Tang repeated thoughtfully, turning to look at Tang Yin, who wore a similarly contemplative expression. Curious about his grandson's thoughts, he asked, Yinner, what is your perspective? Taken aback by his grandfather's direct inquiry, Tang Yin, however, did not hesitate to share his analysis. Although our Tang family has seen a decline in popularity in recent years, we still wield significant power in Cloud City. Far beyond what the Sihai gang can contend with, there must be other families backing this operation. The reason for selecting this particular moment to inflict harm upon the Liu family is a remarkably cunning stratagem. Tang Yin rose and began pacing within the hall. Tonight marks the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. Though the strength of the Sihai gang pales in comparison to that of the Tang family, over the years, they have amassed considerable wealth in Yunqing, rendering their power not to be underestimated. It is likely they have prepared some formidable experts, lurking within the Sihai gang. Consequently, should the Tang family seek to avenge the Liu family, they will undoubtedly face a retaliatory strike. Conversely, if the Tang family chooses not to intervene, this incident will be widely publicized during the Mid-Autumn Festival, instilling trepidation among the families allied with the Tang. By tradition, my Tang family dares not attend the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. They will also vehemently proclaim that my Tang family has no successors, facing a treacherous future devoid of prospects. This double-edged strategy could easily undermine the morale of our allies, allowing them to exploit the situation to rally these families, ultimately leaving the Tang family in a state of significant depletion. Upon hearing Tang Yan's well-reasoned analysis, everyone broke into a cold sweat. The opponent's maneuver was truly ruthless and malevolent. Should they succeed, it would likely diminish the Tang family's strength by a quarter. Then shall we not attend? Mo Yanjun queried, perplexed. In the eyes of outsiders, I am merely a debauched scion, and Brother Mo's prowess is only at the 5th rank of the yellow level. When the young elites of the other 3 great families are dispatched to challenge the Tang family, our dignity will be utterly obliterated. To them, we are already fish in a barrel. At this moment, everyone was moved by Tang Yan's meticulous insight. Even Li Hua, who had previously held Tang Yan in disdain, hastily inquired, "Young master, what course of action should we take?" Sensing the collective gaze upon him, Tang Yan asserted with unwavering resolve, "Our resolve must not falter, and time is of the essence. If this matter remains unresolved before this evening's Mid-Autumn Festival gathering, they could exploit it to undermine the prestige of our Tang family. Therefore, the Tang family must not only strike, but strike decisively, eradicating the Four Seas gang in one fell swoop, bolstering our morale, and exalting our family's renown." Hearing Tang Yan's words, filled with palpable intent, Zi Yun's expression turned solemn. The confidence and decisiveness displayed by this erstwhile profligate scion were qualities that even some scions of prominent families could not boast. And these words swiftly garnered the approval of all present. "How many troops should we deploy this time?" Old Master Tang inquired. "The Tang family's guards are not merely for show. Only through the crucible of blood can they truly mature. Deploy all 120 Tang soldiers who have newly entered the yellow rank. In addition, dispatch 10 elite forces, led by Mo Bo, to eliminate the experts lurking in the shadows." At this moment, Tang Yin resembled a general, surveying the landscape and strategizing with acumen. "Very well, Brother Mo, we are grateful for your efforts." Old Master Tang said with a solemn countenance, "No problem. I shall gather the Tang soldiers forthwith." Mo Bo replied without delay, casting an admiring glance at Tang Yin before preparing to depart. Mo Bo. "Wait." Tang Yin suddenly called out, "Does the young master have any further instructions?" Tang Yan's recent astonishing performance had already earned Mo Bo's heartfelt admiration. 100-odd guards would be too conspicuous. Mo Bo, openly lead 20 men, taking the main road directly to the Four Seas gang. The others, in groups of 10, should take the back roads, converging towards the north of the city, and assemble near the Four Seas gang's headquarters. Upon meeting, let us dispense with idle chatter and engage directly in combat. Remember, it was the Four Seas gang that provoked the Tang family first. We stand on the side of righteousness, Tang Yin instructed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Mo Bo's eyes lit up. This would significantly diminish the vigilance of the Four Seas gang. By the time they realize that over 100 members of the Tang family have arrived, it will be too late for them to prepare. Before eliminating the Four Seas gang, inform the guards that for each kill, they shall receive a reward of 100 taels of silver, with no upper limit. Tang Yin declared. "So much?" Mo Bo glanced in astonishment at the elder Tang. "How many members does the Four Seas gang have?" If we truly follow the young Master Tang's strategy, the Tang family may very well incur substantial expenses once again. The elder Tang intended to voice his disapproval, but was cut off by Tang Yin. Mo Bo, proceed as planned. Although the Four Seas gang engages in sordid businesses, it has indeed amassed a considerable fortune. We shall gather their wealth, and the Tang family will profit handsomely. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. What a brilliant tactic indeed. Mo brother, let us execute this plan as young Master Yin suggests. The elder Tang commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Mo replied, and turned to head outside. The elder Tang looked at Tang Yin, his eyes filled with astonishment. His grandson's recent performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. Take, for instance, the proposal just made to Mo under the allure of monetary gain. It would undoubtedly enhance the combat effectiveness of the guards significantly. He found himself increasingly perplexed by this grandson of his. Chapter 41. The harvest in the northern part of the city, the headquarters of the Four Seas gang, is situated here. Within a conference hall, the gang leader Chen Dao was engrossed in a game of chess with a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man was none other than Lu Er, the deputy of the Lu family. Master Lu, the Tang family has not attended the Mid-Autumn Festival for 2 consecutive years. Should they fail to show up again this year, their popularity in Yun City will undoubtedly plummet. Today, our Sihai gang has recklessly launched an attack on the Lu family, which will undoubtedly provoke the Tang family. If they wish to salvage their reputation, they will certainly retaliate against us, and this may lead to a fierce confrontation. Chen Dao has navigated through the complexities of Yun City for many years, encountering a myriad of adversaries, and has developed a keen and astute mind. He is fully aware of the Lu family's intentions in instigating the Sihai gang to provoke the Tang family. Rest assured, Chief Chen, the Tang family is the weakest among the 4 great families in Yun City. Should a conflict arise with the Sihai gang, they would suffer significant losses. If they truly dare to engage in battle, tonight may very well mark the downfall of the Tang family. Their intention this time is likely to intimidate and seek justice, rather than act impulsively. After taking a sip of tea, Lu Jing continued, moreover, how many personnel can they mobilize? 39th grade Yuan level guards? Or perhaps 50? Such a scale may not suffice to contend with the Sihai gang. The Tang family would never anticipate that my Lu family has sent individuals to infiltrate the Sihai gang. With 49th grade Yuan level fighters and 15 Huang level experts, coupled with the strength of the Sihai gang, we have no reason to fear the Tang family. Should they resort to force, we will ensure they have no means of return. Master Lu's words ring true, yet this venture poses considerable risk for our Sihai gang. Should the Tang family be eradicated, according to our agreement, 20% of their assets will rightfully belong to us. Chen Dao chuckled. Indeed, that is certain. Lu Jing replied with a smile. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into hearty laughter, as if the Tang family were already within their grasp. Report, Chief Chen. The Tang family is charging towards us. A scout rushed into the grand hall to deliver the news. Oh, they have arrived so swiftly? Chen Dao and Lu Jing raised their brows. How many have come from the Tang family? Who leads them? Chen Dao inquired. Led by old Mo of the Tang family. There are 20 individuals, all of whom are Tang family guards. They will reach headquarters in about 15 minutes. The scout promptly replied. Upon hearing the report, Chen Dao felt a sense of relief in his heart. Chief Chen, most of the Tang family's guards possess strength at the 9th rank of the Yuan realm. We have 15 warriors at the yellow rank to hold the line, so there is little to worry about. If the Tang family makes any demands, simply refuse them. Lu Jing remarked with a smile, exuding an air of confidence and control. Everything shall be at the behest of Lord Lu. Chen Dao nodded in understanding and commanded loudly, assemble the troops. All warriors at the 8th rank of the Yuan realm and above, gather immediately, following Chen Dao's orders. Along with the guards from the Lu family, there were over 100 individuals in the courtyard. Among them, more than 80 were at the 9th rank of the Yuan realm, with over 20 at the yellow rank. Chen Dao, come out. Mo Bo arrived at the headquarters of the Four Seas gang, looking at the grand gate and mustering his energy to shout. It is none other than Steward Mo. Forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Chen Dao opened the courtyard door, and over 100 people followed him outside. Tilting his head to glance at the troops behind Mo, he feigned surprise and exclaimed, Steward Mo, what is the meaning of bringing so many people? With a stern expression, Mo glared at Chen Dao and stated angrily, Chief Chen, let us speak plainly. You are well aware of the alliance between the Lu family and my Tang family, yet you continue to act against the Lu family. What position have you put my Tang family in? The Tang family, along with all its allied clans, has a pact of mutual support. They share in each other's glory and disgrace. Such provocation against the Tang family cannot go unanswered. We will not rest until we receive a satisfactory explanation. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao's eyes narrowed with cold disdain, and he laughed heartily, saying, Master Mo, you have grown old, and your mind is dulled. You must understand. The current Tang family is not the same as it once was. What does it matter if we offend them? I advise you to return while you still can, lest you find yourself returning empty-handed, tarnishing the reputation of my Sihai gang. As Chen Dao scoffed at Master Mo, his gaze suddenly swept to the distance, where he spotted several groups of people rushing towards them. To his astonishment, there appeared to be as many as 70 or 80 individuals. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Dao. He had never anticipated that the Tang family would split their forces, successfully evading the watchful eyes of Si-Hai gang. It seemed that the leader of the Chun gang had not learned from his mistakes. Attack! Master Mo, recalling Tang Yan's orders, refrained from further discussion and bellowed, charging forth towards the members of Si-Hai gang before Chen Dao could react. Kill! The Tang family's guards had now arrived, over 100 skilled warriors. Their eyes ablaze with fury as they surged towards Si-Hai gang. It is worth noting that prior to their arrival, Master Mo had declared a reward of 100 taels of silver for each enemy slain. To the Tang family, the members of Si-Hai gang were no longer considered human, but rather mere vessels of wealth. Every individual gathered their strength, eager to annihilate the entirety of Si-Hai gang. With one head yielding 100 taels, the potential for riches was staggering. The members of Si-Hai gang united and prepared to fight. Chen Dao, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, had initially believed the Tang family to number only 40, only to discover that his side was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. As the lamentable cries of the Four Seas gang members echoed incessantly, Chen Dao's eyes became bloodshot with rage. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear the informant limb from limb. What utterly worthless intelligence was this? First, the misreporting of the Tang family's numbers was bad enough, but now, this overwhelming force of Tang family guards, each radiating a formidable aura, were clearly martial artists of the yellow rank. Since when did the Tang family possess so many yellow rank experts? Before he could dwell on it further, Mo Bo was already brandishing his spear, thrusting it towards Chen Dao. Tang Yin had recently provided Tang Lao and Mo Bo with numerous spiritual medicines and Mo Bo's strength. Originally at the 8th grade of the profound rank, had now reached the peak of the 8th grade, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th grade. Chen Dao, on the other hand, possessed only the 7th grade of the profound rank, and there was still a considerable gap between him and Mo Bo. Second Master Lu, request assistance. Under Mo Bo's fierce offensive, Chen Dao finally couldn't help but turn his head and roar loudly. Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, Mo Bo's eyes turned cold. Second Master Lu? So it was indeed the Lu family pulling the strings. Second Master Lu's strength had also reached the 5th grade of the profound rank. If the two of them joined forces to fight against him, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage. He had to act swiftly and decisively, not giving them the opportunity to combine their strength. Mo Bo roared furiously, his aura surging, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Meanwhile, the Tang family's 100+ members, all experts of the yellow rank, possessed an overwhelming advantage in strength. The number of Four Seas gang and Lu family guards began to decrease rapidly. In a short quarter of an hour, the number had been reduced by more than half. Originally, the Four Seas gang members were no match in one-on-one combat, but now, facing 2-on-1 or even 3-on-1 situations, the Four Seas gang members were collapsing like a landslide, rapidly being annihilated. As the subordinates of the 9th rank and below emerged, they proved utterly incomparable to the Tang family's guards, who swiftly eradicated the Four Seas gang as if harvesting chives. Chapter 42, A Bountiful Harvest. Lu Jing, who had remained within the Four Seas gang, was struck by an overwhelming sense of horror. The strength of the Tang family's guards was entirely at the yellow rank. When did the Tang family come to possess such a multitude of experts? Upon hearing Chen Dao's call, Lu Jing wrestled internally with the decision of whether to assist him. However, he soon relinquished this thought. With Mo Bo's strength already at the 8th rank of the profound tier, joining forces with Chen Dao might yield some advantage. Yet once the Tang family's guards encircled them, the sheer number would render his survival chances exceedingly slim. It was far wiser to flee at the earliest opportunity. Resolute in his decision, Lu Jing signaled discreetly to the members of the Lu family that they could seize the opportunity to escape, while he hastily dashed towards the back courtyard. Upon reaching a wall, he took a deep breath and vaulted over, fleeing towards the Lu family residence. In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, the experts of the Four Seas gang were thoroughly annihilated, while the weaker members had long since fled. The Four Seas gang, which had long dominated the underground forces of Yin City, was utterly shattered in less than an hour. Chen Dao, having already sensed the catastrophic defeat of the Four Seas gang, felt a surge of sorrow and anger upon realizing he had not seen Lu Jing for quite some time. At that moment, he harbored no resentment towards the Tang family. Rather, he felt an intense hatred for the Lu family. Were it not for your Lu family, how could I, Chen Dao, have fallen to such depths? Originally, Chen Dao was already inferior to Mo Bo in strength, coupled with various external disturbances. He retreated step by step, and in a moment of carelessness, was struck by 2 bullets, blood splattering forth. Liujia, I curse your entire family for 18 generations to suffer a wretched fate. I, Chen Dao, shall not let you go even in death. Realizing he was cornered and without hope, Chen Dao raised his head and uttered a long curse, swiftly slashing his neck with his blade, thus ending his own life. As Imobo gazed upon the fallen Chen Dao and the shattered Sihai gang, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The Sihai gang had indeed amassed considerable wealth in Yun City, although their strength paled in comparison to the 4 prominent families. Should they have chosen to confront a family with full force, they undoubtedly could have inflicted significant damage. Hence, despite the other families eyeing the Sihai gang's assets covetously, none truly dared to strike a lethal blow. Who could have anticipated that such a formidable faction would be effortlessly swept away by the Tang family? Mo thought of young Master Tang, his heart tightening. The Tang family's formidable power was indeed bolstered by young Master Tang's covert influence. The young master had concealed his depth for far too long. Search thoroughly and transport all valuable items back to the Tang family. After a moment of reflection, Mo immediately issued his orders. When the Tang family's guards began to haul away box after box of treasures from the Sihai gang, Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. After years of engaging in those sordid businesses, the Sihai gang had amassed such vast wealth. The towering pile of gold before him could very well rival half of the Tang family's fortune. As these treasures were transported back to the Tang family, Old Master Tang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of wealth possessed by the Sihai gang. In addition to today's rewards for slaying enemies, each person is granted an additional 500 taels of silver. Upon witnessing the convoy laden with treasures returning, Tang Yin promptly increased the rewards. He sought to continuously instill in the populace the notion that allegiance to the Tang family would yield prosperity, thereby uniting their hearts and forging an indomitable force within the Tang troops. To vanquish the Sea Alliance in a single hour was a feat that could only be deemed illustrious within the realm of Cloud City. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Cloud City. The various clans responded to this news with differing sentiments. For instance, the City Lord's Manor, Miaodong Workshop, and the aloof Tianbao auction house were left in awe of the Tang family's might, yet felt no panic. Conversely, those clans that had relied upon the Tang family, who had previously wavered in their loyalty, now found their resolve solidified. The recent attack on the Liu family in the northern part of the city by the Sea Alliance was clearly orchestrated by the Liu family itself. The Tang family's willingness to rise in defense of the Liu family, even deploying 130 yellow-tier experts, instilled a sense of assurance among their allies. However, for the 3 clans outside the 4 great families of Cloud City, the situation was not as straightforward. In the grand hall of the Liu family, the elder Liu Wuhui paced restlessly, while the others wore grim expressions. The sudden display of strength by the Tang family had cast a heavy pall over each of their hearts. Over 130 yellow-tier experts. Who among you can elucidate how you monitored the Tang family? How could such a multitude of skilled fighters appear without a whisper of warning? Liu Wuhui bellowed in frustration. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, the tension palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Liu He spoke. Father, although the Tang family has produced numerous formidable warriors, they remain incomparable to our Liu family. This evening's Mid-Autumn Festival gathering will still allow us to preserve the Tang family's dignity. Liu Wuhui pointed out the gravity of the situation in a cold tone. The Tang family's current display of strength cannot be underestimated. If we were to actually kill Tang Yan, how much would our Liu family suffer if the Tang family retaliated with all their might? The assembly fell into a pensive silence. The realization that the Tang family could mobilize over 100 yellow-tier experts sending chills through them. While they may not be able to slay Tang Yan, inflicting severe injury upon him remained a viable option, as long as that wild offspring is left with a sliver of life. The old dog of the Tang family would refrain from pouring all his strength into a bloody conflict with us. By then, allying with other families to strike at the Tang family would render their downfall an inevitable fate. What if the Tang family chooses not to participate in this year's Mid-Autumn Festival? Lu Ji, who had been silent until now, posed the question. We shall spread the word that the younger generation of the Tang family is lacking, that they have no direct descendants to attend the Mid-Autumn gathering. Regardless of their current prowess, it is merely a fleeting moment. Once Tang Ling is dead, the Tang family will collapse instantly. If the Tang family indeed opts out of the competition, this rumor will leave an indelible mark in the minds of the public, greatly tarnishing their reputation. Should they participate, we will proceed according to our original plan to incapacitate Tang Yan, thereby achieving the desired blow to the Tang family. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Liu Wuhui's eyes. Master, you are indeed wise. The crowd immediately applauded in agreement. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, leaving only a few brilliant streaks of twilight in the sky. The annual Mid-Autumn Festival was steadily approaching its grand commencement. At this moment, the lakeside of Mingwell Lake is adorned with vibrant lights, illuminating the entire expanse of water. People of all ages, from the young to the elderly, are flocking towards this lively gathering. Many young individuals have taken great care in their appearance, their hair slicked back, hoping to encounter a beautiful maiden amidst the festivities. Numerous scions of influential families are also eager to showcase their prowess at this grand event. Various stalls and vendors have set up along the lakeside and spilled onto the streets, creating a cacophony of drums and excitement that resonates throughout Mingwell Lake. However, many are craning their necks, anticipating the spectacle between the four prominent families. In the brief span of a single day, two rumors have surfaced in Yunqing. The first suggests that the Tang family is not the weakest among the four great families, but has merely been biding its time, concealing considerable strength. The second rumor posits that the Tang family lacks capable successors. Regardless of their existing power, once old Master Tang passes, the family will inevitably crumble, rendering them reluctant to participate in this Mid-Autumn Festival. Even if they do enter the competition, they would likely finish at the bottom. Each of these rumors carries a high degree of credibility. Thus, many are eager to witness how the Tang family will fare in this upcoming event. As time progresses, the Qin, Wu, and Lu families arrive in succession, yet the Tang family remains conspicuously absent. I suspect they have chosen not to compete. Why would they participate only to secure a last-place finish? If it were me, I would prefer to stay away and avoid embarrassment. Should the Tang family fail to show up this time, it would indeed align with the rumors. Once old Master Tang is gone, the family may very well disband. The surrounding crowd is abuzz with speculation, and the majority do not hold a favorable view of the Tang family. As the Tang family found themselves amidst a flurry of discussions, a melodious voice resonated through the air, heralding the arrival of a contingent from the east. All eyes turned simultaneously, and at the forefront stood a robust elder, exuding vigor and confidence, none other than old Master Tang. Following closely behind him was a captivating figure, drawing the attention of every onlooker. With an air of grace reminiscent of a celestial being, the enchanting Ziyun caused the hearts of the men present to race. Beside her was a striking young man, clad in a white garment, his countenance adorned with a radiant smile. He wielded a folding fan, glancing about with an air of playful nonchalance, occasionally winking at some of the lovely maidens nearby. This individual was none other than the illustrious young Master Tang. Following closely behind were the members of the Tang family, who settled in the prime spots along the eastern shore of the lake. It was a momentous occasion, as the four prominent families of Yun City convened for the Mid-Autumn gathering for the first time in 3 years. Suddenly, another voice emerged from the direction of the Miao Dan workshop, stirring the crowd's attention. Leading the way was the esteemed chief alchemist, Wu Xian, dressed in a dynamic outfit. She exuded an aura of spirited elegance, and the alluring contours of her figure made many men swallow hard. Walking alongside her was the esteemed elder Guming. As the members of the Miao Dan workshop made their entrance, onlookers greeted them with respect. For the majority of the potions in Yun City were sourced from their esteemed establishment, a towering presence that commanded admiration. Wu Xian greeted the crowd with a smile, her every expression captivating those around her. The unique aura of authority she emanated, combined with her striking allure, sent many hearts racing. However, despite her beauty, no one dared to make an inappropriate advance, except, of course, for young Master Tang. As everyone was preparing to greet the esteemed Wu Xian and her companions, Tang Yin stood up and waved energetically at Wu Xian, saying, "Miss Wu Xian, Master Go, please come and sit over here." Humph, a dandy remains a dandy. He fails to consider the status of the Miao Dan workshop, who would sit alongside the Tang family. Upon hearing Tang Yan's call, those families not affiliated with the Tang family immediately expressed their disdain with a dismissive hum. "Miss Wu Xian, my Lu family has prepared tea. Why not join us for a chat and enjoy the bright moon of mid-autumn?" A voice rich with charisma emerged from the Lu family section, as a tall, courteous young man rose to extend his invitation. "Wow, young Master Lu is so handsome." Some young ladies' eyes sparkled with admiration at the sight of Lu Ji standing. Meanwhile, others, upon recognizing Lu Ji, assumed that Miao Dan workshop would indeed visit the Lu family's table. Wu Xian naturally heard both Tang Yan's and Lu Ji's calls. She turned her head and took a few steps toward the Lu family, leading everyone to believe she would truly approach them. However, she halted and, in a voice as melodious as a lark, replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Lu, but I have previously made arrangements with young Master Tang to discuss poetry, so I hope for your understanding." She nodded slightly in Lu Ji's direction before gracefully making her way toward the Tang family. Tang Yin, feeling a sense of obligation toward Guming. Also wished to engage in conversation with him, thus following closely behind Wu Xian as they proceeded to the Tang family's area. With both high-ranking officials of the Miao Dan workshop now at the Tang family's position, others naturally followed suit, all heading toward the Tang family. At this moment, the gazes directed at the Tang family transformed dramatically. The seemingly light and airy words of Wu Xian appeared to bestow honor upon the Lu family. Yet anyone could discern that it was, in fact, a veiled slap to their face. By choosing the Tang family over the Lu family, it was abundantly clear that she held the Tang family in far greater esteem. The unwavering support from Miao Danfang for the Tang family raised questions about the nature of their relationship. Curiosity burgeoned among the onlookers regarding the Tang family, a clan that had long languished at the bottom of the four great families, yet now seemed to be at the center of an astonishing array of events that left one in awe. Upon her arrival at the Tang residence, and after greeting the venerable Tang patriarch, Wu Xian's gaze fell upon Ziyun, who stood beside Tang Yan. Having frequently engaged with various prominent families, Wu Xian felt a pang of surprise upon seeing Ziyun. This woman, unadorned yet strikingly beautiful, exuded an innate nobility that was neither oppressive nor overly approachable. Such a woman could only be of a prestigious lineage. Given the limited number of esteemed families in Yun City, Wu Xian had never encountered anyone of such caliber before. Could she possibly hail from elsewhere? Oh, this sister seems somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask your name? Wu Xian inquired with a smile. Ziyun, taken aback by the beauty and grace of this woman who stood before her, returned the smile and graciously replied, "You may call me Ziyun." Miss Wu Xian, you are truly stunning. As the pleasantries exchanged, Wu Xian suddenly felt a tightening in her chest as a realization struck her. She hastily asked, "Are you perhaps from the esteemed Tingxiang family? Not only is my sister inherently beautiful, but her intellect is also exceptional," Ziyun acknowledged, somewhat surprised by Wu Xian's insight. Yet she readily confirmed it. Wu Xian's astonishment grew as she cast a swift glance at Tang Yan. How remarkable it was that Ziyun sat so closely beside the young master of the Tang family. Why did Ziyun appear in the Tang family of Cloud City? This is likely inseparable from Tang Yan's involvement. Upon witnessing two exquisite beauties seated beside Tang Yan, the men present could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Some young scions of prominent families secretly resolved to humiliate Tang Yan in the martial competition, ensuring he would lose face before the ladies. Shortly after the arrival of Mai Danfang, representatives from the Tianbao auction house also made their entrance. With this, the foremost forces of Cloud City had finally gathered. Upon hearing that someone from the Lord's mansion had arrived, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eyes of the assembled crowd. Traditionally, the arrival of officials from the Lord's mansion signaled the commencement of the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. When Lord Lin Xiao appeared, he greeted everyone with a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries before directly addressing the matter at hand. As we enjoy this delightful occasion, I shall not interrupt your revelry. Now, I invite Zhou Ying from the Lord's mansion to introduce the rules of the Mid-Autumn Festival gathering. Under the gaze of the crowd, a slender elder ascended the stage. Everyone recognized Zhou Ying, a well-respected figure in Cloud City, known for his literary prowess. His refined verses had resonated throughout the region. After bowing to the audience, Zhou Ying eloquently began, "Esteemed guests, once again we gather to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. With splendid scenery and a radiant moon, it is only fitting that we indulge until we are intoxicated. The Mid-Autumn Gathering, as in years past, will consist of two events, a literary competition and a martial contest. Anyone from Cloud City under the age of 35 is eligible to participate. We shall commence with the literary competition, presided over by Lord Lin, Guming from Mai Danfang, Qin Changao from the Lord's mansion, and myself, Zhou Ying. The literary contest will be divided into 3 rounds. I now invite all talented scholars and beautiful ladies participating in the literary competition to ascend the stage." As Zhou Ying's voice faded, the talented scholars eagerly surged toward the elevated platform. In the chapter titled Literary Competition, one cannot help but ponder the youthful exuberance that drives every young individual to seek recognition and distinction. Who among them does not yearn to impress their idol, exhibiting their finest qualities to win her favor? Consequently, those who are acutely aware of their lack of innate talent in martial arts devote considerable effort to honing their literary skills, aspiring to shine in this arena. The art of writing is equally esteemed among the prominent families, for achieving commendable results can elevate their status and prestige. In summary, amidst a world dominated by martial prowess, there remains a substantial number of individuals who diligently recite poetry and prose. The most renowned scholars of Yun City are still affiliated with its notable families, such as Wu Jin of the Wu family, Qinan of the Qin family, and Lu Ji and Lu Halian of the Lu family. Within the span of a fragrant stick of incense, all competitors ascended the literary stage. At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed that there were no members of the Tang family present, and the collective gaze turned toward the platform. After a prolonged observation, it was evident that not a single member of the Tang family was in sight. Such a loud proclamation did not escape the ears of old Master Tang, who felt a tinge of embarrassment at the absence of his descendants. Meanwhile, Mo Yanjun was engrossed in martial pursuits, showing little interest in literary endeavors. In previous years, old Master Tang was the sole member of the family engaged in literary pursuits, yet the competition stipulations barred those over 35 from participating, leaving him with the desire but lacking the means. Suddenly, he recalled the poignant love poem that Tang Yin had written for Lin Dongxue, characterized by its vigorous and powerful calligraphy. Perhaps he should encourage Tang Yin to give it a try? However, observing Tang Yan's disinterested demeanor from his seat, old Master Tang reluctantly dismissed the thought. His intuition was correct. Tang Yin had little interest in the literary competition. Presently, various prominent families cast their covetous gazes upon the Tang family. As long as they can demonstrate commendable prowess, they will not tarnish the Tang family's reputation, thereby achieving their own objectives. As for the literary competition, to be frank, it is merely a decorative embellishment, holding little significance for the Tang family. Young Master Tang, the love poem you penned for Dongxue was indeed a masterpiece. Why the sudden timidity now? Inquisitively prodded by Wu Xuan, who thrived on chaos, the atmosphere was charged. The notion that Tang Yin had written a love poem for someone else struck a chord of inexplicable pain in Ziyun's heart. She was at a loss as to why she felt this way, yet the sentiment was undeniably unsettling. Indeed, he had once ardently declared his affections to the city lord's daughter, each line of the poem resonating with heartfelt emotion. Alone I ascend the western tower, the moon like a hook. As she spoke, Wu Xuan recited the verses from memory. Ziyun, upon hearing this, felt her gaze become somewhat dazed. Could such touching words truly have sprung from this fellow's pen? Casting a complex glance at Tang Yin, whose languid demeanor irked her inexplicably, she raised her leg and kicked him off his chair. What is this? Young Master Tang stands forth. Does he intend to represent the Tang family in battle? With Tang Yan's sudden emergence, Lu Ji on stage couldn't resist a jibe. Laughter erupted from the audience in response to Lu Ji's remarks. The nature of young Master Tang was well known among the majority in Yun City. He had merely stumbled upon some fortuitous luck recently, inexplicably bouncing up to the 8th tier of the elemental realm. Unlike the others who laughed, the city lord and Qin Changdao, seated at the judging platform, exchanged knowing glances. Particularly for Qin Changdao, who had witnessed Tang Yin compose the joy of reunion, the image of his graceful and striking demeanor lingered vividly in his mind. The poem left him utterly astonished. Would Tang Yin bring forth yet another surprise this time? Seated in the lord's manor, Lin Dongxue suddenly felt invigorated, her gaze immediately fixating upon Tang Yin. What could have caused such a sudden reaction? Could it be that she has developed an admiration for him? Tang Yin had previously presented her with medicinal pills on 2 occasions, greatly altering Madame Lin's perception of him. Moreover, in recent days, her husband had ceased to speak of the illustrious scions of the Lu, Wu, or Qin families, instead frequently mentioning this young Master Tang, which piqued Madame Lin's interest in him significantly. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have feelings for him? Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed like a sunset. Observing her daughter's bashful demeanor, Madame Lin teased, he is quite handsome. Should he perform exceptionally well this time, it might be worth considering. Disregarding her mother, Lin Dongxue turned her head away, prompting a light-hearted laugh from Madame Lin. Tang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What on earth were women thinking these days? Just the other day, he had been conversing pleasantly with Wu Xian, only to find himself abruptly cast aside. Having already stepped forward, there was no turning back. He met Lu Ji's gaze with indifference and, with a calm smile, declared, "Since my family, the Tang clan, is participating in the Mid-Autumn Festival, we shall compete. Otherwise, it would be unseemly for us to allow some petty individuals to use this as a means to slander the Tang family." With that, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, Tang Yin confidently strode onto the stage. His graceful demeanor captured the attention of several young ladies. "Is there anyone else wishing to compete?" Zhou inquired. Upon confirming that no one else would take the stage, Zhou counted the participants, arriving at a total of 130. "Very well, let us divide this table into 10 groups, each consisting of 13 individuals. The first round shall commence with a poetic relay, beginning with 5-character verses. With each subsequent round, the verses will extend by 1 character. Those who fail to contribute will be eliminated automatically, with the final 2 participants from each group advancing to the next round." Zhou articulated the rules. Tang Yin, however, appeared indifferent, promptly taking a seat at a table. As the others noticed Tang Yin seated there, they eagerly approached him. As the most notorious dandy of Yin City, Tang Yan's lack of scholarly pursuits and illiteracy was no secret. Sharing a table with him meant one less competitor. Those unable to secure a seat could only sigh and seek out other tables. Upon the table lay 13 goblets filled with fine wine. Tang Yin raised a goblet to his lips, taking a sip while surveying the individuals at the table. Soon, his gaze settled on one person, Liu Halian of the Liu family. The animosity between the Tang and Liu families was well known in Yun City, especially heightened due to the recent events involving the Sihai gang. Upon meeting Tang Yan's gaze, Liu Halian smirked disdainfully, remarking, "Now even the most insignificant creatures dare to show themselves. How utterly ridiculous." The others at the table instinctively understood Liu Halian's target, their eyes collectively shifting to Tang Yan. How absurd, Tang Yan muttered to himself, provoking an almost explosive reaction from the assembled guests. Such crudeness had never graced the Mid-Autumn Festival in previous years, yet it slipped from Tang Yan's lips with disconcerting ease. Liu Halian's hand trembled, struggling to suppress the urge to slap Tang Yan, and he inhaled deeply several times to regain his composure. Though he possessed remarkable eloquence in Cloud City, he had yet to ascend to the yellow rank in martial arts. As Tang Yan's table engaged in hushed conversation, their words eluded the ears of outsiders. Upon Zhou Ying's declaration to commence, each table promptly initiated their contest. The moonlight dances with the wind, autumn's heart triumphs over summer's pride, leaves descend into the clouds, cool dew moistens the osmanthus. Tang Yin casually responded with a line of poetry, astonishing those present. This seemingly uninformed individual, could it be that he had been possessed? Chapter 45. Entering the third round, wine stirs sorrowful depths, yet tears remain absent. Blood ignites an endless battlefield. Iron steeds gallop with a thunderous roar on autumn nights. Soldiers are counted before the tents. As Tang Yin again recited a line of poetry imbued with profound imagery, the expressions of the onlookers shifted, their gazes toward him transforming. Had this fellow been overtaken? Could such verses truly flow from his lips? Sighing at the moon, ever waxing and waning, its nature unpredictable. When a 9-character verse erupted from Liu Halian's mouth, the surrounding participants found themselves in a quandary. With only 7 contenders remaining, 3 promptly withdrew. Observing the tides of the vast sea, one feels a sense of melancholy. Tang Yin responded with yet another line. The audience began to turn their attention toward Tang Yan's table, questioning how he still remained despite the passage of time. Could he be cheating? As evening boats journeyed upon the river, returning souls gazed at the stellar river beneath the dual moons, when Liu Halian uttered a lengthy 14-character line. Only 3 remained at Tang Yan's table. The individual in the middle faltered, unable to respond, when Tang Yan, with a smile, proclaimed, "The red sun ascends the green mountains. A fine steed carries youth along a fragrant path." Gua, lacking foresight, was astonished by Tang Yan's remarkable talent, filled with admiration. The young man who had failed to compete offered a wry smile and a respectful bow to Tang Yin before departing with regret. Cheers erupted from the Tang family as they witnessed Tang Yin remaining on stage. The first round concluded swiftly, revealing a mere 20 contenders, among whom was the notorious playboy Tang Yin, leaving the crowd of Yun City utterly astonished. A few, fueled by intense curiosity towards Tang Yin, eagerly anticipated his forthcoming performance. "Congratulations to all who have advanced to the next round," announced Zhou Ying with a smile. "This time, the Lord of the City shall propose the theme. You will have 2/4 of an hour to complete your works, which may be poems or lyrics. The top 5 will progress, while the rest shall be eliminated." He then respectfully gestured towards the city lord. "Sir, please present the topic." The agility of thought exhibited in the first round was truly commendable. This time, we shall continue to test your quick wit and literary flair. In previous years, we used the Mid-Autumn Festival as our theme. However, this year, we shall shift to emotion as the subject, declared Lin Xiao, standing and proclaiming the theme. Many faces darkened upon hearing this. They had prepared verses pertaining to the Mid-Autumn Festival, which were now rendered useless. Instantly, the audience bowed their heads in contemplation. Tang Yin stood out among the crowd, pouring himself a generous serving of fine wine, which he consumed with a carefree tilt of his head. Observing his nonchalance, others couldn't help but twitch their lips. This uneducated rogue, relying solely on luck to reach this point, was now grasping at straws, feigning elegance despite knowing he could not succeed. His pretentious demeanor was utterly repugnant. Indeed, one individual suddenly exclaimed with delight. The surrounding crowd, startled by his outburst, cast disapproving glances in his direction, undeterred by their scrutiny. He cleared his throat and recited, "The autumn breeze intoxicates the senses as a beauty strolls beneath the moonlight. Though distant, she remains silent, The bright moon conveys my sentiments. Upon the emergence of these 4 lines of 5-character verse, the onlookers could not help but murmur their admiration, particularly those connected to the young man, who cheered him on enthusiastically. Even the 4 judges nodded in approval. Although the poem was simple, its essence was commendable, and crafting it in such a brief span was no small feat. Subsequently, several others presented their works, each varying in depth of meaning, garnering applause from the audience. At this moment, only a few renowned poets from Yun City remained on stage: Wu Jin from the Wu family, Qinan from the Qin family, and Lu Ji and Lu Halian from the Lu family. Meanwhile, the city's most notorious dandy was entirely overlooked by the crowd. True to their repute as eminent poets of Yun City, each of the 4 created verses that stirred excitement among the spectators, who marveled at the profound implications of their lines. "My lord, might we consider this second round concluded?" Lu Ji smirked, observing the silent Tang Yin seated nearby. His words elicited laughter from the audience once more. Despite having somehow advanced through the first round, Tang Yin's true colors were finally revealed in this second round. Failing to compose a poem in front of everyone was a tremendous embarrassment. It would have been better had he been eliminated in the first round. The lord of the city remained silent, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Tang Yin, though he had only encountered Tang Yin a few times. Each interaction left a strong impression on him. Would Tang Yin truly concede defeat? What a fine wine. Tang Yin stood at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the shimmering moonlight lake. He poured himself a glass and softly recited. Leaning against the precarious tower, the wind whispers gently. Gazing far, spring's sorrow arises, dimly emerging at the horizon. In the fading light, the grass takes on hues of smoke. Who can understand the unspoken thoughts of one leaning on the balustrade? As Tang Yin recited this verse, he subtly infused his voice with a touch of true energy. Though his tone was not loud, it traveled far and resonated clearly in the ears of the crowd. Upon hearing the first stanza, the onlookers, who had initially awaited the opportunity to mock him, were instead filled with profound astonishment. Is this truly the infamous young master Tang? Can he genuinely compose poetry? A wave of admiration swept through the crowd. This stanza, while describing a scene, was meticulously crafted, vividly evoking an atmosphere of infatuation. Ziyun, hearing Tang Yin's poetry for the first time, fixated her gaze upon him, her curiosity about this young man deepening. With both martial prowess and poetic flair, how had he been nurtured to such a state? Meanwhile, Qin Changdao, who had previously been anxious, now felt at ease. I knew it. The one who could create a masterpiece like Joy of Reunion on that day could certainly write something of merit this time. I intend to indulge in a drunken revelry, toasting with wine while singing songs, yet the joy feels devoid of flavor. My clothing grows loose, but I do not regret it. For her sake, I have become haggard. As Tang Yin recited the final lines, the previously chaotic scene fell into an immediate silence. My clothing grows loose, but I do not regret it. For her sake, I have become haggard. This concluding line elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. Under the moonlight, Tang Yin, alone with his drink, exuded an air of aloofness and melancholy, resembling a lovesick poet, drawing the attention of many young ladies. The demeanor exhibited by the young scion was, at the very least, not as deplorable as one might have imagined. After a considerable pause, the city lord finally clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent. This time, Tang Yin is destined to triumph once more." Wu Xian, recovering from her astonishment, smiled and offered her own remark. The elder Tang's face blossomed with joy. After years of self-cultivation and extensive reading of poetry and literature, he could certainly discern the merit of his grandson's verse. I hereby declare that in this round of the competition, Tang Yin of the Tang family takes first place, followed by Lu Hailian of the Lu family in second, Wu Jin of the Wu family in third, Lu Ji of the Lu family in fourth, and Qinan of the Qin family in fifth. These 5 individuals have successfully advanced to the third round of the literary contest, announced Zhou Ying, rising to proclaim the results. The rankings elicited no objections from the crowd. As the third round posed greater challenges, Zhou Ying urged everyone to prepare themselves. He then elucidated the rules for the upcoming round. The first participant must produce their work, while the remaining competitors would be required to complete their pieces within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The compositions must consist of no fewer than 100 words, centered around the theme of the young men of Cloud City, with creative freedom allowed. Begin. Upon hearing Zhou Ying's declaration, the onlookers were instantly invigorated. This rule was intriguing. Should the first participant compose their work swiftly, the pressure on the subsequent competitors would escalate dramatically. Moreover, everyone was curious to hear how the 5 would extol the virtues of the young men of Cloud City. The expressions of the other 4 participants were solemn. The topic was no trifling matter, as it required not only the judges' approval, but also the endorsement of the citizens of Cloud City. in stark contrast to the contemplative demeanor of the other four. Tang Yin continued to leisurely sip his wine. The gazes of the crowd toward him had shifted, shedding their previous disdain. Even this nonchalance rendered him all the more captivating. Suddenly, after downing a glass of wine, Tang Yin let out a loud exclamation, startling the other four. Lu Halian, who had just experienced a flicker of inspiration, was completely unnerved by Tang Yin's outburst, causing him to furrow his brow in displeasure and retort. If you can create something, then just say it. I fear that if I were to voice my thoughts, your zeal for first place would vanish. Tang Yan's words struck a chord with the others. Humph. In such a brief span of time, what remarkable phrases can you possibly conjure? Lu Halian scoffed. Your Lu family may falter, but my Tang family shall prevail. As Tang Yin sipped his drink, a hint of sarcasm laced his tone. Below the stage, Old Master Lu's eyes glinted with coldness. Your Tang family prevails? In what regard? Since young Master Tang has crafted something, why not share it with all present, allowing us to witness the prowess of your Tang family? Lu Ji chuckled lightly, discreetly passing the challenge back to Tang Yin. Since your Lu family is so eager to know, Tang Yin rose, downed the remaining wine in his cup, filled it again from the jug, and proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Then listen closely. To kill one is a crime. To slay thousands is to be heroic. Slaying 900,000 is to be the mightiest among the mighty. A man must act with ferocity. Benevolence and ambition cannot coexist. A man must take lives with no mercy spared. An everlasting legacy lies in the act of killing. At that moment, Tang Yin exuded a chilling aura, his white garments billowing. And paired with these lines of verse, he resembled a formidable hero of his time. Armed with a sword capable of slicing through iron, he would strike down foes in a fit of rage, reveling in the macabre while leaving even the spirits astounded. To avenge 1,000 miles, I would traverse 10 cycles of the stars. At this instant, the senior members of the prominent families in Cloud City all sat up slightly, their attention captured. In the verses penned by Tang Yin, the unmasked intent to kill sends shivers down one's spine. Reflecting on this morning's incident, where the Tang family annihilated the Four Seas gang within a mere hour, one cannot help but ponder if the Tang and Lu families are truly on the verge of a public rift. In dreams, one kills. A smile reflects the pure radiance. Daughters, do not inquire, how fierce is the heart of a man? Since ancient times, benevolence has often led to harm, and righteousness has rarely borne genuine truth. Do you not see how lions and tigers earn their fame by hunting their prey, while the pitiful deer finds no one to care for it? In this world, the strong have always preyed upon the weak. Even if there is reason, it is in vain. Do not question, for a man has his own path to tread. A man's path is one of ferocity. Compassion and strength cannot coexist. A man's duty lies within the battlefield, with courage akin to a bear and eyes sharp as a wolf. If one is born a man, let him take lives. Let not the male form be shrouded in the heart of a woman. Though this poem has been abridged by Tang Yin, its fervent and impassioned verses still resonate profoundly. Many young men, their faces flushed and breaths rapid, gaze upon Tang Yin with newfound admiration. With every 10 steps, one kills a man. No trace remains after 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, one brushes off the garments and conceals their merit and name. In the final line, Tang Yin concludes with a reference to Li Bai Xia Kexing, then tilts his head back and drains his cup. At this moment by the shores of Mingyue Lake, the only sounds are the heavy breaths of the crowd. Old Master Tang's eyes blaze red as he gazes at his grandson, filled with pride. This is the lineage of the Tang family. Tang Yin's eloquence, with its fervent passion in every line, instantly ignited the spirits of those present. To convey the act of killing with such exhilarating intensity is a feat that, for Lu Ji and his companions, is likely beyond their reach in this lifetime. Lu Halian and Lu Zi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yearning to compose verses in rebuttal. Yet, despite their efforts, not a single word escaped their lips. Why the silence? Do you now recognize the prowess of the Tang family, while your Lu family falters? Tang Yin inquired with a smirk. Humph, boasting with mere words. Next time, I shall cripple your dantian, and we shall see who shall mend it for you. Lu Zi threatened softly, turning away as he descended from the stage. As Lu Zi made his exit, a collective sigh resonated among the onlookers. The literary piece crafted by Tang Yin was undeniably formidable, every individual present. Even those venerable scholars who had devoted their lives to the study of poetry lamented their inability to reach even half of such magnificence. With one individual leading, the remaining 3 ceased their insistence, casting disgruntled glances at Tang Yin before bowing their heads in defeat as they left the stage. The illustrious talents, renowned throughout Yin City, had been compelled by the city's foremost wastrel to concede. This outcome was truly unexpected for all. Now, apart from the members of the Tang family, who beamed with delight, the expressions of the others were predominantly grim. The title of champion in this literary contest undoubtedly belonged to Tang Yan. To his astonishment, he learned that the champion would receive a reward. The prizes, which brought a smile to Tang Yan's face, included not only accolades and a sum of silver, but also a third-grade beast core. Although he was uncertain why such a generous reward accompanied the contest, the beast core was indeed beneficial for him, making his efforts on stage worthwhile. In the Liu family's seating area, the patriarch's countenance was as inscrutable as water, devoid of any evident emotion, leaving his sentiments ambiguous. However, a sense of unease enveloped the members of the Liu family when the elder Liu displayed such an expression. It was evident that his mood had plummeted to an all-time low. No matter the circumstances, it was imperative for that young man, Tang Yan, to participate in the martial arts competition. Once he ascended the stage, regardless of who faced him, they were to show no mercy. It would be best if he were rendered incapable of fighting. If, by some misfortune, he were to be killed, it would be of little consequence. Liu Wuhui instructed in a hushed tone. Yes, I shall make the arrangements at once. At this moment, the leader Liu He also wore a grim countenance, gathering the promising young talents of the Liu family and whispering his directives. Elder Tang, a shrewd observer, had been closely monitoring the reactions of the various families. Upon witnessing Liu He's actions, he was taken aback after a moment's contemplation and hurriedly summoned Tang Yan. Say, Yenner, do your utmost to avoid combat in the martial competition. If you must engage, do not confront Liu Ji. I sense that the Liu family harbors ill intentions. Tang Yan cast a glance toward the Liu family's direction, reassuringly replying, I shall act with discretion, rest assured, grandfather. Observing his grandson's unwavering confidence, Elder Tang felt a slight relief. Although this youth had once been somewhat unreliable, his recent displays of maturity and composure had alleviated many of the elder's concerns. As the crowd continued to fervently discuss Tang Yan's recent exploits, the city lord ascended the platform and declared with clarity, Esteemed guests, the splendid literary competition has concluded. Next, we shall proceed to the martial competition of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 47. A performance of grandfather and grandson. The future prosperity of a city hinges upon the caliber of its youth. This martial competition will be adjudicated by me, and any participant who secures a position in the top 8 of Yun City will be rewarded. Among the younger generation of Yun City, the previous tournament's top 8 contenders included Liu Ji from the Liu family, Lin Dongxue from the City Lord's Mansion, Wu Faming from the Wu family, Qin Guang from the Qin family, Liu Changyu from the Liu family, Qin Yi from the Qin family, Wu Ding from the Wu family, and Qian Rulong from the Qin family. The rules for the martial arts competition remain unchanged, divided into 2 segments. The first segment is the preliminary rounds, where individuals, excluding the previous top 8, may register to participate. The final 5 who emerge victorious shall challenge the previous top 8. Should they triumph, they will usurp their rankings. The second segment allows direct challenges to the top 8, provided one possesses a strength of at least a 3rd tier in the yellow rank, thus bypassing the preliminary rounds. If no one challenges the top 8, the contestants will proceed directly to the finals this evening to determine the martial arts rankings for this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. As the martial arts competition commenced, those wishing to enter the preliminaries were instructed to proceed to the left side of the platform. Those exceeding the 3rd tier of the yellow rank and willing to challenge the previous top 8 were invited to step up to the main stage. Let the martial arts competition begin. City Lord Lin Xiao declared with a commanding voice, prompting the drummers stationed at a distance to raise their drumsticks and commence the rhythmic beating of war drums. Haha, Brother Tang. As one of the 4 prominent families of Yun City, it is quite embarrassing that none from your clan have made it among the 8 great masters. Liu Wuhui jested, pointing and laughing at Tang Ling, his tone laden with sarcasm. Upon hearing Liu's words, the crowd's gaze shifted toward the Tang family's position. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival competition was particularly thrilling due to the fierce rivalry between the Tang and Liu families. Fortunately, the venerable Lord Tang had prepared himself mentally for this moment, and he remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Previously, when Yin participated in the literary competition, your Liu family ridiculed my Tang family, yet in the end, it was my Tang family that emerged victorious. You, old cur, should have tempered your incessant barking. As you seem unable to discern the situation, despite the exceptional composure of Lord Liu, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury. After several deep breaths, he finally calmed his demeanor and coldly glanced at Tang Ling, sneering. The martial competition is unlike the literary contest. If memory serves me right, your grandson possesses only the 8th rank of the Yuan stage, lacking even the qualifications to challenge the top 8. It is truly lamentable that such a grand Tang family has no successors. Who are you calling without successors, old dog Lu? Tang Yin, known as the most notorious scion of Cloud City, with an air of shamelessness, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Wuhui and began to berate him. You scoundrel! Lu Wuhui, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in wrath, and the members of the Lu family glared at Tang Yin with ill intent. Silence. Just as a dispute between the two families was about to ignite, the city lord interjected with displeasure. The Mid-Autumn Festival is merely a gathering for mutual exchange in martial arts, and it is unnecessary to provoke a conflict between our families. To engage in such vulgarity before the many townsfolk of Cloud City is utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing the city lord's admonition, the Lu family members restrained their anger. Yet in the presence of so many, Lord Lu being insulted as an old dog by Tang Yin could not go unavenged. Otherwise, the Lu family would lose face in Cloud City once again. Lu Ha stood up and said, City Lord, please do not be angered. My Lu family merely feels pity for the Tang family's lack of successors and harbors no malicious intent. What my elder brother says is indeed true. After all, the only legitimate descendant of a family now possesses merely the 8th rank of the Yuan stage. Encountering a 9th-tier practitioner may still offer a glimmer of hope for battle. But when faced with a warrior of the yellow tier, defeat seems inevitable. Lu Jing, standing nearby, chimed in with mockery. Nonsense. Wasn't he your last companion, Lu Quan? Merely a first-tier yellow warrior? He was thoroughly bested by me. Tang Yin retorted immediately. The muscles on Lu Jing's face twitched violently. The son he had once held in high regard had suffered severe injury to his dantian, forever relegating him to the first tier of the yellow rank. Enraged, he exclaimed, Last time, Quaner was careless and fell for your trickery. If it were a fair fight, you would have long since departed this world. Enough of your boasting. The Lu family's yellow tier warriors, bring one, and I shall incapacitate him. Bring two, and I shall render them both powerless. Tang Yin declared with audacity. Hearing his words, the members of the Lu family trembled with indignation. Since young Master Tang is so formidable, why not wager? I, Lu Ha, will offer a first-tier yellow warrior. If you can defeat him, the Lu family will reward you with 3 third-tier beast cores. Should you lose, however, the Tang family must surrender 3 third-tier beast cores to us. A glint of malice flickered in Lu Ha's eyes. Should Tang Yin dare to accept, he would surely regret it. 3 third-tier beast cores hold considerable value, and Tang Yin was indeed tempted. Yet, accepting too readily without his grandfather's approval might arouse suspicion and lead to a retraction of the offer. Noting his grandson's hesitation, Tang Ling stood abruptly, pointing at Lu Ha and scolding. Have you no shame, you cur? Why don't we compete instead? If I lose, I shall give you 100 third-tier beast cores. Lu Ha chuckled awkwardly. He truly dared not engage with the old Master Tang. However, he naturally did not wish to miss such an excellent opportunity to eliminate Tang Yin. Instigating. How can the younger generation be so confident while the elders cower? The Tang family is becoming increasingly pathetic. Are you bold enough to give a definitive answer? If not, let Tang Yin apologize to my Lu family. Lin Xiao refrained from intervening in the dispute between the two families. Though his expression remained as calm as a placid lake, he was intensely curious whether the Tang family would dare to respond. So he chose to remain silent and observe quietly. There is no need for grandfather to worry. If Lu Quan cannot stand his ground, the others will surely be no match. Tang Yin eagerly declared. Very well, just be cautious. If you find yourself unable to contend, concede voluntarily. The elder Tang feigned helplessness in his agreement. As Tang Yin and the elder Tang exchanged banter, they inadvertently led the onlookers to genuinely believe that Tang Yin possessed only the strength of an 8th-tier Yuan stage. Lord City Master, as the hour is still early, why not allow Lu Xing and Tang Yin to spar on the stage? Lu Wuhui suggested, rising to speak, with both families in agreement. And this being a scene well received in Yun City, Lin Xiao did not refuse. Since Elder Lu has spoken, we shall make an exception this time. However, remember that fists and feet are blind. Exercise restraint and do not intentionally harm one another. If anyone calls out their surrender, further attacks are strictly prohibited. Violations will incur severe penalties. Lu Xing, go up and seek some pointers from young Master Tang. Lu Ha called over a family disciple, quietly instructing. Do not give Tang Yin the chance to claim surrender. Lu Xing nodded, gripping his long spear as he made his way to the arena. Though Lu Xing was not particularly tall, he was robust, resembling a small iron tower. Alas, Tang Yin possessed considerable talent, though his intellect left much to be desired. Beneath the Huang rank, all are but mere ants. The last I heard, Lu Quan was unaware that he was an 8th rank of the Yuan stage. It was due to his carelessness that he was successfully ambushed. He genuinely believed himself formidable. Indeed, possessing the strength of an 8th rank yuan stage. He would likely falter within 10 exchanges. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their voices a cacophony of speculation. Once both combatants were prepared, Lin Xiao proclaimed the commencement of the duel. Chapter 48. Endure 20 strikes, and you shall prevail, behold my spear. Lu Xing, without further ado, recognized the necessity of being unrelenting against Tang Yin, and thus commenced with the Lu family's unparalleled technique, the Overlord Spear Art. Sensing the peak aura of a first-rank Huang stage, Tang Yin couldn't help but smirk inwardly. While his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Tang Yan's prowess. With a gentle exhalation of inner energy, Tang Yin brandished his long sword and advanced. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Tang Yin boldly confront Lu Xing's spear. It was anticipated that a single exchange would determine the victor. Clang! The resonant sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, causing everyone to crane their necks in astonishment. Unable to fathom what they were witnessing, Tang Yin had actually parried the attack. The strength of an 8th rank yuan stage had, against all odds, withstood the full force of a first-rank Huang stage's strike. Before the spectators could fully grasp the situation, they beheld Tang Yin swiftly transition from defense to offense. His long sword aimed directly at Lu Xing's throat. Lu Xing, feeling the menacing energy enveloping Tang Yan's blade, was struck with alarm. What is this? This is no 8th rank yuan stage's strength. This is clearly that of a first-rank Huang stage. Yet, before he could react, Tang Yan's sword was upon him. The flowing cloud sword, as ethereal as the clouds in the sky, moved with a grace that mirrored the ebb and flow of water, penetrating every defense. The multitude of sword shadows appeared deceptively slow, yet within lay a myriad of transformations, fraught with peril. Old Master Tang could not restrain himself from rubbing his eyes, his astonishment rivaling that of anyone present. It was not the depth of Tang Yan's internal strength that astonished him, but rather the swordsmanship he exhibited. Was that not the Tang family's ultimate technique, the cloud-flowing sword? How could this young man wield it with even greater potency, under the relentless assault of Tang Yan? The elder of the Tang family finally comprehended the situation. Indeed, Tang Yin was employing the cloud-flowing sword, albeit with certain modifications to its techniques. Realizing this, the elder's heart surged with indignation. This rascal had mastered an enhanced version of the cloud-flowing sword without even informing him. Though both possessed the same rank within the yellow tier, Tang Yan's martial prowess and perceptive acumen were unparalleled by any other. As the intense barrage continued, Lu Xing found himself retreating step by step. What seemed like an eternity was, in fact, merely a fleeting moment. Yellow tier, first rank. Tang Yin also belonged to the yellow tier, first rank. Observing Lu Xing's continuous setbacks, several skilled individuals immediately discerned the underlying cause. Lu Xing, flustered and in disarray, soon left himself wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yan's gaze sharpened as he aimed a kick at Lu Xing's dantian. Thud! Lu Xing was unable to defend himself and took the blow squarely, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, a smirk played upon Tang Yan's lips. Another member of the Lu family had sustained a grave injury to their dantian. Xinger. Upon seeing Lu Xing unconscious on the ground, Lu Ha shouted in alarm, leaping several times to reach his fallen comrade. He retrieved a pill and placed it in Lu Xing's mouth, checking his pulse with an increasingly ashen face. Casting a cold stare at Tang Yin, he spoke in a chilling tone. If anything happens to Lu Xing, you will pay dearly. It had already been stated that strikes could come without warning. As long as no one conceded defeat, the battle would persist. Until now, Lu Xing has not voluntarily conceded defeat. My restraint in not rushing forward to deliver a few more strikes is an act of immense mercy. Master Lu, please remember to send 3 third-tier beast cores to the Tang family tonight. Tang Yin, undeterred by Lu Ha's threats, sheathed his sword and returned to his seat at the Tang family table. Have you already reached the first rank of the yellow tier? Wu Xian exclaimed upon seeing Tang Yin approach. The last time Tang Yin served as a sparring partner for Lin Dongxue, he was merely at the 8th rank of the yuan tier. How could he have advanced so swiftly in just a few short days? It's merely luck, Tang Yin humbly replied. Lin Xiao was left speechless. No wonder this slippery fellow dared to compete with Lu Xing. He too had attained the first rank of the yellow tier. After all, he never admitted to being only at the 8th rank of the yuan tier. Though his behavior was shameless, it did not violate any rules. Thus, the result was announced. Tang Yin emerged victorious. The high-ranking members of the Lu family felt an immense sense of frustration. They had originally intended to humiliate the Tang family. Yet it was the Lu family that became the subject of ridicule, suffering a loss for their attempted deceit. When did the Tang family become so treacherous? clearly at the first rank of the yellow tier, yet still masquerading as being at the 8th rank of the yuan tier. Lu Changyu stepped forward, furiously reprimanding. I never claimed to be at the 8th rank of the yuan tier. Your misjudgment is of no concern to me. Moreover, what were your intentions in pitting someone at the 8th rank of the yuan tier against someone at the 1st rank of the yellow tier? Do you believe that the Tang family is only worthy of suffering and being bullied? Tang Yin replied coldly. The Tang family has always upheld harmony in Yun City, and we do not initiate conflicts, but that does not mean we fear anyone, nor does it imply that we lack the strength to fight back. Today, the Four Seas gang was annihilated, and Lu Xing was defeated. These are undeniable examples. Those who believe the Tang family is easy to manipulate are welcome to challenge. Upon hearing Tang Yan's warning, some families allied with the Tang clan felt a surge of excitement, further solidifying their resolve to follow the Tang family. Meanwhile, certain neutral families in Yun City began to consider the Tang family as a viable option for allegiance. However, whether they were already allied or contemplating joining the Tang family, a sense of regret lingered in their hearts. If only Tang Yan's strength were a few degrees stronger, the risks associated with aligning with the Tang family would significantly diminish. After all, if old Master Tang were to depart this world, and Tang Yan's power were to fall short compared to other families, the Tang family would inevitably face decline. Tang Yan's decision to publicly attend the Mid-Autumn Festival was precisely to alleviate these families' concerns. By showcasing a sufficiently formidable presence, he aimed to elevate the Tang family's prestige even further. Is it not said that possessing 3rd-rank yellow stage strength allows one to challenge the previous top 8? I shall challenge your Lu family's top 8. Tang Yin declared loudly. What? Tang Yin intends to challenge the top 8 of Yun City? Has he truly attained 3rd-rank yellow stage strength? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Tang Yin of the Tang family, challenging Lu Changyu of the Lu family. Tang Yin's voice echoed through the night sky as his aura surged higher amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. 2nd-rank yellow stage. 3rd-rank yellow stage. The intensity of his aura continuously escalated, ultimately stabilizing at the 6th-rank yellow stage. The entire Mingwei Lake fell into a profound silence. Moments later, an uproar erupted. The young master of the Tang family, long hailed as Yun City's foremost scoundrel, was indeed a concealed expert, with 6th-rank yellow stage strength, if harnessed effectively. Entering Yun City's top 8 would be well within reach. The countenance of the Lu family grew increasingly somber. The swordsmanship displayed by Tang Yin earlier was unmistakably the cloud sword of the Tang family. However, it appeared to have been altered by an unknown party, enhancing its potency beyond its original rank. Given this martial advantage, Lu Changyu's ambitions to incapacitate Tang Yin seemed increasingly unattainable. Master Tang, why not challenge me directly? If you can withstand 20 moves from me, I shall concede defeat, Lu Ji proclaimed, stepping forth from the crowd, which fell into a hushed silence. As the acknowledged leader of the younger generation in Cloud City, rumors suggested Lu Ji's prowess had reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier, placing him 2 ranks above Tang Yin. In battles between martial artists of higher ranks, even a slight disparity in strength could prove to be the pivotal factor in determining victory or defeat. Tang Yin maintained a composed exterior, contemplating swiftly. Even if Lu Ji were at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, Tang Yin believed he still possessed the capability to contend. His primary objective for participating in the martial competition was not merely to secure victory and the accompanying rewards, but rather to demonstrate that the Tang family was far from lacking successors, thereby consolidating support from the outside world. Confronting Lu Ji presented an opportunity to showcase formidable combat prowess, while simultaneously gleaning insights into Lu Ji's capabilities and evaluating his own true strength. It was a trifecta of advantages, a proposition too enticing to disregard. With his resolve firm, Tang Yin replied in a measured tone, "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige." Old Master Tang rose, intent on intervening. "Let Tang Yin go. His combat strength exceeds what you perceive," came the reassuring voice of Zi Yun. Just as Tang Ling's anxious thoughts reached a crescendo, as the esteemed 3rd Miss of Zizhu City, Zi Yun commanded the unwavering respect of old Master Tang, who retracted his objections upon turning to her. Receiving a reassuring glance from Zi Yun, he settled back into his seat, fully alert and focused on the arena. Lin Xiao felt a subtle tremor within. Having encountered countless individuals over the years, he prided himself on his discernment. Tang Yin was certainly not a reckless youth unaware of his limitations, yet one could not help but wonder what fortitude he possessed to challenge Lu Ji. A figure of 6th rank in the yellow tier. Brother Tang exhibits remarkable courage. I admire him. Lu Ji stepped forth from the Lu family's seating, executing a swift approach before launching himself onto the stage with a graceful leap, positioning himself opposite Tang Yin. The match commenced. As both competitors readied themselves, Lin Xiao issued the command. Lu Ji seized the initiative, his lance flickering as it lunged toward Tang Yen. The latter felt as though he were ensnared by a ravenous wolf, a chill running down his spine. The spear, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, seemed capable of cleaving through all resistance. Drawing a deep breath, Tang Yen chose not to evade. Instead, he boldly advanced, opting for a head-on confrontation, much to the surprise of the onlookers. Clang! Thud! Thud! Tang Yen was immediately thrust back 2 staggering steps, his palms tingling with numbness, his vitality momentarily surging. Meanwhile, Lu Ji remained steadfast, the disparity in their strengths unmistakable. Having landed a solid strike, Lu Ji continued his relentless assault, his lance once again slicing through the air, aimed with unyielding intent at Tang Yan's throat. Gasps echoed from the crowd, while Old Master Tang's grip tightened dangerously, the porcelain cup in his hand shattering with a resounding crack. Yet, Tang Yan remained composed. That previous clash had granted him insight into Lu Ji's formidable power. With a swift execution of the phantom step, the figure veered off in a seemingly illogical trajectory, narrowly evading the attack. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Dodging the spear, Tang Yan deftly employed the phantom step, brandishing his long sword in a downward strike towards Lu Ji. Within mere exchanges, the tides of battle shifted from defense to offense. The cloud-flowing sword technique was unleashed in its entirety, forming an impenetrable web of sword energy that cascaded down upon Lu Ji like an overwhelming tempest. The clanging of metal echoed urgently, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more strikes were exchanged. At this moment, Lu Ji felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated vanquishing Tang Yan in just a few moves, yet this slippery adversary evaded his grasp like a mudfish, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. More infuriating was Tang Yan's astute choice of angles, targeting the very weaknesses in Lu Ji's techniques. As the battle intensified, Lu Ji's apprehension grew, mirrored by the astonishment of the onlookers. Particularly, the brothers Qian Rulong and Qian Xinghu from the Qian family felt a chill run down their spines, recalling their previous reckless confrontation with Tang Yan at the Lord's residence. Had they disregarded caution then, they might have not only faced a poor outcome but also suffered a severe beating. Though Lu Ji maintained a semblance of dominance, he had yet to inflict any substantial harm upon Tang Yan. In less than a quarter of an hour, 19 exchanges had transpired in this fierce clash. Lu, my dear young master, you are approaching your 20th move, Tang Yan remarked with a grin, a well-intentioned reminder that struck a chord. Lu Ji's heart tightened at the realization, regret creeping in over the promise he had made earlier. If he failed to secure victory with the next strike, the Lu family would indeed face a grave defeat. With a powerful advance, Lu Ji forced Tang Yan back and coldly declared, impressive indeed. I had thought my 8th grade strength would suffice, but it appears I must now unleash my true power. At last, the final move, let it come to an end. As the words left his lips, Tang Yan felt the aura emanating from Lu Ji surge dramatically. 9th rank of the yellow tier. A tremor ran through Tang Yan's heart. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This individual had concealed his true strength. During his previous encounter with Ziyun, she had not exerted her full power, yet was able to suppress him with the force of the 9th rank. Now, faced with the lethal intent of Lu Ji, the situation had undeniably become more perilous. Die! Lu Ji bellowed, his spear slicing through the air like a dragon, aimed directly at Tang Yan's heart. The thrust was devastating, formidable as thunder, and incredibly swift. A faint yet palpable essence of true energy spiraled around the spear's tip. The spectators were left in astonishment. Indeed, the foremost individual of Yin City, such extraordinary talent is not easily matched by ordinary folk. Given such overwhelming strength, it seemed nearly impossible for Tang Yan to evade this strike. A collective sigh escaped the onlookers. The anticipated reversal of fortunes, where the weak triumph over the strong, appeared increasingly unlikely. An aura of danger enveloped the scene, and Tang Yan dared not underestimate it. He unleashed the heavenly transformation fire within him, no longer concealed. A ghostly blue flame erupted into existence mid-air, the air surrounding it slightly distorted, gradually expanding from a mere flicker to the size of a palm, coalescing before Tang Yan. The silent flickering of the blue flame was both enchanting and resplendent. Yet, the crowd could not sense the terrifying power it harbored, only watching with curiosity to see how Tang Yan would respond. Go! Tang Yan roared, channeling every ounce of strength he possessed to thrust the fireball forward. Bang! The moment the flame collided with the spear's tip, a deep thundering sound resonated. The once sturdy arena was struck by the fierce blast of energy, reducing the underlying stone slabs to dust as the scene was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and debris. As the smoke gradually dissipated, A figure emerged hazily on the arena. The crowd widened their eyes and stretched their necks, and when they discerned that the person standing was Lu Zhishe, their faces simultaneously reflected an expression of expected acknowledgement. However, their expressions quickly turned rigid. As the smoke cleared further, another imposing silhouette revealed itself. Tang Yin. A gasp erupted from the crowd. How? How could this be possible? A 6th-tier yellow rank could withstand a full-force strike from a 9th tier. The disbelief in the crowd was palpable. The chasm between ranks was vast, yet Tang Yin had audaciously bridged 3 tiers, enduring Lu Zhi's complete assault. Although Tang Yin appeared somewhat disheveled, he still bore a spirited demeanor. Flashing a grin at Lu Zhi, he remarked, "My apologies, but that was 20 moves." A flicker of cold light flashed in Lu Zhi's eyes. A mere 6th-tier yellow rank had managed to last 20 moves under his hand, severely tarnishing the Lu family's reputation. Regret washed over him. Had he known this would transpire, he would not have concealed his strength from the outset. Gazing at Tang Yan's smiling face, a murderous intent flickered within Lu Zhi. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual force fixated upon him. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of the city's lord, Lin Shao. Casting a fleeting glance in his direction, and then that ominous aura vanished, causing cold sweat to break out on Lu Zhi's back. In the presence of the city lord, he truly dared not act against Tang Yin. Chapter 50, Advanced Martial Techniques. The series of schemes devised by the Lu family against the Tang family had been systematically dismantled from the outset. Meanwhile, the Tang family, under the continuous probing and assaults from the Lu family, gradually unveiled their brilliance, leaving countless individuals in awe. Although it is widely acknowledged that there remains a considerable gap between Tang Yin and Lu Zhi, one must consider Tang Yan's youth. With time on his side, the question of who will ultimately emerge as the foremost figure in Yun City remains open to interpretation. The previous top 8 competitors in Yun City gazed at the young man on stage with mixed emotions. The one who had been dubbed the most notorious playboy in Yun City had managed to contend with a 9th-grade Huang-level opponent without succumbing, even managing to leave Lu Zhi in a similarly disheveled state. Deep down, they questioned their own confidence in achieving such a feat suddenly. Some families allied with the Tang family erupted into cheers, their faith in their association with the Tang family reaching unprecedented heights. "What are you so proud of? Come at me with another move, and you shall surely face defeat," Lu Zhi derided. "A loss is a loss," Tang Yin retorted coldly, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he turned to descend from the stage. The purpose of the Mid-Autumn Festival had been fulfilled, and he held no interest in the subsequent events. Upon returning to the Tang family's seating area and greeting everyone, Tang Yin did not linger long. Under the moonlight, he unleashed his shadow step technique, swiftly returning to the Tang residence. From the encounter with Lu Zhi, Tang Yin realized that his strength still fell short. To grow stronger, he needed to engage in relentless practice. Upon entering his chamber, he consumed a high-grade spiritual pill and commenced his training. The following day, as the dawn's light streamed through the window, Tang Yin gradually opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, the exhaustion from the previous evening had been fully restored. "Young master, the master has asked for you as soon as you awaken," announced Xiao Cui in a bright tone upon seeing Tang Yin emerge from his room. Tang Yin felt a surge of curiosity. What could his grandfather possibly want at such an early hour? With a sense of bewilderment, Tang Yin arrived at Tang Ling's courtyard and knocked gently on the door. From within, Tang Ling's voice beckoned, "Come in." Upon seeing his grandfather, Tang Yin was taken aback. At that moment, his grandfather sat at the table, which was cluttered with an array of wine bottles. Had he spent the entire evening indulging in drink? What purpose lay behind such excess? Hastily, Tang Yin approached, seized the wine cup from Tang Ling's hand, and offered him a steaming cup of tea. With a beaming smile, Tang Ling accepted the cup, chuckling, "You little rascal, I haven't overindulged. In my youth, I drank far more than I do now." "What brings you to me, grandfather?" Tang Yin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "You shall know soon enough. Just wait here for a moment," replied the elder, who then retreated to his room to don a fresh set of clothes before gesturing for Tang Yin to follow him outside. Filled with curiosity, Tang Yin accompanied Tang Ling until they arrived at the ancestral hall of the Tang family. After entering, the two knelt before the ancestral tablets and paid their respects. Then, with a serious demeanor, Tang Ling addressed Tang Yin, "My dear Yin, for the past 16 years, I have refrained from discussing family matters with you. There are many things I have kept bottled up for far too long. Although I yearned to speak, fear held me back. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope in you, I can no longer keep these secrets hidden." Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Tang Yin felt a jolt within his heart. Though he was not truly of this world, the complete merging of his identity with the current Tang Yin, coupled with his grandfather's meticulous care, had allowed him to wholeheartedly accept this family. Having never experienced familial affection, Tang Yin found himself trembling at Tang Ling's revelation. "Grandfather, please speak," Tang Yin urged earnestly. "Your grandson is listening. 16 years ago, by a twist of fate, your mother met your father, and they instantly formed a deep connection, leading to your birth. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, and she initially fled from an arranged marriage. Your mother's family, along with the family to which she was betrothed, forcibly invaded the Tang household, ruthlessly tearing your parents apart. The Tang family was left in ruins after that incident. Had it not been for your mother's desperate stand, our family would have been utterly annihilated." With a sigh, Tang Ling's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. "After your mother was taken away, your father departed from the Tang family, tirelessly searching for her, but to this day, he remains unheard from." "Where does my mother come from?" "No one knows," Tang Yin inquired. "I do not know, but your mother's family possesses formidable power, even surpassing the heavenly realm." "Surpassing the heavenly realm?" Tang Yin could not restrain his astonishment. "Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, there are no limits. The kingdom of Xiang is but a small corner of this continent. When you truly mature, you shall understand that reaching the heavenly realm merely opens the door to the path of martial arts. I share this with you to convey that while your current strength in Cloud City is commendable, you are still far from true martial prowess. Do not let pride cloud your judgment." The elder Tang gazed deeply at Tang Yin, his eyes brimming with hope and encouragement. "Was our Tang family not previously in Cloud City?" Tang Yin asked. The elder nodded. "Indeed, 16 years ago, we resided in the North Spirit Realm. In light of your parents' marriage, fearing retaliation, we chose to conceal ourselves in Cloud City. Rest assured, grandfather, I will uncover the whereabouts of my parents," Tang Yin said. Looking at the elderly man before him, whose hair had begun to gray, feeling a pang of emotion in his heart. "Just do your best." Old Master Tang nodded. "Today, I called you here for another matter. Follow me." After speaking, he walked to the back of the ancestral hall and struck the wall with great force 13 times. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, a stone door appeared on the previously smooth wall. Tang Yin was astonished. He had no knowledge of such a secret chamber within the Tang family. Following Tang Ling inside, he surveyed the surroundings of the hidden room. In each corner of the walls hung a luminous pearl, illuminating the chamber as brightly as day. The room contained only a table, upon which rested a jade slip. The old Master Tang solemnly grasped the jade slip and presented it to Tang Yin. "This is..." Tang Yin curiously accepted it. "This is a martial technique your mother left for you when she departed. I have studied this jade slip before, but the process is exceedingly complicated, and I could hardly comprehend it. Your mother said that if you can learn it, you should practice diligently. If not, you may abandon it." The old Master Tang spoke gravely. Your mother possessed strength that had already transcended the heavenly tier. Since this martial art is bestowed upon you by her, its quality must be commendable. Tang Yin examined the jade slip in astonishment, probing it with a sliver of his consciousness. Flame burst palm. Upon seeing the name of the technique, he continued to peruse the text. Although Tang Yan's previous life had not granted him mastery in martial arts as profound as in alchemy, he had encountered numerous martial disciplines and witnessed countless exquisite techniques. After a brief moment of study, a look of astonishment spread across his face, intensifying with each passing moment. The complexity of this martial art was indeed not inferior to the advanced techniques he had seen in his past life, and perhaps even more intricate. Although the martial arts were esoteric and difficult to grasp, this only ignited Tang Yan's interest, leading him to quickly become engrossed in its study. The flame explosion palm is divided into 3 forms: the fiery palm, the shattering palm, and the explosive palm. Each technique escalates in power, exhibiting exponential increases in force. Upon fully comprehending the contents of the jade slip regarding the flame explosion palm, Tang Yan's eyes shone with astonishment. "Did you understand it?" came the eager voice of Tang Ling. Chapter 51. The frustrated elder Tang hearing his grandfather's voice. Tang Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been so engrossed that he momentarily forgot his grandfather's presence. "I grasped some of it, and I should be able to cultivate it," he replied. Tang Ling furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired urgently, "What rank is this technique? Can you discern it?" Tang Yin pondered the power of this palm technique in his mind for a while before shaking his head and responding, "It is hard to determine, but it is at least of earth rank." Earth rank. Elder Tang was taken aback. It was likely that no such techniques existed in the entire Yin city. To discover such a precious treasure within the jade slip was astonishing. "You must practice it diligently, and remember not to divulge this technique to others," Elder Tang instructed earnestly. "Rest assured, Grandpa," Tang Yin assured him. Satisfied with his grandson's promise, Elder Tang nodded and led Tang Yin out of the secret chamber, allowing him to return home. Once back at his residence, Tang Yin could hardly contain his eagerness to absorb the contents of the flame explosion palm. Currently, his strength was only at the 6th tier of the yellow rank. Recalling the intricate steps of the flame explosion palm, he surmised that he could barely cultivate the first form. Moreover, the techniques were exceedingly complex, although he felt he could grasp some of the principles. Fully understanding them would require considerable effort. Tang Yin remained patient, meticulously analyzing each step of the first form. As time passed, Tang Yin sat in contemplation. To the outside observer, however, he appeared merely to be idle, lost in thought for several hours. This left Ziyun and Xiao Chui perplexed. "Is your young master struck dumb by Lu Ji?" Ziyun remarked, her eyes filled with concern. The only reason her strength had rapidly returned was due to the qi recovery pills crafted by Tang Yin. If he were to become foolish, she pondered, it would be anyone's guess how long it would take for her to fully recuperate. Surely he hasn't gone mad. Xiao Chui shared her unease. Nevertheless, the two women wisely refrained from intruding, choosing instead to observe Tang Yin in his stupor. Amidst their tedious wait, Tang Yin suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha! I understand now. It turns out that the external release of true energy triggers spatial vibrations." His sudden exclamation startled the two women. "Are you insane?" Ziyun retorted with annoyance. No, not at all." With clarity dawning upon him, Tang Yin found himself in high spirits, dismissing Ziyun's reprimand. Taking a deep breath, he leapt without hesitation, vaulting over the wall and hastening towards the small hill in the backyard. "There's no hope for him." Ziyun stamped her foot in frustration. Yet a glimmer of understanding flickered in her beautiful eyes. No wonder Tang Yin's prowess advanced at such an astonishing pace. No wonder he could challenge opponents beyond his level. Such dedication to martial arts was a level of commitment that others could scarcely aspire to. In the backyard of the Tang residence, at the small hill, a slender figure stood before a tree, repeatedly performing the same motion. Puff, puff, puff. A series of deflating sounds echoed, yet they bore no potency whatsoever. Time and again, he perspired profusely, and time and again, he faced failure, yet Tang Yin remained resolute in his endeavors. After each setback, he diligently analyzed the reasons behind his failures and sought to refine his subsequent actions. With unwavering determination, he pressed on. After countless failures, Tang Yin felt as though the vital energy within him was on the verge of being depleted, surging forth with tremendous force. In that moment, the surrounding air appeared somewhat distorted. A massive energy vortex began to coalesce at his palm. With a fierce thrust, Tang Yin propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful strike against the towering tree ahead. Crack! The trunk, as thick as a bowl, shattered instantly. Boom! The severed tree, caught by the wind midair, finally crashed to the ground. Tang Yin stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Although he had long been aware of the formidable power of the flame-burst palm, he had only attained the 6th rank of the yellow level. The magnitude of the force unleashed was astonishing. Had he mastered this technique sooner, perhaps he would not have been so embarrassed yesterday. As he pondered these thoughts, an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly washed over him. Realizing with alarm that in his excitement, he had forgotten that this strike had completely drained his dantian of all vital energy. The only reason he could still stand was due to the exhilaration from his success. His severely exhausted body left Tang Yin feeling lightheaded, and before he could retrieve a high-grade elixir, darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. When Tang Yin awoke, he found himself lying in his own room. "Young master, you're awake," exclaimed Xiao Chui joyfully upon seeing him open his eyes. Sensing his lingering weakness, Tang Yin inquired with a smile, "What happened? Who brought me back?" "During a patrol, the guards fortuitously discovered you unconscious and brought you back. The master has already sent someone to examine your condition. It appears that the young master merely experienced exhaustion, leading to physical depletion, and with some rest, he will be well again." Xiao Chui replied truthfully, "Very well, I understand. You should rest now." The silvery moonlight streaming through the window silently indicated that it was late. Tang Yin glanced at Xiao Chui, who had been serving him since childhood without complaint over the years. A thought crossed his mind. From now on, your monthly wages will double. Tomorrow, go directly to the accounts office. After saying this, he took a piece of paper and a pen from the bedside and swiftly wrote a few lines before handing it to Xiao Chui. "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chui's eyes reddened slightly as she accepted the note and withdrew. The energy consumed by the flame-burst palm was indeed immense. Unless one reached the Xian level of power, it was best not to use it lightly. Tang Yin sighed inwardly, took out a high-grade spirit pill, and consumed it to begin restoring his strength. 3 days passed swiftly, with Tang Yin engaging in rigorous training each day. One evening, as he practiced swordplay in the courtyard, someone came to report, "Young master, someone from the Miaodong workshop seeks you." "They seek me?" Tang Yan's heart stirred as he followed the messenger to the front hall. In the hall, upon seeing Guming, Tang Yan greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Brother Gu has come in person. It truly brings glory to the Tang family." "Haha." Young brother Tang's charm remains undiminished. Guming replied with a smile. Hearing their exchange, Tang Lao Yi felt a twinge of frustration. He had just spent a long while exchanging pleasantries with Master Gu, and now his grandson casually addressed him as Brother Gu. How was the hierarchy to be understood in this case? "Master Gu, Yena has also arrived. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Tang Ling could no longer contain his curiosity and hurriedly asked. "To settle the account for the Tang family," Guming replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Ling was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the recent incident where 120 guards from the Tang family collectively advanced in rank. Could it be that the elixirs were procured on credit due to Tang Yan's dealings? Such a significant matter, and this little rascal failed to mention it to me. Had it not been for Guming's presence, the old master would have surely erupted in a fit of questioning Tang Yan. Fortunately, having recently emptied the warehouse of the Sea Alliance, the Tang family still possessed a modicum of resources. With a wry smile, he inquired, "May I ask how much my Tang family owes to the Miaodong workshop?" This time, it's not a small sum, 3,300,000 taels of silver. Guming replied, shaking his head with a sigh. "What? 3,300,000? Observing Guming's lamentation over the figure, Tang Laoi was on the verge of losing his composure. "Tang Yan, what exactly did you purchase from the Miaodong workshop that amounts to such a sum?" Chapter 52. A windfall. Seeing the old master so agitated, Guming realized what Tang Ling had just inquired about. Casting a glance at Tang Yan, his eyes sparkled with amusement. Has this fellow always been perceived as a spendthrift in the old master's eyes? To prevent Tang Ling from becoming incensed, Guming clarified. "Calm yourself, Master Tang. It is not that young Master Tang owes money to the Miaodong workshop. Rather, we are here to settle the accounts with your Tang family." "Young brother Tang, did you not explain this to your grandfather?" Faced with the old master's piercing gaze, Tang Yan offered an awkward smile. "There has been so much happening lately that I completely forgot about this matter. Previously, my master bestowed upon me a formula, urging me to collaborate with Miaodong Fang, wherein we would share a third of the profits from sales, settling accounts monthly. Today marks the date of settlement. Our Tang family has garnered a profit of 330,000 taels of silver this month." The elder Tang was utterly astounded. Such a staggering sum, exceeding 300,000 taels, equates to half a year's earnings for the Tang family. Indeed, this entire amount has been converted into silver notes by Miaodong Fang, each bearing a denomination of 50,000 taels. "Please take a look." With a wave of his hand, Guming summoned a member of Miaodong Fang, who promptly presented a wooden box. Upon opening it, the elder Tang discovered 3 large stacks of silver notes, meticulously arranged within. Noticing the distinct patterns and the seal of the Xiangshan Trading Company, he recognized the authenticity of the notes. Furthermore, Miaodong Fang would not tarnish their reputation by employing counterfeit currency. After inspecting the thickness, he closed the lid. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Guming, he was interrupted by Tang Yan. "Brother Tang, is this all the money?" Tang Ling felt a cold sweat at Tang Yan's words. Earning over 300,000 taels in a month, and he still found it insufficient? Observing Guming's expression closely, Tang Ling was even more astonished. He had anticipated some semblance of dissatisfaction from Guming. Yet the esteemed elder of Miaodong Fang bore an expression of embarrassment. "Hehe, as we have only just commenced sales, Miaodong Fang needs to mobilize personnel to familiarize themselves with the process of refining elixirs, and promoting this particular elixir will require some time. With this delay, a month has already elapsed. Brother Tang, do not fret. The response to the Tsamai-san has been quite favorable. Henceforth, your monthly earnings shall not fall below 500,000 taels." Guming's few words left the old Tang patriarch feeling quite dazed. He had always believed that good fortune akin to a pie falling from the sky was a mere illusion. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly encountering such a windfall, and a substantial one at that. 500,000 taels of silver. This amount represented nearly a year's worth of revenue for the Tang family. It was essential to sustain the internal operations of the clan, and their annual savings were rather meager. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to his elder brother. There's no need for formality. We shall engage in mutual benefit." Guming inquired with a smile. "Might your esteemed master have any new alchemical formulas?" Tang Yan responded. "There are not many low-tier yet effective elixirs available, and my master possesses but this single formula. However, my master has devoted his life to the study of alchemy, and there is great hope for the development of new potions in the future." Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Guming's eyes. Nevertheless, He recognized the wisdom in Tang Yan's statement, and after engaging in some casual conversation, he took his leave from the Tang family. Young man, is this silver truly ours? Once the people from the Miaodan workshop departed, the old Tang patriarch still found it hard to accept this reality. Indeed, Tang Yan affirmed with conviction. Will there be a monthly influx? Absolutely. Tang Yan nodded again. Upon receiving Tang Yan's confirmation, the old patriarch did not display excessive surprise, but instead exhaled deeply, a glimmer of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Is it necessary to possess a certain level of strength to cultivate the techniques contained within that jade slip? The old patriarch shifted the subject with concern. Yes, at the very least, one must reach the profound stage to unleash its true power. Remarkable indeed. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he then spoke. You should focus on your cultivation, if you have any needs. Do not hesitate to mention them to me. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the wooden box towards Tang Yan, saying, This money is yours. Take it and use it as you see fit. There will be an auction tonight at Tianbao. You might find something suitable for yourself. An auction? Tang Yan's eyes brightened. He was currently in need of a set of cultivation techniques. Without pretense, he readily accepted the wooden box. As night began to fall, Tang Yan and Ziyun made their way to the auction house together. How much have you recovered your strength? Tang Yan inquired, glancing at Ziyun. She smiled lightly, her lips curving with a hint of joy, and replied, In another couple of days, I should reach the earth level. So soon. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yan's eyes. Her recovery was far swifter than he had anticipated. After a brief pause, Ziyun continued. Having been away from the family for so long, I fear I will soon have to leave Yin City. Returning home is for the best, after all this time, living off us without contributing. Initially, Ziyun felt a twinge of sadness, but upon hearing Tang Yan's words, her almond-shaped eyes widened in indignation. You! How dare you! Caught off guard, Tang Yan suddenly felt a delicate foot kick him squarely on the backside. The strike was swift and fierce. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, he had no way to evade it, and with a loud thud, he stumbled forward. Foolish girl, with such a violent temperament. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Can you not be a bit gentler? Tang Yan lamented, feeling as though he were on the verge of tears. Unable to retaliate, he could only humbly attempt to reason with her. And you still dare to scold me? With a frown, Ziyun propelled herself forward like a whirlwind, her graceful foot lifting as Tang Yan received another light strike. This time, Tang Yan, having learned from his previous encounter, kept his head down and remained silent. Observing him resembling a chastised young bride, Ziyun could not suppress a quiet chuckle behind him. This striking scene, however, went unnoticed by Tang Yan. After a brief walk, they arrived at the Tianbao auction house. As more and more people converged upon the venue, Tang Yan felt a flicker of anticipation. Armed with ample resources this time, he hoped that Tianbao would not let him down. Upon entering the auction hall alongside Ziyun, they immediately attracted the attention of several onlookers. Yet, the majority of gazes were fixated on Ziyun, who exuded an ethereal grace reminiscent of a snow lotus atop a lofty mountain, leaving the crowd in awe. Some recognized her as the enchanting figure who had appeared at the Tang family's mid-autumn festival gathering. There were whispers that she was Tang Yan's fiancée, while others speculated she might be a relative of the Tang family. However, the exact nature of her relationship with Tang Yan remained unverified by official sources. Ignoring the curious stares of the crowd, Tang Yan took Ziyun's hand and guided her to the Tang family's designated seats, where they settled in to await the commencement of the auction. Before long, the auction house was filled to capacity. As Tang Yan surveyed the room, he realized that representatives from the 4 prominent families of Yunqing were present. Sensing the hostility emanating from some of these families, a disdainful smile crossed Tang Yan's lips. This time, they would gain nothing from him. Chapter 53. Seizing the opportunity for divine herb before long, an elderly man emerged from backstage. I am Xiezhang, he announced. It is my honor to host tonight's auction, and I am delighted to meet you all. For this auction, Tianbao devoted an entire month to meticulous preparations, amassing a plethora of treasures. It is believed that everyone eagerly anticipates tonight's event. Without further ado, let the auction commence. After a brief introduction, Xiezhang swiftly initiated the proceedings. The first item up for bid is the 3-leaf blood-invigorating herb. This medicinal plant possesses remarkable properties such as invigorating blood circulation, detoxifying, enhancing beauty, and prolonging life. If you wish to present your beloved with a gift that embodies youthful charm, this is your opportunity. Of course, its myriad health benefits are too numerous to enumerate. The starting bid is set at 1,000 taels of silver, with each increment not to fall below 100 taels. 1,200 taels. No sooner had Xiezhang's voice faded than a bid resonated through the hall. 1,500 taels. 2,000 taels. The surrounding bids echoed in a lively cacophony, while Tang Yin stood transfixed, his gaze locked on the exquisite herb. The plant bore a single stem adorned with 3 robust leaves, radiating a vibrant shade of green, exuding vitality. As an alchemist, upon laying eyes on this herb, Tang Yin, with his keen intuition, perceived a subtle aura of refreshing spiritual energy emanating from it. It was indeed the 3-leaf, blood-invigorating herb. A mere starting price of 1,000 taels of silver? Tang Yin felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. How could the people of this world be so oblivious to the true efficacy of the 3-leaf blood-invigorating herb? Its primary function is not merely to invigorate blood and enhance beauty, but rather to augment one's spiritual power. Within a person's being resides essence, energy, and spirit. While energy can be cultivated through practice, cultivating essence and spirit proves to be an arduous endeavor. However, as an apothecary, one must possess formidable mental fortitude. The primary efficacy of the 3-leaf blood-invigorating herb lies precisely in its ability to refine the spirit. Thus, within the realm of alchemists, it is also referred to as the spirit-refining herb, often deemed invaluable and exceedingly rare. 8,000 taels of silver. Is anyone willing to bid higher? Xie Zhang proclaimed from the stage. The first item of the auction was generally regarded as somewhat lackluster, and achieving a bid of 8,000 taels was considered quite commendable. Xie Zhang harbored little objection to this price, believing the bidding would conclude without further increases. Just as he was about to bring down the gavel, Tang Yin, still reeling from his astonishment, finally responded. 50,000 taels. Tang Yin blurted out. Xie Zhang was taken aback. Ziyun, standing beside him, was equally astonished. The entire assembly was left in a state of disbelief. Was this fellow perhaps unwell? Why had he waited until the last moment to make such a bid? With 8,000 taels already garnering no further interest, who would be inclined to compete with a raise to 10,000 taels? Now, he had audaciously multiplied the bid by 6. The crowd regarded Tang Yin with mixed expressions, realizing that this young master of the Tang family, who had recently been the talk of Yin City, was still a quintessential fool. Young Master Tang, this is the Tianbao auction house. Once a price is declared, it is akin to water spilled. Xie Zhang, well aware of Tang's notorious reputation, warned with a furrowed brow. Tang Yin, recognizing that his bid was indeed rather extravagant, nonetheless believed that in comparison to the value of this spiritual herb, 50,000 taels was still a worthy investment. Producing a banknote of 50,000 taels from his robe, he slammed it onto the table with a flourish, exuding an air of extravagance as he declared, "Young master has plenty of money. The more one spends, the more exhilarating it becomes." As the words of Tang Yin echoed through the air, a collective wave of incredulity washed over the crowd, their heads adorned with metaphorical black lines of disbelief. It seemed inevitable that by the following day, Tang Yin's reputation as the foremost profligate of Yin City would be firmly re-established. At this moment, Xie Zhang found himself torn between laughter and tears. Tang Yin's extravagant display had undoubtedly solidified his status as a master auctioneer. An item worth less than 10,000 taels of silver astonishingly fetched 50,000 in his hands. 50,000 once. 50,000 twice. Third time sold. With the fall of the gavel, Xie Zhang felt a profound sense of relief. Goodness. While 50,000 taels may not be considered a substantial sum at the Tianbao auction house, orders with such an inflated price were indeed a rarity. Are you out of your mind? Ziyin shot a disdainful glance at Tang Yin. What does a woman know? Tang Yin replied, reclining with a self-satisfied air. Observing his unabashed demeanor, Ziyin chose to ignore him entirely. The auction proceeded to the second item, a purple heart jade pendant. Extracted from the depths of the South China Sea and meticulously crafted by a master sculptor, it was said to possess calming and restorative properties, greatly benefiting one's qi and aiding in achieving a meditative state when worn over time. The starting bid was set at 3,000 taels of silver, with increments of no less than 100 taels. As Xie Zhang's words faded, the second round of bidding commenced. Tang Yin curled his lip in skepticism. The purple heart jade was hardly as miraculous as Xie Zhang claimed, merely a psychological placebo, in his opinion. Leaning back, he continued to await the next item. As more auction pieces were unveiled, Tang Yin successfully acquired 3 additional spiritual herbs. Having been raised in the prestigious Purple Bamboo City and accustomed to various treasures as the esteemed third miss of the Purple Bamboo family, Ziyin found these items beneath her notice and refrained from placing any bids. As time progressed, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. The next item on the agenda was the Pai Si De, or assistance of the evening, and it was clear that everyone was eager to learn more. At this juncture, Xie Zhang paused momentarily. "Master Xie, what is it?" Someone below urgently inquired. Noticing the curiosity ignited among the attendees, Xie Zhang proceeded to announce, "This item is a set of martial arts techniques, known as Jinshan Fist. Upon appraisal, It has been determined that this set is a fragmented skill. Upon hearing this, a few individuals exhibited a slight disappointment. While martial arts are the ultimate aspiration for every warrior, the incompleteness of the technique significantly diminishes its potency and may render it impracticable for cultivation. Observing the waning enthusiasm in the crowd, Xie Zhang smiled and clarified. Although it is incomplete, the fortunate news is that this martial art comprises the foundational section, which can indeed be practiced. Upon hearing this, those who were initially disheartened once again rekindled their anticipation. Tang Yin, unable to contain his eagerness, thought to himself that his purpose for attending was precisely to discover reliable martial arts techniques. Master Xie, what is the grade of this skill? The final showcase technique must at least reach the yellow grade, correct? As the audience engaged fervently in discussion, Xie Zhang ceased to hold back and proclaimed with conviction. Qianshan Fist is exceptionally suited for combat, possessing great power. However, due to the incompleteness of the technique, it only includes the first 2 strikes. Nevertheless, it still achieves a level within the yellow grade's mid-tier. Upon hearing Xie Zhang's declaration, the attendees found their breaths becoming slightly labored with excitement. In the entirety of Cloud City, even among the 4 prominent families, there exists a scarcity of yellow-tier martial techniques. Many smaller families possess scarcely any high-grade yuan-tier methods. The forthcoming auction promises to be a fierce battleground. The starting bid for the Qianshan Fist is set at 100,000 taels of silver, with each subsequent increase no less than 1,000 taels. Xie Zhang announced with a commanding voice. 200,000 taels. The price doubled right from the outset. Chapter 54. Avoiding extravagant expenses. 280,000 taels. 300,000 taels. The calls for bids resonated from every corner of the auction house, the competition growing increasingly intense. Xie Zhang was immensely pleased with the reactions and smiled at the crowd. 800,000 taels. Upon this figure being declared, the competitive fervor began to subside. 801,000 taels. The Qian family gritted their teeth and presented a figure that seemed to be their utmost limit. 1 million taels. An elderly man from the Wu family proclaimed loudly. 1 million taels. At this bid, many attendees sighed in resignation. Indeed, such remarkable treasures invariably fall into the hands of the powerful. The Qin family bids 1,005,000 taels. At the Qin family's table sat their most esteemed prodigy, Qin He, at the forefront. Although the Lu family had also sent representatives, their overall strength paled in comparison to the Wu and Qin families. Previously, the Lu family had leveraged their considerable wealth to acquire numerous items, leaving them in a tight spot now. Moreover, the rules of the Tianbao auction house stipulate that payments must be settled immediately, rendering them powerless in the current bidding war. 106,000 taels. Despite the fact that the other 3 prominent families had always targeted the Tang family, it did not imply that they were united among themselves. At this moment, the exceptional martial arts technique ignited a fierce competition among the Wu family. 1,080,000 taels. Without hesitation, Qin He matched the bid, exuding an air of determination to secure victory. The members of the Wu family conferred among themselves, falling silent for a while. 1,080,000 taels. First call. Xie Zhang expressed his satisfaction with this price and was about to conclude the auction. Just as he was about to finish his statement, a languid voice interrupted. 1,081,000 taels. Upon hearing this voice, Xie Zhang's expression became increasingly animated. It was Tang Yin, the prodigal son, who had once again decided to meddle. Qin He's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly regarded Tang Yin, declaring, 1,100,000 taels. 1,101,000 taels. Tang Yin continued to raise the stakes. With each successive increment of 1,000 taels, Qin He's expression darkened, resembling a predator ready to pounce. The crowd buzzed with excitement, anticipating the ensuing spectacle. The rules of Tianbao auction house were well known to young Master Tang. Payment was to be made upon delivery. If he failed to present the requisite funds, it would be seen as a deliberate mockery of Tianbao. With a chilling warning, Qin He proceeded. 1,102,000 taels. A hint of derision appeared on Tang Yan's face as he retorted, bid if you have the wealth, refrain from prattling if you do not. Since when did the Qin family need to remind us of Tianbao's rules? 1,103,000 taels. Tang Yin did not hold back against the Qin family. As 2 of the 4 great families, the Qin family had long coveted the Tang family's enterprises and had not hesitated to hinder their progress over the past 2 years. Qin He's face turned an ominous shade as he struggled to contain his fury, stating 1,150,000 taels. Originally, Xie Zhang regarded Tang Yin as a spendthrift, but at this moment, he found Tang Yin exceedingly agreeable. Thanks to this young man's involvement, An additional several tens of thousands of taels of silver had been raised, amounting to 115,000 taels. Without hesitation, Tang Yin matched the bid. Master Xie, I request your esteemed establishment to verify whether the Tang family has sufficient funds, he declared. The integrity of this auction must not be compromised by a single pest. Qin He stood up, his tone laced with irritation. Had it not been for his considerable composure, he might have erupted in outrage. Hearing this, Xiezhong hesitated. Although Tang Yin had been extravagantly bold in his first bid, over 100,000 taels was no trifling sum for the entire Tang family. Would the family truly provide such a substantial amount to Tang Yin? Before Xiezhong could respond, Tang Yin exploded. What? Are you instructing the Tianbao auction house on how to conduct its affairs? Even if I were to make a reckless bid, the martial arts techniques would still belong to you if I fail to produce the funds. Why are you making such a fuss? Xiezhong found himself in agreement with Tang Yan's words. What was the Qin family, anyway, to command Tianbao to check if the Tang family had sufficient funds? Maintaining a facade of professionalism, he replied, if young Master Tang ultimately cannot provide the funds, our Tianbao auction house will demand an explanation. And the martial arts techniques will rightfully belong to the Qin family. 120,000 taels. An additional 1,000. Tang Yin languidly stated. 130,000 taels. Just 1,000 more. Save your breath. Qin He. Even the Liu family cannot contend with the Tang family. And what does your Qin family amount to? As he beheld Tang Yan's mocking grin, Qin He felt a lump in his throat, unable to dispel the fury that ignited within him. Slamming his hand on the table, he shouted, 200,000 taels. I don't believe you dare to follow. 200,000 taels. When Qin He announced this price, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. This sum of silver equated to the total income of a substantial family for half a year. The fact that such a significant bid emerged at this auction sent a thrilling sensation through the crowd. Tang Yin did not rush to raise his bid. Gradually, silence enveloped the auction hall. Alchemists require exceptional insight and perception, for even the slightest misstep during the alchemical process could lead to the destruction of the elixir. Possessing the soul of a ninth-tier alchemist, Tang Yan's perceptiveness was particularly acute. This was no trifling amount. He wished to ascertain whether Qin He could indeed afford it. If he could, he would match the bid. Otherwise, he would refrain. His silence, as anticipated, placed immense pressure on Qin He. A fleeting glimmer of worry crossed Qin He's eyes, yet it could not evade Tang Yin's keen observation. With a slight smile, Tang Yin remarked, since the Qin family is so formidable, this martial technique shall belong to you. Now, please pay up. Qin He was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's abrupt concession. This fellow chose not to increase the bid. At that moment, he felt a surge of frustration that nearly compelled him to spit blood. The crowd was equally bewildered. This man simply opted out without hesitation? Initially possessing only 3,000 taels, he had been nearly frightened to death moments ago, but thankfully, you raised the bid. Thank you. Young Master Qin. Young Master Tang feigned politeness. At that instant, the onlookers nearly erupted in laughter. Tang Dushao is indeed cunning, causing the Qin family to part with a considerable amount of silver. Would the Qin family be able to produce such a sum? Young Master Qin. It's time to pay, Xiezhong said with a smile. After a while, Qin He remained seated, motionless. Within the venue, whispers of discontent had circulated earlier, and now they erupted into a cacophony of laughter. It seemed that the Qin family was lacking in funds, leaving Qin He in a precarious predicament due to Tang Yan's machinations. Qin He could no longer contain himself. A surge of blood rushed to his throat, and with clenched teeth, he forced it back down. Master Xie, my family cannot produce the required funds at this moment. But the Tang family has no right to artificially inflate the price and disrupt the auction's integrity. The auction should reward the highest bidder. Let us first observe if the final bidder can indeed fulfill their payment. If not, I demand an explanation. Xie Zhang's tone was far from pleasant. Regrettably, I do not possess sufficient funds. May I request a one-day extension? Qin He asked, bracing himself for the response. No credit will be extended. If you cannot provide the sum, you must leave behind 500,000 taels as compensation, Xiezhong replied coolly. Chapter 55. The third blow, 500,000 taels? Qin He gazed at Xiezhong, his voice laden with resentment. Suddenly, he felt a paralyzing pressure, a chilling aura that seemed to target him directly. It was as if any resistance would lead to his immediate demise. 500,000 is acceptable. Consider it an apology for offending your esteemed establishment. An elder from the Qin family, sensing the dire situation, swiftly stepped forward to concede. With a sense of relief washing over him, Qin He slumped back into his chair, his clothes already soaked with perspiration. All eyes in the room turned towards Tang Yin, who appeared to be left with merely a few thousand taels. Initially planning to leave without a glance back, He now resolved to observe Tang Yan's impending humiliation, unwilling to be the sole figure of disgrace. Young Master Tang. Xiezhang cast a complex gaze upon Tang Yan. To speak candidly, he found himself immensely curious about the youth before him. Although this lad displayed a certain recklessness during his inaugural bidding, his recent performance belied the foolishness rumored about him. Furthermore, it was due to this individual that Tianbao had profited by over 1,000,000 taels of silver. The Tang family held the esteemed establishment in high regard. How could they possibly disregard its protocols? If there were no competing bids. With a smile, Tang Yan produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and presented them to Ziyun, instructing her to count them meticulously. Witnessing Tang Yan's smug demeanor ignited a flicker of anger within Ziyun. She nearly slapped him to the ground. This young man had become quite arrogant, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Suppressing her ire, she accepted the silver notes and swiftly began to tally them. Although she appeared compliant, Ziyun had already resolved to make this young man pay for his insolence tonight. The moment Tang Yan observed Ziyun genuinely assisting him in counting the funds, a heavy weight was lifted from his heart. Despite her seemingly frigid exterior, she was fundamentally reasonable. How considerate! Tang Yan beamed in approval. To serve a young master was a privilege for a humble servant. Ziyun raised her delicate, charming face, her smile devoid of warmth as she replied. Tang Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but shudder. It seemed he had perhaps overstepped his bounds. After settling the silver notes and receiving the Qianshan fist scroll, Tang Yan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The onlookers in the auction house found themselves momentarily entranced, as if caught in a dream. The greatest victor of this event seemed to be the spendthrift they had initially dismissed, Tang Yan. Upon witnessing Tang Yan produce such a substantial sum, he felt as though a massive stone had settled heavily upon his chest. As the distinguished eldest son of the Qin family, one of the most exceptional youths among the younger generation of Yin City, it is utterly humiliating to be toyed with by that debauched scion, Tang Yan. Where can I possibly hide my face? Tang Yan, indifferent to Qin He's sentiments, could only think of hastily escaping back to the Tang residence, seeking a place to conceal himself. The matter of having Ziyun lend him money today would undoubtedly be difficult to brush off. Upon exiting the auction house, Tang Yan hastily made his way to the Tang family, while Ziyun, observing his cowardly demeanor, let out a soft huff and quickly followed after him. In the stillness of the night, the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a menacing presence locked onto him. Tang Yan's keen instincts swiftly detected this energy, causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, he activated the shadow step, his foot barely grazing past him as he dashed away. Alarmed, Tang Yan realized that this cunning woman, indeed, harbored a grudge. Miss Ziyun, I shall return to prepare your bed, he exclaimed, continuing his flight without a moment's pause, sprinting towards the Tang residence. You coward! Where do you think you're running? Ziyun shouted in anger upon witnessing Tang Yan's retreat, propelling herself into pursuit. The shadow step, a remarkable technique Tang Yan had brought from Huaxia, allowed him to glide effortlessly down the path, resembling a phantom. Ziyun exerted 80% of her strength in her chase, yet still struggled to close the distance. He runs surprisingly fast. Tang Yan's evasion only served to stoke Ziyun's fury further, revealing her formidable prowess at the profound tier. She transformed into a streak of light, rapidly closing in on Tang Yan. Bang! Howl! Bang! Bang! Howl! In the tranquil night, the sounds of hand-to-hand combat and anguished cries echoed incessantly. Upon their arrival at the Tang residence, Ziyun, feeling quite pleased, elegantly adjusted her attire and gracefully entered the courtyard. At the moment she stepped through the door, she cast a glance at the bruised and battered Tang Yan, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she haughtily proceeded inside. Tang Yan, with a sorrowful expression, retreated to his chamber, inwardly cursing his impulsive decision to seek financial aid from this female tempest. Ever since Ziyun had ascended to the first rank of the Xian stage, Tang Yan had frequently found himself at her mercy. He had, however, prepared himself, diligently concocting 3 large vials of healing elixirs. Once in his room, he retrieved the pills and swallowed them, feeling the relief wash over his previously aching body. Fortunately, Ziyun had been relatively measured in her approach, targeting primarily the fleshier areas, inflicting excruciating pain without causing any lasting injury. Once he felt somewhat better, Tang Yan eagerly pulled out the scroll of the Qianshan fist. He swiftly reviewed the technique, a wave of joy surging through him. Although the power of this martial art paled in comparison to the yen explosion palm bequeathed to him by his mother, it demanded far less from its practitioners, making it particularly suitable for his current stage of training. After meticulously reading through the scroll 3 times, however, Tang Yan's expression was not one of enlightenment as he had anticipated. Instead, He furrowed his brow, displaying considerable perplexity. Initially, he, like the personnel of the Tianbao auction house, had assumed this martial art was merely a fragment. Yet, drawing upon his extensive experience, he sensed that the Qianshan fist was more intricate than it first appeared. The scroll contained only 2 techniques, with the latter punch demonstrating significantly greater power than the former. However, after the second punch, which appeared to mark the conclusion, Tang Yin perceived a striking resemblance between this finishing move and the initiation of the second punch. Given that the technique was named Thousand Mountain Fist, it stood to reason that this martial art should encompass more than merely 2 forms. It ought to consist of numerous strikes to truly embody its name. Tang Yin murmured to himself, and suddenly, his eyes sharpened. The framework of the second form was fundamentally based on the first, merely extending some variations in force application, thus allowing the power of the second punch to harness the inertia and residual energy of the first, thereby generating even greater strength. Realizing this, Tang Yin's mind became invigorated. If he could connect the second form with the first, he could unleash a third punch, a fourth punch. If he succeeded, the creator of this martial art would undoubtedly be a genius in the realm of combat. With these thoughts crystallized, sleep eluded him. He pushed open the door and stepped into the small courtyard. Recalling the forms of the Thousand Mountain Fist in his mind, Tang Yin gathered his true energy, stepped forward with his left foot, and with a sharp exclamation, he swung his right fist forward, accompanied by a whistling gale. Bang! A deep, resounding explosion echoed. Without pausing, Tang Yin swiftly executed the second punch. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted, this time even louder, with the surrounding air vibrating more violently than before. Yet, Tang Yin remained undeterred. Following the previously contemplated approach, he propelled his third punch forward. Chapter 56. The Significance of Repeated Practice. This punch had been simulated countless times in his mind. Whether he would succeed rested upon this very moment. Feeling the vital energy swiftly flowing out of his body and wildly converging in his fist, Tang Yin was seized by an overwhelming impulse to unleash this punch. Come forth, he bellowed, his fist striking with the force of a battering ram, producing a muffled sound in the air. Bang! An expression of profound excitement flashed in Tang Yin's eyes. His conjecture had proven correct. Elated by the mastery of this formidable martial technique, he resolved to remain in the courtyard, diligently practicing every movement of this skill. Bang bang! After a double strike, Tang Yin ceased his efforts, refraining from delivering a third punch. A towering structure must have a solid foundation to stand firm. Bang bang! The rhythmic echoes resonated throughout the courtyard. Having confirmed the validity of his thoughts, he understood that one should not hastily ascend several levels at once. Establishing a strong foundation would ultimately allow for swifter advancement. As dawn gradually broke, Tang Yin became increasingly proficient in these 2 techniques through relentless practice. Ziyun had long been aware that this martial art was merely an incomplete manuscript and initially paid it little heed. However, after witnessing Tang Yin devote himself day and night to these 2 moves for 3 consecutive days, she began to wonder if the boy had become obsessed. Why persist in repetitively practicing the same motion once it had been mastered? Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Ziyun finally inquired. At that moment, Tang Yin had just completed a double strike and, hearing her question, did not respond but instead resumed practicing the Qianshan fist. Bang! Bang! Again, it was 2 moves. 2 sounds. Ziyun furrowed her brow and watched intently, her eyes widening in astonishment. This time, Tang Yin did not restrain himself as he had in the past. Instead, he advanced further, his fist cutting through the air with tremendous force, striking once more. Bang! The punch unleashed a powerful gust of energy. The might of this strike surpassing the combined force of the previous 2. Was this technique limited to merely 2 strikes? How could this be? Ziyun felt a surge of astonishment as she sensed the formidable power contained within the third punch, realizing that Tang Yin had not underestimated his capabilities this time. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he remarked after concluding his technique. Ziyun shivered at his words, having already reached the heavenly stage. Her comprehension of martial arts was unparalleled. Though Tang Yan's statement seemed simple, upon reflection, it indeed held profound truth. Casting a complex glance at Tang Yan, she found him increasingly inscrutable with each moment spent in his company. Since their acquaintance, Tang Yin had displayed a talent for cultivation, literary skill, and various stratagems that far exceeded those of his peers. Such was the case in Yun City, and likewise in Zizhu City. He was indeed a prodigy. What intrigued Ziyun even more was the rapid acceleration of his progress recently. Why had he been so lackluster in the preceding years? Of course, this question would remain a mystery to the world unless Tang Yin chose to reveal it. 2 days later, on the morning of the 3rd day, Ziyun's eyes widened once more. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, Tang Yin, undeterred, lifted his fist again. Bang! The 4th punch. As he unleashed this strike, an even more terrifying destructive force erupted in the air. This guy? After feeling the immense power contained within this punch, Ziyun was inexplicably shaken. The strength of this strike had exponentially increased compared to before. How many moves does this Qianshan fist consist of? Ziyun inquired in astonishment. I don't know. Tang Yin replied candidly. Don't know? Ziyun furrowed her brows, suspecting that Tang Yin was intentionally teasing her. Observing Ziyun preparing for action beside him, Tang Yin was startled, realizing that this fierce woman had likely overthought the matter. He quickly clarified. This set of martial arts can be continuously executed as long as the conditions are met. However, everyone has their limits. Who can say how many moves one can actually perform? Ziyun, being exceptionally intelligent, pondered Tang Yan's words and then exclaimed in surprise. This martial technique isn't merely a fragment? Indeed, it is quite complete. One only needs to comprehend it thoroughly, Tang Yan explained with a smile. Even though Ziyun held the esteemed title of the 3rd Miss of Zizhu City, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes at the thought of such an extraordinary martial art. It was likely that its rank was not merely of the mid-grade yellow tier, but had already ascended into the realm of the Xian tier. Remember to keep the secret of this technique safe. Do not divulge it lightly, as it may attract envy, Ziyun cautioned earnestly. Understood, Tang Yin agreed without objection. Young master, this is what the master asked me to bring to you. Just as he finished his training, Xiao Chui hurriedly approached, her small steps quickened. What's the rush? Tang Yin chuckled as he took the wooden box she handed him. The previously dormant heaven and earth creation cauldron within his dantian suddenly stirred to life, prompting Tang Yin to ponder if it was yet another spiritual item. Upon opening the wooden box, he found 4 beast cores of varying colors, quietly resting inside. Upon seeing this object, Tang Yin was instantly reminded that it was the spoils of victory he had won from the Mid-Autumn Festival literary competition, where he had triumphed over the Liu family. After exchanging pleasantries with Ziyun, Tang Yin retreated to his chamber, locked the door, and opened the wooden box. 4 3rd-tier beast cores emerged, causing the already restless creation cauldron to become even more animated. With a mere thought, the 4 beast cores abruptly vanished from his grasp and entered the cauldron. A flame erupted suddenly, and the beast cores melted swiftly, refined into pure spiritual liquid that dispersed evenly. The sole remaining sprout of the spiritual vortex fruit swayed gently, visibly growing taller in an instant. Just when he thought the process had concluded, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged forth from the cauldron, merging into Tang Yan's vortex dantian. This energy was not only exceptionally pure, but also remarkably gentle. Upon entering his dantian, it caused no sensation of expansion and was rapidly absorbed. Without delay, Tang Yan focused his mind and began to cultivate. Before long, he entered a meditative state. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was astounded by the changes within him. In just one night's time, his strength had astonishingly ascended to the 7th rank of the yellow tier. Even more surprising to Tang Yan was that the small flame that had long been concealed within his dantian had intensified significantly. With a shift in thought, a flame materialized before him, pulsating with a vitality that grew increasingly robust. His previous struggles in mastering fire control had yielded little progress, as he had not discovered the right methods for enhancement. Could it be that objects infused with spiritual energy possess a remarkable amplifying effect on the chaotic space within the cauldron and the primordial fire of creation? Even the slightest infusion of spiritual energy could aid in one's cultivation? If that were indeed the case, acquiring a sufficient quantity of rare treasures would enable one to advance at an astonishing pace. However, considering the immense value of a 3rd-tier beast core, Tang Yin promptly dismissed this notion. It was simply too expensive. For the time being, lavish expenditures were not feasible. Chapter 57. A quicker method of cultivation. Having just experienced a breakthrough, Tang Yin refrained from hastily embarking on further cultivation. Instead, he contemplated the current predicament of the Tang family. Fueled by monetary incentives and the allure of elixirs, numerous members among the 120 guards had achieved breakthroughs to the 2nd rank of the yellow tier. The dissemination of such news would undoubtedly wield significant deterrent power externally. Nevertheless, Tang Yin still deemed this insufficient. The true might of a family is ultimately determined by its top-tier strength. Take, for instance, the 4 prominent families of Yun City. The Tang family possesses the weakest overall strength. Yet, Elder Tang stands at the 9th rank of the profound tier, comparable in prowess to Lu Wuhui of the Liu family. With such strength, even if the other 3 families surpass the Tang family, they would hesitate to act against them lightly. It is the elite power that dictates the fate of a family. However, even with Tang Ling's presence, The Tang family could not afford to be complacent. Should the other three families forge an alliance to assail the Tang family, their downfall would be inevitable. The reason the three families have yet to take action lies in their mutual suspicions and the difficulty in negotiating the division of spoils. Nonetheless, the Tang family's recent ascendancy presents a formidable challenge. Should they continue to flourish, swallowing the Tang family would become increasingly arduous. Surely, the three families would not wish to forfeit the opportunity to partake in the spoils of the Tang family, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the day of their alliance is not far off. The Tang family must seize every moment to bolster their strength, while ensuring that over 100 martial artists have access to ample cultivation resources, which, undoubtedly, is a costly endeavor. Thus, even if collaborating with Maidan Fang could yield profits, it cannot all be allocated to purchasing third-tier beast cores. The pace of cultivation remains somewhat sluggish. Were I to attain the Xian rank now, I could concoct elixirs beneficial to both grandfather and Uncle Mo Tang. Yin let out a soft sigh. Had this sentiment reached Ziyun's ears, she would undoubtedly be incensed. In Zizhu City, she had never encountered anyone whose advancement was as rapid as Tang Yan's, yet he still lamented his slow progression. To become a true master, one must endure countless trials by blood. In such a serene environment, a swift ascent is evidently unfeasible. Turning his gaze toward the window, Tang Yin was suddenly struck by a thought about the ghostly leopard he had encountered outside the city last time. Yin City, situated in the Listening Fragrance Kingdom, is a small and remote locale. A trek of several dozen miles northward leads to the Zhangyun mountain range. The mountains are steep and perilous, adorned with ancient cypress and peculiar stones, having existed for countless millennia. I have heard many speak of the spiritual beasts that thrive within, as the area is sparsely populated. These beasts are numerous, and being within their hunting territory, I would undoubtedly face their full wrath. For me, it would serve as an exceptional training ground. Having made this decision, Tang Yin rose and made his way directly to his grandfather's study, knowing that the old man typically resided there in the morning. Upon seeing Tang Yin enter, the elderly gentleman displayed a hint of surprise. In his memory, this grandson seldom sought him out without being summoned. "Come, Yinner, have a seat. I was just about to discuss something with you. I didn't expect you to arrive first," the old man chuckled. "What is it, grandfather?" Tang Yin inquired with curiosity. "In 2 months, the Eastern Region Grand Competition will take place, and our Yun City still has 3 slots available. If one can achieve notable results, there lies a possibility of gaining entry into the Qinglong Academy. Securing a place in the Qinglong Academy signifies access to a broader array of cultivation resources, which would greatly benefit your training. Do you wish to participate?" Tang Ling inquired. Regarding the Eastern Domain Grand Competition, Tang Yin had heard some rumors. The Eastern Domain is divided into 5 cities: Yun City, Yu City, Song City, Qing City, and Fong City. Among these, Yun City possesses the least comprehensive strength. Thus, it has the fewest slots for participation and has historically performed poorly. At each Eastern Domain Grand Competition, representatives from the Qinglong Academy attend to observe the battles, and those with potential may gain eligibility for selection into the Qinglong Academy. The Qinglong Academy is the largest martial arts institution in the Tingxiang Kingdom, renowned for producing exceptional talent and regarded as a sanctuary for the younger generation's cultivation. Naturally, we must attend. How could the Tang family miss the Eastern Domain Grand Competition? Tang Yin replied with a faint smile. Observing his grandson's confident demeanor, Tang Ling felt a sense of great relief, but did not forget to remind him. Yun City has only 3 slots. The city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue, will surely secure one, and Lu Ji from the Lu family will claim another. The remaining slot will be contested within Yun City, so do not neglect your training in the meantime. Indeed, I have come to see grandfather precisely for this matter. Tang Yin nodded. Training, you say? The elder Tang expressed curiosity. Although his grandson's strength was indeed growing daily, the pace remained rather slow. I plan to venture to the Zhangyun mountain range for a period of training and will return in 2 months, Tang Yin stated after careful consideration. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, the elder Tang hesitated momentarily. He understood that what Tang Yin said was true. Cultivating within the Tang family was unlikely to match the speed of training in the outside world. Yet, the Zhangyun mountain range is teeming with spirit beasts. Who can predict whether Tang Yin might encounter a formidable beast, thereby inviting peril? The Tang family has but one descendant. Should any misfortune befall him, he would carry that burden for life. Rest assured, grandfather, I am fully aware of the situation. I have previously discussed this matter with my master, who mentioned that he intends to venture into the Zhangyun mountains to seek medicinal herbs. He will scout the route I plan to take, and should any high-level spirit beast emerge, he will assist me in resolving those difficulties. Tang Yin understood his grandfather's concerns and invoked the name of his fabricated master as a shield. As expected, upon hearing Tang Yan's words, the old man felt a measure of relief and nodded in agreement, saying, "Since you have consulted your master, you may proceed." However, the outside world is not akin to home. It is fraught with uncertainties and unexpected dangers. One must not let down their guard simply because your master is present. Do not worry, grandfather. I shall exercise my own judgment. When do you intend to depart? The old man inquired. Tonight, Tang Yin replied. Tonight? Why not wait until morning? The old man expressed surprise. The practice of cultivation must not be delayed, Tang Yin asserted. The earlier I train, the greater my potential for advancement. At present, I am merely at the 7th rank of the yellow tier. If I do not swiftly elevate my abilities, even if I secure a spot in the Eastern region competition, I shall achieve little distinction. Moreover, departing at night allows me to evade certain prying eyes, he hinted. You have made further progress? Tang Ling asked, momentarily taken aback. By sheer luck, Tang Yin replied vaguely. Excellent. Truly commendable. Tang Ling felt a profound sense of pride. His grandson's talent was indeed a source of great joy. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ling nodded and said, You may inform Miss Yun and proceed. Should you require anything, simply retrieve it from the warehouse. The old master Tang imparted numerous instructions to Tang Yin. Though they were merely the customary words of wisdom, Tang Yin listened with great patience. This heartfelt affection deeply resonated within him. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Tang Yin entered the alchemy room without hesitation. He could not take the alchemy furnace with him, which would complicate future endeavors in potion making. He toiled until nightfall, meticulously placing various elixirs into an array of jars and bottles. These potions included blood-stopping pills, detoxification elixirs, high-spirited pills, and meridian-clearing potions, among others, even containing a few toxins for self-defense. As Tang Yin exited the room, he was greeted by the striking and graceful figure of Ziyun standing at the door. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, he recognized her instantly. Are you leaving? Ziyun suddenly inquired. Tang Yin was taken aback, having not anticipated her presence, and replied, Yes, I will be training on Songyan Mountain for 2 months, and during this time, I will be unable to concoct the recovery pills for you. Here are 30 recovery pills. They should suffice to restore your previous strength. Accepting a small jar from Tang Yin, Ziyun murmured, Thank you, young Master Tang, for your care during these days. Having lived 2 lives, Tang Yin was well-versed in the ways of human relationships. Noticing Ziyun's demeanor, he began to understand her sentiments and smiled as he asked, Is Miss Ziyun also preparing to depart? Yes, I have received a letter from my family summoning me back. They are already waiting for me outside the city. Ziyun remarked, I do not have the opportunity to await young Master Tang's return. Should you require assistance in the future, you may seek me in Zizhu City. Allow me to present you with this. With that, Ziyun retrieved a token from her sleeve and handed it to Tang Yin. Without pretense, Tang Yin accepted the token and examined it closely. The token was meticulously crafted from superior warm spirit jade, known for its substantial benefits to the human body when worn over time. Carved in ancient script were the characters for Zizhu. This is the Zizhu token. Upon entering Zizhu City, presenting this token will ensure no one dares to obstruct your passage. After a moment's hesitation, Ziyun continued, Do your utmost to enter the Qinglong Academy. If all goes well, I, too, shall join the Qinglong Academy in a few months. Very well, we shall meet at the Qinglong Academy, Tang Yin affirmed resolutely. He had heard of the Eastern Region competition, where excelling merely grants one eligibility for selection into the Qinglong Academy. To truly gain admission, one must pass a rigorous assessment. Success demands even greater strength, so remember to cultivate diligently. Remember, there are always those stronger than oneself. No matter the achievements, do not succumb to arrogance or complacency. Ziyun reiterated her advice. I assure you, I will enter and will not let you down, Tang Yin responded with a light-hearted smile, his tone unwavering. Observing Tang Yan's confident demeanor, Ziyun felt somewhat entranced. The first time she encountered this young man, his prowess seemed barely to reach the yellow rank. Yet in less than 2 months, he had ascended to the 6th tier of the yellow rank. Such astonishing progress makes entering the Qinglong Academy a distinct possibility. Farewell, Qinglong Academy. Take care, young Master Tang. With a respectful fist salute towards Tang Yin, Ziyun stored away the vial of the cheer-returning pill. Casting a lingering glance at him before forcefully pushing off the ground, her figure swiftly darting into the distance. Watching her departing silhouette, Tang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy wash over him. Not only was Ziyun strikingly beautiful, but her poise and intellect were equally remarkable. It would be disingenuous to claim that his heart remained untouched in the company of such a woman. Miss C, we shall meet again at the Qinglong Academy. Tang Yin inhaled deeply and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the Tang family estate. His grandfather had been waiting outside the gate, accompanied by core members of the Tang family, including Mo Bo and Mo Yinjun. After bidding farewell to each of them, he retrieved several vials of elixirs from his robe, distributing them amongst the trio while clearly explaining the usage of each. With no desire to linger, he departed from the Tang family home. Observing Tang Yin's retreating figure, Mo Bo couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Young master. He truly possesses the strength to stand on his own. Haha, come on, old Mo, let us go and share a drink tonight. We shall not rest until we are intoxicated. The elder Tang was equally reflective, recalling how, in the past, everyone in Yun City regarded Tang Yin as a frivolous wastrel. Who could have foreseen that this very scion would gradually alter the Tang family's status among the four great families of Yun City? Subtly emerging as a contender against the Liu family, clad in black, Tang Yin traversed the dusky night like a wraith, his steps imbued with an ethereal grace as he made his way towards the outskirts of Yun City. Soon, he arrived at the distant city wall, took a deep breath, and leaped over. Upon landing, he maintained his momentum, hastening toward the Canyun mountain range. After galloping for several dozen miles, Tang Yin had yet to encounter any remarkable spirit beasts. Glancing around, he spotted a sturdy tree and leapt up to rest. An hour swiftly elapsed, and as he entered a meditative state, a faint whiff of blood permeated his senses, causing him to furrow his brow. Startled, Tang Yin abruptly opened his eyes, but remained motionless atop the tree, releasing a sliver of true energy to discern the source of the sanguine odor. A chilling howl echoed from a distance, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Wolves? Tang Yin was not foolish. He knew wolves were pack animals. Surveying his surroundings from his perch, he beheld a mass of dark bodies converging towards his location. Before long, the base of the tree became encircled by the wolves, their eyes glinting with an eerie green light, their howls incessantly reverberating through the air. Faced with a horde numbering in the hundreds, Tang Yin felt a prick of trepidation at the thought of what formidable entity he had provoked. How could it be that on his very first day, he found himself in such a predicament? Fortunately, he was perched aloft. The wolves were unable to reach him for the moment. With his heart steadied, he scrutinized the wolves below. These creatures were merely first-tier spirit beasts, common along the periphery of Canyun Mountain, posing little threat to him. Yet, their overwhelming numbers instilled caution, dissuading him from recklessly descending. Suddenly, a powerful howl resonated from afar, and the previously stagnant pack sprang into action. A multitude of colossal wolves surged towards the tree's roots, with those behind climbing upon the backs of their predecessors, forming an unbroken chain without a hint of hesitation. Tang Yin's eyes narrowed. These wolves were indeed constructing a wolf ladder, perched upon a branch approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground. Tang Yin found himself confronted by a dark shadow that surged towards him with alarming speed. Rather than retreating, he summoned the vital energy within him, raising his fist to strike at the wolf's head. A resounding impact echoed as the formidable force of a 7th-grade yellow-tier technique collided with the creature. The wolf, unable to withstand the blow, emitted a mournful cry as it was sent hurtling through the air. Wolves, known for their remarkable resilience and ferocity, did not remain silent for long. Following the first wolf's defeat, 2 urgent howls pierced the air from a distance, heralding the approach of 3 more dark figures from various directions. Standing atop the treetop, Tang Yin faced a challenge in maneuverability. However, his strength proved advantageous as he adeptly contended with the 3 wolves. With a series of powerful punches, he swiftly sent them flying. Yet, before he could catch his breath, an ominous presence loomed behind him. A gray-black wolf lunged forward with startling speed and strength. Sensing this wolf was markedly different from its predecessors, Tang Yin had little time for contemplation. He unleashed the Thousand Mountain Fist, but upon impact, he stumbled on the branch, nearly losing his balance. Unlike the others, this wolf did not merely get knocked away. Instead, it landed awkwardly yet quickly regained its stance, its eyes glowing with a menacing green light as they fixed upon him. A 2nd-tier spirit beast. Tang Yan's heart raced as he scrutinized the creature, noting its larger stature compared to the surrounding wolves. Chapter 59. An ideal training ground. As Tang Yan swiftly scanned the wolf pack, he unexpectedly spotted several larger wolves. This unsettling discovery immediately put him on high alert. These 2nd-tier wolves were not the Wolf King, yet the elusive Wolf King, which had yet to reveal itself, could potentially be a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Moreover, the ability to command the pack and orchestrate the construction of a wolf ladder demonstrated an alarming level of intelligence in that Wolf King. With a howl, 5 shadows of wolves charged towards him. A quick glance revealed a multitude of wolves following closely behind, meaning a relentless onslaught awaited him as time passed. Tang Yin did not harbor any illusions about his strength. He did not believe he could confront this horde of wolves head-on and emerge victorious. He understood that remaining in this tree was no longer a viable option. As he had anticipated, after the initial 5 first-tier giant wolves attacked, 3 more second-tier giant wolves lunged at him with ferocity. The sheer number of wolves overwhelmed him, employing a relentless strategy that left him no moments of respite. Faced with the assault of 3 second-tier wolves, Tang Yin felt the pressure intensify significantly. Under the weight of their numbers, even the most exquisite techniques seemed futile. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of 3 punches, Tang Yin barely managed to evade this wave of attacks. Once again, 5 dark figures surged toward him. Among these 5 giant wolves, 2 were second-tier. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his vital energy and swiftly struck out with his right fist towards the approaching giant wolves. Bang, bang. At this moment, Tang Yin's combat was entirely instinctual, relying on the primal art of fighting. In the midst of this intense battle, Tang Yin finally revealed a moment of vulnerability. A colossal wolf lunged forward, its claws slashing across Tang Yin's back, leaving a gory wound. A surge of warm blood immediately flowed forth, staining his garments. Enraged, Tang Yin unleashed a powerful strike with the Thousand Mountain Fist, sending a wolf that attempted to ambush him flying with a resounding thud. With a fierce cry of determination, he activated the Phantom Step, leaping nimbly and using the rebound from a tree branch to propel himself towards another tree. After bounding through several trees, he finally descended, choosing to confront the pack of wolves on solid ground. As Tang Yin landed, the hidden Wolf King let out a long howl, directing the pack to pursue him. The sounds of chaos erupted as Tang Yin instinctively engaged in combat amidst the throng of wolves, skillfully blending his martial techniques with his innate fighting instincts. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Periodically, he had to utilize the Phantom Step to shift his position and avoid being completely surrounded, lest he find himself trapped with no escape. In his previous life, although Tang Yin held the esteemed title of a 9th-tier alchemist and possessed formidable strength, his combat skills were not particularly remarkable. After all, so many owed him favors, and anyone daring to provoke him would inevitably face the wrath of numerous experts. Only the truly desperate would dare to clash with him. Through this continuous struggle, the fluidity of Tang Yin's techniques began to improve remarkably, as the synergy between his fighting and martial skills rapidly evolved. In the confrontation with the wolf pack, Tang Yin realized that his previous battles in Cloud City, even his duel with Lu Ji, were mere child's play. After an hour of intense combat, Tang Yin's stamina waned, and he bore countless wounds, his body a tapestry of injuries. His once black attire lay in tatters, flesh exposed and bleeding, presenting a ghastly sight. More crucially, amidst the relentless onslaught of the wolves, he found no opportunity to consume any elixirs for rejuvenation. Flee. Aware that continuing the fight could cost him his life, he hesitated no longer. He leaped onto the head of a wolf, exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful stomp, resulting in a resounding crack as the first-tier giant wolf's skull shattered. In an instant, Tang Yin soared into the night, executing the shadow step with remarkable swiftness. After propelling himself off several trees, he made a hasty escape from the pack. In his peripheral vision, Tang Yin caught sight of a magnificent silver giant wolf howling at the sky, its regal presence accentuated by the moonlight. He dared not linger, focusing solely on his flight. Responding to their king's call, the wolves collectively howled, their voices echoing through the mountains and valleys. Even high-ranking spirit beasts prostrated themselves in fear, unwilling to provoke the ferocious pack. As Tang Yin dashed forward, he swiftly tossed a high-grade spirit elixir and a chi-enhancing pill into his mouth, unleashing a howl as he sprinted into the distance. Though the wolves were swift, they paled in comparison to Tang Yin, who had mastered the shadow step as an optimal means of escape. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the wolves finally realized they could not catch up with this despicable human and, with a mournful cry, relinquished their pursuit. Tang Yin had run over 20 miles and finally paused beside a small river. After cleansing his wounds, he retrieved a hemostatic ointment from his bosom and hastily applied it to the injuries. A searing pain surged through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Glancing at his blood-stained garments, he hurriedly discarded them into the river. The scent of blood would easily attract spirit beasts in the wilderness. If several high-ranking spirit beasts were to appear, he would have no choice but to venture into the underworld for training. Reflecting on his previous predicament, Tang Yin felt a wave of trepidation. Had it not been for mastering the shadow step technique, he might have met his demise on the very first day of his journey. Though he appeared disheveled, This encounter had illuminated his deficiencies in combat. Despite the battle lasting merely an hour, his progress in the transition between techniques and martial skills was remarkably evident, equivalent to several days of practice he had previously endured. Henceforth, he resolved to follow this pack of wolves until he perfected the fusion of martial techniques and combat. With firm determination, Tang Yin sought out a large tree, leaped into its embrace, and began to recuperate. The medicinal herbs he had prepared were rare elixirs, and by the next day, the wounds on his body had already scabbed over. After a thorough search, he swiftly caught a wild rabbit. After cleaning it by the river, he lit a fire and began to roast it. Not long after he started eating, he suddenly paused, pressing his ear to the ground as a rumbling sound of water reached him. Stirred by curiosity, he hastily finished the rabbit meat and swiftly headed in the direction of the sound. As the noise grew louder, he soon beheld a waterfall cascading down a cliff over 20 meters high, resembling a silken ribbon unfurling from the heavens. The resounding roar of the waterfall cascades mightily, descending from great heights with formidable gravitational potential. After observing for a considerable time, Tang Yin suddenly broke into a grin. This excursion had proven to be exceptionally wise. The immense potential energy harbored beneath the waterfall presented an unparalleled venue for cultivation. Remaining within the confines of the Tang family estate, he would have never encountered such a resource. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yin wasted no time. He shed his garments and leaped into the air, landing beside the waterfall. As he extended his hand into the torrent, he was struck by the force akin to that of stone, causing his heart to race. Would he be rendered senseless by such a powerful deluge? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin stepped forward. The cascading waters descended upon him like a mountain crashing down. He felt an immediate weight, his footing faltering as he nearly stumbled to the ground. With his strength at the 7th rank of the yellow tier fully unleashed, his dantian spun with frenetic energy, continuously releasing spiritual essence to stabilize his form. He endeavored to maneuver beneath the waterfall, traversing from one end to the other. The width was merely about 10 meters, yet upon reaching the far side, he was nearly drained of energy. Despite the exhaustion, Tang Yin resolved to persist, gritting his teeth as he sought to recuperate his strength beneath the relentless torrent. After a quarter of an hour, he could no longer endure and retreated from the waterfall. Exiting its embrace, he felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure that had weighed upon him, even noting a slight increase in the flow of energy within his dantian. His eyes gleamed with determination. He had already deemed this place a treasure trove for his cultivation. After a brief rest on the shore, he re-entered the waterfall once more. After 20 minutes of deep breathing, Tang Yin emerged from the waterfall once more. Engaging in this repetitive practice, by the time the sun dipped below the horizon, he had managed to endure an entire hour beneath the cascading waters. Through this rigorous cycle of true energy, Tang Yin's dantian began to expand gradually. He sensed, albeit faintly, that he had reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank in the yellow tier. Once he vacated the waterfall, Tang Yin tidied his belongings, prepared a picnic, and closed his eyes to cultivate, readying himself for the impending battle. As night fell, with his state of being finely tuned, Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he activated the shadow step technique, moving stealthily through the darkness in search of the wolf pack. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, and the occasional howls that pierced the night served as constant reminders of their location. It did not take long for Tang Yin to locate the pack. He made no effort to conceal himself, and soon, one of the wolves spotted him. A warning howl echoed, silencing the entire pack as they fixed their predatory gazes upon him. Another prolonged howl resounded, and the wolves initiated their tactical assault, surging towards Tang Yin in waves. Drawing from his previous encounters, though he was still unable to annihilate the pack, the frantic panic he once felt had dissipated. Channeling his true energy, he threw a punch toward the advancing wolves. Using the pack as training fodder would undoubtedly expedite his growth. Yet the peril involved was daunting to most. A moment's negligence could lead to a grisly demise at the jaws of the wolves, a price of life itself. However, true strength is forged through the crucible of bloodshed, bestowing one with the rightful qualifications to ascend the path of martial arts. The transition between techniques and martial skills unfolded swiftly amidst the wolf pack. First-tier wolves and second-tier wolves were relentlessly sent flying by Tang Yin's fists. The velocity of his strikes increased exponentially, while his evasion became ever more agile. The angles of his attacks grew increasingly cunning, and the intensity of his offensive surged with ferocity. However, the wounds adorning Tang Yin's body multiplied with each ensuing battle. Blood flowed continuously from his injuries, and under the relentless assault of the wolves, his stamina gradually waned. Get lost. With a fierce roar, Tang Yin's fist struck heavily against a wolf, and then, Employing the shadow step technique, he swiftly vacated the scene. Although both encounters ended in retreat, this battle lasted nearly half an hour longer than the previous one. Time and again, he fought valiantly until victory was claimed, dragging his weary body back to his temporary abode. Tang Yin cleansed the blood from his skin before commencing his training. 7 days swiftly passed. Amidst the elixirs, the cascading waterfall, and the unceasing battles, Tang Yin's prowess ascended from the 7th rank of the yellow tier to the 8th. As he sensed the burgeoning power within him, his spirit brimmed with determination. The high-intensity training over these days had alleviated the suffocating pressure he once felt beneath the waterfall. Instead, he found himself capable of honing his martial skills in that very place. With a series of dull thuds, bang, 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 the waterfall suddenly exhibited a fracture in that fleeting moment. Although the gaps were quickly filled, and the sounds soon drowned in the thunderous roar of the waterfall, Tang Yin was indeed capable of unleashing the formidable Qianshan fist with 4 resounding strikes under the immense gravitational potential of the waterfall. If he could produce such force under such overwhelming pressure, one could only imagine the terrifying power he would unleash on solid ground. 3 days had elapsed, and Tang Yin, having ascended to the 8th rank of the yellow tier, had solidified his strength. During the battle with the wolf pack the previous night, he distinctly sensed that combat had become significantly less strenuous. After more than 10 days of exploration, Tang Yin had acquired a profound understanding of the Wolf King's tactics. He employed the first-tier wolves as shields, allowing the second-tier wolves to inflict substantial damage upon him. Although numerous, most of the wolves were of the first tier, with only a few being second-tier. Moreover, the wolves' overall combat strength had been considerably diminished due to those he had injured or slain over the past days. Through this prolonged and bloody engagement, Tang Yin had mastered the seamless transition between martial techniques and hand-to-hand combat. Engaging with the wolf pack had lost its significance, unless the Wolf King chose to intervene personally. Tang Yin had observed the Wolf King, whose strength was at least of the 3rd tier, and given its evident leadership abilities, its intelligence was undoubtedly formidable. Aware of his limitations, Tang Yin intensified his training. The Qianshan fist technique became increasingly refined through his relentless practice, yet under the waterfall's pressure, delivering a 5th strike remained exceedingly challenging. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, as Tang Yin tirelessly practiced the Qianshan fist beneath the cascading waters. The resounding echoes of explosive sounds reverberated through the mountains. If on solid ground, Tang Yin could undoubtedly unleash his 5th punch. Yet, submerged in water, the relentless torrent of the magnificent waterfall fell upon him like a heavy hammer, consuming considerable strength even for the 4th punch. The energy required to perform the 5th punch seemed ever elusive. Tang Yin lost count of how many punches he had thrown beneath the waterfall. However, upon delivering the 4th punch, he felt a sudden surge in his dantian, followed by an inexhaustible flow of true energy emanating from it. Momentarily stunned, elation surged within him. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Without a hint of hesitation, he spun his body, bellowing with fervor as the true energy that had spontaneously arisen in his dantian surged towards his fist. Explode, he commanded, thrusting his fist forward with formidable momentum, unleashing an overwhelming force beneath the waterfall. Chapter 61. The sparring partner is no more. Bang! The nearly 10-meter-wide waterfall shattered into fragments with that single punch. The previously thundering cascade fell silent in that instant, vanishing into a vacuum as it soared more than 10 meters high. The 5th punch. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Yan's eyes, realizing that his strength could remarkably transcend limits during training. Emerging from the waterfall, he inhaled deeply, standing at the water's edge, ready to practice the 1,000 Mountains fist. He sought to assess the might he could wield without the constraints of the waterfall. Bang! As the first punch was unleashed, a dull explosive sound resonated through the surrounding air. The airflow erupted, showcasing extraordinary power under the prowess of the 9th rank of the yellow tier. Sensing the tremendous force of the first punch, Tang Yin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that his diligent practice beneath the waterfall over these past days was not in vain. Bang! 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 The movements continued, unleashing 4 consecutive punches. The Qianshan fist, characterized by one punch overwhelming another, exhibited a marked enhancement in both sound and power with each strike, free from the waterfall's resistance. After the 5th punch, Tang Yin displayed no hesitation. He pivoted once more, his body slightly turning, and harnessed the swirling momentum to deliver another powerful blow. Bang! At that moment, the surrounding air twisted as if his fist sought to rend the very atmosphere before him, roaring as it surged into the air, followed by a deafening explosion as the air around him erupted. Undeterred, Tang Yin spun again, launching yet another punch forward. This time, he felt his dantian, the center of energy within him, rapidly depleting. His arm propelled forward like a missile towards its target. The seventh punch. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, and dust swirled around him. Tang Yin stared in astonishment at the ground before him, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had actually created a crater with his own fists. Astonished, he finally managed to utter 2 words. As he regained his composure, he contemplated his newfound strength. At this moment, he believed that even against a first-tier expert of the Shen rank, he would stand a fighting chance. Eager to test his power, the newly ascended Tang Yin glanced at the setting sun, a smile gracing his lips. Wolf King, tonight, I shall take you down. The sun dipped below the horizon. As Tang Yin savored the roasted wild boar, replenishing his strength, a distant wolf howl suddenly pierced the air. He pondered with curiosity why this pack of wolves had appeared so early today. The mournful howls echoed again, sending a chill down his spine. Upon hearing the anguished cries, Tang Yin's expression shifted dramatically. He cast aside the pig leg and darted towards the source of the sound. Despite having wreaked havoc on the wolf pack for several days, he had never encountered such a heart-wrenching noise, suggesting that something dreadful had befallen the wolves. With the agility of a shadowy feline, he weaved effortlessly through the mountainous terrain, the howls growing increasingly desperate. Upon arrival, he parted the dense underbrush and peered within. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned 5 or 6 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, while 2 individuals battled fiercely against the remaining wolves. A whiff of the air sent a shiver through him. He detected the acrid scent of toxic powder. Holding his breath, he retrieved an antidote pill from his pocket and swallowed it, quietly observing the unfolding chaos. Recalling his first encounter with the wolf pack, which had numbered around 1,300, he noted that after days of conflict, only about 700 or 800 remained. Nearly half of those were second-tier wolves, all felled by his hand. Analyzing the situation meticulously, Tang Yin surmised that these intruders had come prepared, likely with the intent to slay the Wolf King. Their strategy appeared to involve the use of scattered essence powder, designed to incapacitate the colossal wolves by inducing weakness. However, judging by the current scene, it was evident that their plan had not been entirely successful, as only a portion of the wolves had succumbed to lethargy. Regarding the deceased, Tang Yin was uncertain of their prowess. However, the strength of the 2 individuals present was evidently formidable. The woman's abilities were estimated to be at the 2nd rank of the Xian tier, while the man was at the 9th rank of the Huang tier. At this moment, within the pack of wolves, Tang Yin meticulously counted. Over 100 wolves remained, predominantly of the 1st rank, with a few 2nd-rank dire wolves interspersed among them. The silver-haired Wolf King lay amongst the others, seemingly entrapped by the presence of these individuals. Chang'ing, cover me and handle the surrounding 1st-rank dire wolves. Let us engage swiftly and eliminate the Wolf King. The woman commanded, brandishing her longsword as she charged forward. Understood. The man responded without hesitation, wielding a heavy blade as he pursued, tasked with dispatching the 1st-rank dire wolves. The number of dire wolves dwindled one by one, and it appeared the duo was on the verge of reaching the Wolf King. The dire wolves surrounding their king howled in despair and rage. Suddenly, Tang Yan's gaze shifted to the side. An arrow pierced through the underbrush, hurtling towards the Wolf King. The already poisoned Wolf King, stripped of its combat capabilities, watched helplessly as a nearby wolf leaped to intercept the arrow, narrowly allowing the Wolf King to evade disaster. The Wolf King emitted a mournful cry. Before it could react, several more arrows were unleashed, targeting both the king and the surrounding wolves. These arrows, infused with fierce true energy, struck true, piercing vital areas of several wolves. While the Wolf King was shot in the throat, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, evidently nearing its demise. The abrupt turn of events left the surviving man and woman momentarily stunned, gripping their weapons tightly as they turned to the side. Who goes there? The woman inquired sharply. One girl, it has been quite some time. A coarse laughter echoed from a distance, causing the expressions of the man and woman in the arena to suddenly turn cold. As the laughter faded, 6 figures emerged from the woods. Tang Yin focused his gaze and noticed that the leading man was of robust stature, carrying a long knife on his back and wielding a curved bow in his hand, suggesting that the recent arrows had been his doing. Upon carefully sensing the auras of these individuals, Tang Yin felt a hint of astonishment. If he was not mistaken, the leader among them had reached the 1st rank of the profound stage, while the others ranged from the 7th to the 9th rank of the yellow stage. Tang Yin had not heard of a team with such strength in Cloud City. Could they possibly be from elsewhere? Qing Wolf, what brings you here? The woman, referred to as Wan Fei, asked coldly. Wan Fei, you are an intelligent person. You should know why I have come. Qing Wolf replied with a grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. What, do you intend to snatch my Wan Fei as quarry? Wan Fei mocked in return. Previously, I would not have dared, but now. Look at your group. Only the two of you remain, and both are severely injured. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Qing Wolf laughed heartily, his lewd gaze incessantly fixated on Wan Fei. Upon hearing his words, Wan Fei's expression grew even colder. However, she was aware that at this moment, they were indeed no match for Qing Wolf and his crew. There would be ample time ahead. Once she regained her strength, she would seek retribution against this gang of ruffians. Humph, a mere wolf dares to snatch, truly oblivious to how destitute your Qing Wolf gang has become. Very well. I shall relinquish this wolf to you. Long Ying, let us depart. Wan Fei decisively turned to leave. Halt. Upon witnessing Wan Fei's unwavering resolve, the blue wolf's eyes narrowed with cold fury as he bellowed. What? Do you intend to fight me? Though I bear some minor wounds. Dreaming of gaining the upper hand over me is utterly foolish, Wan Fei retorted icily. Unfazed by Wan Fei's bluster, the blue wolf chuckled maliciously. Long Ying may depart. But you must remain. My brothers and I did not travel this far merely for this white wolf king. We wish to savor the taste of Wan the tiger. Once we have had our fill, we shall render your Dantian useless, and then you may leave. Noticing the blue wolf's lewd gaze, Wan Fei understood that this group was capable of following through on their threats. They were not fools. How could they allow her to escape unscathed? To ensure her own safety, she realized that eliminating potential threats was paramount. As she surveyed the lifeless bodies of her comrades, a profound sorrow enveloped her. She had anticipated that this venture would yield substantial rewards, yet it had culminated in a complete catastrophe. Since you desire my demise, I shall take two of you with me. Resolute in her decision, Wan Fei prepared to strike, when a languid voice interjected, Who has slain my pet? Pay up. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Tang Yen emerged from the shadows. The crowd was momentarily bewildered by Tang Yan's words. Who had killed his pet? Could it be that the White Wolf King was his beloved? Seizing the moment of confusion, he swiftly approached the White Wolf King, unsheathed a dagger, and deftly severed its head, extracting a verdant beast core to stow in a porcelain vial. Upon witnessing Tang Yen deftly extract the beast core, the onlookers finally grasped the reality. This lad was nothing but a brigand. Wan Fei and Chong Ying, who had initially harbored hopes, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them as they beheld Tang Yan's countenance. This boy, whose youthful visage betrayed his tender age, could scarcely be older than 17. What troubles could he possibly resolve? Who are you, young man? Qing Lang scrutinized Tang Yan, perceiving him merely as a wet behind-the-ears youth, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. In all my years, no one has dared to pilfer from me. You are the first. Tang Yan, taken aback by Qing Lang's proclamation, widened his eyes in astonishment and inquired, No one has ever dared to steal your possessions? Youth. No one has yet had the audacity to seize anything from brother Qing Lang. A brazen young man from the crowd interjected with a mocking grin. Tang Yan blinked innocently, his expression seemingly harmless. As a man, surely you have harbored affections for a woman? Given your appearance, has your beloved ever been taken from you by another? Have you ever attended an auction? Were there items you yearned to acquire, only to find your pockets insufficient, allowing others to outbid you? Furthermore, judging by your strength, it appears you may fall short even against this esteemed lady here. After slaying spirit beasts, if you encountered someone mightier, it stands to reason you have been robbed before. Correct? And just like now, this beast core, has it not fallen into my possession? As Tang Yen spoke earnestly, he succeeded in drawing glum expressions from both factions present. Initially, Wan Fei found a certain thrill in Tang Yan's words, secretly vowing that, regardless of the peril she faced, she would ensure this young man managed to escape. However, this rascal, this scoundrel had the audacity to call her aunt? How dare he? I am merely 22 years old. You are doomed. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Qing Lang's expression darkened. A mere symbolic threat he had uttered was taken seriously by this young man. Moreover, every word Tang Yan spoke struck at his sore spots, akin to a slap to the face. The most delighted in the arena was none other than Chong Ying. This carefree man paid no heed to Tang Yan's address to Wan Fei. Instead, he clasped his fists and smiled at Tang Yan, saying, Young brother, your words are incisive. That old buffoon revels in boasting, yet you saw through him at a glance. You will come to regret entering this world. Qing Lang hissed, casting a fierce glance at Tang Yan, already contemplating how to make this young man wish for death. The individual referred to as Old 3 was the very youth who had just spoken. He stood around 1.7 meters tall, robustly built, with a notably large mouth. His strength had already reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier. Old 3 stepped forward, cracking his knuckles theatrically, and mockingly sneered, Young man, will you kneel down obediently and surrender, or shall I take action and render your limbs useless? At that moment, Tang Yin chuckled, mimicking Old Three's words. Will you kneel down obediently and surrender, or shall I take action and render your limbs useless? Upon hearing Tang Yan's retort, Qing Lang and his group erupted into laughter. Brother San, did you hear that? This kid intends to cripple you completely. Ha ha ha. One individual inside the crowd instigated a ripple of laughter. Old San did not anticipate that Tang Yin would possess such audacity, daring to provoke him at this moment. He roared in fury, his right hand transforming into a palm as he lunged toward Tang Yin. Observing Old San's advance, Tang Yin shook his head in resignation. Accustomed to the ferocity of a pack of wolves and their swift assaults, Old San's strike appeared to him exceedingly slow. Unappreciative, then I shall render you limb from limb. Tang Yin exclaimed, his form transforming into a wisp of smoke as he surged toward Old San. Your right hand shall be the first. As the words left his lips. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Tang Yan's right hand coalesced into a fist and struck directly at Old San's palm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Tang Yan's hand shattered Old San's wrist with a resounding impact. Now your left leg. Tang Yan's momentum remained unimpeded, and the combat techniques he had learned amidst the wolf pack manifested in a display of ferocity. Old San, caught off guard and still reeling from the shock of his broken hand, was unprepared as Tang Yan's right foot came crashing down upon his left knee. Crack! Another resounding snap of bone reverberated through the air, causing Old San to falter and drop to one knee. Kneeling requires two legs. What is a single knee worth? Is this a marriage proposal? Apologies, but I have no interest in men. Tang Yin expressed with disdain, lifting his right foot once more. Another crisp crack resonated as Old San's kneecap shattered, and with a thud, he collapsed onto both knees. Chapter 63. Who truly lacks reason? Now, it is your left hand's turn. At this moment, everyone else stood in astonished silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who was this young man? Capable of rendering the third elder utterly defenseless in the span of a mere breath? Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as a bone shattered, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble violently. In a flash, Tang Yin had severed both hands and feet of the third elder. A master of the 8th rank in the yellow tier was, astonishingly, no match for this youth. There was no doubt among the spectators that had the third elder not struck first, he would have never even had the opportunity to retaliate. At this moment, the third elder finally felt excruciating pain and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't be hasty in your cries. There's still one more, Tang Yin remarked calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter, raising his foot once more to kick towards the third elder's lower regions. Thud. The crowd was uncertain if the sound resembled that of an egg cracking, yet all the men, including Chang Ying, felt a chilling sensation between their legs. The third elder emitted another earth-shattering, soul-piercing scream before his head tilted and he fainted. Excuse me, do I possess the right to seize your belongings? Tang Yin inquired with a smile. At this moment, the blue wolf found it difficult to swallow. Despite his own strength being at the first rank of the profound tier, he knew he could never achieve such a feat as incapacitating the third elder in a single encounter. How terrifying must the prowess of this young man be? Moreover, the boy's ruthlessness was enough to instill fear even in someone accustomed to a life on the edge. However, it seemed that this youth had not yet reached the profound tier. With his heart somewhat settled, the blue wolf narrowed his eyes and said, Young brother, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Since I have slain the White Wolf King, it rightfully belongs to me. If you desire it, you may purchase it. However, should you attempt to seize it by force, I fear the blade at my back shall not be in agreement. At this moment, although the blue wolf maintains its defiant demeanor, the initial arrogance has ebbed. This unknown individual, emerging from the shadows, possesses an alarming prowess, and with Wan Fei, who has attained the second rank of the profound stage, standing beside him. Even if a confrontation were to ensue, any victory on our part would be but a Pyrrhic one. Enough of your nonsense, Tang Yin retorted vehemently. Did you not hear what I just stated? The White Wolf King is my pet. Since you acknowledge that you are the one who killed it, you must offer compensation. A three-tiered spirit beast that is sentient and comprehends human speech, as well as obeying my commands, is worth its weight in gold. Given your ignorance, I am inclined to show mercy. I shall not demand much, merely 30 million taels of silver will suffice. The blue wolf felt a surge of blood rising in its throat. It had always been arrogant and overbearing, with others privately deeming it unreasonable. Yet, let the heavens bear witness, in comparison to this individual before him, who truly lacks reason. The White Wolf King was his pet. He showed no sorrow at its demise and casually extracted its core, and now he dares to demand compensation, asking for a staggering 30 million taels of silver. Is this even a reasonable request? If I had 30 million taels, why would I risk my life to journey here? It seems, dear brother, that you are unwilling to grant me this favor. The Qing wolf is no mere foe, and Tang Yan's demeanor ignites the fierce spirit within him. Gritting his teeth, he coldly huffs, "Since you insist on this course, do not blame me for withholding my respect. Brothers, attack." The remaining 4 men find themselves in a state of inner turmoil. Initially, they believed victory was assured, facing only Wan Fei and Chong Ying, and felt no pressure whatsoever. However, the sudden emergence of this young man, who incapacitated their 3rd member with a single encounter, cast a shadow of doubt upon their confidence. While the others may be unaware of the 3rd member's capabilities, they know all too well that he is an authentic 8th-grade Yellow Realm expert. Who among them would dare to charge forward against such a formidable opponent? Meanwhile, Wan Fei, despite her grave injuries, remains a genuine 2nd-grade Xian Realm master, a force they cannot hope to withstand. The 2nd, 4th, and 5th together eliminate this young man. I shall deal with that woman. 6th, take care of Chang'e swiftly. We must end this quickly. Years of camaraderie prompt Qing Wolf to issue his commands with urgency. Kill. Upon hearing the order, 3 of them immediately charge toward Tang Yan. Unfazed by their assault, Tang Yan remains composed. After all, he has survived battles against over 1,000 wolves. Why should he falter now? Moreover, he possesses a significant advantage in both strength and skill. Drawing upon his true energy, Tang Yan refrains from employing any martial techniques, opting instead to utilize the combat skills honed amidst the wolf pack. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of 3 punches, the first strikes the wrist of one assailant, halting his advance. Then, with a swift movement, he lunges forward, delivering a second punch aimed directly at the man's throat with the speed of lightning. The throat is inherently a vital point of the human body. After being struck heavily by Tang Yan, the individual succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, without hesitation, Tang Yan delivered another powerful blow to his chest. This was not a superfluous action, but rather a lesson learned from combat against wolves. Many wolves, upon sensing their opponent's formidable strength during a confrontation, would feign death after receiving a blow, only to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike when least expected. Having been betrayed by such tactics before, Tang Yan was determined not to fall for them again. Thus, the 2nd assailant, who charged at him first, lay on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Meanwhile, the 4th assailant had approached from behind, wielding a heavy blade aimed directly at Tang Yan. With an almost supernatural awareness, Tang Yan executed a swift evasive maneuver, retreating diagonally with the grace of a shadow, and reappeared behind the 4th assailant. With a series of resounding punches, he landed 3 consecutive strikes, each one targeting the 4th assailant's vital points. Blood spewed from the latter's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. In the presence of this young man, even 2 seasoned fighters were rendered utterly powerless. The 5th assailant, initially eager to advance, now trembled uncontrollably. Stop hesitating. Lie down and recuperate. Tang Yan's movements were as swift as lightning, and with a few more decisive punches, he rendered the 5th assailant unconscious as well. The remaining onlookers quietly observed the unfolding scene. This sudden emergence of a young man had introduced a significant element of uncertainty into what had seemed to be a guaranteed victory for the Blue Wolf Brigade. The stark contrast in expressions between the 2 factions became evident as they witnessed Tang Yan incapacitate 3 of the Blue Wolf Brigade's elite fighters in mere moments. Long Ying and the woman Tang Yan referred to as Auntie, Wan Fei, were filled with exuberance, while the last 2 members of the Blue Wolf Brigade exhibited a pallid hue upon their faces. With such a formidable adversary present, how could they possibly continue the fight? Uncle, are you really going to compensate 30 million? Tang Yan remarked after dispatching 3 individuals seated nearby and taunting, given your disheveled appearance. I doubt you can afford such a sum. Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Qing Lang was left utterly speechless, consumed by frustration. Where did this eccentric come from? And how did he cross paths with him? With no means to pay, it seemed he could only repay with his life. Aunt, although you are injured, your strength remains formidable. Do not be afraid. You can surely overcome him. Channel your fierce spirit. Look at the right side of Qing Lang. Is there not a gap there? Strike it fiercely. Chapter 64. The precious map. Listening to Tang Yan's guidance, Wan Fei followed the direction he indicated. To her astonishment, a gap indeed revealed itself in Qing Lang's defense. With her sword raised, she lunged forward, surprising Qing Lang, who wondered how this young man had discerned the flaw in his stance. Aunt, he will undoubtedly attempt to block your sword. Angle it downward by 3 degrees and strike. Tang Yan's voice resonated once more. At that moment, Wan Fei found herself trusting Tang Yan's words, sweeping her sword downward. Surely enough, another opening appeared. Qing Lang, now in despair, realized it was too late to evade. A sharp sound echoed as Wan Fei's blade found its mark, leaving a grievous wound on his leg. With his right leg injured, his weight shifted to the left, exposing his neck. Now, Aim for his throat. Strike swiftly. Tang Yan's voice rang out once again. Without hesitation, Wan Fei followed his instruction and swung her sword towards Qing Lang's neck. A crisp crack resounded. Wan Fei herself had not anticipated that she would so effortlessly sever the head of the blue wolf, and a tempest of emotions surged within her. She had expected that the battle with the blue wolf would be fraught with peril and indecision, yet this young man had only compelled her to employ 3 moves. No, more accurately, it was merely 2 moves before the blue wolf met his demise, filled with resentment. Such a feat would be difficult to achieve even at her peak, wouldn't it? Who exactly is this young man, endowed with such formidable prowess? Upon witnessing the blue wolf's fall, Xiaolu was bereft of any fighting spirit. The sight of Wan Fei approaching him with her sword sent him into a state of sheer terror. In his frantic panic, he met his end at the tip of Wan Fei's blade. The outcome, which had seemed destined for failure, was entirely reversed in less than a quarter of an hour. Such a result was beyond Wan Fei's wildest expectations. With a complex gaze fixed upon Tang Yan, Wan Fei clasped her hands in gratitude and inquired, "Might I ask the name of this hero?" "Just call me Tang Yan," he replied, engrossed in searching the corpse of the blue wolf without turning to face her. He meticulously examined the bodies of the 6 individuals, but aside from a stack of silver notes, he found little of value. Wan Fei, who had initially felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, could no longer tolerate Tang Yan's casual address of her as Auntie. Was it merely her slightly mature attire, the numerous wounds upon her body, or the dirt from battle that rendered her so disheveled? Yet, did he not notice her alluring figure, her flawless visage, and her sultry voice? How could she be deemed an Auntie? Take a closer look. I am merely 22, not an Auntie. Upon hearing Wan Fei's words, Tang Yan gazed at her in astonishment, finally exclaiming, "Auntie, you must be 62, right? I shall take you on." Wan Fei could no longer restrain herself and brandished her sword, ready to charge forth. Sister, this is a benefactor." Longing hastily restrained the agitated Wan Fei. "Humph." Wan Fei took several deep breaths, her heart racing violently. "My sister has a rather impulsive temperament. Please do not take offense, young Master Tang. I am grateful for your assistance today," Longing expressed with a bow of gratitude. "It is of no consequence. By the way, from where do you hail? What brings you to Tsunyan Mountain?" Tang Yan inquired curiously. "We are mercenaries, typically hunting spirit beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, or serving as bodyguards. We often lack a fixed residence, but our primary operational area rarely extends beyond the eastern region. We frequently frequent Fong City, as it is the largest city in the eastern region, offering more opportunities," Longing replied. "Mercenaries sometimes operate independently, while at other times, they act in groups. Typically, Sister Wan Fei and I operate alone unless the task is particularly arduous, in which case we will band together." The personnel this time were assembled on short notice. Tang Yan understood. He had heard of mercenaries, most of whom possessed strength ranging between the yellow and Xian ranks. They cherished their freedom, often preferring to engage in brutal battles rather than being subjected to the control of a family. "May I inquire where your benefactor resides?" "My sister and I would like to pay our respects in the future," Longing asked curiously. "I cannot divulge that information. Just moments ago, Annie was ready to fight me. If I were to reveal my address, what if she sought vengeance at my home?" Tang Yan outright refused to answer. If not for the overwhelming sense that she could not contend with Tang Yan, Wan Fei would likely have succumbed to her fury. However, she was indeed quite curious. The prowess Tang Yan had just displayed undoubtedly did not surpass the Xian level. How could he unleash such astonishing power? My sister possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. She would certainly not engage in a fierce confrontation with you. By the way, young Master Tang, what brings you to Tsunyan Mountain? Long Ying, clearly more talkative, sat down and began conversing with Tang Yan. "Training. This wolf pack was originally my arena for honing skills. But you all have eradicated it." Tang Yan cast a displeased glance at the two. Upon hearing his words, both Wan Fei and Long Ying were momentarily taken aback. With Long Ying stammering, "Training amidst a wolf pack? Yes, I currently require some spiritual beasts to refine my combat techniques. After finally encountering a pack of wolves, now it seems I must wait an indeterminate time to find another suitable training subject." Tang Yan sighed deeply. "So, young Master Tang merely needs to locate spiritual beasts?" Longing suddenly inquired. "Why? Do you know where I might find such beasts?" Tang Yan's interest piqued. "Although Tsunyan Mountain is vast, we have compiled a rudimentary map based on our experiences." After a pause, Longing awkwardly added, "Our purpose for this visit is primarily to seek the White Wolf King. If young Master Tang wishes for me to exchange the Wolf King's core for the map?" No exchange. Tang Yan firmly declined. "Young Master Tang has misunderstood. Regardless, the map will be provided to you. Our primary objective here is to acquire the pelt of the White Wolf King. If young Master Tang has no interest in the wolf pelts, might you consider transferring them to us? Long Ying inquired with hopeful anticipation. Tang Yin had no interest in the wolf pelt. Such a large item had no place in his possession. Besides, what use would he have for wolf fur? He nodded in agreement, stating, if you need it, take it. Really? Both Chang Ying and Wan Fei expressed their joy simultaneously. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? If you desire it, please help yourselves. Tang Yin casually gestured with his hand. Thank you so much. Chang Ying eagerly approached to retrieve the wolf pelt, but soon returned, producing a parchment made of sheepskin, which he solemnly handed over, saying, this is a map of the Tsangyan mountain range, a rare find in the outside world. Acquired through perilous exploration. Please accept it, young Master Tang. Oh? Tang Yin accepted the sheepskin scroll with curiosity. It depicted the terrain of the mountain range. With a solid understanding of the Tsangyan mountain range, he was 90% certain that the information contained within was accurate. The map recorded numerous valuable details. For instance, it illustrated a wolf in the current location, marked with the number 3, indicating the presence of a third-tier wolf-type spirit beast. Surrounding the wolf were areas marked with other creatures such as monkeys, tigers, and leopards, all denoted with the same tier. Upon examining the location of the leopard, he realized it was precisely where he had encountered the phantom leopard previously. A flicker of excitement danced in Tang Yan's eyes. With this map in hand, how could he possibly struggle to locate spirit beasts for training? Are the areas not marked on the map unexplored? Tang Yin inquired. Indeed, with our strength, we cannot venture deep into the mountains. However, it is certain that higher-tier spirit beasts reside within. Chang Ying had returned to fetch the wolf pelt, leaving Wan Fei to answer this question. That sounds promising. Tang Yin tucked the map into his bosom and addressed Wan Fei. Aunt, since your mission is complete, it would be prudent to return promptly. The mountains and rivers may bring us together again, and perhaps fate shall allow us to meet once more. Farewell. With that, he unfurled his shadowy form, transforming into a meteor that soared into the distance. After a month of training, Tang Yin had initially felt content with his advancement. But upon witnessing Wan Fei and her companions today, an alarm bell rang in his heart. Wan Fei, at merely 22, had already reached the second rank of the profound stage, making her a distinguished guest among the prominent families of Fong City. Yet here she was, merely a mercenary? How formidable must the young elites of the eastern region be? Time was of the essence. Sensing the urgency within him, Tang Yin naturally chose not to linger and waste precious moments. As he departed without a word, Wan Fei felt an unexpected emptiness within her. Sister, he really left? Longing returned at that moment, astonished. He has left. What? Do you miss him? Wan Fei retorted sharply. No, it just feels so sudden. I want to even be able to find him to express my gratitude later. However, I must say, young Master Tang's abilities are quite remarkable. I can assure you that the strength he displayed throughout was far from the profound stage. I never anticipated his combat prowess to be so formidable. He effortlessly subdued all opponents below the yellow stage with a mere glance. Surely, in Fong City, he would rank among the top 30 of the younger generation? Longing sighed, but young Master Tang does not seem to be from Fong City. At the very least, he could place within the top 15. Wan Fei concluded with a serious evaluation, recalling how Tang Yin had commanded her with just 2 moves. So impressive. Long Ying's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He not only transitions seamlessly between various martial techniques, but also possesses a remarkably keen insight into his adversary's weaknesses. Despite his youthful appearance, it is highly likely we will encounter him at the Eastern Region Grand Competition. Wan Fei has a premonition that she will certainly cross paths with this peculiar young man again. Women's intuition has always proven accurate. Tang Yin hastened his pace, swiftly arriving beside the waterfall. Having spent a month here, his strength had grown exponentially. Reluctant to depart from this nurturing haven, he meticulously examined the map of Tsangyan Mountain. His gaze fell upon a peak 80 miles away, marked as the dwelling of the Fire Ape King, a third-tier spirit beast known to dwell in groups. Upon reading this information, Tang Yin resolved to venture there. The agility and formidable strength of the ape-like spirit beast were well suited to his current capabilities. After fervently practicing beneath the waterfall for 3 days, Tang Yin had nearly acclimated to combat under pressure. He then set forth towards the depths of Tsangyan Mountain, his steps swift as he traversed the rocky terrain. The days spent training by the waterfall had significantly enhanced his abilities, and his shadow step had reached a new level of proficiency. After nearly an hour of travel, the distant cries of apes echoed through the air, causing Tang Yan's heart to race in anticipation of his destination. Surveying the surrounding terrain, he noted that they were situated on a gentle slope. A few hundred meters ahead, a mountain peak rose majestically, Over a dozen fire apes lounged leisurely in the ancient trees, swinging playfully or feasting on wild fruits, embodying a carefree existence. Observing their towering, muscular forms, standing at nearly 2 meters, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang Yan's brow. The physiques of these creatures were far more robust than he had imagined. Moreover, this group of ordinary fire apes turned out to be entirely composed of second-tier spirit beasts, leaving Tang Yan somewhat overwhelmed. However, he felt no inclination to retreat. Rather, a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Previously, he had honed his speed through encounters with wolves, and under the waterfall, he had strengthened his power. These fire apes, excelling in both strength and speed, were precisely the ideal sparring partners for him. Since he had come this far, he felt compelled to test his mettle, and thus he strode forward boldly, casting aside any pretense of concealment. Such ostentatious behavior quickly drew the attention of the fire apes. They began to howl, seemingly warning him not to advance further. Tang Yan paid no heed to their warnings. The very reason for his presence was to engage in exhilarating battles with these formidable creatures. He evidently underestimated the temperament of the fire apes, for their fiery name hinted at a volatile nature. With bared teeth and a fierce demeanor, one fire ape, incensed by the unyielding advance of the diminutive human, raised its massive fist and charged at Tang Yan with a ferocious roar. When he saw that colossal fist hurtling toward him, Tang Yan remained composed, letting out a hearty laugh. "Let me witness your strength." The vortex within his dantian surged into motion, channeling his true energy into his right fist. Like the fire ape, his punch was sheer power, devoid of any flamboyance. Bang! The fists of man and beast collided, producing a resounding shockwave. Staggering back 2 steps, the immense body of the fire ape caused the surrounding terrain to tremble. In stark contrast, Tang Yan stood unwavering in place. Despite gaining the upper hand in that exchange, Tang Yan felt no elation. The fire ape's strength exceeded his expectations. Had it been a second-tier giant wolf, his full-force strike would have undoubtedly produced a more significant effect than merely causing it to retreat 2 steps. If even an ordinary second-tier fire ape possessed such formidable power, how monstrous must the strength of a third-tier fire ape king be? The fire ape, too, was taken aback that such a diminutive human could actually force it back a couple of steps, a far cry from its initial anticipation. It had presumed it could send the scrawny youth hurtling down the mountainside with a single blow, but instead, it suffered a loss of face. How would it ever maintain its standing before the female apes of the clan now? Roaring, the fire ape, incensed by its failed attack, beat its chest and lunged at Tang Yan once more. As it rapidly closed the distance, the fire ape leaped, its body resembling a small mountain. And with the force of a collapsing mountain, it swung its fist toward Tang Yan. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder it was often said that apes bore a resemblance to humans. The fire ape's attack vaguely resembled the rudiments of a martial technique. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly executed 2 turns in midair, unleashing 2 resounding strikes of the Thousand Mountains fist. Bang! Bang! The second fist, amplified with accumulated power, collided with the fire ape once more. Bang! 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 Again, the fire ape gained no advantage and was forced back 3 steps by Tang Yan. At that moment, the fire ape's gaze toward Tang Yan was filled with trepidation. Although it didn't comprehend how this slender figure could unleash such potent force, it realized that it couldn't defeat this human in single combat. Oh well. The fire ape tilted its head back and emitted a prolonged howl. The group of apes, which had previously been spectating from the sidelines, now roared and charged towards Tang Yan. Chapter 66. Disrupting the fire ape's biological clock. As he observed 12 robust fire apes rushing toward him, all possessing second-tier strength, Tang Yan's fighting spirit was ignited. Excellent! With a light chuckle, Tang Yan swiftly circulated his vortex dantian, continuously supplying him with true energy. Thud, thud, thud. More than a dozen fire apes charged at Tang Yan one by one. The fire apes possessed immense strength and thick skin, preventing Tang Yan from holding back as he had against the giant wolves. Each strike required him to exert his utmost effort to inflict genuine damage upon the fire apes. Their bodies were remarkably agile during the battle with Tang Yan. They constantly shifted positions, occasionally feigning attacks, making their movements elusive and treacherous. Moreover, the speed of their assaults was brisk. The combined onslaught of over 10 fire apes enveloped Tang Yan like a net, leaving him gasping for breath. Each move had to be executed with impeccable precision. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could result in a powerful blow landing on him. In such an intense combat scenario, Tang Yan's stamina rapidly diminished. Within just half an hour, he had exhausted 70% of his energy. Thud, thud. At last, Tang Yan found his strength waning. and the battle entered a state of fatigue. Compared to these naturally powerful fire apes, he was now at a disadvantage. Ultimately, due to his dwindling energy, he failed to connect a movement in time and was struck by 2 solid punches, sending him flying. In midair, Tang Yin suddenly felt a chilling sensation along his back, and a glance revealed a fire ape lying in wait beside him. Tang Yin was taken aback. His vital energy was nearly exhausted, and should he suffer another blow, retreating unscathed would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. He could not allow himself to fall into the clutches of this pack of fire monkeys. In a frenzy, Tang Yin drew upon his remaining vitality from his dantian, striving to stabilize his body. However, after enduring 2 punches, despite his utmost efforts, he could only muster a mere 20% of his energy. Observing the mocking glint in the eyes of the fire monkeys, Tang Yin steeled his resolve, and a ghostly blue flame abruptly ignited before his fist. The air surrounding the flame began to warp, exuding an eerie allure. The fire monkey, poised to strike Tang Yin down, displayed a flicker of fear in its gaze. Its form momentarily halted. It was in this fleeting half-second pause that Tang Yin took a deep breath, pivoting in midair to face downward. As his toes barely grazed the ground, he forcefully propelled himself forward, slipping through the armpit of the fire monkey. Having broken free from the encirclement, Tang Yin wasted no time. He swiftly activated his shadow step, fleeing into the distance. As the fire monkeys howled in pursuit, they chased after him for several minutes until Tang Yin vanished from their sight. What a close call. Reflecting on the perilous moment, the utterly exhausted Tang Yin collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath. Had he not recalled in that dire moment that animals are instinctively fearful of fire, his life might have been forfeited within the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, the fire monkeys, being fire attribute spirit beasts, did not share the same dread of flames as other spirit creatures. The reason one of the fire monkeys was startled was due to its acute instincts, sensing the dreadful aura emanating from the tiny flame. The creation of heaven and earth consumes an immense amount of vital energy, and at this moment, Tang Yin, already depleted of his essence, finds himself in a state of utter exhaustion. Fortunately, he managed to escape. Seeking a secure and concealed refuge, Tang Yin retrieves a medicinal pill and ingests it, commencing a period of meditation to restore his vitality. Once his strength is rejuvenated, he mentally replays the scene of his battle with the horde of apes. Frame by frame, the vivid images of combat materialize in his mind, and he meticulously analyzes the shortcomings in his techniques, pondering whether his predictions about the enemy's assaults were flawed and why he ultimately endured 2 successive blows. After resolving these questions, Tang Yin chuckles softly, his form gliding like a specter through the mountains, soon arriving at the stronghold of the fire apes. Upon noticing the return of that detestable human, one fire ape immediately sounded the alarm. The entire group recognized Tang Yin as the one who had toyed with them mercilessly. Without hesitation, they charged at him, fists raised. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Yin swiftly engaged in combat with the horde of fire apes. 2 hours later, he found himself struck once more, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Realizing this would be his last stand, he unleashed the 5th strike of the Thousand Mountain Fist. Boom! A violent blast of air erupted, sending one fire ape reeling backward, collapsing onto the ground, pale-faced and evidently injured. With the obstacle before him vanquished, Tang Yin pressed on without pausing, transforming into a streak of meteor as he swiftly departed from Fire Ape Peak. Upon finding a safe location, he consumed healing elixirs and a high-grade spirit pill, rapidly recuperating from his injuries and restoring his stamina. Under the auspices of the medicinal elixir, Tang Yin's wounds rapidly healed, allowing him to resume his analysis of the myriad flaws encountered during battle until he had comprehended every issue at hand. Once he had concluded his reflections, the now rejuvenated Tang Yin, heedless of the encroaching night, nimbly traversed the mountainous terrain, effortlessly returning to the Fire Ape Peak. Due to Tang Yin's inability to conceal his presence during each appearance, he was easily detected in the expansive landscape below. Upon his arrival, a fire ape let out a resounding howl, sounding the alarm. In this subsequent encounter with the pack of fire apes, the confrontation was markedly less chaotic than the previous 2. This time, he found himself at a slight advantage, no longer perpetually suppressed, and able to counterattack on occasion. However, after 2 more hours had passed, Tang Yin began to feel his stamina waning. After narrowly evading several perilous attacks, he exerted himself to repel 2 encroaching fire apes and hurriedly vacated the area. In the ensuing 10 days, the entire Fire Ape clan harbored a profound animosity towards this diminutive intruder. Having lived their lives as apes, they had never encountered such a despicable creature. How infuriating it was! If they could not defeat him, he would flee, only to return after a sufficient respite to engage them once more. Even in the dead of night, he would not relent. Almost every 2 to 3 hours post-retreat, he would come charging back, plunging into yet another fierce battle. Traditionally, this group of fire apes would emerge to frolic during the day and repose at night. For eons, their circadian rhythm had been established over countless millennia. Yet Tang Yin disrupted this age-old routine within mere days. Unfazed by the fire ape's frustrations, he continued to enhance his combat prowess with each skirmish against them. The rapid pace of advancement filled Tang Yin with immense satisfaction. On this day, as the morning light gently illuminated the surroundings, he arrived at the fire ape peak. To his astonishment, he discovered that the fire apes, which would typically only stir at his presence, were now standing in orderly fashion atop the heights, as if awaiting his arrival. Sensing something unusual, Tang Yin scanned the crowd of fire apes. It wasn't long before he spotted a particularly robust fire ape standing quietly at the rear, observing him with keen interest. Chapter 67. The realm of combat. Ordinary second-tier fire apes measured around 2 meters in height, rarely exceeding 2 meters and 20 centimeters. However, this particular fire ape towered over its kin, standing at an impressive height that surpassed 3 meters. If his assumptions were correct, this formidable creature was the king of the fire apes. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the fire ape king, Tang Yan's heart raced with trepidation. To make matters worse, he perceived a profound disdain in the king's gaze. Is the smaller one too feeble, prompting the larger to make an appearance? Tang Yan mused, halting a short distance away. The mere presence of this group of fire apes was already daunting enough. The prospect of the fire ape king joining the fray made the battle seem insurmountable. As Tang Yan hesitated to advance, the fire apes began to emit a series of low howls. His nostrils flared with indignation, if he was not mistaken. These creatures were mocking his timidity. Indeed, they were nothing more than beasts. Even with numerous companions and a third-tier spirit beast lurking behind, would you dare to charge forth? Just as Tang Yan continued to berate them in his mind, the previously motionless fire ape king suddenly opened its mouth. A woo. A wave of formidable energy surged forth from its roar, each note imbued with an overwhelming force. The fire ape, a formidable entity amongst spiritual beasts, surpasses the previously encountered giant wolf in overall strength. Upon hearing the roar of the fire ape king, Tang Yin instinctively bent his body, poised to either attack or flee at a moment's notice. The fire apes, long restless, responded to their king's command with a thunderous charge towards Tang Yin. Observing that the fire ape king remained stationary, not advancing an inch, Tang Yin felt a flicker of reassurance. He was confident that with his full mastery of the shadow step, even the fire ape king would be unable to catch him. Come, Tang Yin called out, swiftly channeling his energy, sending waves of true chi coursing through his body. The clash commenced without hesitation. A reckless and fierce battle erupted from the very start. After several days of honing his skills, Tang Yan's combat techniques had seen significant improvement. It was precisely this enhancement that brought misfortune to the fire apes, who had often been on the receiving end of his strikes. Not long into the fray, Tang Yan's eyes sparkled with realization as he detected a defensive flaw among the charging fire apes. With a subtle shift of his body, he executed a spinning punch in midair, akin to a wheel, directed at an aging fire ape on his right. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated from above. Almost instantaneously, a massive, furry fist, propelled by a powerful gust, descended upon him. Tang Yin was startled, compelled to retract his original maneuver and pivot to defend himself. The impact sent the fire ape staggering back 2 steps. Before he could catch his breath, he heard the commanding roar of the fire ape king from a distance, issuing another order. Could it be that the king was orchestrating the assault of this group of fire apes against him? The ensuing skirmish substantiated Tang Yan's conjecture. Spurred by the fire ape king's roar, another ape, bellowing ferociously, lunged towards him, its fist primed for impact. After 2 days of sparring, Tang Yin had presumed himself acclimated to the ape's onslaught, yet the fire ape king's intervention disrupted his rhythm. Under the king's orchestration, the apes' coordination grew increasingly seamless. Their attacks cascaded relentlessly, affording him no respite. Tang Yan's predicament intensified markedly. A mere half-hour elapsed before his once vigorous vortex dantian was depleted. As fatigue eroded his defenses, a blow landed squarely on his back, sending him staggering, a coppery tang rising in his mouth as he tasted blood. At that juncture, the fire ape king issued another bellow. A dozen apes raised their fists in unison, poised to pummel Tang Yin into oblivion. To rise would invite a barrage of iron fists, reducing him to a heap of scrap. In that instant, Tang Yin's body tensed. Anticipating the fire ape king's opportunistic assault, he resolved to remain prone. Harnessing the momentum of his forced flight, he coiled and unleashed a swift kick, propelling himself through a narrow aperture between two apes. Emerging from the simian throng, Tang Yin sprang forward, delivering a forceful kick to the back of the nearest ape, leveraging the recoil to expedite his withdrawal. Upon witnessing Tang Yan's sudden retreat, the fire apes emitted a furious roar. However, these intelligent creatures discerned that the duration of this battle was significantly shorter than the previous one. They gathered together, excitedly chattering, seemingly strategizing for the next encounter with Tang Yin, determined to ensure his return would be in vain. Returning to his resting spot, Tang Yin was drenched in sweat. Goodness, he thought, that fire ape king possesses remarkable intelligence. Under its command, the combat prowess of that group of beasts had tripled. Gasping for breath, Tang Yin retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, beginning the process of restoring his energy. After more than 10 consecutive days of battle, with a skirmish occurring every 4 hours on average, each confrontation was fraught with peril, often leaving him on the brink of death. Each narrow escape ignited his latent potential, pushing him beyond previous limits. Throughout these 10 days, including this morning's encounter, Tang Yin had faced 31 life-threatening situations. Typically, with the aid of medicinal pills, he could regain peak condition in merely 2 hours. Yet this time, 2 hours elapsed without him awakening as usual. At this moment, his mind was flooded with recollections of the battles endured over these days. From the pack of giant wolves to the current swarm of fire apes, each fight had tested the very limits of life and death. Each clash was subtly transforming close-quarters combat into an instinctive skill. Time and again, he had brushed against the specter of death, which constantly stimulated his nerves. Now, Tang Yin had reached a point where, upon encountering danger, he no longer required deliberation. His reactions were instinctively precise. In his mind, fragments flitted by like a shadow play, each scene unfolding in rapid succession. The once tranquil Tang Yin now found his breath somewhat hurried, his complexion glowing with an unusual flush. As time elapsed, Tang Yin felt an explosive surge within his consciousness, compelling him to rise abruptly. Energized, his dantian began to circulate swiftly, and a gust of wind swirled around him in a vacant space. Without the deliberate application of martial techniques, he relied solely on instinct, throwing punches, blocking, executing spinning kicks, raising his legs, and delivering elbow strikes. Countless intricate and unconventional combat skills were vividly manifested by Tang Yin. Had there been an astute observer present, they would have recognized that Tang Yin had entered an extraordinarily profound state of martial combat. Chapter 68. The Ape King strikes. Though Tang Yin was not entirely lucid in this moment, every move he made was not without purpose. Within his mental realm, a multitude of lethal strikes materialized, each targeting him. Every technique he employed was a response to the myriad crises arising from his spiritual domain. As Tang Yin's speed escalated, it became apparent that, under the influence of sheer power and velocity, all martial skills merely served as support. With resounding crashes, his martial techniques occasionally fused with his combat prowess, raising clouds of dust and exuding an extraordinary aura. As Tang Yin accelerated further, afterimages began to manifest. Finally, with one last powerful punch, he came to a standstill. The surrounding silence enveloped him, leaving only his own steady breath. Tang Yin remained motionless, a profoundly mysterious aura emanating from his dantian. Within the dantian, it seemed as though a diminutive figure was tirelessly engaged in combat, ultimately delivering a powerful strike that shattered all barriers within. In an instant, the swirling currents of energy accelerated, as countless strands of spiritual essence began to converge within the dantian, subsequently flowing towards the limbs and bones. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration enveloped Tang Yin, who felt an overwhelming surge of boundless power coursing through him. He had attained the Xian level. As he sensed the tumultuous true energy within his dantian, a subtle smile graced the corners of Tang Yan's lips. Although he had not reached the pinnacle of martial arts in his previous life, he frequently interacted with top-tier experts, endowing him with extraordinary experience and discernment. Upon deeper reflection, his heart could hardly contain its exhilaration. He had just entered the coveted realm that martial artists yearn for, the realm of combat. Not only had he shattered the dantian's barriers and ascended to the Xian level through this combat realm, but he had also sown the seeds of martial prowess within himself, enabling him to fight instinctively. Before he could revel in his triumph, the primordial fire of creation that resided in his dantian surged, its flames flickering brighter in that very moment. From the cauldron of creation, a profound incantation echoed forth, the supreme Dan scriptures, the art of fire control, the advancement chapter. As he meticulously absorbed the essence of these verses, Tang Yan's heart overflowed with joy. Previously, he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of fire control, lacking a method of cultivation. However, Guided by the teachings within this incantation, he discerned that wielding the primordial fire of creation was remarkably straightforward. The first principle was that the greater one's strength, the longer the duration of the fire's manifestation and the greater its might. Yet, this power was derived from the direct consumption of true energy, rendering it comparatively simpler. The second method involves the consumption of treasures, through which the essence beneficial to the creation fire of the heavens and earth is extracted via the refining cauldron, thereby enhancing the potency of the flames. The third method entails the devouring of spiritual fire. By fortuitous chance, should one encounter the spiritual fire that lingers in the world, its consumption would significantly bolster the might of the creation fire. Ordinary spiritual treasures have a limited effect on enhancing the creation fire, while the consumption of spiritual fire yields superior results. However, within the entire listening fragrance kingdom, there are no records of spiritual fire, making its discovery exceedingly arduous. With a silent sigh, Tang Yen reflected that the creation cauldron, revered as the foremost divine cauldron of Huaxia, harbors innumerable secrets, and to unravel them layer by layer, one must continually elevate their strength. Such matters cannot be forced. Tang Yen ceased his deep contemplation. Feeling the surge of his burgeoning power, he smiled faintly, employing the shadow step to once again head towards the Fire Ape Peak. The Fire Apes, having triumphed splendidly in their last battle, were already restless, eagerly preparing to ensure Tang Yen's demise in the next confrontation. The Fire Apes, who had long harbored intense animosity towards Tang Yen, now awaited his arrival with bated breath. Ever since Tang Yen had managed to escape earlier, this group of Fire Apes had been anxiously scanning the mountain base. As 3 hours passed, they initially believed Tang Yen would soon appear, yet after waiting in vain, their agitation grew. That human was indeed shameless. Having toyed with them for many days, and now that their king was to intervene, he dared not show his face again, fully aware of his inferiority. Just as they were cursing Tang Yen, one Fire Ape suddenly let out an excited roar. Instantly, the Fire Apes perked up, turning their gazes towards the mountain base. When that familiar figure came into view, the group of fire monkeys was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, the moment had arrived. After all, they were merely spirit beasts, lacking the profound depths of human beings. Upon witnessing their excitement, Tang Yen couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. These creatures would not hesitate to tear him apart if given the chance. The Fire Monkey King remained poised at the rear of the Fire Monkey horde, and Tang Yen chose to disregard the disdainful gaze directed at him. He thought to himself, I fear not your appearance, but rather your absence. For these second-tier fire monkeys are far from sufficient to challenge me. With a commanding roar, the Fire Monkey King signaled, and the fire monkeys surged towards Tang Yen with great momentum. Unfazed by the imposing sight of the advancing horde, Tang Yen mirrored their speed, darting towards them like a flash of lightning. Before long, a flicker of seriousness crossed the Fire Monkey King's eyes, and the earlier contempt was swiftly retracted. Previously, under his command, this shameless human had proven to be an easy target. Yet, to his astonishment, this time the fellow appeared remarkably adept. Although the speed of this young man had been impressive before, his techniques were riddled with flaws. Now, however, he displayed a fluidity and seamlessness in his combat style that was truly remarkable. In just half a day's time, this individual had dramatically enhanced his prowess. The Fire Monkey King, unwilling to accept defeat, continued to orchestrate the assault of the fire monkeys. However, as seconds ticked away, the fire monkeys found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against Tang Yen. Instead, one by one, they began to sustain injuries under his relentless onslaught. The tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in Tang Yan's favor, with only 5 of the 13 fire monkeys still capable of fighting. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that they would remain standing for much longer. The Fire Ape King let out a thunderous roar, causing the battling fire apes to suddenly abandon their attacks and retreat to the sides. As the Fire Ape King advanced step by step, a flicker of gravity crossed Tang Yan's eyes. The Ape King bared its teeth at Tang Yen and charged forward with a furious roar. Undeterred by the fierce approach of the Fire Ape King, Tang Yen, having reached the first level of the Xian rank, was eager to ascertain the strength of his current abilities in comparison to a third-tier spirit beast. With a resounding crash, the fists of man and ape collided. Tang Yen staggered back a step, while the Fire Ape King merely swayed slightly. Although Tang Yan's power fell short, he reassured himself that his current strength should suffice to contend with the Ape King. With a newfound understanding of the Fire Ape King's strength, Tang Yen steeled himself and surged forward, his fists raining down upon the Fire Ape King like a torrential downpour. The speed of the Fire Ape King was formidable as the two engaged in a relentless battle amidst the mountains. A little over half an hour passed in this fierce exchange. At that moment, Tang Yin suddenly discerned a flaw exposed by the Fire Ape King. With the heart of a fighter ignited, his movements flowed seamlessly, transitioning between techniques without hesitation, and he unleashed the Thousand Mountain Fist with a sudden ferocity. Bang, 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 bang. 5 strikes of the Thousand Mountain Fist cascaded forth like a stream, connecting with the Fire Ape King in a natural and fluid manner. Endowed with innate strength, the Fire Ape King, having gauged Tang Yin's power during their previous encounters, faced the onslaught without a hint of fear. However, the Fire Ape King underestimated the explosive power of martial arts and could not foresee that each punch in Tang Yin's Thousand Mountains Fist would surpass the previous one in strength. In the first strike, the Fire Ape King's imposing presence initially overshadowed Tang Yin. By the second punch, Tang Yin's form merely swayed, with his strength nearly matching that of the Fire Ape King. With the third punch, the Fire Ape King's body trembled violently as Tang Yin unleashed a force that exceeded his own. In the fourth strike, the Fire Ape King staggered back a step under the terrifyingly amplified strength of Tang Yin. By the fifth punch, Tang Yin's fist shattered the Fire Ape King's defenses with a devastating force, causing the latter to retreat 3 substantial steps. Had Tang Yin not comprehended the essence of combat, he would have been no match for the Fire Ape King in terms of strength or speed, at best achieving a draw. Yet, despite the Fire Ape King's formidable speed and power, Tang Yin executed his myriad techniques with a fluidity and naturalness akin to a singular strike. This nearly perfected level of combat prowess meant that once he seized a glimmer of opportunity for counterattack, a tempestuous retaliation was inevitable. A glint of madness flickered in Tang Yin's eyes as he unhesitatingly unleashed the 6th form of the Thousand Mountains Fist. The surrounding air shimmered, distorted by the violent gusts accompanying Tang Yin's fist, which surged towards the Fire Ape King's form. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, propelling the Fire Ape King's massive body away as he crashed heavily to the ground. The principle of survival of the fittest has always governed the natural world. The path of the strong is devoid of compassion. With a decisive strike, Tang Yin showed no hesitation as he drew his longsword, tracing a delicate arc through the air, delivering a fatal blow to the throat. Witnessing the demise of the Fire Ape King, a wave of profound terror surged through the eyes of the surrounding fire apes. In their hearts, the Fire Ape King was nearly a divine entity. How could such a formidable ruler succumb to this individual before them? What manner of terror must he embody? With their leader lost, the fire apes fled in a disarrayed panic, like lost dogs. Tang Yin did not pursue them. Instead, he retrieved a dagger and cleaved open the head of the Fire Ape King, from which a crimson beast core fell into his grasp. He immediately absorbed the core into the celestial creation cauldron, which swiftly refined it, sending a tremor of energy through Tang Yin's spirit. The Fire Ape, being of the fire attribute, provided significant auxiliary effects to the celestial creation cauldron. Once the beast core was completely absorbed, Tang Yin felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. Calculating the time, he realized that his journey of training would soon reach the 2-month mark, with only 10 days remaining. Remarkably, in less than 2 months, he had transitioned from the 8th rank of the yellow tier to the 1st rank of the profound tier. Such a rate of advancement would surely astonish many. With 10 days left, Tang Yin was determined not to squander a moment. Consulting the map left for him by Long Ying, he set his sights on his next target, the 3rd-tier spirit beast, the striped rock tiger. In the days that followed, Tang Yin endeavored to temper his strength, deliberately challenging spirit beasts that would typically require a 9th rank in the yellow tier to contend with, opting instead to face them with his 8th rank or even 7th rank abilities, thus honing his capacity to withstand pressure. Having truly grasped the essence of combat, Tang Yin found his prowess in battle considerably enhanced. After a span of 6 days, during which he vanquished 3 3rd-tier spirit beasts, he ceased his pursuit of further adversaries, as his gaze was drawn to a more magnificent waterfall. This waterfall, towering approximately 40 meters in height and 16 meters in width, cascaded down with a majestic force, enveloping an immense potential energy. Tang Yin resolved to dedicate his remaining days to consolidating his strength in this awe-inspiring locale. Although this waterfall only surpassed the previous one in height by a factor of 2, the calculations based on the principles of acceleration indicated that the potential energy he would endure beneath its torrent would increase exponentially. With fervor, Tang Yin, a fervent practitioner, plunged into this optimal training ground to practice the Qianshan Fist. Under the gravitational force nearly 30 times that of the outside world, he braced himself against the overwhelming pressure, gradually acclimatizing to the formidable environment. After 5 days of relentless practice, Tang Yin progressed from his initial 3 strikes to the 5th strike of the Qianshan Fist. As he reflected on the passage of time, he realized it would soon be time to return to Cloud City. At the culmination of his training, a bold idea surged within him: to practice the flame burst palm beneath the waterfall. This technique required profound mastery at the Xian rank, yet Tang Yen, merely a novice in the first tier, aspired to attempt it in such an arduous setting. Though the challenge was daunting, an unquenchable fervor ignited within his eyes. Should he succeed in mastering the flame burst palm, the power of his execution would undoubtedly multiply. The technique involved compressing the true energy within him, which would then be rapidly detonated, harnessing the explosive force of the air currents to inflict devastating damage upon his foes. The inaugural attempt resulted in failure. Alas, the second endeavor also proved unsuccessful. Despite the force exerted being repeatedly thwarted by the cascade, Tang Yen remained resolute in his determination. As time ebbed away, and the final day neared its end, an immensely potent surge emanated from beneath the waterfall. An aura of profound austerity and untamed ferocity abruptly ascended, piercing skyward and surging towards the cascade. Detonate! A thunderous roar reverberated, accompanied by an earth-shattering clamor. In that instant, the entire 40-odd-meter waterfall was utterly dispersed. Tang Yen was inwardly astounded by the sheer magnitude of that palm strike. Gazing upward at the plummeting cascade, Tang Yen was momentarily bewildered. After 2 months of cultivation, today marked the submission of a reasonably satisfactory response. Emerging from the waterfall, Tang Yen emitted a protracted roar that soared into the heavens, startling countless ferocious birds and beasts. Undeterred by the encroaching twilight, Tang Yen employed the phantom step, swiftly retracing his path. By the time Tang Yen returned to Yun City, daybreak had yet to arrive. His figure continuously rose and fell amidst the night's embrace, swiftly arriving at the Tang family compound. With the agility of a spectral feline, he returned to his chambers, maintaining utter silence throughout. Observing the pristine state of his room, Tang Yen surmised that Xiao Chui continued to diligently clean it daily. He wondered what his grandfather's reaction would be upon learning of his advancement to the mysterious rank. The thought of his grandfather stirred something within Tang Yen. Drawing upon his past life's experiences, Tang Yen discerned latent ailments within the Tang patriarch's meridians. Having already accepted Tang Ling as his grandfather, Tang Yen had subtly investigated Tang Ling's symptoms, ultimately uncovering the underlying cause. The spiritual energy cultivated each day merely suffices to maintain the repair of meridians, rendering any advancement in strength utterly unattainable. In response to the old gentleman's condition, Tang Yen had long since prepared the necessary medicinal herbs, intending to commence alchemy upon achieving the Xian stage, to restore the old gentleman's meridians. Now that all preparations were complete, Tang Yen stepped into the alchemy room. Having ascended to the Xian stage, he was also poised to refine pills suitable for his cultivation. Chapter 70. Is it possible not to recognize someone after 2 months? The following day, as the golden rooster heralded dawn and the sun had yet to fully rise, the old gentleman Tang rose early, standing outside the main gate. This marked the 7th consecutive day of such behavior. The climate had slipped into late autumn, nearing the cusp of winter. Despite being at the 9th rank of the Xian stage, the old gentleman wrapped himself in a cotton robe. As time slipped away, dew adorned his hair and eyebrows. Yet he showed no inclination to wipe it away, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Today was the day of selection in Yun City for the Eastern Region Grand Competition, and his grandson had not yet returned. It was not merely concern over Tang Yen missing the competition. Rather, according to their initial agreement, that young man ought to have returned by now. 2 months had elapsed without a word, leading to fears of unforeseen circumstances. In a moment of regret, the old gentleman pondered whether he had acted too hastily in acquiescing to Tang Yan's request. At the hour of the snake, Mo Bo emerged from the courtyard and softly remarked, "Master, the young master has already attained the 7th rank of the Huang stage. The threat posed by second-tier spirit beasts is minimal. Even if he cannot defeat them, he can certainly escape. Moreover, the young master assured us that his master would provide covert protection. He will surely return." Alas, it has been a full 2 months. Before his old accomplice, Mr. Tang did not conceal the worries that weighed upon his heart. Perhaps the young master had simply lost track of time. If he did not return by tomorrow, we shall mobilize all our elite forces to venture into Tsungyun Mountain in search of him, proposed Mr. Mo. It must be so. Mr. Tang nodded, glancing at the sky, and commanded, "The selection for the participation slots in the Eastern Region Grand Competition is about to commence. Although Tang Yen has yet to arrive, we must attend such a grand affair. Let us prepare to witness it together." The 2 elders, accompanied by several attendants from the Tang family, boarded a carriage and made their way toward the central Yuntai of Yun City. Yuntai, situated in the heart of Yun City, is an arena covering approximately 2,000 square feet, Constructed from shattered iron rock, it is exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding the full force of a celestial tier warrior's strike. Rarely is it activated. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Yuntai remained unused. This arena opens only for significant events or matters pertaining to the honor of Yun City. At this moment, the center of Yun City was bustling with life. The majority of its inhabitants had temporarily set aside their tasks, converging upon this location. There are only 3 slots available for participation in this competition, and the people of Yun City are certain that the Liu family's Liu Ji will secure one, as will the city lord's daughter, Lin Dongxue. The primary spectacle of this event lies in the fierce competition among the offspring of various prominent families for the remaining coveted slot. Among the most popular candidates from Yun City are Qin He of the Qin family, Wu Faming of the Wu family, and Tang Yen of the Tang family. This marks the first occasion that Tang Yen finds himself compared to remarkable individuals such as Qin He and Wu Faming in a formal setting. After all, the impact of Tang Yan's recent duel with Liu Ji on the crowd was truly profound. Possessing the strength of a 6th-tier yellow rank, he could contend with those of the 9th tier, a display of audacity and power that is not commonly witnessed. Naturally, there were others within the expectations of the people of Yun City, such as Qian Rulong from the Qian family, Zhao Chun from the Zhao family, and Li Xingfeng from the Li family, all rumored to have attained the 6th-tier yellow rank as well. By the time Old Master Tang arrived, representatives from the other 4 prominent families had already gathered. The current status of the Tang family, one of Yun City's 4 great families, was quite precarious. Having once been the least among them, the Tang family was now regarded as the sole family capable of rivaling the Liu family. Upon the arrival of the Tang family, the onlookers immediately parted to create a passage. However, confusion soon spread across their faces as they wondered why Tang Yen, the one they had high hopes for, was notably absent. This realization quickly circulated through the crowd, with many eyes fixated on the Tang family seating, punctuated by occasional whispers and gestures. Perhaps due to the deeply ingrained impression of Tang Yen as a reckless young heir, even though his previous confrontation with Liu Ji had been nothing short of spectacular. The majority of discussions now revolved around his apparent reluctance to engage in battle. There were even rumors suggesting that Tang Yan's true strength did not actually reach the 6th tier. Instead, his previous display was merely the result of relying on certain magical artifacts to artificially enhance his abilities, and now, depleted of those artifacts, he was rendered unable to participate. Furthermore, some speculated that Tang Yen had not made an appearance for 2 months due to sustaining severe hidden injuries during his last duel with Liu Ji, leaving his current fate uncertain. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. It had barely been a quarter of an hour since the Tang family arrived. Yet these seemingly bizarre rumors had quietly circulated among the crowd, and indeed, a portion of the attendees had come to believe them. Once the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Lord Lin Xiao ascended the cloud platform. After surveying the assembly, his gaze lingered momentarily on the position of the Tang family, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him. Where? He pondered. Could Tang Yen have disappeared to? His informants within the estate had, in fact, failed to gather any news regarding Tang Yen for 2 months. This young man seemed to have vanished as if into thin air. Could it truly be that he had succumbed to the rumors and met his demise? Yet, recalling their previous interactions, Lin Xiao found this notion exceedingly absurd. Although Tang Yen appeared remarkably youthful, his maturity in action and keen insight surpassed that of ordinary individuals. How could such an extraordinary talent perish so easily? With Tang Yan's absence noted, Lin Xiao could not afford to wait for him. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "A month from now, the Eastern Region Grand Tournament will commence. This event serves as an evaluation of the younger generation among the cities of the Eastern Region, and it is of utmost importance to the honor of our Cloud City. We shall have 3 slots available for participation, and it is imperative that we select the most outstanding talents of Cloud City. The final chosen champions will represent us in battle. Should we achieve remarkable results in the Grand Tournament, not only will our name resonate throughout the Eastern Region, but we shall also reap substantial rewards, bringing glory to Cloud City." Lin Zhao's impassioned words ignited a fervor among the young attendees, their blood beginning to boil with excitement. To represent Cloud City and fight for glory, was this not precisely the vision they often harbored in their hearts? The scope of this selection is not limited by status or wealth. As long as you are a citizen of Yunqing and possess confidence in your own abilities, you are welcome to enlist. Upon hearing this proclamation from Lin Xiao, many young individuals brightened with hope, having previously believed they lacked the opportunity to participate, only to discover the selection was exceptionally inclusive. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere on the Yuntai side, the Tang family enjoyed a more tranquil existence. When Tang Yin had finished refining his elixir, taken a shower, and donned fresh attire in preparation to visit his grandfather, he was suddenly startled by a piercing scream. The resounding soprano truly jolted Tang Yin, who shot an irritated glare at Xiao Chui. "What on earth are you screaming about in broad daylight? Young master, is it truly you returned?" Xiao Chui's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yin retorted with annoyance. "It's only been 2 months since we last met, and you can't even recognize me? No, no, no." Xiao Chui hastily waved her hands, speaking in a flustered manner. "Young master, when did you come back? The master has been standing at the front gate since dawn these past few days, waiting for your return. I thought you were not home." Tang Yan's heart ached sharply at her words. His grandfather stood at the door waiting for him to come home every day. Having returned just last night, he resolved to check on his grandfather. Just as Tang Yin was about to head to the study, Xiao Chui called out, "Young master. The master is not at home. Where has grandfather gone?" Tang Yin halted in his tracks and turned to inquire. "I heard today is the grand competition in the eastern region, and the master went to spectate. Where is it being held?" Tang Yin pressed further. "Yin Tai, hey, young master, young master." As soon as Xiao Chui mentioned the location, Tang Yin and several others leaped and vanished from sight. In a daze, she called out a couple of times before stamping her little foot and murmuring, "They disappeared right after we met. What on earth is going on with the young master?" On the platform, the city lord Lin Xiao uttered a few words of encouragement before outlining the selection rules for this competition. The results will be based on the performances from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Among them, Lu Ji from the Lu family, Lin Dongxue from the city lord's residence, Qin He from the Qin family, and Wu Faming from the Wu family would compete to determine the top 3. The remaining participants would engage in a contest on the arena, with the last standing contestant facing the third-place winner to vie for the final spot. Did anyone have any objections to this method? It was relatively fair, and naturally, there were no dissenting voices. Just as the crowd was about to voice their agreement, an unexpected and discordant voice rang out. "I disagree." The voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard it distinctly. The crowd turned in astonishment to see a slender figure emerging from around a corner, slowly making its way to the platform. Tang Yin. Upon recognizing the newcomer, gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. Old Master Tang suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at the figure, his face flushing with exhilaration. Overcome with emotion, he trembled slightly. Fearing that he might be seeing things, Old Master Tang scrutinized the figure closely. It had been 2 months since they last met, and his grandson appeared to be unchanged. This boy hasn't been gallivanting around, has he? After a moment of excitement, this thought suddenly popped into Old Master Tang's mind. It is not surprising that Old Master Tang harbors such thoughts. The supreme alchemy scripture cultivated by Tang Yin is renowned as the foremost alchemical text in existence, intricately woven with the principles of nature, making it challenging to discern the true extent of Tang Yan's prowess. Furthermore, with his refined and immaculate exterior, one would hardly detect any trace of the hardships that accompany rigorous training. The grandson has encountered the grandfather. Tang Yin hastily approached, bowing respectfully to Tang Ling. "Good, good," exclaimed Old Master Tang, patting Tang Yan's shoulder. Even though his grandson appeared unchanged, Old Master Tang's concern was solely for Tang Yan's safety. Witnessing his safe return, he finally felt a sense of relief. As Tang Yin made his entrance, a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the onlookers. Although Tang Yin had interrupted the selection process, his presence undoubtedly made the atmosphere more vibrant. His arrival also effectively dispelled the previous rumors. The upper echelons of the Qin and Wu families wore somber expressions. Why had this fellow chosen to stir trouble at such a moment? The city lord maintained a facade of calm, yet Tang Yan's appearance inexplicably filled him with a sense of delight. What surprises might this young man bring? Observing the Tang family reminiscing together, Lin Xiao chose not to intrude. Instead, Old Master Tang recognized that the occasion was not suitable for prolonged conversation and nodded apologetically towards Lin Xiao. "Tang Yin, you previously expressed your dissent. Do you have any objections?" inquired Lin Xiao, directing everyone's gaze towards Tang Yin. Unfazed, Tang Yin strode forward confidently and proclaimed, "I believe that Lu Ji, Wu Faming, and Qin He are unworthy of being included in the challenge list." The city lord refrained from hastily voicing his stance in response to Tang Yin's challenge. Instead, it was the elder of the Wu family who could not contain himself. Leaping to his feet and pointing at Tang Yin, exclaiming, "Impudence! They are unworthy. Do you think you are?" Tang Yin, without a hint of modesty, erupted into hearty laughter. "Old Master Wu, you possess a discerning eye." "Indeed, I am." Such arrogance. Old Master Wu was taken aback by Tang Yan's audacity. The city lord has already established the rules. Why does the Tang family sing a different tune? Elder Qin remarked with a sardonic tone. At that moment, the gazes of thousands were intently fixed on the clash between the prominent families. When the bickering subsided, City Lord Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. What do you propose the rules should be? Miss Lin and I should be directly admitted. Tang Yin paused, then continued. All others shall participate in the arena competition, with the first place earning the right to compete in the Eastern Domain Grand Tournament. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If Tang Yan's dissent against the city lord's arrangements was deemed audacious, this proposal could only be characterized as outrageous. To exclude Lu Ji from the challenge outright? As Tang Yan's proclamation echoed, the crowd's attention shifted once more to Lu Ji. How would the young master of the Lu family respond to Tang Yan's provocation? Such bold words. Lu Ji smirked, recalling his earlier confrontation with Tang Yan 2 months prior. Although Tang Yan's final strike had left him greatly astonished, he did not believe it represented Tang Yan's true strength. Rather, it was merely a means of self-preservation. Moreover, in the past 2 months, he himself had made considerable progress. Coldly, he questioned, since young Master Tang believes that I lack qualification, why not have a duel between us? If you win, I shall willingly enter the selection for the arena competition. Previously, Tang Yin, with his strength at the 6th rank of the yellow tier, had endured 20 strikes from his opponent, a humiliating record that lodged in Lu Ji's throat like a fly, provoking an overwhelming sense of revulsion. This time, however, he sought to vindicate himself. As Lu Ji's words fell, an expectant silence enveloped the arena, all eyes turning towards Tang Yin. Tang's grandfather displayed a hint of anxiety, while Mo Bo remained composed, softly reassuring, "Rest assured, my lord. The young master has been judicious in his recent actions. He will not make hasty decisions regarding matters he does not grasp." Upon hearing Mo Bo's words, Tang Ling felt a modicum of relief as he settled into his seat. Awaiting Tang Yan's response, Tang Yin felt a surge of joy within. Disrupting the match was not an act of recklessness, according to Lin Zhao's rules. He would have to enter the preliminary rounds, which would entail a laborious and time-consuming process, all while being scrutinized by the entire city, only to ultimately face the third-place contender. Now, having successfully intervened, he could contend in a single match. If he triumphed over Lu Ji, not only would he secure his qualification, but he would also create a sensation in Yun City, enhancing the Tang family's reputation. As for any potential offense to the city lord, he believed that with the lord's magnanimity, no grievances would arise. Thus, I shall proceed. City Lord Lin Xiao, I, Tang Yin of the Tang family, request a duel with Lu Ji. After a moment of contemplation, City Lord Lin Xiao nodded. Since both of you harbor no objections, let it be a battle at Yuntai. Chapter 72. Lu Ji is of the Xian tier. Let me see how much progress you have made. Lu Ji smirked disdainfully, leaping gracefully as if he were a nimble ape, landing effortlessly on the platform. This exquisite display instantly garnered thunderous applause from the audience. Tang Yin smiled faintly, offering old Master Tang a reassuring glance, and leisurely ascended the cloud platform. In the realm of combat, injuries and fatalities are commonplace. It is to be hoped that young Master Tang is mentally prepared for such eventualities. A flash of killing intent flickered in Lu Ji's eyes. This time, not only did he seek to avenge past grievances, but he also aimed to eliminate future threats entirely. Enough with the superfluous words. Can we commence? Tang Yin inquired impatiently. If you wish for a swift demise, simply say so. Lu Ji retorted coldly. Lin Xiao signaled for the match to begin, and Tang Yin, unwilling to squander time, surged forward with great speed. As the crowd sensed the aura emanating from Tang Yin, they exchanged bewildered glances. His strength remained at the 6th rank of the yellow tier. Could he truly contend with Lu Ji? Having suffered defeat previously, Lu Ji unleashed his full prowess at the 9th rank of the yellow tier. Upon witnessing Tang Yan's advance, a cruel glint flashed in Lu Ji's eyes. 6th rank of the yellow tier? Let us see if I don't obliterate you this time. Tang Yin swiftly unleashed a punch, and Lu Ji responded in kind. Just as their fists were about to collide, Tang Yan's punch abruptly altered its trajectory, aiming for the inner side of Lu Ji's elbow. Lu Ji was taken aback. How could this fellow so seamlessly modify his attack's path? He hastily shifted his stance to defend, but due to the ha indeed. Just as the fists of the two combatants were about to collide once more, Tang Yan's punch veered off its intended path once again. The sound of fists clashing echoed continuously, leaving the spectators in a daze. This exhilarating confrontation elicited exclamations of delight from the crowd. Tang Yan's performance astonished everyone once again. However, despite his ability to contend with Lu Ji, the onlookers remained skeptical of Tang Yan's chances. After all, the disparity between the 6th and 9th ranks of the yellow tier was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Given enough time, Tang Yan's defeat seemed inevitable. The city lord shared this sentiment as he observed the match, yet soon, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing within them. Though Tang Yin was merely at the 6th rank of the yellow tier, his engagement with Lu Ji did not prove as strenuous as anticipated. Rather, it instilled a sense of relaxation within him. Upon realizing this thought, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. After confirming several times, he was finally enveloped in a tempest of astonishment. Tang Yin maintained an air of composure throughout, displaying no signs of tension whatsoever. For a 6th rank yellow tier to achieve such an effect against a 9th rank counterpart was nothing short of extraordinary. After exchanging blows for a while, Lu Ji found himself increasingly frustrated. The swiftness of this young man's attacks was overwhelming, with each maneuver flowing together as if he were under some enchantment. Engaging him in close quarters rendered Lu Ji unable to fully utilize his martial prowess. Despite exerting the strength of a 9th rank yellow tier, he felt utterly constrained. If this continued, he feared that he would truly lose face in Yun City. With a fierce roar, Lu Ji's aura transformed. A formidable presence emanated from him. Profound tier. Some spectators gasped in disbelief. The gaze of the crowd towards the Lu family was tinged with a hint of apprehension. As the foremost among the 4 great families of Yun City, they had nurtured a lineage that consistently excelled within the city. Given enough time, it seemed that Yun City might truly become the dominion of the Lu family. The young scion of the Tang family appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. Murmurs of similar sentiments rippled through the crowd. Initially, when they witnessed Tang Yin, possessing the strength of a yellow rank level 6, withstand the onslaught of a yellow rank level 9, their spirits soared with fervor, believing he still held a glimmer of hope. However, the sudden display of formidable prowess by Lu Ji extinguished all remnants of optimism. The chasm between ranks felt insurmountable. The difference between yellow rank and Xian rank was indeed vast. Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the murderous intent radiating from Lu Ji. So you've reached the Xian rank. This complicates matters. I shall employ my yellow rank level 7 and unleash the Qianshan fist upon you. Let us see if I can withstand your strike. Just as the spectators deemed Tang Yin devoid of any chance, a sudden exclamation broke through the air. Everyone turned their attention to the platform, where Tang Yin's presence had transformed. Yellow rank level 7. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd could not help but shake their heads. No one truly believed Tang Yin had a chance of turning the tide. Yellow rank level 7? Still too feeble. With a cold smirk, Lu Ji launched a punch at Tang Yin. There was no embellishment. It was purely the force and speed derived from overwhelming strength. As Lu Ji's fist shot forth like lightning, Tang Yin activated his phantom step, swiftly retreating half a step, and in that instant, unleashed his Qianshan fist without reservation. With a series of rapid movements, Tang Yin propelled himself forward with an overwhelming inertia, executing a swift spin that culminated in the 5th strike of the Qianshan fist. This formidable blow surged toward Lu Ji with immense force. Such might. Onlookers were momentarily stunned by Tang Yin's display of power. Could such strength truly be wielded by someone at the 7th rank of the yellow tier? A low-grade skill of the Xian tier? As the ferocity of Tang Yin's 5th punch became apparent, Lin Xiao gasped in astonishment. From where had Tang Yin acquired such a high-grade technique? And how had he mastered it so swiftly? If Lin Xiao were to learn that Tang Yin possessed not only a 6th, but also a 7th punch, his astonishment would surely deepen. As Tang Yin unleashed this strike, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The escalating power of each punch made it evident that the martial arts technique he employed was of considerable caliber. With a resounding crash, air currents erupted in every direction. The might of a Xian tier master was indeed extraordinary. Yet, even as Tang Yan's punch demonstrated remarkable strength, discerning eyes could discern that he was beginning to falter. Let us see how you fare against another punch. Lu Ji noted Tang Yan's disadvantage, a gleam of arrogance flashing in his eyes as he channeled his internal energy into his fist. A more ferocious pressure emanated from Lu Ji's punch. Bearing down upon Tang Yin, it seemed likely that Tang Yin would face defeat. A collective sigh arose from the spectators. Indeed, Tang Yan's prowess was commendable. He had managed to withstand a strike from a Xian tier expert. This level of strength would not make it difficult for him to qualify for the Eastern Domain Grand Competition under normal circumstances. However, the force behind Lu Ji's punch was far beyond what someone at the 7th rank of the yellow tier could withstand. Once Tang Yin suffered a grievous blow, it seemed he would miss the contest in the arena. Bang! Just as despair engulfed the onlookers, Tang Yan's aura surged dramatically, elevating itself from its previous state. Chapter 73. The First in Cloud City. 8th rank in the yellow tier. The elder Tang focused entirely on his grandson, missing not a single fluctuation in Tang Yan's demeanor. Sensing Tang Yan's formidable presence, the elder finally became convinced that his grandson had indeed endured considerable trials over the past 2 months. Advancing a rank in merely 2 months is a remarkable achievement. After unleashing his 5th punch, Tang Yin executed a swift spin, unleashing an even more ferocious aura. The 6th punch of the Thousand Mountain Fist. Bang! The two collided once more, producing a tremendous sound. This time, Tang Yan's figure merely swayed slightly, showing little effect. Despite Lu Ziqing's profound tactics, he was still a youth, untested by the tempests of life. Even with his Xian tier strength, he found himself lacking a complete advantage, causing him to question his own prowess. Retreating 3 large steps, Lu Ziqing hesitated momentarily before deciding to reveal his hidden card. In an instant, he spread his palms wide, tracing circles in the air. As the speed of his hands increased, countless shadowy palm strikes manifested. A sharp and lethal aura erupted from Lu Ziqing. Mid-level yellow tier martial technique. Observing Lu Ziqing's movements, the perceptive among the crowd immediately recognized the formidable nature of this technique. Thunderclap palm. With a commanding shout, Lu Ziqing leapt forward, conjuring a circular shadow of a palm that enveloped Tang Yin. After the 6th punch, sensing the transformation within Lu Zi, Tang Yin did not pause, and his aura shifted once more. In that instant, the pupils of everyone present constricted sharply. Tang Yan's strength had unmistakably surged to the 9th tier of the yellow rank. Recalling the Mid-Autumn Festival, where Tang Yan's prowess was merely at the 6th tier of the yellow rank, it was astonishing that within a mere 3 months, he had ascended to the 9th tier. Unfazed by the astonishment of the crowd, Tang Yin executed a swift rotation of his body, unleashing the 7th strike of the Qianshan fist with tremendous force. The surrounding air seemed to warp at that moment. When Tang Yin had bid for this martial technique at the Tianbao auction house, its initial 2 forms had already been deemed of medium quality within the yellow rank. The power unleashed by his 7th punch now was at least on par with the Xian rank. All held their breath, their eyes wide with tension, focused intently on the platform. Boom! A dull thud resonated, and as the crowd peered closer, their astonishment deepened. There stood Tang Yin, still poised in the stance of delivering a punch, while Lu Zi had staggered back 8 steps. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Lu Zi's mouth. This outcome was beyond anyone's expectations, and the atmosphere grew so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Dongxue, seated in the front row, felt a slight haze cloud her mind. Her first encounter with Tang Yin was marked by his audacious and shameless teasing. In just 5 short months, he had become the center of attention. Are you convinced? Tang Yan's lips curled into a smirk. He did not directly declare Lu Zi's defeat nor subtly inquire if he acknowledged his loss. Instead, he boldly asked, are you convinced? Lu Zhijiao occupies the esteemed position of the foremost individual among the youth of Yun City. Though he may not outwardly exhibit pride, it is undeniable that he harbors a profound sense of arrogance within. At this moment, persuading him to heed Tang Yin would be an endeavor more arduous than scaling the heavens. Yet, should Lu Zhijiao remain obstinate, he shall inevitably face the wrathful onslaught of Tang Yin. Observers, keenly aware of the tension, regard Tang Yin with a mixture of trepidation and awe. This legendary scion of privilege now stands before them, exuding an intimidating presence. Overwhelmed by the humiliation of the moment, Lu Zhijiao, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted defiantly, I refuse to submit. No sooner had his words left his lips than Tang Yin surged forward with the swiftness of lightning, launching a powerful fist aimed squarely at Lu Zhijiao. Sensing the impending strike, Lu Zhijiao instinctively countered. However, Tang Yan's prowess had now ascended to the pinnacle of the yellow rank, level 9, his combat effectiveness having multiplied several-fold from his previous level 6. Each of his moves was executed with the utmost simplicity, flowing seamlessly from one to the next, devoid of any superfluous hesitation. Ensnared within such a tempestuous assault, all techniques requiring time and space became utterly futile. With a resounding crash, in less than 3 breaths, Tang Yin shattered Lu Zhijiao's defenses, sending him crashing to the ground with a forceful kick. As Lu Zhijiao lay sprawled on the floor, the dual burdens of shame and grievous injury rendered him unconscious, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Zhijiao, the Lu family members cried out in alarm upon witnessing his dire state, rushing forward in haste. If anything befalls my son, I shall not let you go unpunished. Lu Wuhui, seated at the forefront, unleashed an overwhelming aura, the oppressive pressure of his peak Xian rank, level 9, surging menacingly toward Tang Yin. Regrettably, in his previous life as a 9th-grade alchemist, Tang Yin had encountered numerous formidable opponents. Although he could not match the prowess of old Master Lu, the pressure of his presence felt to Tang Yin akin to a child's play. During the earlier competition, young Master Lu himself had stated that strikes are blind. It is now evident that young Master Lu possesses a commendable heart. Fearing that if I were to injure him severely, old Master Lu would hold me accountable, He had taken the initiative to clarify matters before the duel. Should old Master Lu delve deeper into this issue, it would not merely be a blow to young Master Lu's pride, but a direct affront to the Lu family's honor. Tang Yan's words were undeniably sharp, causing old Master Lu to suppress his fury with great difficulty. With a cold, piercing gaze, he cast a glance at Tang Yan, lost in contemplation. The audience, jolted back to reality, erupted in astonishment. After today, the title of the foremost youth in Yun City would undoubtedly belong to Tang Yan. Lin Xiao had mentally prepared himself for Lu Ji's defeat, yet it was utterly unexpected for an expert to be so thoroughly bested by a ninth-grade Huang-tier Tang Yan. With a wry smile, Lin Xiao addressed the crowd, expressing his surprise at the unexpected turn of events in the selection process, praising Tang Yan's extraordinary strength. Therefore, it was necessary to amend the selection rules accordingly. The victor of this selection competition would gain the opportunity to challenge either Lu Ji or Lin Dongxue, and should they emerge victorious, they would secure a place in the Eastern Region Grand Tournament. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the crowd was momentarily speechless. Although Lu Ji had been defeated by Tang Yan, it did not diminish Lu Ji's formidable capabilities. As individuals reflect upon their circumstances, they cannot help but acknowledge the stark reality of their situation. Facing Lu Ji leaves them with no semblance of hope for victory. Furthermore, no one would be foolish enough to challenge Lin Dongxue. Although her true capabilities remain shrouded in mystery, she is, after all, the daughter of the city lord. To seek her out for a duel at this moment would be an affront to the dignity of the lord's residence. Disregarding the lord's honor would surely jeopardize their standing in Yun City. In a moment of collective hesitation, those who had once considered testing their mettle now resigned themselves to inaction. After a half-hour wait, the arena remained devoid of challengers. Chapter 74. I am of the Xian tier, with no one willing to take up the challenge. The representatives for Yun City in the Eastern Domain Tournament were provisionally decided as Tang Yan, Lin Dongxue, and Lu Ji. Master Lu, once Lu Ji regains consciousness, please inform him to gather at the city lord's residence in 10 days' time, so we may proceed to Fong City together, instructed Lin Xiao to Lu Wuhui. Understood. I shall comply with the lord's command. Lu Wuhui replied, his heart racing with urgency, concerned for his beloved grandson who had been thoroughly bested by that impudent Tang Yan. After exchanging a brief greeting with Lin Xiao, he hurried towards the Lu residence. Lin Xiao regarded Tang Yan with a discerning gaze. This young man had left him astounded on numerous occasions. Today, he was struck by the realization that he found it increasingly difficult to gauge Tang Yan's true strength. Whether in cunning or prowess, the displays this youth presented seemed to perpetually hint at an untapped depth of ability. Having endured several consecutive low placements in the Eastern Domain Tournament, Lin Xiao harbored a simmering frustration. He had anticipated that this year, Yun City would at least avoid the bottom ranks, but Tang Yan's formidable entrance instilled a newfound sense of anticipation within him. Amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of the crowd, Tang Yan returned to the ranks of the Tang family. For 2 months, the venerable Tang had not seen Tang Yan, his heart brimming with countless words he longed to share. Once the selection concluded, he was reluctant to linger, urging Tang Yan towards the Tang family estate. As they boarded the carriage, he could no longer contain his excitement and inquired, "When did you ascend to the 9th rank of the yellow tier?" "About 20 days ago." "If I recall correctly," Tang Yan replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Indeed. Splendid news." The old man felt a surge of exhilaration, but then a thought struck him. He asked, "What of the martial technique you employed against Lu Ji? Where did it originate?" "It is not a new technique. It is the 1,000 Mountain Fist I acquired at the Tianbao auction house. This set of techniques is not merely fragmented, it is a complete martial art. While its exact rank cannot be ascertained at present, I am confident it is at least above the Xian tier," Tang Yan stated earnestly. Xian tier. The old man was taken aback. In Yun City, even yellow tier techniques were exceedingly rare. What incredible fortune had this lad encountered? His mother left him the flame burst palm, which was at least of the Xian tier, and now a technique casually obtained at an auction was also of comparable rank? With so many strokes of luck falling upon Tang Yan, the old man felt as though it were all too surreal. Especially considering that in just 2 months, Tang Yan had advanced 3 ranks. It seemed almost fantastical. Gazing intently at his grandson, he cautiously probed, "Have you truly reached the 9th rank of the yellow tier? You haven't forcibly enhanced your abilities through secret arts, have you?" "No, it is not the 9th rank of the yellow tier." Tang Yan shook his head. Upon hearing the denial, the old man felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he quickly reassured himself. Even the 8th rank is quite formidable. With continued effort, reaching the 9th rank is merely a matter of time. It is not even the 8th rank of the yellow tier. Tang Yan shook his head in disbelief. "What? Not even at the 8th rank?" Upon hearing this, the elder Tang's eyes widened in irritation as he retorted, "Did you not claim before leaving that you had reached the 7th rank?" As soon as he spoke, the elder Tang realized his tone was somewhat harsh and softened his demeanor. But that's understandable. You had just broken through to the 7th rank of the yellow tier before you departed. Consolidating your strength over the past 2 months is quite commendable. With another month to go before the Eastern Region competition, continue your efforts this month, and you may well step into the 8th rank. Tang Yin felt a bit bewildered. In his previous life, he had only heard of advancing from a specialized degree to a general degree, but never the reverse. Rubbing his head, he whispered, "I am already at the 1st rank of the Xian tier. I know. The elder Tang felt as though he was choking on the air. His eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "What did you say?" "Grandfather, you heard correctly. It's exactly as you heard." Seeing the elder Tang appear startled, Tang Yin wished he could slap himself twice for having previously claimed to be at the 9th rank of the yellow tier, leading to this convoluted situation. Is it truly the Xian tier? The elder Tang considered that, over the decades, he had encountered numerous astonishing events, yet none compared to the magnitude of this revelation. "Why would I deceive you?" Tang Yin affirmed with a nod. Good. The elder Tang exclaimed 3 times in succession, struggling to find suitable words to praise his grandson. "How did you manage to break through to the Xian tier in these past 2 months?" The elder Tang was quite curious about Tang Yin's experiences. Under the elder's persistent inquiries, Tang Yin chose to downplay the details of his trials and recounted his experiences in a more subdued manner. Although the harshness of experience has been significantly softened by Tang Yin, Old Master Tang can still sense the tremendous hardships that Tang Yin has endured. "You have suffered greatly." The corners of Old Master Tang's eyes glistened with moisture. "Grandfather, did you sustain injuries to your meridians in your youth?" Tang Yin deftly shifted the conversation. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Tang Ling let out a sigh. "Those are ancient matters, best discussed once your strength reaches the celestial rank." "How do you know this?" "My master discerned it. He has crafted several elixirs for you, which are said to have remarkable restorative properties for the meridians." Tang Yin produced 2 porcelain vials, saying, "This one contains the meridian soothing elixir, capable of addressing most issues related to the meridians. This one is the vitality stabilizing pill, which helps to solidify the energy in the dantian." After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved another vial from his robe, stating, "This is the yang pill, imbued with immense spiritual energy, suitable only for those at the peak of the profound rank. Consuming it grants an 80% chance of advancing to the earth rank. However, my master emphasized that you must ensure your dantian and meridians are completely stable before taking it." Upon hearing Tang Yin's detailed explanations of the elixirs, Old Master Tang's heart raced, and he eagerly accepted the vials. "Can it truly restore the dantian and meridians?" he inquired incredulously. "My master assured me it would be effective for you," Tang Yin replied confidently. Tang Ling, who held immense trust in Tang Yan's mysterious master, found his doubts dissipating with Tang Yan's affirmation, his heart swelling with excitement. "The next time I see your master, I must invite him to our home. I wish to express my gratitude in person," Tang Ling instructed earnestly. "Of course," Tang Yin nodded. Just then, the carriage came to a halt in front of the Tang residence. "Recently, keep a close watch on family matters. Make decisions on minor issues and consult me for significant ones. I shall retreat for a few days." With that, he disregarded Tang Yin, pulling the carriage curtain and transforming into a wisp of smoke, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the Tang residence, leaving Tang Yin in a state of confusion within the carriage. Having already ascended to the profound tier, Tang Yin found the concoction of low-grade elixirs to be a mere trifle. With the Eastern Domain Grand Competition just a month away, he felt an overwhelming anticipation for the so-called Qinglong Academy. He had resolutely determined in his heart to break into the Qinglong Academy and step into a more expansive realm. Beyond the Qinglong Academy, he also sought to find his parents. Although they had never met, the blood of the Tang family coursed through his veins. His spirit had long embraced his identity. However, before departing, he must eliminate all potential threats to the Tang family, such as the Lu family, the Wu family, and the Qin family. Chapter 75. The advancement of Elder Tang. Upon his return, Tang Yin immersed himself in the alchemy chamber. The Tang family's guards, who previously enjoyed a high-grade elixir once every half-month, now received one every other day. Fortunately, the marketing strategies of Miaodong Workshop proved effective, and Guming did not deceive Tang Yin. From the 2nd month onward, the monthly dividends exceeded 500,000 taels of silver. While this sum seemed considerable, the resources required for crafting high-grade elixirs were equally substantial. It was fortunate that Tang Yin was an alchemist. Had the Tang family directly purchased high-grade elixirs, 500,000 taels would indeed be insufficient, given the guards' propensity to consume them like candies. Tang Yin subsequently implemented several reward policies, significantly igniting the passion for cultivation among the Tang family's guards. Under Tang Yin's judicious blend of grace and authority, his prestige among the guards steadily took root and flourished. Tang Yin has become a paragon for all the guards of the Tang family. The young master, who has been witnessed growing up by many, was once a reckless wastrel, devoid of any scholarly pursuits. Yet, in a mere few months, through his relentless training, his strength astonishingly ascended to the 9th rank of the yellow tier. The guards have all taken Tang Yin as their aspiration, diligently honing their skills. The words he previously uttered, "Be ruthless to others, but even more so to oneself," have now become the guiding principle for all the guards. As 9 days swiftly passed, the majority of these guards had achieved a strength of at least the 3rd rank of the yellow tier. As for the few hidden guards within the family, Tang Yin had prepared ample medicinal pills for them prior to his own training, enabling their advancement at an extraordinary pace. Witnessing the significant enhancement in the overall combat prowess of the Tang family's guards, Tang Yin felt reassured that his efforts had not been in vain. Over the course of 10 days, aside from supplying the family guards with medicinal pills, he had also amassed a considerable stock of them. On one particular morning, as Tang Yin was practicing the Extreme 6 styles, a terrifying aura swept over him, causing the hairs on his body to bristle. Startled at first, he soon felt a wave of joy. It was likely that his grandfather had made a breakthrough. With this thought in mind, Tang Yin lifted his feet and made his way towards his grandfather's training room. From a distance, he spotted the old patriarch striding with vigor towards him. "Grandfather, has your ailment been cured?" Observing the radiant Tang Ling, Tang Yan's previously anxious heart instantly settled. The old patriarch's eyes were now bright, his brows relaxed, devoid of any gloom. It seemed that the issues with his dantian and meridians had been thoroughly resolved. "Thanks to your master's medicinal pills. He is a benefactor to our family. May I inquire about your master's name? I intend to erect a longevity tablet for him within the Tang family." The elderly patriarch expressed his gratitude and respect with a profound tone. Tang Yin was taken aback and evasively replied, "Master has not disclosed his name. Perhaps you could inquire during his next visit to our family, grandfather." "Very well." Tang Ling nodded repeatedly. Having sensed an overwhelming aura earlier, was it grandfather? Tang Yin shifted the topic. "Yes, he has reached the Earth realm." The elder responded with joy, then abruptly redirected his inquiry. "Are you departing today?" "I shall head to the city lord's residence shortly," Tang Yin replied. The elder's excitement subsided, and his expression turned grave. "Although you have attained the 1st rank of the profound realm, there are always those more formidable than oneself. In Yun City, you may find few rivals among your peers, but once you step outside, you may not fare as well against others. Conceal your strengths when necessary, and strike without hesitation when the moment calls for it. Rest assured, grandfather, we are aware of these matters." Tang Yin nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Our Tang family's current strength is no longer inferior to that of the Liu family. The era of our family feigning weakness must come to an end." Tang Ling's expression grew increasingly solemn. "What do you propose as our next course of action?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yin replied, "The city lord once inquired about the path our Tang family intends to take." The elder's heart raced. The city lord had engaged in such discussions with Tang Yin? He immediately perked up, listening intently. "My answer is the doctrine of the mean. Let others not wrong me, and I shall not wrong them. Should anyone provoke me, they shall face retribution, no matter the distance." Upon hearing Tang Yin's menacing declaration, the elder's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He understood his grandson's intent. Should anyone dare to trespass, they would face dire consequences. Yet, in daily life, one persists in valuing harmony above all, refraining from oppression and bullying. The Liu family, in their ambition to become the sole premier family of Cloud City, has adopted a rather domineering approach, continually encroaching upon the other families. With grand aspirations and a formidable presence, they have garnered both power and notoriety. Although the city lord appears detached from worldly affairs, occupying an exalted position, it is inevitable that he harbors some resentment towards the Liu family. Conversely, if the Tang family adopts a moderate path, restraining their desires and fostering good relations with their neighbors, they may find enduring prosperity in Cloud City. "My grandfather's thoughts align perfectly with yours," Tang Ling exclaimed. Observing his grandfather's clarity of thought, Tang Yin felt a sense of relief. He escorted the elder to the alchemy chamber and retrieved his stock of elixirs. Upon witnessing Tang Yin produce various vials and jars, the elder's eyes widened in astonishment. Having prepared these elixirs during his nearly month-long absence, he intended to provide each guard with a high-grade elixir every 2 days, while maintaining their elite strength with daily doses. The immediate priority is to fortify oneself against potential attacks from the 3 families. Now is not the time for financial concerns. Once I return from the Eastern Region Grand Competition, I shall seek collaboration with the Miao Dan Workshop. Money is not an issue. These elixirs are meant for Master Mo and my grandfather's cultivation, with one to be taken every 3 days. Observing Tang Yan's methodical arrangements, Tang's grandfather appeared somewhat dazed. In less than half a year, his grandson had transformed from a source of great worry into a figure of reassurance. Truly, the heavens favor the Tang family. After conversing for a while longer, the elder patted Tang Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Rest assured and participate in the Eastern Region Grand Competition. You need not worry about matters at home. The hour grows late, young man. It is time to set forth." An elderly man and a young boy emerged from the alchemical chamber. Xiao Zui had already prepared Tang Yan's belongings, and as he was about to depart, she bid him farewell with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, "Young master, take care of yourself." The members of the Tang family, knowing that the eldest son was leaving today, gathered spontaneously to see him off. Such heartfelt sentiments were unprecedented in Tang Yan's experience prior to his arrival in this world. After exchanging farewells with everyone, Tang Yan set aside any lingering emotions, mounted his horse, and swiftly made his way to the city lord's residence. Upon arriving at the city lord's manor and entering the main hall, he discovered both Lu Ji and Lin Dongxue present. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Lu Ji's face upon seeing Tang Yan, while Lin Dongxue's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Why did you arrive so late?" She feigned reproach. "I was held up by my grandfather's lengthy admonitions. I apologize for the delay. Please forgive me," Tang Yan explained, a hint of regret in his voice. "No worries. You three, come over here. I shall briefly outline our itinerary." The city lord unfurled a map across the table, pointing at it as he spoke. Our Yun city is located in the eastern region of the Listening Fragrance Kingdom. This position here is Fong City, the strongest among the 5 cities of the eastern domain. It is a place brimming with talent, where those under 30 who have reached the profound stage are numerous. Historically, the great competition of the eastern region has always been held in Fong City. According to our intelligence, this year's participants include those of the 3rd rank in the profound stage. Chapter 76. The city lord's daughter takes a liking to me. Tang Yan maintained a composed demeanor, though he felt somewhat astonished. If such prodigies existed merely in the eastern region, how many more extraordinary individuals could be found throughout the entirety of the Listening Fragrance Kingdom, or even the broader continent? The 3rd rank in the profound stage, Lin Dongxue exclaimed in awe, and Lu Ji's face mirrored her astonishment. Observing the expressions of the 3 individuals, the city lord felt an increasing sense of wonder. Since the day Tang Yan presented his gift, this young man seemed to have encountered countless tempests, remaining unperturbed in the face of any challenge. Indeed, he was confirmed to be at the 3rd rank of the Xian tier, and perhaps there were even more than one. In this Eastern Region Grand Competition, most participants possess strength exceeding the Xian tier. Lin Xiao stated earnestly. Moreover, these are merely the information we have received. The actual circumstances remain to be verified. Whether there exists a genius of the 4th rank in the Xian tier is uncertain. I shall dispatch individuals to continuously investigate, and once any news arises, I will promptly inform you. Pausing for a moment, Lin Xiao continued, "In 20 days, the Eastern Region Grand Competition will commence, and we will require approximately 10 days to reach the venue. Upon our arrival in Fong City, prior to the competition, I will lead you into the Absolute Kill Tower for some rigorous training." Absolute Kill Tower? What is that? Lu Ji inquired with curiosity. You may regard it as a training ground, accessible to all martial artists below the Earth tier. It consists of 6 levels, fraught with peril. Without adequate strength and combat experience, it is exceedingly difficult to complete the challenges. Each entry necessitates a fee of 50,000 taels of silver, Lin Xiao explained patiently. 50,000 taels. Lu Ji exclaimed once more. Is that the amount required regardless of how long one stays inside? Indeed, even if one is forced out upon entry, the fee remains 50,000 taels. However, there is a stipulation. Those who can successfully pass the trials will have their fee waived. Yet, successfully completing the challenges is incredibly difficult. It has been many years since anyone has succeeded, so do not feel pressured. Now, this is the specific itinerary. Do you have any concerns? Lin Xiao inquired. Lu Ji and Lin Dongxue both expressed their lack of objections, yet Tang Yan spoke up. City Lord, I have a request. Speak. What is it? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. I wish to journey alone to Fangcheng. Once I arrive, I will seek you out. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, but did not refuse, calmly inquiring, have you thought this through? Yes, Tang Yan nodded. Very well, upon your arrival in Fangcheng, we shall convene at Wanfanglu, where our temporary resting place in Yun City will be. Lin Xiao affirmed, Wanfanglu is the most renowned tavern in Fangcheng. Inquire upon your arrival. and you'll soon find out. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Lu Ji felt a slight sense of relief. The thought of traveling alongside Tang Yan was quite unsettling for him. Why not travel together instead of venturing off alone? Lin Dongxue, perceptive as ever, recognized her father's momentary frown as curiosity masked by restraint. She took on the role of her father's voice, saying, I want to gain some experience along the way. Rest assured, I will not delay. 10 days hence, we shall gather at Wanfeng Lu, Tang Yan assured. Upon hearing this, Lin Dongshue's large eyes darted with ideas, and she turned to Lin Xiao, saying, Father, I also wish to accompany Tang Yan. No. Tang Yan immediately interjected, his voice raised. Lin Xiao initially felt something amiss, but upon witnessing Tang Yan's vehement reaction, a smile crept onto his face. While others strive to be with Dongxue, you, my boy, are turning down the opportunity handed to you. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? Lin Dongxue retorted in playful indignation. All right then, I shall remain silent, Lin Xiao chuckled. Rejected by Tang Yan, Lin Dongxue felt a blow to her pride and indignantly inquired, why is it not possible? Tang Yan, having lived 2 lives, possessed a skin thicker than a city wall. Adopting a demeanor that suggested he was considering Lin Dongshue's reputation, he earnestly replied, it is inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. Traveling with me for the next 10 days might tarnish Miss Dongshue's reputation. If any rumors were to arise, I would genuinely feel guilty and unsettled. Furthermore, the route I intend to take may present certain dangers. If I were alone, I could escape if danger arose, but with 2 people, it is inevitable that we would be distracted, increasing the likelihood of accidents. Tang Yan's logical reasoning left little room for rebuttal. However, women, when swayed by emotion, often find it challenging to engage in rational discourse. What kind of danger could there possibly be? Do you think you are so formidable? When danger strikes, who knows who the real burden will be? Lin Dongxue retorted angrily. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yan's eyes. Lin Dongxue, fully aware of her victory over Lu Ji, remained confident that she was not a liability. It appeared that this young woman was far more capable than she appeared. I don't care. I am determined to stick with you today. Lin Dongshue's temper, reminiscent of a spoiled young lady, finally erupted. Tang Yan looked helplessly towards Lin Xiao, who found amusement in Tang Yan's pitiable expression, with his daughter being as radiant as a flower and a paragon of virtue. How could this young man still harbor any complaints? I wonder which path you plan to take, Lin Xiao inquired. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, Tang Yan felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the Lord intended to entrust his daughter to his care? With a resigned sigh, Tang Yan realized that only the harsh truth could deter Lin Dongxue. He pointed at the map and stated, this vast mountain range is Tsangyun Mountain. I intend to traverse it to reach Feng City. The path I propose is approximately this one. Although it lies on the periphery, one can never guarantee the absence of peril. Lin Xiao followed Tang Yan's finger, recalling his previous reconnaissance of the Tsangyun mountain range. Most of the areas Tang Yan indicated were frequented by second-tier spirit beasts, with the presence of third-tier beasts adding to the danger. However, these threats did not exceed Lin Xiao's threshold of tolerance. He replied calmly, while this route poses risks, careful navigation may allow us to avoid them. The third-tier spirit beasts possess formidable strength and are challenging to confront. Should you encounter one, do not be reckless. Evasion is paramount. Dongxue, the path Tang Yan has chosen is arduous and fraught with danger. If you cannot endure such hardship, how can you aspire to cultivate martial arts? Lin Dongxue glanced at Tang Yan, whose face wore a crestfallen expression, and a smug smile graced her lips. My mind is made up. I shall accompany young Master Tang. Tang Yan felt a wave of despair wash over him. After all his efforts to dissuade her, Lin Dongxue appeared even more exhilarated. This venture was indeed perilous. Tang Yan made a final attempt at resistance. No need for further words. Should danger arise, I shall protect you. Lin Dongshue's resolve was unwavering. I trust in young Master Tang's character. I shall leave my safety in your hands for these days. Lin Xiao decisively concluded the matter and turned to Lu Ji, saying, you shall accompany me. It presents an excellent opportunity to discuss the shortcomings in your martial arts. Upon hearing that she would receive guidance from the Lord of the city, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Ji's eyes, and she hastily clasped her hands in gratitude, expressing her appreciation for the Lord's benevolence. With the itinerary meticulously arranged, the group divided into 2 factions to set off. Tang Yan, disheartened, mounted his azure steed and headed towards Tsangyun Mountain. Beside him, Lin Dongxue rode a fiery red stallion, her expression a blend of pride and cunning, occasionally breaking into a smile, contrasting starkly with Tang Yan's demeanor. Chapter 77. The Contest of Speed. Miss Lin, Tang Yan remarked. Why do you forsake the well-trodden path to accompany me? Once we reach Tsangyun Mountain, riding will be impossible. we shall have to traverse the rugged terrain on foot. What will become of your delicate little feet if they become calloused? Moreover, with just the two of us, it is rather inconvenient, for instance, in matters of relieving oneself or bathing. Tang Yan, slumped over his steed, wore a woeful expression as he continued to persuade her. If you possess any rationality, you could easily catch up if you rode now. As the two rode on, they swiftly exited the city. Observing the desolate surroundings, Lin Dongxue liberated herself from restraint, declaring, "Enough of your prattle, you shall not evade me. When you composed poetry for me, did you not profess your affection for many years? How can you now wish to rid yourself of me? Were you perhaps deceiving me that day?" Coughing slightly at Lin Dongxue's boldness, Tang Yan found himself choking on his own saliva. This young woman, typically poised and refined, now spoke with such audacity. Had he not, during their initial meeting, spun a web of deceit? However, Tang Yan dared not admit to this, for it is said that a graceful lady is well suited for a gentleman. Tang Yan, a man of perfectly normal inclinations, could not deny the allure of the charming Lin Dongxue. To claim he felt no attraction at all would indeed be unrealistic. Very well. When the time comes and you find yourself exhausted to tears, do not blame me for not having warned you. With no options left, Tang Yan had no choice but to concede. Humph. Do not observe others through the cracks of the door. I have endured countless hardships throughout my life, and I have visited Sungyan Mountain more times than I can count. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's heart stirred once more, increasingly convinced of Lin Dongxue's prowess. Perhaps she truly surpassed Lu Zhizhi. This time, the Eastern Region Grand Competition, which has historically seen Yun City ranked last, is likely to witness a change in fortunes. Since idleness breeds idleness, Tang Yan boldly engaged Lin Dongxue in conversation. What do you know about the Eastern Region Grand Competition? Not much. Only that it is teeming with talent, and the participants are all prodigies cultivated with great effort by their respective families. This competition is far more intense than the selection for participation in Yun City. A grave expression adorned Lin Dongxue's face. Our Yun City has always ranked at the bottom. We hope for a commendable position this time. Within the city, Lu Zhi and the city lord prepared to depart in a carriage, unbeknownst to anyone. Before getting into the carriage, Lu Zhi discreetly slipped a small note into the hand of a guard from the Lu family. Deliver this to the elder. It must reach him. Understood. The guard replied quietly, turning to rush towards the Lu residence. Upon arriving at Sungyan Mountain, Tang Yan and Lin Dongxue mounted their steeds. Both horses, quite intelligent and accustomed to being taken out for rides, were familiar with the path. With a leap and a neigh, the two horses galloped back along the route they had come. Tang Yan retrieved a map from his bosom, cast a resigned glance at Lin Dongxue, and earnestly stated, "The route I have charted this time is actually different from what was previously discussed. It will be considerably more perilous. Most of the creatures we will encounter are third-tier spirit beasts, and there is a possibility of facing even higher-ranked ones. If peril truly arises, you shall remain behind me. And the moment I show signs of fatigue, you must flee without hesitation. My pace is swift, and escaping should pose no challenge." Lin Dongxue felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why did this fellow persist in underestimating her capabilities? Gritting her teeth, she declared fiercely, "You claim to be fast? Since we must travel, why not engage in a race to determine whose speed surpasses the other? Should you lose, you shall henceforth follow in my wake, ever obedient to my command." "Absolutely not." Tang Yan promptly declined without a moment's thought. "Are you not a man?" Lin Dongxue nearly erupted with rage. "Indeed. I have always been a man, and I shall not compete with you. It is simply a matter of human anatomy. I was born a man. It is beyond my control," Tang Yan replied, shrugging nonchalantly. In her 20 years, no one had ever dared to treat Lin Dongxue with such insolence. Her brows furrowed in anger as she demanded, "What are the terms of this race?" "Only if there is a benefit for me," he replied. "You." Lin Dongxue glared at Tang Yan, seething. He must have been lying when he claimed to have feelings for her. Yet, she could not abide his disdainful demeanor. Therefore, she declared, "You desire a reward, do you? If you win, I shall grant you a kiss. But should you lose, you will be obliged to follow my lead." Tang Yan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. This young lady, who usually appeared dignified and graceful, seemed to have transformed entirely in this moment. Based on his understanding of Lin Dongxue, he realized that if he did not agree to her challenge today, she would likely pester him for the entire day. Given that the outskirts of the mountains were devoid of high-level spirit beasts, and he was keen to venture deeper, he nodded in agreement. "As you wish. You shall set the rules." "Excellent." Upon hearing Tang Yan's agreement, Lin Dongxue became eager and prepared herself, exclaiming, "We shall limit this to half an hour. Whoever reaches the front first shall be declared the victor." "Very well." Tang Yan responded without objection. As soon as he consented, Lin Dongxue swiftly declared, "Begin." With that, her graceful figure twisted, and she dashed forward with her practiced footwork. Noticing this impetuous girl did not allow him a moment to prepare. Tang Yin could not help but shake his head, labeling her a reckless woman. Today, Lin Dongshue's attire accentuated her figure entirely, and as Tang Yin observed her alluring silhouette and her enticing curves from behind, his mind momentarily wandered. In that fleeting distraction, Lin Dongxue had already sprinted a considerable distance ahead. Truly, as the daughter of the city lord, the resources available to her surpassed those of ordinary families. Merely the footwork she exhibited was of a grade beyond the yellow tier. Sensing the aura emanating from Lin Dongxue, Tang Yin understood that her strength had indeed reached the profound tier. Regaining his focus, he harnessed his true energy and followed suit. Moments later, with all his might, he had closed the distance and positioned himself behind Lin Dongxue. Initially, Lin Dongxue had taken the lead and, after running headlong for a quarter of an hour without sensing any disturbance behind her, felt a surge of pride. Concerned that she might be running too quickly and losing Tang Yin, she gradually slowed her pace, turning her head to check if he had kept up, muttering, "You silly fool, this footwork was personally selected for me by my father. There is no better technique in Cloud City. If you wish to catch up, perhaps in your next life, let me see how far you've come. Are you looking for me?" A voice resonated from the other side, startling Lin Dongxue, who was caught unawares. A sharp cry pierced the air, causing Tang Yin to feel as though his eardrums might shatter. What an obnoxious noise! He grumbled in dissatisfaction. How could you run so fast? Lin Dongxue turned her head in disbelief, only to find Tang Yin keeping pace with her. "I've been right behind you for ages. How did you just notice?" Tang Yin replied, somewhat exasperated. "How could I not sense your presence?" Lin Dongxue was increasingly astonished, realizing that this fellow had been following her all along. Chapter 78. Unparalleled instruction. You must be foolish. Tang Yan's shadow step technique rendered his movements ghostly and elusive. With their strengths being relatively equal, it was exceedingly difficult to detect Tang Yan's aura. Lin Dongxue felt a surge of frustration at being belittled once more, responding defiantly, "Humph. We still have half an hour left. Let us keep going." With that, she accelerated again, darting forward like a shooting star. Concerned that Tang Yin might lag behind, she had not exerted her full strength previously. Observing Lin Dongshue's newfound speed, Tang Yin felt a flicker of surprise. Her technique was remarkably intricate, and he believed it would add considerable flair to the upcoming tournament in the eastern region. As Lin Dongxue sprinted with all her might, the distance between them widened once more. However, Tang Yin did not wish to be outdone, and he quickened his pace to close the gap once again. As time ticked away, nearing the half-hour mark, a smile crept onto Tang Yan's lips. "Miss Lin, do remember your earlier promise." The moment the words floated past his ears, she caught sight of a figure darting past her like a wraith, surging ahead of her. No matter how hard she tried to catch up, Tang Yin remained a mere 5 meters ahead, a distance that seemed insurmountable. "Humph." Realizing her defeat, Lin Dongxue halted, standing still while gasping for breath. "Have you conceded?" Tang Yin also paused, turning back with a smile. Upon seeing the playful expression on Tang Yan's face, Lin Dongxue was instantly reminded of the wager made before the competition. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier promise. She wished she could disappear into the ground, cursing her own impulsiveness. Of course, Lin Dongxue had never anticipated that Tang Yin would possess such extraordinary speed. "So what if I lose?" Lin Dongxue feigned ferocity. "I recall someone mentioning the consequences of a loss," Tang Yin inquired, feigning forgetfulness. "Go to hell." Lin Dongxue's cheeks burned as she huffed, ignoring Tang Yin and striding forward. As the daughter of the city lord, surely she would not be untrustworthy? "I remember the city lord's residence is known for its unwavering word." Tang Yin continued to stir the pot from behind. In truth, he had no genuine desire for Lin Dongxue to fulfill that promise. He was simply bored from their journey, having encountered not a single second-tier spirit beast, and couldn't resist teasing her. Suddenly, the slender figure ahead came to a stop, and a beautiful face came into view, followed closely by 2 soft lips. Tang Yin felt a dizzying sensation, as if his mind had gone blank. This was his first kiss. Snatched away by a woman? "You owe me." Lin Dongxue shot back fiercely before turning and continuing on her way. Tang Yin was momentarily lost in thought. Having lived 2 lives, he considered himself a genuine young man. Such a scene was entirely unfamiliar to him. His emotions surged, and he followed closely behind Lin Dongxue. Both of them silent, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, an unexpected crimson figure lunged toward them. Tang Yin quickly regained his composure, glanced at Lin Dongxue, who was still dazed, and silently sighed before rushing forward with a punch. Fortunately, it was merely a second-tier spirit beast, and Tang Yin managed to intercept it just in time, causing Lin Dongxue to break into a cold sweat. Had Tang Yin been a bit farther away and she remained distracted, the situation could have turned perilous. Before them stood a second-tier red-striped tiger, experienced from battles. Tang Yin was unfazed. After repelling the tiger with a single blow, he stepped back and softly encouraged, "You can take your turn now. This is a great opportunity for practice, which will surely enhance your performance in the upcoming competition." Lin Dongxue, eager for a chance to break the tension, nodded in agreement and leaped forward. Though Lin Dongxue had a solid foundation in basic skills, combat differed from martial techniques. While martial arts focused on specific moves, combat required the dissection of techniques, ensuring that each attack utilized the most suitable approach. Lin Dongxue's lack of experience in actual combat led her to employ many unnecessary maneuvers, missing numerous opportunities to overcome the red-striped tiger. As she faced the tiger's onslaught, she found herself somewhat flustered, unaccustomed to such life-and-death struggles. Fortunately, Lin Dongxue had reached the pinnacle of the first rank in the profound realm, granting her a natural advantage against second-tier spirit beasts. Tang Yin refrained from offering assistance. By the time Lin Dongxue unleashed a powerful punch that sent the red-striped tiger flying, half an hour had already elapsed. The prolonged battle had left Lin Dongxue with some bruises. "Too slow," Tang Yin remarked coldly. Lin Dongxue had anticipated praise or at least a word of acknowledgement for her efforts, but instead, Tang Yin chose to mock her after she defeated the red-striped tiger. "Why don't you step up then?" Lin Dongxue's inner strength finally erupted. The red-striped tiger's initial attack was a pounce directed at her. Her footwork was swift, and she held the advantage in strength. All she needed to do was swiftly slide beneath its belly to launch her attack. The belly of a spirit beast is its vital point. With a single strike, she could inflict considerable damage. Yet, she opted to confront it head-on. Though spirit beasts possess innate divine strength, her advantage in power meant that her first strike should have put her in the lead. At that moment, she should have executed a close-range attack. The red-striped tiger was already fatigued. If she continued her assault, it would struggle to unleash its full might, while she, possessing greater strength, could easily subdue it within 3 moves. The third attack from the red-striped tiger involved it turning its head to bite her. She chose to retreat, but the distance was merely the length of her leg. A swift kick to its jaw could have dealt damage, yet she overlooked this opportunity. The fourth attack saw it rise on its hind legs, attempting to swipe at her head with its forepaws. At this juncture, she ought not to have engaged it head-on any longer. The formidable low-tier spirit beast, when standing, presents its flanks and rear as vulnerable spots for attack. By skillfully maneuvering around it with agile footwork, one can inflict significant damage upon it. The 5th time, the 6th time, the 56th time. Ultimately, your victory was solely due to your advancement into the profound realm, relying merely on brute strength. Tang Yin, resembling a stern mentor, meticulously pointed out the issues that arose during Lin Dongxue's battles. Initially harboring considerable dissatisfaction towards Tang Yin, Lin Dongxue was now completely astonished. This seemingly innocuous individual possessed an astonishing mastery over combat techniques, reaching an almost transcendental level. Reflecting on Tang Yin's every word, Lin Dongxue was astounded to realize that, had he employed Tang Yin's strategies, he could have effortlessly dispatched the red-striped tiger within mere moments. Previously disinterested in combat, Lin Dongxue suddenly felt a burgeoning desire to find another spirit beast to practice against. Chapter 79. Breaking the concept. "Thank you," Lin Dongxue expressed earnestly. "Not at all. Just practice more," Tang Yin replied. "And the most crucial point is to show no mercy towards your enemies." Tang Yin smiled warmly, and Lin Dongxue, momentarily lost in thought, could not resist asking curiously, "Were those fighting techniques you mentioned earlier taught to you by your master?" "Indeed," Tang Yin nodded. "Your master is truly remarkable," Lin Dongxue exclaimed, shaking off his earlier despondency and exuding newfound vigor. "Once I recover, I will seek out more spirit beasts to hone my skills. There's no need to rest any longer." Tang Yin extracted 2 porcelain vials from within his garments and handed them over. "This is a high-grade elixir that can swiftly restore your stamina. Simply swallow it and take a brief respite." Upon receiving the casually tossed vials, Lin Dongxue assumed they were merely ordinary first-grade potions, especially since each vial contained a considerable quantity, leading her to believe they were not particularly precious. However, upon consuming the elixir, a wave of remarkably pure spiritual energy surged within her. The medicinal effects were potent yet gentle, overwhelming yet soothing, rapidly revitalizing her strength in a manner that was almost paradoxical. "Is this a second-grade advanced elixir?" Lin Dongxue inquired, astonished. In her recollection, ordinary potions did not possess such remarkable efficacy. "More or less," Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. Are you truly willing to squander a second-grade elixir just to save a little time? Lin Doxue's eyes widened further in disbelief. Hurry and consume it. The Eastern Domain Grand Competition is imminent, and time is of the essence, Tang Yin urged. Lin Doxue felt as though she were losing her mind. As the esteemed daughter of the city lord's mansion, she had never experienced such treatment. Being offered a second-grade elixir for stamina restoration, the magnitude of Tang Yin's generosity was overwhelming. He had casually tossed over 2 vials, and upon closer inspection, she counted a staggering 30 pellets. This was no mere cabbage from the roadside. Are all of these truly for me? Lin Doxue still found it hard to believe. Yes. Accept them without fear of waste. Once we exit Sungyun Mountain, they will be of no use. You will handle the second-grade spirit beasts as much as possible. Should there be an overwhelming number, I will assist you. If we encounter third-grade spirit beasts, I shall take the lead. If we cannot defeat them, I will cover your escape. Tang Yin promptly assigned the tasks. Understood. As of now, Lin Doxue still feels as though she is ensconced in a dream. While it is difficult to find third-tier spirit beasts on Sungyun Mountain, there is no shortage of second-tier ones. Over the next 3 days, under Tang Yan's guidance, Lin Doxue's combat skills gradually improved. Initially, rigid techniques began to meld into a cohesive form. Both of them moved with remarkable speed, and after 3 days, they ventured into the territory frequented by third-tier spirit beasts. Following 3 days of fierce encounters, Lin Doxue no longer harbored the initial trepidation towards third-tier spirit beasts. Instead, a sense of anticipation had begun to blossom within her. It wasn't long before they were rewarded for their perseverance. After delving deeper into the mountains, a resounding roar echoed through the valley. Almost immediately, a shadow as swift as the wind raced towards them. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the spirit beast before him, sensing a flicker of danger. His previous training on Sungyun Mountain 2 months prior had made him acutely aware that these solitary spirit beasts dwelling deep within the mountains often possessed terrifying strength. Flying rhinoceros! Lin Doxue exclaimed softly as she recognized the creature. Tang Yin scrutinized the spirit beast before him. It measured about 1.5 meters in length and stood merely half a meter tall. Significantly smaller compared to some of the larger spirit beasts they had encountered earlier. Its body was clad in a thick, gray hide, reminiscent of a rhinoceros, with a mouth that revealed 2 rows of sharp tusks. A pair of elongated eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and a prominent, sharp horn nearly half a meter long on its forehead shimmered with a chilling glow, making it particularly conspicuous. Tang Yin had heard of the flying rhinoceros. Among third-tier spirit beasts, it is considered a highly advanced species. Claws, teeth, and the sharp horns on its forehead are all formidable weapons of assault. Any injury inflicted by it in battle is typically a grievous wound that proves difficult to heal. Despite its relatively modest size, its remarkable speed has led people to bestow upon it the moniker of the flying rhinoceros. Unconsciously positioning himself in front of Lin Doxue to shield her, Tang Yin softly instructed, "Step back a bit and observe how I engage in combat." Over the past 3 days, most of the encounters had been with second-tier spirit beasts. And perhaps due to sheer luck, he had never faced more than 2 at a time. Thus, Tang Yin had not needed to take action. Upon hearing Tang Yin was about to strike, a flicker of curiosity crossed Lin Doxue's eyes. Be cautious. The flying rhinoceros, as a member of the rhinoceros spirit beasts, possesses immense strength and remarkable speed, making it quite formidable, she cautioned. Nodding slightly, Tang Yin focused intently on the flying rhinoceros, which was now less than 4 meters away. The creature regarded him with a hint of disdain, sensing the weakness of the human before it. However, its gaze toward Lin Doxue grew slightly more serious. With a thunderous crash, the flying rhinoceros, though not large, bore a weighty presence as it charged headlong at Tang Yin. The 4-meter distance evaporated in an instant. Lin Doxue clenched her fists in apprehension. With such velocity and force, evading the beast seemed a daunting task. Would Tang Yin manage to escape unscathed? Tang Yan's eyes narrowed as he leaped high into the air, executing a swift kick toward the back of the flying rhinoceros, all under Lin Doxue's astonished gaze. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes shimmered with admiration, astonishment, and respect. Not only had he evaded the charge, but he had also counterattacked the flying rhinoceros. In midair, Tang Yin executed a spinning kick, his foot landing squarely on the back of the flying rhinoceros. The creature's reaction speed surpassed all common understanding. What was once a ferocious charge from the spiritual rhinoceros abruptly halted, its back arching as if it intended to withstand Tang Yan's kick with its own strength. Bang! Tang Yin felt as though he had struck a steel plate, his foot tingling from the impact. Utilizing the recoil, he deftly flipped backward. Meanwhile, the spiritual rhinoceros let out a pained cry, utterly astonished by the sudden display of overwhelming power from a being that had moments ago shown no signs of energy fluctuation. A first tier of the Xian rank. Upon sensing the prowess Tang Yin exhibited, Lin Dongxue was taken aback, pondering just how much strength this individual had concealed from those around him. Had she not been accompanying Tang Yin, she might have believed him to possess only the strength of a 9th-tier Huang rank. Roar! Before Tang Yin could touch the ground, the enraged flying rhinoceros surged towards him once more. Bang, bang, bang. While the flying rhinoceros was swift, its speed paled in comparison to Tang Yin, who had mastered the heart of combat. Tang Yin had a keen insight into the weaknesses of his opponent's attacks. With each strike, he swiftly identified vulnerabilities and launched his counterattacks. The rapidity of Tang Yin's moves was astonishing. In mere moments, he gained the upper hand through an unbroken barrage of assaults. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Dongxue's palms were already slick with perspiration. With every offensive maneuver from the flying rhinoceros, she felt an urge to gasp in astonishment. She conceded that had she been in Tang Yan's position, fleeing would have been her only course of action against such an onslaught. Yet, what left Lin Dongxue even more mesmerized and exhilarated was the fluidity of Tang Yan's movements. The man does not merely evade the ferocious attacks of the flying rhinoceros. Instead, he persistently retaliates. Each strike from the beast narrowly grazes Tang Yan's vital points, while Tang Yan seamlessly follows up with relentless attacks after every offensive maneuver. The fluidity of his combat movements evokes in Lin Dongxue a sense akin to appreciating art. She realizes that evasion can be executed with such elegant lateral movements. She discovers that if the force of a punch has not entirely dissipated, one can launch a second assault with an elbow. Rolling on the ground serves not solely as a means of dodging, but can also deliver a powerful kick to inflict damage upon the adversary. It dawns on her that the offensive techniques she has honed over the past 2 decades pale in comparison to what Tang Yin has imparted to her in just a few days. The ever-changing combat skills and the seamless integration of martial techniques and basic maneuvers unleash an astonishing potency. All of this shatters her previously steadfast belief in the supremacy of martial arts. Chapter 80. You are swift, having failed to vanquish Tang Yin after a considerable duration. The irritation in the eyes of the flying rhinoceros intensifies, and it charges at Tang Yin once more, panting heavily. Tang Yin, however, chooses not to retreat, swiftly executing 5 steps in a circular motion. Bang, 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 bang. The 1,000-mountain fist resonates in the air with 5 powerful strikes. At that moment, the flying rhinoceros also arrives at the scene. Tang Yin appears to have anticipated the angle of the beast's assault, and without hesitation, he executes a swift spin. The sharp horn of the rhinoceros grazes his left arm, while Tang Yan's 6th punch from the 1,000-mountain fist is unleashed with unwavering force. His fist, propelled by a fierce gale, lands heavily against the side of the rhinoceros's horn. Crack! The combat prowess of the first level of the Xian rank erupted with full force. Even though the flying rhinoceros possessed immense strength at that moment, its momentum was deflected to the left, revealing a gaping opening on its right side. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed as he took a decisive step forward, swiftly lifting his right foot and delivering a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen along its right flank. With a resounding thud, Tang Yin unleashed his full strength upon the relatively soft underbelly of the beast, which, despite its formidable defenses, became completely numb and unable to muster any resistance. Seizing the opportunity with relentless ferocity, Tang Yin unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the flying rhinoceros's vital points. Soon, the beast coughed up blood and slumped over, unconscious. Upon witnessing the creature's defeat, Tang Yin retrieved a dagger from his pocket and skillfully extracted the beast's core. Just as he was about to converse with Lin Dongxue, he turned around to find her staring at him in utter shock. What's wrong? Are you stunned? The flying rhinoceros has been dealt with. Tang Yin waved his hand in front of the dazed Lin Dongxue. And no, you were so fast. Truly impressive, Lin Dongxue exclaimed, recovering from her astonishment. Fast am I? A wicked thought crossed Tang Yan's mind as he observed Lin Dongxue's innocent expression. It's been a while, he quickly corrected himself, jokingly asserting his self-assurance despite still being a young boy. No, you are just incredibly quick. Lin Dongxue, lacking Tang Yan's myriad of thoughts, could only marvel at how he had effortlessly dispatched a 3rd-tier spirit beast in a mere quarter of an hour. She felt that words failed to adequately convey her emotions. Their differing perspectives rendered Lin Dongxue unable to comprehend the wicked thoughts lurking within Tang Yan's mind. In the future, one may commend my prowess, but must not claim that I am swift, Tang Yin earnestly instructed. Why? Lin Dongxue inquired with curiosity. Just remember that, he replied, hastily diverting the conversation. All right, let us take a moment to rest before we resume our journey. Lin Dongxue was about to press further when suddenly, a jolt of danger surged through Tang Yan's mind, prompting him to urgently warn, someone is approaching. As an alchemist, Tang Yan possessed an acute sensitivity to his surroundings. Even when a lethal intent was skillfully concealed, it could not escape his perceptive senses. Swiftly turning his head, he beheld a cloaked figure in black advancing towards their location. Following Tang Yan's alert, Lin Dongxue also turned to face the approaching stranger. Tang Yan, unwilling to take any chances, bent his knees in readiness for battle. This black-clad individual exuded an overwhelming pressure. You go ahead, Tang Yan whispered forcefully. You go ahead, Lin Dongxue retorted, standing resolutely beside him. Tang Yan's nostrils flared in frustration. Why was she being so obstinate at such a moment? We are not going anywhere. We stand our ground. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly, his voice dry and raspy. May I inquire as to your identity? What grudge do we hold against one another? Tang Yan questioned, perplexed. No grudge, no enmity. I simply desire to take a life. The figure replied, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, lunging directly at Tang Yan with a powerful strike. A profound level, at least 5th rank. Tang Yan's pupils contracted, his body bristling with tension. Drenched in sweat, he unleashed the shadow step, retreating swiftly to a diagonal position. In the face of such undeniable strength, Tang Yan understood that even with mastery over the heart of combat, he could not withstand a direct confrontation. I am Lin Dongxue, daughter of Lin Xiao, the city lord of Yunqing. Should any misfortune befall me, my father will undoubtedly seek retribution. It would be prudent for you to depart forthwith. And I shall consider this day's events as if they never transpired, Lin Dongxue declared. The assailant, momentarily taken aback by Tang Yan's evasion of his initial assault, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Dongxue. He then retorted with a sardonic chuckle that Sangyan Mountains are rife with wild beasts. Once you are deceased, not even your bones shall remain, leaving no trace of your fate. Furthermore, who would dare accuse me of such a deed? And you, damsel, though fair of face, shall meet a grim end at my hands. With a piercing laugh, the assailant lunged towards Lin Dongxue. Make haste, Tang Yan exclaimed, rushing towards the assailant without hesitation. Upon seeing Tang Yan's advance, a flicker of animosity crossed the assailant's eyes. Abandoning his pursuit of Lin Dongxue, he redirected his attack towards Tang Yan. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed, sensing the assailant's palpable intent to eliminate him. Despite the evident malice, the assailant employed only rudimentary techniques, seemingly reluctant to reveal his true capabilities. Nonetheless, the force of a 5th-grade Xian cultivator remained insurmountable. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, Tang Yan was seized by a sudden, audacious impulse. Bang, 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 bang. Time was of the essence, and Tang Yan managed to unleash only the 4th strike of the Thousand Mountains fist. The power emanating from Tang Yan's fist elicited a trace of surprise in the assailant's eyes. To think that a mere 1st-grade Xian cultivator could unleash the force of a 2nd-grade. Alas, even if you were a prodigy, your tale shall soon conclude. With a glint of anticipation, the assailant met Tang Yan's attack with both palms. Tang Yan's vortex dantian spun rapidly, surging spiritual energy converging towards his fist. Suddenly, a ghostly blue flame burst forth, enveloping Tang Yan's fist in an ethereal blue glow. The black-clad figure abruptly halted, his gaze apprehensively fixed upon the azure flames. What manner of force is this young man unleashing? Despite possessing a 5th-tier strength, he felt an overwhelming threat emanating from that ghostly blue fire. Not daring to confront its brilliance, the black-clad figure swiftly sidestepped. Yet, in close combat, Tang Yan excelled, sensing the fear of his adversary towards the heavenly creation fire. He felt a surge of exhilaration. With agility, he closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch. Winter Snow, flee quickly, Tang Yan commanded, realizing that he could only use the heavenly creation fire to buy time for Lin Dongxue's escape. Seeing Tang Yan dare to strike at him, a flicker of rage flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as he retaliated with a fierce palm strike. Tang Yan's eyes gleamed with a mix of anticipation and madness. In this critical moment, he had conceived of merging the heavenly creation fire with his techniques. He was eager to discover the formidable power that the Qinshan fist, enhanced by the heavenly creation fire, could unleash. Bang! The fierce collision of fist and palm reverberated through the air. The ghostly blue flames were instantly dispersed by the black-clad man's strike. Tang Yan staggered back a step, gazing at the immovable figure before him. Inwardly lamenting the opponent's overwhelming strength, he was utterly outmatched. The heavenly creation fire demanded an immense expenditure of true energy, and Tang Yan was uncertain how long he could endure. Casting a glance at Lin Dongxue, still standing in place, he bellowed, "Run now. No one shall leave." The figure clad in black emitted a sharp, sinister laugh. Previously wary of Tang Yan's heavenly creation fire, He now realized that the flames posed no threat to him, and thus he felt utterly at ease. He lunged forward once more, aiming to pounce upon Tang Yin. To have infiltrated Songyan Mountain and attempted to kill me. You must be a member of the Liu family, Tang Yin suddenly declared, causing a pang of anxiety to grip the heart of the cloaked assailant. The fleeting flicker of fear in the black-clad man's eyes did not escape Tang Yan's keen observation. You wish to uncover my secrets? As long as I remain silent. No amount of pondering will unravel them, the black-clad man retorted, as the gust of his palm strike approached Tang Yin. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin felt his dantian whirl with unparalleled speed, his true energy transforming continuously into the heavenly creation fire. He met the oncoming palm strike with his thousand-mountain fist. Your reluctance to employ martial techniques and reliance on mere brute force indicates your desire to conceal your origins from us. The only reason for such trepidation is that we are acquainted. When you previously attacked Lin Dongxue, the hesitation and dread in your eyes revealed your awareness of her identity. Knowing us and our whereabouts, aside from the city lord, the only one capable of informing you is Lu Ji. It appears Lu Ji has betrayed our location to you, and with your strength at the 5th rank of the profound realm, Lu Eryi, you possess quite the audacity to dare attempt to assassinate the city lord's daughter. As he spoke, Tang Yin exchanged several blows with the black-clad man. Ultimately, the disparity in their strengths became apparent, and Tang Yin felt the turmoil of blood and energy within his organs. A faint trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing Tang Yin's deductions, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as he tore away his mask, revealing his true identity. Lu Jing. Upon witnessing the visage of this individual, Lin Dongxue gasped in astonishment. Initially intent on eliminating Tang Yin, she now resolved to render him unconscious instead. However, given that he had discerned her identity, she acknowledged that he was now doomed. Do not blame my ruthlessness. If there is to be blame, let it fall upon Tang Yin for exposing my true self. Lu Jing's voice regained its composure, and his aura shifted, unleashing a more formidable assault towards Tang Yin. I will intercept him. You must flee, Tang Yin urged, his eyes aflame with desperation as he beheld Lin Dongxue standing there, seemingly frozen. Lin Dongxue's heart quivered violently. Deep down, she recognized Tang Yin's swiftness, which could have easily allowed him to abandon her and escape. Yet he chose not to. A warmth surged in her eyes, and amidst the tumult of emotions and her unwillingness to yield, she felt a sudden heat in her dantian. It was as if a barrier had been shattered, allowing a more potent flow of true energy to circulate within her. She had ascended to the 2nd rank of the Xian stage, with joy igniting in her heart. Lin Dongxue, empowered by her newfound strength, cried out as she charged onto the battlefield. If we are to flee, let us flee together. If we are to fight, let us fight together. At that moment, Tang Yin was beset by frustration, feeling as though he might vomit blood. My dear aunt, why must you put on such bravado at this juncture? If you escape, I might seize the opportunity to flee as well. Lu Jing, who had been preoccupied with Tang Yin, momentarily relieved to see Lin Dongxue return to the fray, felt a flicker of joy at her presence. Tang Yin sensed the true energy within him draining rapidly, akin to a deluge. Seizing the moment as Lin Dongxue charged forth, he hastily uncorked a porcelain vial and swallowed the pills within. Curse it all. Since death is inevitable, I shall face it head-on. The essence refining pill, the high spirit pill, the chi recovery pill. Any elixir beneficial for the cultivation of the human body was swiftly consumed by Tang Yin, who downed several vials in an instant. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy burgeoned within him, rapidly erupting like a volcano, rushing outward from his dantian. As he perceived the violent spiritual energy within him boiling forth, Tang Yin felt a pang of despair. Damn it, I overindulged right from the start. His dantian and meridians could hardly endure such a force. Yet, Tang Yin did not relinquish his will to survive. A true man may die gloriously in battle, but would never passively await his demise. The swirling dantian spun rapidly, attempting to regulate the burgeoning spiritual energy's pace. Lu Jing and Lin Dongxue remained vigilant. Observing as Tang Yin's skin turned a fiery crimson and small blisters surged across his body, Lu Jing ceased his assault, pointing at Tang Yin and laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the foremost scion of Yunqing, even his methods of self-destruction are unparalleled. While others choose poison for suicide, young Master Tang boldly opts for devouring elixirs. To be honest, in all his years, Second Master had never witnessed anyone perish from overeating elixirs. Today, young Master Tang has truly broadened my horizons. Hearing Lu Jing's mockery, Lin Dongxue's eyes filled with concern, her delicate fists clenched tightly. This fellow usually appeared quite astute. How could he act so foolishly now? Tang Yin felt a deep frustration. Despite his earnest efforts to suppress the spiritual energy, the sheer quantity contained within the elixirs was overwhelming. His body inflated at a visibly alarming rate, and if he could not devise a solution soon, he knew his fate would be to burst apart. A ninth-tier alchemist, meeting his end from consuming too many elixirs. If word of this reached the martial world of his past life, he would surely become a subject of ridicule. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Tang Yin, causing his consciousness to gradually blur. The only sounds reaching his ears were the chilling mockery of Lu Jing. As his thoughts began to scatter, memories of his past life flooded in. Reflections on the splendid civilization of Huaxia, the creation of the world by Pangu, Inhua mending the heavens, and the efforts of Daiyu in controlling the floods. Daiyu's efforts in managing the waters? As Tang Yan's awareness faded further, a glimmer of insight appeared, restoring a fragment of clarity in his mind. What was he truly seeking? Rather than blocking, it is better to release. Boom. Just as Tang Yan was on the brink of losing consciousness, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, revealing the answer he desperately sought. By biting down on his tongue to regain a sliver of lucidity, a wild determination ignited in his eyes. He ceased his attempts to control the surge of spiritual energy and stood firm, his crimson gaze locked onto the sneering Lu Jing. If he could not contain the spiritual energy, then he would strive to unleash it. As long as the speed of his release surpassed that of the medicinal pill's catalysis, there remained a glimmer of hope. Tang Yin was uncertain if this method would succeed, yet he had no path of retreat. Lu Jing, initially relaxed, felt a sudden tremor in his heart upon witnessing the madness in Tang Yan's eyes. What did this kid intend to do? Before Lu Jing could ponder further, Tang Yan's actions swiftly provided the answer. The aura surrounding Tang Yin swelled exponentially as he charged towards Lu Jing with the grace of the shadow step. The spiritual energy within him surged like a mountain, leaving no room for him to contemplate exhaustion. His right hand traced intricate arcs in the air, enveloped by the ethereal blue flames of creation. The surrounding air became suffocatingly oppressive, as if drained of life itself. Yin Bao Palm. Tang Yin let out a deep roar, his formidable aura soaring into the heavens. With the force of a great mountain, he thrust his hand forward with unparalleled dominance. Chapter 82, Slaying Lu Jing. This strike appeared to move slowly, yet its momentum was grand, effortlessly crushing all in its path. It seemed that any obstruction ahead would meet with inevitable annihilation. Just moments ago, Tang Yin would never have dared to employ the flame burst palm. The prerequisites for this technique were of the profound tier, demanding an immense expenditure of spiritual energy, even exceeding that of the celestial creation fire. 2 consecutive punches would leave him utterly spent. However, the situation had now changed. Lu Jing's face betrayed a deep unease. He could perceive the oppressive force emanating from Tang Yan's technique. This power seemed to be at least of the high tier in the profound realm. Lu Jing was perplexed, pondering what extraordinary fortune Tang Yin had encountered to so liberally unleash such martial prowess. Whether employing the flame burst palm or the celestial creation fire, neither could genuinely contend with Lu Jing. Yet, the terrifying aura that arose from their combination made Lu Jing question whether Tang Yan's strength had reached a level capable of rivaling his own. Unwilling to accept defeat, Lu Jing inhaled deeply, unleashing his own power at the 5th tier of the profound realm. With a single step, he charged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, delivering a thunderous punch towards Tang Yin. Bang! A violent blast of air erupted, sending sand and stones flying in all directions. Both Tang Yin and Lu Jing staggered back a step. Meanwhile, Lin Dongxue, who was observing the battle, wore an expression of astonishment. Initially worried that Tang Yin might suffer a catastrophic defeat, she was taken aback to witness him unleash such a dominating blow, even amidst his own turmoil. Astonishingly, Lu Jing at the 5th tier of the profound realm had gained not an ounce of advantage against Tang Yin. Lu Jing was both astonished and terrified, his eyes brimming with disbelief. This fellow, possessing merely the strength of a first-grade Xian-level warrior, actually managed to withstand his punch without revealing any sign of defeat? Before Lu Jing could catch his breath, Tang Yan's flame explosion palm surged towards him once more. At this moment, Tang Yin had abandoned any pretense of martial finesse. If finesse was required, the flame explosion palm inherently embodied supreme technique. If power was sought, the flame explosion palm exuded overwhelming might. If devastation was desired, the heavenly creation fire possessed absolute destructive capacity. In essence, it was all about extreme output. Once again, a single palm was thrust forth by Tang Yin, echoing the same domineering aura as before. Having already experienced the brunt of Tang Yan's technique, Lu Jing felt an acute headache. Nevertheless, Lu Jing remained unconvinced that Tang Yin could genuinely contend with him, and he unleashed another punch. Boom. The two techniques clashed, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. After a relentless exchange of two strikes, Tang Yin sensed a slight alleviation in his almost bursting dantian, just as he intended to catch his breath. A wave of pressure surged upon him. Tang Yin, unwilling to relent, promptly executed the flame explosion palm once again. Boom. Lu Jing advanced once more. Tang Yin resembled an unflagging machine, delivering palm strike after palm strike. Each assault retained the same ferocity and sharpness as the initial one, rendering evasion utterly futile. After more than 30 relentless exchanges, Tang Yin still exhibited formidable vigor, yet Lu Jing had succumbed to profound fatigue. Although Lu Jing held the esteemed title of the second master of the Lu family, the elixirs he typically employed were no match for those of Tang Yin. The potions he usually obtained had all been consumed for training purposes. He wished he could be extravagant like Tang Yin, carelessly producing elixirs to devour without concern for cost. Alas, he could not. Moreover, he himself possessed the strength of a fifth-tier practitioner, and he had believed that merely encountering the two would allow him to effortlessly eliminate Tang Yin, never considering the possibility of a counterattack. Bang! Once more, a devastating palm strike reverberated through the air. Thud! This time, Tang Yin remained stationary, while Lu Jing took a step back. This retreat signified that Lu Jing had officially fallen into a disadvantageous position. Bang! Thud! Following yet another collision, Lu Jing was forced to retreat 2 additional steps. Tang Yin, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. Finally, after delivering his 58th palm strike, Lu Jing could no longer withstand the onslaught and was sent flying by Tang Yin. The shadow step was swiftly executed, and the heart of combat surged into action without a moment's hesitation, as Tang Yin seamlessly transitioned into another fiery explosion palm. Simple and direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishment. With his vital energy already dispersed, Lu Jing had lost all capacity for retaliation. Do not kill me. Fear and resentment flickered intensely in Lu Jing's eyes. How could it be that a dignified 5th-tier practitioner was vanquished by this mere junior, Tang Yin? Not only will I end your life, but I shall spare none from the Lu family. Tang Yan's icy voice resonated, for this was not the first time the Lu family had conspired to eliminate him. In response to their incessant provocations, Tang Yin had resolved to eradicate the Lu family once and for all. Thud! With this palm strike, Tang Yin struck directly at Lu Jing's heart. After being launched into the air, Lu Jing fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unfulfilled rage as he pointed at Tang Yin, wishing to speak. But he was afforded no further opportunity. Witnessing Tang Yin's lethal blow to Lu Jing, Lin Dongxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. As if she had survived a catastrophe, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as they rested upon Tang Yin. What secrets lay hidden within this young man? The enigmatic footwork, the devastating palm techniques, and the mysterious azure hue. These are resources unattainable in Cloud City. Under the vigorous and unrestrained combat style of Tang Yin, the state of imminent explosion within him considerably eased. Sensing the continuous flow of spiritual energy emanating from his dantian, Tang Yin prepared to unleash his pent-up energy on a spirit beast. At that moment, the previously dormant heavenly transformation cauldron began to tremble violently, absorbing the colossal spiritual energy in an instant. Infuriated, Tang Yin contemplated smashing the cauldron. When he was on the brink of self-destruction, it remained utterly silent. Yet now that the danger had passed, it greedily consumed the excess spiritual energy? How dare it aspire to be a cauldron? Suddenly, a life-affirming aura overflowed from the cauldron, coursing through his dantian and meridians. As this vibrant energy flowed, the severe damage inflicted upon his dantian and meridians by the surging spiritual energy began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. An exceedingly familiar presence also emerged from within his dantian. The previously frustrated Tang Yin felt an overwhelming joy at that instant. Such a magnificent cauldron. Truly a treasure beyond compare in the realm of the inner rivers. Protect me. I shall meditate for a while. Tang Yin sought a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was on the verge of another breakthrough. Not in haste to advance, he chose to wait for the life-giving energy to fully restore his dantian and meridians before he focused his mind, held his breath, and began to meditate. During the battle, the atmosphere had been so tense that Tang Yin had only been concerned with releasing spiritual energy, neglecting the toll it had taken on his dantian and meridians. At this moment, Tang Yin was astonished to discover that his meridians had, remarkably, expanded to twice their previous size. Furthermore, The qi within his dantian had significantly increased. This incident could be considered a blessing in disguise, as the tumult of qi had provided an intense trial for both his dantian and meridians. Although the gains were substantial and he had transformed danger into opportunity, surviving this ordeal was undoubtedly a matter of great fortune. The qi had reached a critical point. Any delay in the output of his energy, even by a fraction of a moment, would have resulted in an explosion. Such perilous circumstances were not something Tang Yin wished to encounter again. The true energy swiftly circulated within his dantian, gathering momentum. When the qi accumulated to a threshold, it surged over an obstacle seamlessly. He had ascended to the second rank of the Xian tier. However, the process was not entirely concluded. Tang Yan's aura surged once more. Chapter 83. You really know how to act. Lin Dongxue observed Tang Yin from the side, his strikingly handsome visage rendering her momentarily entranced. She silently lamented her former shallowness, having been swayed by rumors and keeping her distance from the renowned scion of the Tang family. Had she acquainted herself with Tang Yin sooner, she would have undoubtedly recognized his uniqueness. Suddenly, a wave emanating from Tang Yin startled Lin Dongxue. Had he also experienced a breakthrough? After a brief moment of shock, she regained her composure, acknowledging that with Tang Yan's inherent strength and the numerous elixirs he had consumed, a fortuitous advancement was indeed to be expected. Yet, her expression soon morphed into one of astonishment. Just after his recent breakthrough, Tang Yin, having calmed for but a moment, was enveloped once again by a surge of energy. Following that, an overwhelming aura flickered and vanished. In the span of a single day, Tang Yin had astonishingly ascended 2 ranks. Lin Dongxue stared wide-eyed at Tang Yin, wondering if this fellow had transformed from the spirit beast of Tsungyun Mountain. When Tang Yin opened his eyes, he was greeted by Lin Dongxue's curious gaze. "What are you looking at?" Tang Yin inquired with intrigue. Startled from her reverie by Tang Yan's voice, Lin Dongxue clasped her chest and exclaimed, "You scared me. Couldn't you have said something when you woke up?" Tang Yin, utterly speechless, thought it absurd that she was blaming him when she had been the one staring. However, Lin Dongxue's concern lay elsewhere, as she excitedly asked, "Did you just break through?" Having practiced right under Lin Dongxue's nose, Tang Yin knew he could not hide anything from her keen eyes, so he nodded in acknowledgement. No, what I mean is, did you just ascend 2 ranks? Lin Dongxue pressed eagerly. Yes, Tang Yin affirmed with another nod. Is that so surprising? Upon hearing Tang Yin's nonchalant response, Lin Dongxue felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Ascending 2 ranks consecutively, what could possibly be surprising about that? Do you even realize? She declared through gritted teeth that in the entire listening fragrance kingdom, only exceptional geniuses can achieve consecutive breakthroughs of 2 ranks. Well, now I know, Tang Yin replied casually, as if 2 ranks were nothing out of the ordinary for him. Seeing Tang Yin's indifferent demeanor nearly drove Lin Dongxue to the brink of madness. She rambled on about how difficult it was to achieve consecutive breakthroughs, yet despite her efforts, Tang Yin remained annoyingly calm. Disheartened, Lin Dongxue decided to abandon the topic altogether. After the encounter with Lu Jing, the awkwardness resulting from Lin Dongxue's impulsive kiss with Tang Yin had vanished without a trace. In the following days, Lin Dongxue focused primarily on honing her combat skills. Having ascended to the 2nd tier of the mysterious realm, her combat prowess had significantly improved compared to before. Under Tang Yan's guidance, Lin Dongxue's progress was nothing short of remarkable. Following his battle with Lu Jing, Tang Yin had ingeniously fused the essence of the heavenly creation fire with martial techniques, igniting within him a profound interest in this innovative approach. Over the course of 6 days, he diligently refined the seamless integration of the heavenly creation fire with the spirit of combat. Countless times during this period, Lin Dongxue felt a surge of gratitude for her impulsive decision to accompany Tang Yin. It was undoubtedly a wise choice. The Tsungyun Mountain was teeming with spiritual beasts, and venturing deeper often led to encounters with 3rd-tier beasts. This mountain truly was a sanctuary for her cultivation. As Tang Yin and Lin Dongxue ascended another peak, a grand city came into view not far ahead. Lin Dongxue cast a glance at Tang Yin, feeling a twinge of disappointment, as if she were reluctant to leave so soon. Realizing the thoughts that had crossed her mind startled her, and her cheeks flushed a lovely shade of pink. Noticing that Tang Yin seemed oblivious to her change in demeanor, Lin Dongxue sighed in relief. According to the map, this was indeed Fong City. In 10 days' time, it would be the perfect moment to rendezvous with the city lord. Let us go, we're descending the mountain, Tang Yin called out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city gates. Fong City. Confirming the location, Tang Yin and Lin Dongxue stepped inside. Not long after entering the city, the surroundings became bustling with life. Truly, it is the foremost city of the Eastern Domain, far more vibrant than Cloud City, Tang Yin marveled. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt a sharp pain in his waist, turning to find Lin Dongxue glaring at him with fierce intensity. Realizing that his earlier remark could be interpreted as a veiled insinuation towards Lin Xiao, Tang Yin offered an awkward smile. This girl certainly had a strong grip. Rubbing the tender spot where she had pinched him, Tang Yin said, "Let us proceed to the designated location." They hailed a carriage and soon climbed inside. In a short while, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the heart of the city, where the vibrancy was even more pronounced. The most conspicuous establishment in this area was undoubtedly the Wanfeng building. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Tang Yan's attention was drawn to this towering structure. It was not only tall, but also expansive. While the surrounding buildings were predominantly 3 stories high, this one stood at 6, standing out like a crane among chickens. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come in. Are you here for a meal or accommodation?" As they entered, a cheerful innkeeper promptly approached them. "There are rooms already reserved. May I trouble you to check for me?" Tang Yin replied amiably. "Certainly. If you could kindly provide your esteemed names and the name of the individual who made the reservation, I shall be able to assist you," the innkeeper explained with enthusiasm. After Tang Yin provided their names, the innkeeper retrieved a ledger to check. Upon finding Tang Yan's room, a look of humility graced his face as he hurriedly said, "Please, follow me." Instead of leading them upstairs, the innkeeper opened a back door, guiding Tang Yin and Lin Dongxue inside. Upon entering, their vision expanded dramatically. A short distance ahead lay a vast lake, with a small river flowing into it, its destination unknown. The surrounding trees stand tall, and even though it is already early winter, the scenery within remains lush and vibrant, adorned with clusters of flowers. At intervals, there are secluded courtyards. Observing this tranquil locale, Tang Yin couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this is the most renowned tavern in Fangqing, and the ambience of this backyard is incomparable to that of an ordinary inn. "How much silver for a night's stay here?" Tang Yin inquired with curiosity. "Prices range from 100 to 1,000 taels, the innkeeper replied candidly. Tang Yin nodded slightly, realizing that this was indeed beyond the means of an average person. After walking along the bluestone path for a short while, the innkeeper remarked, "This is young Master Tang's courtyard, and that small courtyard belongs to Miss Lin and the valiant Lin. The one next to it is your companion, young Master Lu's." "Thank you." Tang Yin expressed his gratitude and sent the innkeeper on his way. "Let us go and meet my father," he suggested. Although Tang Yin initially intended to return and take a bath, he was abruptly pulled back by Lin Dongxue. After knocking on the courtyard door, Lin Xiao soon appeared. Upon seeing Tang Yin and Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he quietly exhaled in relief. "Greetings, my lord." Tang Yin stepped forward to pay his respects. "I apologize for causing you concern. All that matters is your safe return," Lin Xiao said with a smile, inviting the two into the courtyard. Inside, there was a table, and Lin Xiao poured them each a cup of tea, inquiring, "How was your journey to Cangyan Mountain? Have you made any progress in your abilities? Did you encounter any third-tier spirit beasts?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, Lin Dongxue, brimming with newfound knowledge, immediately perked up and, akin to a child seeking praise, exclaimed, "Of course I've encountered them. We've come across quite a number of third-tier spirit beasts." Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the teacup slightly, yet maintained his composure as he inquired, "Which third-tier spirit beasts have you encountered? Were there any injuries?" Lin Dongxue recounted in detail the spirit beasts they had encountered on their journey. "We faced the flying rhinoceros, the long-tailed lion, the leopard weasel, and the clear-flowing python, all of which we vanquished. Most of the others were second-tier spirit beasts." A flicker of intense astonishment flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Third-tier spirit beasts are formidable enough to contend with fourth grade, and even the average third-tier spirit beasts can rival those of the first or second grades. Could it be that these two managed to slay every third-tier spirit beast they encountered? Have you experienced any growth in your own strength? Lin Xiao regarded Lin Dongxue with a paternal fondness. "Well, we can find out." Lin Dongxue, undeterred by Tang Yan's presence, eagerly leaped into the center of the courtyard. "All right, let us give it a try." Lin Xiao reciprocated without hesitation, springing to face Lin Dongxue. "You may only utilize second-grade strength," he cautioned. With a spirited shout, Lin Dongxue unleashed her energy and swiftly charged towards Lin Xiao. Second grade. Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Based on his estimations, it would take his daughter at least a month and a half to break through to second grade, yet her advancement was occurring far sooner than he had anticipated. Despite Lin Dongxue's rise in power, Lin Xiao was not overly astonished. His daughter's exceptional talent made such a breakthrough entirely plausible. As he observed Lin Dongxue charging toward him, he remained unfazed. "Oh, When Lin Dongxue threw her first punch, Lin Xiao suddenly expressed surprise. Based on his understanding of his daughter, he anticipated a sequence of kicks following that initial strike. However, to his astonishment, his daughter pivoted and closed in on him, delivering a swift and forceful elbow strike aimed at his left shoulder. This unexpected maneuver caught Lin Xiao off guard. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to evade the blow. Otherwise, he might have embarrassed himself in front of the outsider, Tang Yin. As he maneuvered awkwardly to avoid the attack, he was about to commend Lin Dongxue on her progress when her third strike came rushing at him. This time, Lin Dongxue swiftly lifted her leg, targeting Lin Xiao's abdomen. In the brief span of a few breaths, the father and daughter exchanged over a dozen blows in the courtyard. Each of Lin Dongxue's assaults left Lin Xiao profoundly shaken. The seamless execution of her techniques was not only fierce, but also remarkably quick, with each strike aimed at vital points. Should a similarly ranked opponent underestimate her, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage by the first round. As Lin Xiao continued to fight, his astonishment grew, and his curiosity deepened regarding what his daughter had experienced over the past 10 days. Just 10 days prior, he had easily sparred with her, identifying flaws in her techniques with almost every third move. Now, however, he found himself needing to concentrate fully to keep Lin Dongxue at bay. When he attempted to offer guidance, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, akin to a dog trying to bite a hedgehog. After sparring for nearly half an hour, Lin Xiao finally discovered a flaw in Lin Dongxue's defense and seized the opportunity to subdue her. Although victorious, he felt a flush of embarrassment on his aged face. In the past, during practice sessions with his daughter, he would typically refrain from exploiting such minor vulnerabilities. However, this time, if he did not seize this small opening, defeating her with his second-tier strength would require considerable effort. Indeed, very well. Lin Xiao unreservedly expressed his admiration, laughing heartily. Alas, I thought I could win. Lin Dongxue sighed, causing Lin Xiao to nearly stumble. You little girl, just 10 days ago, you were thoroughly defeated by me, and now you aspire to conquer your old man? Lin Xiao was not foolish. Although he was unaware of what transpired over the past 10 days, he sensed that Tang Yin must have played a significant role in his daughter's transformation. If her abilities had advanced so remarkably, how formidable must Tang Yin be? Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Xiao conversed with Tang Yin for a while before instructing him to join them at the assassination tower the following day, then sent him on his way. After closing the courtyard gate, Lin Xiao immediately pulled Lin Dongxue closer, his face brimming with curiosity. My dear, please recount in detail everything that has transpired over the past 10 days. Humph, you wish to probe into Tang Yin's strength, don't you? Lin Dongxue playfully retorted. With his intentions uncovered by Lin Dongxue, Lin Xiao did not deny it, chuckling. I'm just curious. How have you progressed so rapidly? In just 10 days. Your strength has multiplied. It was Tang Yin's guidance. Lin Dongxue did not conceal anything from her father, recounting their first encounter with the red-striped tiger and how Tang Yin had instructed her. Lin Xiao listened, utterly astonished. Are you implying that Tang Yin's combat prowess surpasses yours? Lin Xiao inquired urgently. Lin Dongxue shook her head. Not stronger than you. How did he guide you? Lin Xiao inquired curiously upon seeing his daughter shake her head. In combat, he is not merely stronger than I. He is exponentially superior, Lin Dongxue earnestly corrected him. You, my dear girl, cannot articulate your thoughts in one go. Lin Xiao chided playfully before asking, has he already reached the Xian level? Upon hearing her father's question, a peculiar expression crossed Lin Dongxue's face as she nodded and replied. He is at the 3rd tier of the Xian level. How much? Lin Xiao was genuinely astonished by her revelation. Indeed, he has attained the 3rd tier of the Xian level. Lin Dongxue reaffirmed. That young man first displayed his prowess when he battled Lu Quan from the Lu family. Back then he was merely at the 7th tier of the Yuan level. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, his strength was only at the 6th tier of the Huang level. And at the selection competition, he was at the 9th tier of the Huang level. In such a brief span, he has advanced to the 3rd tier of the Xian level? Lin Xiao calculated carefully, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Tang Yin has completed the leap from Yuan level to Xian level in less than 6 months, before entering Sungyan Mountain. He was merely at the 1st tier of the Xian level, and in just 4 days, he ascended 2 tiers to reach the 3rd tier. Lin Dongxue added fuel to the fire. 2 tiers in a row? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, urgently pressing. How did he accomplish that? Please, enlighten me. We encountered an assassination attempt by Lu Jing, the 2nd master of the Lu family. Lin Zhao's heart tightened. Lu Jing? That is a veritable master of the 5th tier of the Xian level. He anxiously interrupted his daughter. What? Lu Jing tried to assassinate you? How did you manage to escape? We did not escape. Lu Jing was slain by Tang Yin, Lin Dongxue stated with a chilling calmness. Lin Zhao's face immediately revealed an expression of disbelief, yet he was acutely aware that his daughter would never lie when it came to serious matters. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he continued to inquire about the circumstances of that day. Lin Dongxue recounted the events without any concealment, causing Lin Zhao's complexion to gradually darken. The harrowing account from his daughter was not something that could be fabricated. The Lu family deserved nothing less than utter condemnation. Veins bulged on Lin Zhao's arms as a murderous intent surged within him. If it had not been for Tang Yan's desperate struggle, his daughter would have perished in the turbulent clouds. After a moment, Lin Zhao suppressed his violent emotions and spoke in a grave tone. In a situation where death is certain, Tang Yan risked his life to exchange for your slim chance of survival. He is truly a man of deep loyalty and responsibility. I did not misjudge him. This debt of gratitude is heavier than mountains. Once the Eastern Domain Grand Tournament concludes, I shall repay the Tang family with a favor. After conversing with Lin Dongxue for nearly an hour, Lin Zhao finally allowed her to rest. He then sat in a rattan chair, casting a glance towards the direction of Tang Yan's courtyard, his eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions: curiosity, anticipation, appreciation, and admiration. Ever since that young man composed the poem Meeting Joy, Lin Zhao had developed a profound interest in him. However, the more he sought to understand Tang Yan, the more he found himself unable to grasp his true nature. Reflecting deeply on Lin Dongxue's words, Lin Zhao held unprecedented confidence in Tang Yan's abilities. The previous Eastern Domain Grand Tournaments had left him weary and disheartened, with each participation causing him to feel diminished. Yet this time, all 3 slots representing Yun City were filled with practitioners of the Xian rank, not to mention that his daughter had already attained the 2nd tier of Xian rank. Alongside the prodigious Tang Yan, for the first time in many years, Lin Zhao felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation regarding the Eastern Domain Grand Tournament. Tang Yan returned to his residence, and, realizing that practicing martial arts in the bustling city was less than ideal, commenced his training in the courtyard with the Extreme 6 styles. The day swiftly passed. The following morning, shortly after rising, he was greeted by a series of knocks at the door. Judging by the rhythm of the knocks, he surmised it was Lin Dongxue. With a smile, he opened the courtyard gate and beheld a striking beauty clad in martial attire. Tang Yan jested, "Dressed like this, are you eager to return to Cengyan Mountain?" "Enough of that," Lin Dongxue retorted. "Did my father not mention that upon arriving in Fangqing, we would be taken to witness the assassination tower?" The mention of this reminded Tang Yan that entry required a staggering fee of 50,000 taels of silver. Such exorbitant costs piqued his curiosity about the place. "Very well. Let us go and see," he said, not one for unnecessary words, and he followed Lin Dongxue towards the Lord's courtyard. Luji had been waiting there, and upon their arrival, Lin Zhao led the 3 of them for breakfast before they set out. The assassination tower lay near the center of the city, not far from the Wanfang Tower. In less than half an hour, the quartet beheld a towering edifice. The structure occupied a vast area, with its ground floor forming a perfect square, each side measuring 100 meters. Rising 6 stories high, its exterior was not of brick or stone, but rather cast in bronze. It appeared extraordinarily robust, delivering a striking visual impact. Between the 2nd and 3rd floors, the imposing character's assassination tower were embedded, exuding an air of dominance. The assassination tower was not only renowned in the eastern region, but also wielded considerable influence in surrounding cities. Many held a profound interest in this notoriously challenging trial ground. Countless prodigies have met their demise here, yet such failures have not diminished its reputation. Rather, they have ignited an unwavering determination in many to conquer its challenges. Achieving victory here is an immense honor. This is the renowned Death Tower, a 6-story structure, with each level presenting its own formidable trial. Upon entry, one is likely to suffer severe injuries, and the possibility of death cannot be discounted. Therefore, Lin Zhao solemnly advised caution: do not act recklessly. What if we cannot withstand the trials? A flicker of fear crossed Lu Ji's eyes. Before entering, each participant is bestowed with 2 tokens, which they may hold in their hands or place in their mouths. By shattering or biting these tokens, all attacks on that level will cease. Just as Lin Zhao finished his explanation, a voice resonated, and a door on the 3rd floor swung open, revealing a young man who stepped out. Impressive. Upon sighting the youth, his companions rushed to greet him. Impressive? We haven't even reached the 4th level yet. This competition is perilous. The young man wore a look of dejection. Tang Yan, sensing the young man's essence with a sliver of his consciousness, was taken aback. The individual was at the pinnacle of the 1st rank in the profound realm, yet he could not even pass the 3rd level? Noticing the attention of Tang Yan and his companions fixed on the young man, Lin Zhao seized the moment to clarify. Typically, Those who come to Fong City for the competition will attempt this challenge. Based on past experience, anyone who emerges from the 4th level has a chance to contend for a position in the top 15. Those who succeed in surpassing the 5th level are almost guaranteed entry into the Azure Dragon Academy. Of course, even emerging from the 3rd level should not be a cause for despair. There are instances where individuals have only ascended to the 3rd level and were still selected by the Azure Dragon Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin understood that the absolute kill tower served as a test of one's prowess prior to the grand competition. All right, the 3 of you wait here. I shall assist you with the registration, Lin Xiao instructed before making his way toward the registration area. Miss Lin, may I inquire how confident you are in reaching which level? As soon as Lin Xiao departed, Lu Ji eagerly engaged Lin Dongxue in conversation. Lin Dongxue, with her unparalleled beauty and exceptional lineage, possessed an extraordinary grace. Marrying her would not only mean gaining a remarkable partner, but also securing the formidable backing of the city lord's residents. Lu Ji racked his brain to bridge the gap between them, yet his aspirations were destined to crumble. Perhaps previously, Lin Dongxue held a modicum of admiration for Lu Ji. But after the assassination attempt by Lu Jing, her sentiments toward the Lu family had soured entirely. The whereabouts of herself and Tang Yin were likely disclosed by this individual. Regardless of others, young Master Lu, you must strive diligently. At the very least, you should emerge from the 3rd level. It would be a trivial matter to waste silver, but bringing disgrace upon Yun City would be a grave transgression, Lin Dongxue remarked coldly. Upon hearing the barbed nature of Lin Dongxue's words, Lu Ji felt a pang of confusion. Why had this woman suddenly turned so aloof towards him? As for Tang Yan's potential return, Lu Ji did not dwell on it excessively. He had previously instructed in his letter for his second uncle to take action personally. With his second uncle possessing the strength of a 5th-tier mystic, the failure to eliminate Tang Yin must have resulted from his uncle's inability to locate the two. Tang Yin, how many levels do you believe you can ascend? Lin Dongxue, while maintaining an icy demeanor toward Lu Ji, conversed with Tang Yin with genuine interest. The stark contrast in Lin Dongxue's attitude towards Tang Yin ignited a flicker of resentment in Lu Ji's eyes. The couple, oblivious to the potential impropriety of their journey to Fangcheng, found themselves caught in a moment of anticipation. Shall we compete to see who can clear more levels? Lin Dongxue proposed a challenge. What is there to compare? You excel regardless, Tang Yin replied dismissively. Lin Dongxue, employing a rather crude form of provocation, retorted, Are you afraid to compete with me? Are you still a man? This reminded Tang Yin of a past encounter on Sungyun Mountain, where Lin Dongxue had shouted about racing. And the memory of her sulky kiss after losing lingered vividly in his mind, being his first kiss, nonetheless. Overwhelmed by nostalgia, he impulsively exclaimed, If the wager is the same as last time, I shall compete with you. Chapter 86. The peril of flattery. Although both were acutely aware of the shy secret they shared, they tacitly avoided discussing it. Suddenly invoked by Tang Yin, Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms, adorably charming. How infuriating! She spat in embarrassment, witnessing their flirtation. The previously overlooked Lu Ji felt a surge of jealousy and anger. Disgraceful pair, she cursed inwardly. As the trio awaited Lin Xiao, another group of individuals approached leisurely. These young individuals exuded a potent aura of spiritual energy, likely participants in the Eastern Domain Grand Competition. Lin Dongxue, naturally enchanting, had already drawn considerable attention upon her arrival. At this moment, her bashful demeanor only heightened her allure, captivating those around her. The newcomers also took note of Lin Dongxue's flushed cheeks. A young man clad in white, with a delicate visage, brightened at the sight of Lin Dongxue, his eyes shimmering with a mischievous glint. He halted his steps and, with a playful smile, clasped his hands in greeting. I feel an instant connection with you, fair maiden. Might I have the honor of inviting you and your companion for a leisurely boat ride on the lake, followed by a cozy gathering around a fire with fine wine? Upon witnessing their companion's attempt to flirt with the enchanting lady, the group paused, their faces adorned with lewd grins. Begone. Lin Dongxue frowned disapprovingly at the young man's lascivious gaze. Brother Yao, she has asked you to step away, chuckled a tall, slender youth in a blue robe. I am Yao Yuan from Yuqing, and I implore you, fair maiden, do not turn me down. Otherwise, where shall I place my face before my fellow brothers? Though the white-clad youth wore a cheerful countenance, the underlying dominance in his words was unmistakable. Standing nearby, Lu Ji's eyes gleamed with a hint of satisfaction. The little hussy is not showing me the respect I deserve. Now she's entangled in trouble, is she? One's face is a privilege one grants oneself, not something bestowed by others. I am under no obligation to provide you with dignity. Lin Dongxue retorted without hesitation. The more she resisted, the more Yao Yuan's desire for conquest ignited. You won't grant me even this small courtesy? What if I insist on preserving this face? Yao Yuan's tone turned frosty. We are affiliated with the city lord's manor of Yun City. Does this young man wish to provoke a conflict with Yun City? Tang Yin interjected. Yun City? The 5 individuals paused in surprise, only to erupt into laughter soon after. A mocking smirk spread across Yao Yuan's face as he retorted, upon hearing Yun City. I was momentarily taken aback. Young man, in future introductions, simply refer to your city as the bottom-tier city. That title, perpetually at the bottom for millennia, is far more renowned than anything Yun City has to offer. Tang Yin was reluctant to instigate a conflict in that moment. He had originally intended to intimidate these individuals with mere words, yet unexpectedly, it had led to such an unforeseen outcome. A flicker of anger surged within him as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the gleeful Lu Ji by his side. With a sudden inspiration, he spoke in a low voice. This gentleman beside me, you must have heard of him. Lu Ji, the foremost figure of Yun City. Young Master Lu is not only more handsome than you, but he also hails from a wealthy lineage and possesses superior martial skills. What qualifications do you possess to invite this lady to drink with you? Lu Ji? Yao Yuan furrowed his brow, mentally sifting through the information he had about Yun City. This city had consistently ranked at the bottom, and honestly, he had not paid much attention to it. However, he vaguely recalled hearing that someone from the Lu family was considered the best in Yun City. His gaze shifted to Lu Ji, who, upon hearing Tang Yan's praise, stood a little taller with a sense of pride. Although Tang Yin was merely at the 9th rank in strength and had defeated him previously, Lu Ji did not accept that he was inferior to Tang Yin. Oh, pray tell, what qualifications do I possess? Yao Yuan inquired. If you can defeat young Master Lu, we shall concede this matter to you. Should you fail, I regret to inform you that you lack such qualifications. Tang Yin stated with an air of confidence, seemingly assured of Lu Ji's prowess. As the renowned killing tower in the entire eastern region, it was typically bustling with visitors. With the Eastern Region Grand Tournament approaching, the number of gathered individuals had only increased. When the potential conflict between the two parties commenced, it drew a considerable crowd. Upon realizing that Tang Yan's group hailed from the historically last-ranked Yun City, many became intrigued. At this moment, all eyes were curiously fixed on Lu Ji, as if they wished to discern the capabilities of the first expert from a city known for its defeats. Yao Yuan cast a scrutinizing gaze upon Lu Ji. The admiration from Tang Yan, coupled with Lu Ji's haughty demeanor, convinced him that she was indeed the strongest contender in Yun City. He pondered the young lady's intentions, feeling a stir of excitement within himself. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities and could easily compel Lin Dongxue through sheer strength, he mused that winning the fair maiden's affections willingly would bestow upon him far greater prestige. Victory was paramount. He would address everything thereafter. Lin Dongxue had initially intended to reject the proposition outright, yet reflecting on her own formidable prowess and the reassuring presence of her father nearby, she felt no trepidation even if Lu Ji were to falter. Thus, she offered a non-committal response. Mr. Lu, for the sake of our fair lady's promise, I must take my leave, Yao Yuan remarked, bowing slightly. Lu Ji was not a fool. At that moment, he realized he had fallen prey to Tang Yan's machinations. He longed to contest the situation, yet the unfolding circumstances left him no room for explanation. The imposing aura emanating from Yao Yuan surged forth, rapidly closing the distance between them. He was at the peak of the 2nd rank of the Xian class. As the crowd around them gasped in astonishment, Lu Ji, having only recently ascended to the Xian class himself, understood that despite his family's substantial investment in his training, he had merely stabilized his Xian class abilities, leaving him vastly inferior to Yao Yuan's prowess. A sharp sound echoed through the air before Lu Ji could even make a move. A sudden sting erupted on his left cheek. The crowd around them paused momentarily before bursting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Yun City truly lives up to its reputation as the perennial underdog. They couldn't even withstand a single strike. Indeed, it has been said that Yao Yuan is in Yuqing. Yet he is not the foremost among them. Cloud City seems rather lacking. The surrounding crowd chattered incessantly, each voice dripping with disdain for Cloud City. Lu Ji was momentarily taken aback. How could he, the illustrious scion of the Lu family, be so publicly humiliated? It was not only Lu Ji who was stunned. The onlookers from Yuqing were equally bewildered. The so-called first among Cloud City appeared woefully inadequate. Slap, slap, slap. Yao Yuan seemed to find the situation surreal as he delivered several more strikes to Lu Ji's face. Upon witnessing Lu Ji's utter inability to resist under his dominance, Yao's heart finally settled. Goodness, he had initially believed this fellow was merely feigning defeat, but it now became apparent that he was simply lacking in strength. Bang! Yao Yuan lifted his leg and kicked Lu Ji, who stumbled backward several steps before crashing to the ground. In a fit of humiliation and anger, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Lu! Young Master Lu! Tang Yin rushed over, eager to assist Lu Ji. However, Tang Yin's evident panic only incited further derision from the crowd. It seemed that Lu Ji truly was the strongest scent from Cloud City, and the reputation of the underdog city was indeed well-deserved. Having dealt with Lu Ji, a hint of amusement graced Yao Yuan's face. I have heard that the scenery of Shouyue Lake is breathtaking. Later, my lady, let us enjoy the view from my boat while savoring fine wine, and I assure you, this day shall be unforgettable. Chapter 87. Wagering the dignity of a city. The crowd, upon hearing Yao Yuan's words, displayed expressions tinged with ambiguity. Lin Dongxue did not anticipate that Lu Ji would prove so vulnerable. Just as she was about to reject him, a deep male voice resounded. What are you doing? An invisible pressure descended, and the crowd immediately parted to make way for the tall and robust Lin Xiao, who approached with an imposing presence. A smile lit up Lin Dongxue's face as she turned and leaped into Lin Xiao's embrace, pointing at Yao Yuan and the others, exclaiming, Father, that person bullied me and even injured young Master Lu. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed in displeasure as he assessed Lu Ji's injuries. His expression darkened as he fixed a stern gaze on Yao Yuan and his companions, coldly inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Yao Yuan, feeling a flicker of trepidation under Lin Xiao's intense scrutiny, glanced at the young man in the green robe beside him, who had remained silent until now. The tall youth stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said, My brother here struck up a rapport with 3 distinguished young men from your city and, in a moment of enthusiasm, engaged in some friendly sparring before the competition. Lin Dongxue interjected, That is nonsense. Father, the one named Yao Yuan tried to force me to drink with him. When I refused, it led to this altercation. Lin Zhao's icy gaze fell upon Yao Yuan. The previously carefree young man now appeared visibly uncomfortable, as if his facade had been shattered. This young lady exaggerates. Before he could finish, a sudden flicker caught Tang Yan's eye, followed by the sharp sound of a slap that interrupted Yao Yuan's words. The echo of 4 crisp slaps resounded, leaving the 5 youths from Yuqing utterly defenseless, each bearing the imprint of a hand upon their faces. In the presence of winter's snow, the esteemed daughter of the city lord, Lin Xiao, declared that any affront to her would equate to an affront to Yun City itself. As it was her first offense, a mere reprimand would suffice. However, should such insolence recur, there would be no leniency. His voice, cold and resolute, though lacking in overt power, commanded the attention of all present. The aura of a city lord unfurled at that moment. Amidst the youthful skirmishes, the elders felt compelled to intervene. Su, with his limited perspective, was astonished to discover the customs that governed Yun City, even while residing in the eastern region. The young man clad in green, despite his meager prowess, dared to hurl insults. Aware that any further response from Lin Xiao would be beneath her dignity, Tang Yin stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance, and remarked, This brother not only lacks character but also exhibits a deficiency in intellect. You are fully aware that Miss Lin is the esteemed daughter of the city lord, yet you still dare to offend her. Such behavior is utterly uncouth and devoid of decorum. The city lord has kindly sought to enlighten you on the virtues of civility, yet instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to speak impudently, resembling nothing more than a beast. Upon hearing Tang Yan's brazen remarks, Lin Xiao cast a glance at the silent Lu Ji, reflecting on the pleasure of their collaboration. Had she brought along members of the Qin or Wu families instead of Tang Yan, they too would likely have remained unresponsive, much like Lu Ji. Indeed, under Tang Yan's verbal onslaught, the 5 adversaries found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Nonetheless, young Master Su, quick to react, retorted mockingly, I have often wondered why Yun City consistently ranks at the bottom in competitions. It appears your training has been limited to mere verbal sparring. I heard that in the last major competition, you ranked 3rd from the bottom, and the time before that, 2nd from the bottom. At this rate, should you manage to avoid the last position this time, it would indeed defy the natural order. Tang Yin delivered a sharp retort. Oh, since this young master is so confident, might he dare to compete with me right here? Su Gongzi raised an eyebrow, provoking him. A competition? The crowd was filled with spectators eager for excitement. Once one person initiated the idea, others quickly joined in the chorus. Assessing Su Gongzi's strength, Tang Yin discerned from his subtle aura that he was at least of the 3rd rank in the Xian tier. Although Tang Yin preferred to keep a low profile, it did not imply he was afraid of trouble. Meeting the gaze of the young man in the azure robe, Tang Yin smiled lightly and said, You have come here to train in the absolute kill tower, so why not engage in a contest to see who can emerge from a higher level? While a public duel could certainly allow Tang Yin to inflict a sound beating, it also risked revealing one's trump cards, which aligned perfectly with Su Wei's intentions. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as Su Wei declared, "Excellent. A competition ought to have some stakes. How about this? If you lose, you must shout 3 times that Yun City is inferior to Yu City. If I lose, I shall proclaim 3 times that Yu City is inferior to Yun City. What say you?" Upon hearing Su Wei's proposal, the crowd's interest surged. The Eastern Region Grand Competition had yet to commence. Yet such fierce exchanges between the cities had already begun, promising yet another lively event this year. Ladies and gentlemen, today Yu City and Yun City have a dispute and will temporarily borrow the absolute kill tower for our contest. I, Su, express my gratitude to all present. Su Wei bowed courteously to those around him. "No trouble at all. Please proceed with your contest," came the gracious reply from the crowd, who were immensely curious about the clash between the two cities. At that moment, no one was foolish enough to delay their competition, each person magnanimously allowing them to cut in line. Su Wei cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yin and inquired, "Do you know who arrived first?" "You may go ahead." Tang Yin shrugged. Logically, the one who issues the first challenge holds a certain advantage. Achieving commendable results inevitably imposes considerable psychological pressure on the opponent, thereby affecting their performance. Tang Yan's suggestion resonated well with Su Wei, who, without hesitation, retrieved the already prepared token from his robe. Upon verification, he entered the first level of the killing tower. "Do you possess confidence for this competition?" Lin Xiao asked softly. "I will exert my utmost effort," Tang Yin replied resolutely. He had just assessed that young man's strength, which was indeed formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd rank in the mysterious stage. Advancing to the 4th level would not be a challenge, and there was a reasonable chance of reaching the 5th level as well. However, you need not bear any psychological burden. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. And our Cloud City does not concern itself with the vanity of fame or disgrace, Lin Xiao reassured him. "Yes, I understand. I am curious. What exactly lies within this killing tower?" Taking advantage of the moment, Tang Yin hastily inquired. The killing tower consists of 6 levels. The first 3 levels test relatively fundamental aspects. The first level features 5-fold gravity, requiring one to traverse from the starting point to the end point within the duration of half a stick of incense. The second level presents 10-fold gravity, mirroring the layout of the first level, yet with certain attacks designed to obstruct your path, necessitating a dash to the endpoint within the time of 1 stick of incense. The third level introduces greater difficulty, with 15-fold gravity exerting substantial hindrance on those at the lower and even mid-levels of the mysterious stage. The surrounding attacks become increasingly perilous, and if one fails to advance within the time of 3 sticks of incense, it is considered a loss. The majority of mysterious stage warriors falter at this level. The 4th level tests combat capabilities, featuring various mechanical beasts. The 5th level assesses physical strength, mental fortitude, willpower, and endurance in myriad aspects. As for the 6th level, Chapter 88. The Absolute Kill Tower remains shrouded in silence regarding this, as only a select few with extraordinary talents enter, safeguarding its secrets. Thus, to the outside world, the 6th level remains an enigmatic realm. The only way to uncover its mysteries is through personal exploration. Tang Yin feels content with his understanding of the first 5 levels and grows increasingly curious about the 6th. The onlookers patiently await Su Wei's emergence. The people of Yu City possess immense confidence in Su Wei's abilities, and their gazes towards Yun City are tinged not only with animosity, but also a hint of satisfaction. Should Tang Yin falter, the humiliation Lin Xiao promised them would not only be avenged, but would serve to deeply disgrace Yun City. This sentiment resonates not only among the 4 from Yu City, but also among the spectators who hold low expectations for Yun City. Previously, they had heard that Lu Ji was the foremost individual of Yun City, yet upon their first encounter, he was swiftly dealt several resounding slaps by Yao Yuan, leaving doubts about his prowess. What accomplishments can Tang Yin possibly achieve? As time ticked away, half an hour later, the once tranquil Absolute Kill Tower suddenly erupted with a resounding boom. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze, and to their astonishment, a door swung open on the 5th level, beside which the number 2 was displayed. The 5th level. As Su Wei emerged, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Tang Yin squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Su Wei as he exited the 5th level. Fatigue was etched upon his face, and his tattered clothing rendered him quite disheveled, yet an unusual sparkle illuminated his countenance. "Haha, 5 levels. Yun City is surely defeated." Yao Yuan laughed triumphantly. "I have not failed my mission." As he descended from the upper floor, Su Wei offered a slight smile to his companions before turning to Tang Yen. Will you concede defeat, or will you continue the competition? If you surrender now, it would be quite embarrassing to not even pass the second level. Even emerging from the third level would still be a source of shame. The crowd, filled with onlookers from Yu City, chimed in support from below. Of course, we shall continue. The outcome remains uncertain. Tang Yen chuckled, accepting his token from Lin Xiao. Overestimating oneself. Yao Yuan scoffed from the side. Go, Tang Yen. Lin Dongxue expressed her concern. For Tang Yen had only just stepped into the third rank of the Xian tier, and his strength was likely not yet stable. City Lord. What did the two displayed on the door signify? Tang Yen inquired with curiosity. It represents the performance score for that level. Each level is equipped with a formation that automatically tallies results, with a perfect score of 10. That fellow scored a mere 2 points on the 5th level. Likely due to collapsing shortly after entry, Lin Xiao explained. Very well, I shall give it a try. Tang Yen confidently strode towards the Jusha Tower. Observing Tang Yan's determination to proceed, the onlookers regarded him with a sense of mockery. To persist now is merely to invite humiliation upon oneself. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Tang Yen presented his token to the imposing gatekeeper, who grinned widely and handed Tang Yen 2 jade orbs. For your protection, take good care of them. Shatter the orbs with your true energy, and all attacks will cease. Thank you. Tang Yen clasped his hands and said, Please, young man. Your courage is commendable. The burly man uttered this before opening the door to the first floor, and Tang Yen stepped inside. Bets are open. Those who wager on young Master Tang's victory, the odds are 1 to 10. Wagering on young Master Tang emerging from the second floor yields odds of 1.5. The third floor offers odds of 1.3, the fourth floor 2. The fifth floor 8, and a draw has odds of 9. If he emerges from the sixth floor, the odds are 50, and a successful passage grants a 100-fold return. As soon as Tang Yen entered, the dealer began to take bets. After only a few shouts, people started to gather around. I bet on the second floor. 10 taels of silver. I bet on him coming out from the third floor. 200 taels of silver. 1,000 taels for the third floor. 20 taels for the second floor. 100 taels for the third floor. Surrounding individuals eagerly placed their bets, predominantly on the second and third floors. While wagers on the fourth floor were scant, and none were placed above the fifth. Bets on Tang Yen's victory were equally absent. A flicker of discontent crossed Lin Dongshue's eyes as she turned to tug on Lin Zhao's arm, playfully imploring, Father, why not place a bet? On which outcome? Lin Xiao inquired with interest. Bet on his victory, 100,000 taels of silver. Lin Dongxue promptly replied. 100,000. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched at her words. My dear niece, do you truly regard money so lightly? Betting on him exiting from the fourth floor might yield better odds, but betting on Tang Yen's win. Lin Xiao felt uncertain in his heart. I'll wager on that lad coming out from the second floor, 1,000 taels of silver. Yao Yuan declared as he produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket, tossing them onto the dealer's table. He then cast a provocative glance at the crowd in Yun City, his disdain and frivolity unmistakable in his gaze. Bet on Tang Yen to win. 100,000 taels of silver. Lin Dongshue's heart ignited with fervor as she placed her wager. As her words echoed, an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. Numerous onlookers gaped, astonished by the extraordinary demeanor of the young woman before them. How could such a seemingly astute girl act so recklessly? Lin Xiao felt a pang of concern. The little girl had spoken without his consent. Nevertheless, as she had already made her declaration, Lin Xiao chose not to undermine her. He retrieved his silver notes amounting to 100,000 taels and handed them over. A ripple of laughter erupted from the crowd, seemingly initiated by an unknown source, leading all to join in merriment. The dealer, elated, reveled in the unexpected windfall of 100,000 taels, as if it were a gift from the heavens. Unfazed by the derisive whispers from the spectators, Lin Xiao settled at the tea stall, ordering a pot of tea to savor leisurely. As Tang Yen entered the death trap tower, he immediately felt a weight descend upon him. However, the challenge proved less daunting than anticipated. The quintuple gravitational force was far less oppressive than the pressure he had endured beneath a waterfall. Observing his surroundings, he noted the hall was dimly lit, with a massive pool ahead. The opposite bank marked the finish line. The water reached about half a meter in depth, its bottom shrouded in darkness, concealing something sinister. Upon closer inspection, Tang Yan's scalp prickled with dread as he discerned the pool's bottom was littered with sharp, slender steel spikes. A misstep could result in grievous wounds. A rusted copper path meandered across the water's surface, its length, if straightened, likely stretching 400 to 500 meters. In the dim light, distinguishing the water, path, and spikes proved exceedingly difficult. Compounding the challenge, the copper path was level with the water's surface, obscuring its whereabouts. A moment of inattention could easily lead one to plunge into the depths. Was this not a real-life rendition of a temple escape? Upon grasping the situation, Tang Yin no longer hesitated and sprinted along the copper path towards the opposite side. Although the road was winding and fraught with peril beneath the water's surface, Tang Yin moved with remarkable swiftness. The quintuple gravity felt like child's play, and as he unfurled the shadow step, it was as if he traversed an uninhabited realm. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he reached the other side. With a resounding boom, a door in the wall swung open, revealing an ascending staircase. Tang Yin climbed the stairs to the second level, where the pressure upon him intensified yet further. However, in comparison to the torrent of a waterfall, it was still manageable. The layout of the second level bore a striking resemblance to the first, though subtle differences persisted. Notably, the copper path was even more serpentine, and within 2 meters of the road lay numerous scattered boulders. Recalling Lin Zhao's prior descriptions, Tang Yan's eyes narrowed. The likelihood of some attacks on this level emanating from those stones was quite high. Without lingering, he activated the shadow step once more and surged forward. Suddenly, just half a meter ahead, the copper path gave way, revealing a pit filled with water, from which a multitude of sharp spikes erupted instantaneously. Undeterred, Tang Yin deftly pivoted to the right and leaped over the spikes. Upon landing, a nearby stone unexpectedly gaped open, and 6 copper pillars surged forth from within. Maintaining his vigilance, Tang Yin sensed the imminent danger. As soon as he touched the ground, he leapt once more, propelling himself onto the topmost pillar to evade disaster. At this moment, he felt immense admiration for the design of the Death Trap Tower. Had his reflexes not been so quick, he might have fallen victim to the intricate series of traps. Taking a deep breath and summoning all his focus, he once again unleashed the shadow step and charged ahead. Having traversed less than 100 meters, Tang Yin had already encountered 8 instances of ground collapse and 6 consecutive assaults. Boom. After taking a few more steps, a copper wall, towering at approximately 1.5 meters, suddenly sprang forth from the copper path, obstructing Tang Yan's passage. In that very moment, Tang Yan's hair stood on end. He swiftly grasped the copper wall and, with a powerful pull, leaped atop it. The spot where he had just stood had already sunk, and, most ominously, multiple sharp spikes had emerged in perfect synchronization. Alas, even with his profound composure, Tang Yin could not refrain from uttering a curse in the face of such treachery. Had he not evaded in time, the spikes would have impaled his calves from beneath his feet. Gazing ahead at the remaining distance of several hundred meters, Tang Yin grew increasingly cautious. Fortunately, no further surprises awaited him, and he reached the finish line without further incident. Taking a deep breath, still shaken, he turned back to glance at the winding copper path, silently acknowledging its perilous reputation as the assassination tower. Under such immense pressure, a lack of reflexes and strength would surely result in grave misfortune on the second level. Following the corridor to the third level, he felt an additional weight upon his shoulders, an even more formidable pressure bearing down upon him. With 15 times the gravity, Tang Yin found himself somewhat strained. Scanning the area, his eyes narrowed. Ahead lay a pool of water, but the winding copper path had vanished, replaced by wooden planks floating atop the water. The planks varied in size, some as large as basins, others as small as bowls, tethered beneath by thin iron chains. Their spacing was irregular, haphazardly positioned without any discernible pattern. Scattered within the pool were several rocks of varying shapes. Drawing from his experience on the second level, Tang Yin was certain that these stones concealed some hidden mystery. Tang Yan's gaze was piercing as he memorized the approximate positions of the wooden planks. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his full strength, embodying the prowess of a third-tier Xian-level cultivator. With a sharp exclamation, his body leapt like a nimble monkey towards one of the planks. The moment he landed on it, a tremor of anxiety coursed through his heart. The previously tranquil board, floating serenely on the water's surface, suddenly began to shift. Thousands of planks moved, each at a different speed and in unpredictable directions. Some traveled in straight lines, others traced arcs, and some even changed direction abruptly. Veering towards unforeseen paths, Tang Yin felt as though countless wild llamas were galloping within him, completely disrupting his previously chosen landing spots. Was the designer of this formation perhaps the reincarnation of the Minister of Justice? The torment was endless and ever-changing. Fortunately, Tang Yan's agility was remarkable. He swiftly darted toward a nearby drifting plank. This time, he had learned from experience. He pushed off forcefully with his foot, propelling himself high into the air. From this elevated position, selecting his landing point became significantly easier. Whoosh! Just as he was about to descend, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and Tang Yin caught a glimpse of a dark shadow hurtling towards him. Having faced countless battles, he remained composed. He gathered his true energy and forcefully shifted his body midair. The shadow zoomed past him, revealing itself to be a copper ball. With his seasoned strength, Tang Yin retracted his legs and precisely tapped the copper ball with his toes. Using the momentum, he propelled himself forward, defying gravity. Whoosh! Before he could touch down, another copper ball whizzed by. Drawing from his earlier experience, Tang Yin executed the same maneuver, stepping onto the sphere and surging ahead once more. After several repetitions, he had astonishingly moved forward by 20 meters. Outside the assassination tower, the crowd craned their necks in anticipation of Tang Yin's emergence. The dealer bellowed, "Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? We are nearing the conclusion." Just as the time for wagers was about to close, a melodious voice resonated. "I bet on young Master Tang to triumph, a sum of 100,000 taels of silver." The spectators turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover it was a woman of striking beauty, her figure alluring, with distinct features that exuded an air of competence and maturity. It was Wan Fei. A few familiar with her gasped in astonishment. Wan Fei was a remarkably unique presence among the mercenaries of Fong City. She had only appeared in Fong City 6 months prior, and her origins remained shrouded in mystery. Despite being a woman, she lived a life fraught with peril. Her strength was formidable, her actions decisive, rivaling that of any man, and her success rate for missions was consistently high, quickly earning her a modicum of fame in Fong City. About a month and a half ago, Wan Fei undertook a mission that drew considerable attention. She was tasked with acquiring the pelt of the giant wolf king. While ordinary giant wolves were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers rendered them relentless. And the giant wolf king posed a genuine threat as a formidable third-tier beast lurking in the shadows. Even those of high-tier Xian rank were reluctant to challenge a pack of giant wolves. Yet, this woman boldly ventured into Tsangyun Mountain to accomplish her mission. The immense difficulty of this task propelled her into the limelight. The crowd was astonished by Wan Fei's wager. Surely, she must know nothing of that fellow from Yin City. Why would she bet on his victory? Moreover, placing a wager of such magnitude, 100,000 taels of silver, seemed reckless, even for someone of wealth. The dealer himself was taken aback, finding it unexpected that, at the final moment of closing, someone would come forth to enrich him. The young man who entered should have emerged by the 3rd level at most. How could he possibly win? Fearing that Wan Fei might change her mind, the bookmaker exuberantly tucked away the banknotes, firmly establishing the betting document to hand to Wan Fei. At that moment, Lin Xiao and his companions were somewhat taken aback. This woman appeared exceedingly unfamiliar. Why was she placing a bet on Tang Yin? Could it be that she has a romantic interest in him? Lin Dongxue suddenly interjected with a hint of jealousy. Sensing the underlying resentment in his daughter's words, Lin Xiao teased, "Why are you so concerned? Are you smitten with Tang Yin?" Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed at his remark, and she shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "Father, do not speak nonsense. Miss Wan Fei, do you know that young man? Why wager such a substantial sum?" Inquiries arose from the crowd, regarding the curiosity of those present. Wan Fei had no intention of revealing the truth. Her bet on Tang Yin stemmed solely from an instinctual belief that he would emerge victorious. Despite the fact that the last time she encountered Tang Yin, his strength was merely at the yellow rank, objectively speaking. He could now be at most at the 1st tier of the profound rank. Yet, women are often guided by their emotions, making decisions based on intuition. The mysterious aura Tang Yin exhibited that day, coupled with his unique insights into techniques and the generosity he displayed in parting with the White Wolf King's pelt, left a profound impression upon Wan Fei. She believed in Tang Yin, hence her wager. What could be wrong with that? However, such reasoning was difficult to articulate. With a faint smile, she casually remarked, "You all place bets merely to win a bit of pocket money. It hardly qualifies you as true gamblers." Resembling more of small-time merchants, true gamblers seek to stake small amounts for the chance of great fortune, embracing risk in pursuit of wealth. Wan Fei's remarks left everyone momentarily stunned. The dealer was the first to regain composure, exclaiming, "Miss Wan is absolutely correct. The pinnacle of gambling is the sudden acquisition of immense wealth and a dramatic turnaround in life. Who among you dares to wager on young Master Tang's victory?" Unfortunately, no one paid him heed, and whispers of suspicion began to circulate, questioning whether Wan Fei was merely a pawn. A voice, laced with mockery, suddenly pierced the air. "If Miss Wan is indeed a true gambler, as she claims, should you not place a bet on his success in overcoming the challenges?" Wan Fei turned to the source of the voice, and upon seeing a woman of beguiling charm, a chill flickered across her face. I wondered who it was. "It is none other than Miss Zhao. I do not consider myself a competent gambler, and should I wager on his success and win, the dealer may not be able to afford the payout at the 100-fold odds. Would Miss Zhao be willing to cover that?" The woman known as Miss Zhao whose name was Zhao Yuqian, was the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Facheng. Not only was she at the third tier of the Xian stage, but her beauty was also captivating, with a slender waist and curvaceous figure that ignited the imagination with just a glance. With both talent and beauty, she garnered much admiration from the young men of Facheng, maintaining a lofty demeanor, rife with vanity, convinced she was the most enchanting woman in the city. However, Wan Fei, like a celestial being, had intruded upon Facheng and swiftly risen to prominence. It became commonplace to compare the two, with Wan Fei sometimes eclipsing Zhao's popularity. The proud Zhao Yuqian began to take notice of Wan Fei. Upon learning that Wan Fei had taken up mercenary work, Zhao also began to accept missions. Yet her success rate and efficiency consistently fell short of Wan Fei's remarkable achievements. A month and a half ago, when Zhao Yuqian learned that Wan Fei had successfully completed the task of slaying the giant wolf king, eclipsing her own reputation, her animosity towards Wan Fei surged to unprecedented heights. Today, seizing the opportunity to undermine Wan Fei, Zhao Yuqian was determined not to let it slip away. She not only doubted Tang Yan's ability to win, but also his capacity to clear the levels. Yin City? A place that has consistently ranked at the bottom in past competitions. The foremost youth of this generation couldn't even withstand a single move from Yao Yuan. How could that young man possibly succeed? Very well, if you win, I shall wager 100-fold. Zhao Yuqian scoffed derisively, deliberately provoking. I wonder how much our esteemed gambler one can stake? Surely, you won't attempt to fool us with a mere few thousand taels, will you? Let us raise the stakes to 100,000 taels. Miss Zhao won't default, will she? Wan Fei felt a surge of anger. This woman was relentless, persistently opposing her. Does the Zhao family fear such a trifling sum? Zhao Yuqian curled her lip in disdain, although 1,000,000 taels was a substantial amount. She had no intention of losing, not to mention 100-fold odds. Even 1,000-fold wouldn't deter her from wagering against Wan Fei. Miss Zhao, if that young man truly emerges from the 6th level, we shall cover half the stake, the bookmaker interjected, his eyes gleaming with intent as he stood and clasped his hands. Zhao Yuqian, discerning the underlying motives of the bookmaker with astuteness, recognized that Wan Fei's wager of 100,000 taels was as good as lost. The bookmaker was merely concerned about the risk of the odds and his share of the winnings. Very well, 100,000 taels. I shall not take a single tael. Such a sum is beneath my notice, Zhao Yuqian declared with haughty pride. Miss Zhao possesses remarkable integrity, and I hold her in high esteem. However, the distribution of this money remains essential. A cunning glimmer flickered in the eyes of the dealer. He would not dare to seize the Zhao family's advantages. By the way, from where does young Master Tang hail? Suddenly inquired Wan Fei, who had just arrived and, from a distance, had only witnessed Tang Yin entering the killing tower. Oblivious to the events that had transpired earlier. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stared in astonishment at Wan Fei. Did I just experience auditory hallucination? Good heavens, did Wan Fei just speak? One incredulous individual in the crowd queried his companion. It seems she did. Another burly man next door appeared, equally dazed. A staggering sum of 200,000 taels of silver. An ordinary person might toil their entire life without amassing such wealth. And you wager this colossal amount without even knowing who the individual is? A sense of absurdity gradually ascended in the hearts of all present. Perhaps Wan Fei had taken some medication that affected her today? Lin Xiao's expression was also peculiarly strange. He could still comprehend his daughter betting on Tang Yan's victory. Yet, the actions of this young woman utterly surpassed his grasp of reason. However, given her fervent support for Tang Yan, he felt compelled to step forward and smiled, saying, "This young lady, the Tang Yan who has entered, is a resident of Yun City." Upon hearing this revelation, Wan Fei was momentarily taken aback. Yun City? Is that not the place that has consistently ranked last in the Eastern Domain's grand competition? Is someone of Tang Yan's caliber truly nurtured by Yun City? Wan Fei, it turns out you do not even know who he is. Zhao Yuqian chuckled, her laughter vibrant and unrestrained. Pretending to be angry. Wan Fei huffed and strode towards Lin Xiao and the others with Long Ying. Intrigued by Tang Yan, Wan Fei found herself connecting with Lin Xiao, who was equally curious about her confidence in Tang Yan's victory. Their shared interest fostered an immediate rapport. Meanwhile, within the confines of the assassination tower, Tang Yan's ascent had been nothing short of remarkable. From the moment his foot touched the first iron sphere, he had maintained an unbroken trajectory. With a sudden whoosh, a bronze rod shot forth with incredible velocity from within a stone enclosure. Tang Yan, with a deft twist of his waist, used the rod as a momentary foothold, propelling himself forward. Executing a series of such maneuvers, Tang Yan swiftly reached the end of the course. completing it in less than the time it would take for an incense stick to burn. Many Xian realm experts had faltered on the third level, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure or failing to meet the time constraints. Tang Yan's rapid progress was indeed a rare feat. His advantage lay in his unconventional training. Few would be so driven as to practice relentlessly under a waterfall. Upon reaching the fourth level, Tang Yan felt an immediate relief from the oppressive weight on his shoulders, returning him to a state of normalcy. He surveyed the layout of the level, noting 8 bronze figures standing silently in the center of the hall. Each figure, standing at approximately 1 meter and 70 centimeters, was clad in gleaming bronze armor, seemingly impenetrable. They each wielded a bronze rod in both hands. 10 meters ahead, a red line marked the boundary of the combat zone. Above it, a sign declared, 4th level, Bronze Soldier Armor Challenge. Crossing the line would initiate combat, while retreating would result in disqualification. The bronze soldiers possessed a combined combat strength equivalent to a peak Xian realm 2nd grade. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan confidently stepped forward, crossing the red line. Instantly, the eyes of the 8 bronze figures glowed red, and they sprang into action. Clang, clang, clang. Observing the speed of the copper automaton, Tang Yan felt a surge of caution within. The automaton moved with remarkable swiftness and exhibited a degree of joint flexibility akin to that of a living being, thus enabling it to unleash a formidable lethal force. What kind of ingenious mechanical genius could have designed such a creation? Taking a deep breath, Tang Yan advanced toward it. As the copper figure swung its short staff, it appeared poised to strike Tang Yan directly. In a swift and uncanny maneuver, Tang Yan evaded the blow, his fist landing heavily upon the automaton. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Despite successfully landing the hit, there was no trace of exhilaration on Tang Yan's face. Instead, an ominous premonition arose within him. Throughout the encounter, the copper automaton exhibited no intention of evading the attack. After being struck, it staggered back 2 paces, the extent of any damage remaining uncertain. Meanwhile, the other 7 copper figures wielded their long staffs, launching an assault from all directions toward Tang Yan. Faced with the relentless barrage, Tang Yan's heart raced with alarm. If he did not evade, he feared he would be overwhelmed by the relentless strikes. With determination, he resolved to act. As the storm of staffs descended upon him, Tang Yan darted through the narrow gaps like an elusive eel. Bang! Just as he emerged from the confines of the onslaught, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind, startling him. Where had this attack come from? He activated his shadow step to its fullest extent, yet felt a painful sweep across his back, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. A quick glance revealed that the source of the strike was none other than the copper automaton he had just repelled with his punch. Astonishingly, it had shown no signs of being affected by his full-force blow. Chapter 91. As if in a realm uninhabited. Undeterred by the uncanny resilience of the automaton, Tang Yan inhaled deeply and prepared to utilize his shadow step to experiment with one of the copper figures. Bang, 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 bang. Swiftly approaching his objective, Tang Yan unleashed the 5th strike of the Qianshan fist upon the bronze figure with tremendous force. Thud! 2 resounding impacts echoed as the bronze figure staggered back 2 steps, yet remained largely unaffected. The remaining 7 bronze figures simultaneously swung their metal rods towards Tang Yan. Sensing the overwhelming momentum, Tang Yan was taken aback and retreated hastily. However, the bronze figures moved with remarkable speed and impeccable coordination. Despite Tang Yan's best efforts to evade, one rod grazed his clothing, tearing a portion of his hem. Tang Yan furrowed his brow tightly. The strength of these bronze figures appeared to be at the 1st level of the profound realm, although their power was somewhat inferior to his own. One crucial aspect could not be overlooked. The bronze figures felt no pain. Regardless of the techniques employed, they did not dodge but relentlessly attacked. The 8 bronze figures operated in perfect harmony. United in purpose, the potency of such a synchronized team transcended mere arithmetic. It was not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Tang Yan's gaze sharpened as it swept over the 8 bronze figures. Their bodies were impervious to brute force, and a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his exhaustion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Just as gold has impurities, so too must the bronze figures harbor weaknesses. Therefore, his next course of action would be to identify and exploit the vulnerabilities of these 8 constructs, dismantling them one by one. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yan faced the advancing bronze figures without trepidation. He unleashed the shadow step, his form transforming into a wisp of smoke as he delivered a powerful punch to one bronze figure's left eye. Bang! After successfully landing a strike, Tang Yan did not linger in battle. He swiftly maneuvered his body, immediately vacating his previous position. The bronze figure he had struck merely tilted its head back slightly. Yet its bronze staff continued its relentless assault, swinging fiercely towards the spot where Tang Yen had just stood. The left eye was not a weakness. Fortunately, the bronze figure was not a living being. Although its movements and strikes were not slow, its instinctive reactions were somewhat delayed, granting Tang Yen ample time to assess the situation. Tang Yen rapidly positioned himself before another bronze figure, and before it could react, he unleashed a powerful punch towards its right eye. Bang! With a solid hit, the bronze figure's head jerked back, but it remained largely unaffected. The remaining 7 bronze figures, wielding 14 bronze staffs, advanced menacingly towards him. This time, Tang Yen exhibited greater cunning. After each punch, he conserved some strength, employing the shadow step without pause, deftly evading the onslaught of numerous bronze staffs from an awkward angle. The right eye was not a weakness. As an accomplished alchemist, Tang Yen possessed an abundance of patience. After narrowly dodging the attacks of the 7 bronze figures, he charged forward once more, directing a fist towards one figure's nose. Bang! The bronze figure hesitated momentarily, but was still unscathed. The nose was not a weakness. The mouth was not a weakness. The throat was not a weakness. The solar plexus was not a weakness. Tang Yen patiently experimented with each potential target, despite repeated failures. He maintained the same calm demeanor as during his initial attempts. Lower abdomen, left rib, armpit, navel, leg bones. He meticulously examined every part of the bronze figure. And as he observed the still menacing figures charging towards him, a flicker of doubt crossed Tang Yan's eyes. Could it be that these bronze figures possessed no weaknesses? As I struck from the summit to the nadir, the 8 bronze figures remained utterly undisturbed, as if they were indeed impervious to assault. Wait a moment. From the top to the bottom? Tang Yan's gaze sharpened, fixating on the apex and the base of the bronze figures. Although he had thoroughly examined the figures, these 2 areas seemed to have escaped his scrutiny. Could it be that these were the critical spots? Moreover, these locations were the most challenging to reach. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yen resolved to make an attempt. His body transformed into a streak of lightning as he swiftly targeted the knee of one bronze figure. After delivering the blow, Tang Yen did not flee as he had previously. Instead, he paused momentarily. Upon witnessing the remaining 7 bronze figures brandishing their staffs towards him, he finally sprang into action. He leaped high into the air, retracting his right arm forcefully, and struck the top of one bronze figure's head with an elbow. A peculiar sound resonated as, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the crimson glow in the bronze figure's eyes dimming, gradually extinguishing, leaving it motionless. Success! A glimmer of joy flickered in Tang Yan's eyes. With his heart now at ease, he executed the same maneuver again, employing feigned attacks, and within a matter of moments, 3 more bronze figures fell to his prowess. With a resounding thud, as the final bronze figure's crimson light vanished, Tang Yen exhaled heavily. Although this battle lasted merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had been in a state of intense combat throughout. After a brief moment of recuperation, Tang Yen ascended towards the 5th level. Upon surveying the layout of the 5th level, a sudden smile broke across his face. The difficulty of this 5th level appeared to be somewhat less daunting than that of the 4th for him. Before him lay a straight copper path, connecting one end to the other, approximately 1 meter wide, surrounded entirely by water. Flanking either side of this copper road stood a row of copper figures, each wielding an array of weapons, swords, spears, hammers, and more. In the center of the path, various obstacles, both large and small, intermittently appeared. If Tang Yan's conjecture was correct, this route tested one's combat prowess, demanding exceptional reflexes and martial skills. It seemed exceedingly challenging to traverse this copper path, which explained why Su Wei had exited after merely one encounter. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yen advanced towards the copper road. Suddenly, the copper figures sprang into action. 3 long swords launched at him with thrusts, slashes, and cuts. Yet, Tang Yen remained composed, his combat instincts swiftly activated. The swords came at him with fierce momentum and impressive force, but to Tang Yen, they revealed numerous openings. He struck forcefully against the sword of the copper figure to his right, causing it to veer off course. Without lingering in battle, he exploited the gap and broke through the defensive line. In rapid succession, a hammer, a long sword, and a heavy blade charged at him from 3 directions, effectively sealing off his escape routes. However, a more sinister attack followed. A spear unexpectedly lunged from the copper path. For Tang Yen, the challenge was still too trivial. He deftly shifted his body, gliding forward in an S-shaped trajectory, evading the assault with remarkable ease. As he approached a stone obstacle, a shadow surged forth. A diminutive copper figure had concealed itself behind the stone, lying in ambush. As Tang Yen made his entrance, a dagger swiftly slashed towards his waist. An overwhelming aura surged from his body, and the whirlpool of energy within him began to operate with fervor, channeling immense true energy into his arm. With a powerful punch, he struck the right arm of the Copper Man. Under Tang Yan's formidable blow, the Copper Man's arm twisted awkwardly, and without hesitation, Tang Yan charged forward once more. Having mastered the essence of combat, Tang Yan navigated through the perilous web of danger with the grace of a fish in water. Upon reaching his destination, he found that not even the hem of his garment had been disturbed. Chapter 92, Devouring the Soul Fire. However, Tang Yan did not deny the peril of the 5th level. Without the experience of blood-soaked battles and a wealth of combat knowledge, traversing this path would prove to be exponentially more challenging than the 4th level. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fell upon the passageway to the 6th level, and he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. An odd sensation coursed through him, as if the 6th level held something irresistibly attractive. Curiously, he pondered the source of this feeling. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face, for it seemed the source of this sensation emanated from the heavenly creation fire. At that moment, within Tang Yan's dantian, the heavenly creation fire began to flicker intermittently. Though the rhythm was not rapid, such an extraordinary entity rarely exhibited signs of abnormality. Any slight movement was swiftly detected by Tang Yan. Adjusting his state, he stepped into the passageway, making his way to the 6th level. Upon arrival, a wave of heat enveloped him. Tang Yan distinctly sensed the heavenly creation fire pulsating with increasing vigor. With curiosity, he surveyed the 6th level, noting its layout was markedly peculiar in comparison to the 5th level below. On the northern wall, 2 powerful characters carved in bold strokes read Refining Souls. Beneath, an array of circular dots sprawled across the ground, resembling a target, each concentric ring drawing inexorably toward the center. At the heart of this lotus-like design, a swirling white flame danced and flickered upon the surface, its animated presence stirring the elemental fire of creation. A sudden thought flashed through Tang Yan's mind. This flame might very well be the ethereal fire that exists between heaven and earth. The elemental fire, so agitated, seemed intent on devouring the spiritual fire before it. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Yan cautiously approached the center. As he neared, the white flame appeared to sense his proximity, abruptly swaying in response. The circular patterns on the ground morphed into clusters of flames. Tang Yan felt a surge of heat. An instinctive urge to retreat surged within him. Yet he discovered that his garments remained unscathed by the flames, compelling him to suppress the impulse to back away. This heat was peculiar. Not a bead of sweat adorned his brow, yet he felt as if he were drenched in perspiration, as though a fire were searing his very soul. Reflecting on the inscription of Refining Souls upon the wall, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps this layer was testing his soul power. For an alchemist, soul power is intrinsically linked to mental strength. The greater the soul power, the more adept one becomes at mastering the rhythm of alchemy. Even if he were unable to pass this trial, the opportunity to temper his soul power within such an atmosphere was an invaluable choice. Resolute in his decision, Tang Yan took another step forward. With each inch he drew closer to the center, the intensity of the flame's white hue deepened, and the sensation of heat escalated correspondingly. Fortunately, Tang Yan's soul power already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The radius of the fire circle measured approximately 12 meters. Tang Yan, without any sense of pressure, advanced 10 meters before finally halting his steps. A gnawing sensation from deep within his bones compelled him to seek refuge in a frigid abyss. His body trembled slightly, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth to regain composure before taking another half step forward. An even more intense pressure enveloped him, causing his body to tremble more violently. Suppressing the urge to flee, Tang Yan circulated his vital energy throughout his body, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the agony of soul refinement. The edge of a sword is honed through relentless grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. This suffering was familiar to him from his days in the martial world of Enerjiang. As an accomplished alchemist, to falter under the trial of soul power would sow seeds of inner demons along his path in the alchemical arts. Tang Yan was uncertain if taking another step would render him unconscious, yet retreat was not an option. With eyes aflame, he fixed his gaze on the white fire a mere meter away, and with a steely resolve, he commenced the manipulation of fire. The heavenly creation fire surged with exhilaration at that moment, dancing animatedly around Tang Yan under his command. In stark contrast, the white fire, upon witnessing the emergence of the heavenly creation fire, recoiled in fear, its intensity diminishing as it gently flickered in the air. The pressure weighing upon Tang Yan abruptly lightened, dispelling the previous sense of searing heat. A glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes as he observed the state of the white fire, which resembled a creature prostrating in reverence. Could it be that flames too are ranked like monarchs and subjects? A flicker of madness sparked in Tang Yan's gaze as he recalled the records within the supreme alchemical canon. The heavenly creation fire possessed the ability to devour other spiritual flames to ascend in power. The ethereal white flame. Could it be devoured by the fire of creation? It is worth a try? A powerful suction emanated from Tang Yan's palm, and the white flame, seemingly sentient, sensed the imminent danger and ignited fervently. Caught off guard, Tang Yan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He bit down on his tongue, striving to clear his mind, gritting his teeth as he executed the fire control technique with precision. Boom. Under the oppressive force of the fire of creation, the white flame resisted only a few times before being completely absorbed into Tang Yan's body. He recognized that this was a crucial moment of fusion. Although the fire of creation was undeniably formidable, the white flame could still inflict harm before being entirely refined. The searing sensation that had previously tormented his soul resurfaced within Tang Yan, intensifying with each passing moment. He clenched his teeth, unwavering in the practice of the fire control technique. As time passed, his body trembled incessantly, beads of sweat emerging from every pore. Tang Yan observed that, through his relentless refining, the white flame was gradually being consumed by the fire of creation. As the potency of the white flame diminished, the rate of absorption accelerated. And soon the white flame ceased its struggle. The sensation of soul refining dissipated entirely. Tang Yan felt light all over, and with a soft hissing sound, the white flame vanished completely. Tang Yan exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. Assessing the fire of creation within him, he realized that the internal energy remained unstable, indicating that the white flame had not been fully refined and further harmonization was necessary. Aware that he was still within the confines of the deathly slaughter tower, Tang Yan resolved to exit first. Upon examining the 6th level, the circular dots on the ground remained, while the central flame had vanished. One could only wonder how the assassination tower would react upon discovering the absence of the soul refining fire. Tang Yan silently hoped that the circumstances on the 6th level would remain undiscovered for the time being. Meanwhile, outside the assassination tower, onlookers engaged in fervent discussions. It has been nearly half an hour. Why hasn't that fellow emerged yet? Could he have truly ventured into the 3rd level? Or perhaps he has met his demise within. They contemplated, let us wait a little longer. Everyone was on tenterhooks, with the majority of bets placed on Tang Yan emerging from either the 2nd or 3rd level, aside from Lin Xiao and Wan Fei. Lord Lin, where do you believe Tang Yan will emerge from? Wan Fei inquired. A flicker of anticipation crossed Lin Xiao's eyes as he pondered before replying. The 4th or 5th level. What is your assessment, Miss Wan Fei? At least the 5th level. Wan Fei responded resolutely, recalling Tang Yan's performance within Canyun Mountain. Let us hope for such. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a resounding noise of a door opening echoed through the air. All held their breath, their gazes flitting anxiously between the 2nd and 3rd levels. Chapter 93. Let us fulfill the bet. Could it be that the assassination tower has malfunctioned? The doors to the 2nd and 3rd levels remained still, leaving everyone perplexed about the source of the earlier sound. A keen-eyed youth in the crowd exclaimed, drawing immediate ire from those nearby. What are you yelling about? They chastised. 6th level. As he spoke, the attention of the crowd shifted towards the 6th level. There, a tall figure stood, clad in pristine white, unsullied by dust. As the confident youth stood before the crowd, they couldn't help but rub their eyes in disbelief. Once it was confirmed that the individual was indeed Tang Yan, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. A collective gasp resonated as they turned their gazes towards the 6th level door. The immense figure of 10 left them agape, unable to close their mouths for an extended period. It had been years since anyone had ventured to the 6th level, and today, not only had someone ascended, but they had also succeeded. What was even more astonishing was that the victor hailed from Yun City. We won. Sister, that's 10 million taels of silver. Longing exclaimed, suddenly coming to his senses, his excitement palpable. The dealer, initially in a daze, was jolted awake by Long Ying's exclamation. He contemplated fleeing, but, upon meeting Wan Fei's unwavering gaze, could only manage a wry smile. With 2 bets placed, one at 10 times and the other at 100 times, the total amounted to a staggering 11 million taels of silver. Surely, the dealer wouldn't resort to deceit? Wan Fei's radiant smile conveyed her confidence. No, I trust the dealer won't play tricks. The dealer, realizing he could not escape the situation, understood that evading his responsibility would tarnish his reputation and jeopardize future bets. However, he lacked the funds to cover such a vast sum and turned a distressed look towards Zhao Yuqian. Zhao Yuqian, fully aware of his implications, felt a pang of reluctance in her heart. Yet, her pride would not allow her to back down in front of so many from the eastern region. With a frosty expression, she retrieved paper and pen from her pocket, swiftly scribbling an IU before tossing it forward. Take this to my Zhao family, and you shall receive the full amount. The dealer, with profuse thanks and a beaming smile, approached Wan Fei, saying, Miss Wan, I do not currently possess such a sum. Here are 2 million taels for now. I shall deliver the remainder to your residence tomorrow. How does that sound? I trust that the dealer, Li, will not go back on his word. Wan Fei accepted the silver note, stowing it away in his bosom without a glance. After the dealer supplemented Lin Xiao with an additional 1 million taels of silver, he shook his head with a sigh, lamenting his ill fortune. How could one lose money even while opening a gambling table? This would surely invite ridicule from his peers. Tang Yin descended from the 6th floor, and under the gaze of the crowd, approached Su Wei, declaring, You have lost. Su Wei's expression was complex, a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes. Could it be that the internal workings of the absolute kill tower have faltered? I protest, shouted Yao Yuan. Huh, unable to accept defeat? Tang Yan's gaze was derisive. Su Wei clenched his fists, fixating on Tang Yin with a glint of resentment in his eyes, biting back. One should always leave a way out. Why must young Master Tang be so ruthless? The wager was mutually agreed upon. Any attempt to retract it is beyond your prerogative, Lin Xiao remarked coolly. Is it so? Lin, do you still wish to bully the weak? An irate voice interjected. A burly man draped in a crimson cloak strode forward with a commanding presence. It was Yao Qian, the Lord of Yuqing. Someone recognized his identity. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Xiao waved dismissively. You exaggerate, Brother Yao. It is your Yuqing disciples who intend to breach their trust. Yao Qian, already privy to the unfolding events, felt a surge of indignation. He had merely arrived a tad late, and this group of rascals had stirred up such a debacle. Had Su Wei indeed shouted thrice that Yuqing was inferior to Yun City, Yuqing would have been forced to save face in the eastern domain. These youngsters are simply ignorant. Brother Lin cannot possibly take it to heart, can he? Yao Qian laughed heartily. Witnessing Yao Qian's nonchalance, Lin Xiao's displeasure was palpable. Over the years, he had endured considerable mockery from these individuals during the Eastern Domain Grand Tournament. At present, Zhang Se remarked, the youth participating in the Eastern Domain competition symbolized the image of their respective cities. Many of them are not in their youth anymore. If they were to go back on their word and fail to honor their commitments, who would dare to engage with Yuqing in the future? In just a few sentences, Lin Xiao elevated the issue to the level of the city's credibility. Yao Qian momentarily halted his breath, observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, resolutely intent on bringing shame upon Yuqing. His voice grew colder. Brother Lin, if you insist on preserving Yuqing's dignity today, should we encounter Yuqing's disciples at the Eastern Domain competition, they may not show mercy. No need for Brother Yao to worry. Let us not digress. Since we have lost, let us fulfill the wager. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Yao Qian shot Lin Xiao a glare, his gaze landing on Tang Yin as he said, As for the wager among the younger generation, Brother Lin need not intervene. Young sir, since you emerged from the 6th level, your prowess must be remarkable. How about this? You face Su Wei in another match, and if you win, the previous wager will not only stand, but I shall also offer you 3 third-grade elixirs. If you lose, we shall consider the previous debt settled, and I will gift you 1 third-grade elixir. What say you? Third-grade elixirs. The crowd's pupils dilated in astonishment. Not to mention in the Eastern Domain. Even throughout the entire Tingxiang Kingdom, third-grade elixirs are exceedingly precious. The wager truly belonged to Tang Yin, and Lin Xiao saw no reason to intervene excessively, opting instead to observe how Tang Yin would respond. A look of disdain crossed Tang Yan's face. I am not even considered the foremost in Yuqing. What do I have to compete with? Let us fulfill the wager. The crowd, greatly disappointed, had anticipated a spectacle. Yet, upon reflection, how could a place like Yuqing possibly harbor any astonishing talents? Tang Yin might merely be a proficient challenger. How about this? I shall give you 3 elixirs, and we shall end the matter here? Yao Qian felt a pang of regret, yet to salvage some dignity for Yu City, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Such generous terms even stirred Lin Xiao's interest. Let Su Wei call out 3 times that Yu City is inferior to Cloud City. At most, it would earn some face, but without any tangible benefit. However, obtaining 3 third-grade elixirs is a rare treasure. The other onlookers also flashed expressions of intense envy. Third-grade elixirs are sometimes impossible to procure. Lin Xiao sighed softly. Such temptation piqued even his interest, let alone Tang Yin. It was time to fulfill the wager. Just as everyone assumed Tang Yin would acquiesce, a calm voice emerged from his lips. The crowd was taken aback by Tang Yin's words. Even Yao Qian had not anticipated such a straightforward refusal from him. After all, these were third-grade elixirs. Could this fellow be a fool? While third-grade elixirs may be immensely valuable in the eyes of others, to Tang Yen, they bore little difference from candy. As long as he desired, he could refine as many as he wished. Witnessing Tang Yen's steadfast refusal, Yao Qian's anger flared. He also felt considerable resentment towards Su Wei and the others. Losing to any other city would have been acceptable, but losing to the historically bottom-ranked Cloud City was particularly infuriating. He snapped, "Hurry and call out." Chapter 94. The Grudge Against You City. Su Wei cast a venomous glance at Tang Yen and coldly remarked, "I hope I do not see you at the grand competition. Stop being so fussy, hurry up," Tang Yen urged. Observing Tang Yan's infuriating demeanor, Su Wei felt a surge of rage that nearly made him spit blood. Glancing sideways, he noticed Yao Qian's expression had soured like a stormy sea, and he understood that the city lord was reluctant to linger. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Yuqing is inferior to Yunqing. There are still 2 more times. Speak louder, have you not eaten?" Tang Yen, standing nearby, kindly reminded him. With an increasingly resentful glare aimed at Tang Yen, Su Wei mustered his resolve and continued to shout, "Yuqing is inferior to Yunqing. Yuqing is inferior to Yunqing. When the mountain does not yield, the water will flow. We shall meet at the grand competition. Let us go." Yao Qian spat a venomous remark before turning on his heel and sweeping away. Su Wei and his companions hurriedly followed, heads bowed. As they witnessed the departure of the Yuqing group, it became clear to all present that the rift between Yunqing and Yuqing had irreparably widened. This upcoming Eastern Region Grand Competition would undoubtedly culminate in a fierce clash between the disciples of the 2 cities. However, the majority held little faith in Yunqing, believing that their provocation of Yuqing would lead to severe repercussions for Yunqing's disciples when they faced off against Yuqing's. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Lin Xiao. Su Wei's 3 shouts rang increasingly melodious in his ears. He felt little pressure, for his daughter had already attained the 2nd tier of the mysterious rank and her combat skills were progressing rapidly, her fighting prowess formidable. Bolstered by his daughter's various boasts and Tang Yan's impressive performance in the assassination tower, Lin Xiao was increasingly confident in Tang Yan's capabilities. When the disciples of the 2 cities crossed swords, the outcome remained uncertain. As for Lu Ji, Lin Xiao paid him little mind. The Lu family had long been deemed irrelevant in his eyes, and Lu Ji's fate mattered little to him. This time, you have indeed achieved great merit. Yet, although you have one face, you have also established a formidable adversary and lost 3 third-tier medicinal pills. I apologize for the injustice. Lin Xiao patted Tang Yan's shoulder, his regard for Tang Yen growing ever more favorable. Indeed, those who insult my Yun city shall be repaid tenfold, Tang Yen promptly declared. Excellent. Lin Xiao responded with a hearty laugh, evidently pleased with Tang Yan's answer. By the way, this lady is your friend. Lin Xiao gestured towards Wan Fei, who stood nearby. Tang Yen scrutinized Wan Fei with curiosity, furrowing his brow as he questioned, I believe this young lady has mistaken me for someone else. Have we met before? Uft. Lin Xiao nearly spat blood upon hearing this, exclaiming, You, my friend, dare to claim you haven't seen her? How do you explain the matter of her having staked 200,000 taels of silver on you? Benefactor, this is my sister. Chang Ying chimed in from the side, hurriedly clarifying the situation. Upon recognizing Chang Ying, Tang Yen recalled the mercenary he had encountered on Sangyun Mountain. He studied Wan Fei again, her heart-shaped face, willow-like brows, apricot eyes, and sensuous red lips exuded a wild, yet capable charm, strikingly familiar. Is it you, my dear aunt? Tang Yen tentatively inquired. The previously cheerful Wan Fei immediately erupted at his address. I shall take you on. Seeing the enraged Wan Fei lunging towards him with claws bared, Tang Yen was taken aback and hastily retreated, fervently attempting to explain, Aunt, please listen to me. I truly did not recognize you. Aunt, do not act impulsively. Let us speak calmly. At last, after Tang Yan's relentless pleading, Wan Fei ceased her assault, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with a warning, Call me Aunt again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Very well, dear Aunt, Tang Yen replied, only to provoke her further. I will kill you. Wan Fei erupted once more, her petite fists raining down upon Tang Yen like a torrential downpour. All right, I was wrong, Tang Yen pleaded again. Amidst the chaos, Tang Yen felt a sense of grievance regarding Wan Fei's appearance. The last time I beheld Wan Fei, she had just emerged from a fierce battle, appearing disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Her delicate countenance was smeared with grime and blood, her hair a wild tangle, resembling an unkempt matron. Yet now, the enchanting beauty before me displayed a harmonious blend of exquisite qualities that left one in awe. Who could have imagined that these two were one and the same? My benefactor, I always knew you were formidable. It has been 7 years since anyone ventured beyond the 6th floor of the absolute kill tower. Yet you not only ascended to the 6th floor, but also conquered it. Longing exclaimed with excitement. It was merely a stroke of luck. Relying solely on strength would not suffice. Tang Yin humbly waved his hand. After conversing with the two, Tang Yin leaned closer to Lin Xiao and advised, "My lord, when Dong Shui ascends shortly, please try to conceal her identity and avoid revealing Yun City too soon." Lin Xiao concurred with Tang Yan's counsel, deeming it a manageable task, and suggested that Lin Dong Shui alter her appearance. Before long, Lin Dong Shui, disguised as an ordinary person, blended seamlessly into the crowd, awaiting her entry into the absolute kill tower. In her current guise, she attracted no attention whatsoever. Once Lu Ji entered the tower, Lin Xiao pulled Tang Yin aside and inquired softly, "Tang Yin, what exactly lies within the 6th floor of the absolute kill tower? How did you manage to overcome it?" It was prudent to keep the matter of devouring the soul refining fire a closely guarded secret. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin replied, "There exists a formation within that possesses the ability to refine souls. The closer one approaches the center of the formation, the more excruciating the pain becomes. I remained at the center for a quarter of an hour before the door opened of its own accord." Lin Xiao accepted this explanation without doubt, responding with satisfaction. Given that soul refinement pertains to the 6th floor, the agony must be beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Moreover, surmounting the challenges of the preceding 5 levels is no small feat during this Eastern Domain Grand Competition. Young man, strive to perform admirably and attain an esteemed rank. Indeed, Dong Shui has already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier in the Xian class. Should she successfully navigate the 4th level, I am confident she will garner commendable scores in the 5th level as well, Tang Yin remarked with a smile. Boom. Amidst their idle chatter, the sound of a door opening resounded, immediately drawing the gaze of the crowd upwards. 8 points from the 2nd level. Upon witnessing this score, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. The recent influx of individuals here for training predominantly comprises contestants of the Eastern Domain Grand Competition. Each participant is an elite from their respective cities, with few emerging from the 2nd level. When the crowd discerned that the one who emerged was none other than the foremost individual from Yun City, a flicker of derision flashed in their eyes. The strength of Yun City remains as dismal as ever. Although the reason behind Tang Yan's passage through the 6th level remains a mystery, the onlookers attributed it merely to luck. Lu Ji felt increasingly vexed. Having been struck a few times prior, his composure was yet to be restored, and the provocation of Tang Yan's achievement further muddled his emotions. Once inside the killing tower, his myriad distractions prevented him from focusing, leading to his expulsion from the 2nd level. An hour later, Lin Dong Shui emerged from the killing tower, once again stirring a considerable uproar. 4 points from the 5th level. Upon seeing such a score, Lin Zhao's lips curled into a slight smile. As Lin Dong Shui exited the killing tower, she paid no heed to the crowd and swiftly departed from the scene. By the time the spectators comprehended the situation, Lin Dong Shui had vanished without a trace. Due to her disguised appearance, the identity of the individual who emerged remained an enigma to the crowd. The members from Yun City reconvened at Wanfang Building. After exchanging greetings with Tang Yin, Lin Xiao retreated to his own quarters. With 8 or 9 days remaining, he needed to expedite the complete refinement of the soul fire. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he inhaled deeply, simultaneously initiating the supreme elixir scripture and the fire control incantation. The alabaster flames were entirely enveloped by the creation of heaven fire, and as they were continuously refined, the white radiance gradually dissipated. Tang Yin distinctly perceived the increasing potency of the creation of heaven fire. The hue of the flames deepened further. As time ebbed away, Tang Yin opened his eyes to a starlit sky. It was the late hours of the night. Chapter 95. The 4 Young Masters of the Eastern Domain Whoosh. A flame abruptly materialized before Tang Yin, a profound, spectral blue, exuding an uncanny mystique. Tang Yin scrutinized the creation of heaven fire, a flicker of awe evident in his eyes. The integration of the soul refining fire had augmented Tang Yan's comprehension of the fire control incantation, and he had also discerned its function to temper the soul, enhance mental fortitude, and momentarily sway an adversary's psyche. Despite having been refined by Tang Yin, the capabilities inherent in the soul refining fire had been wholly assimilated by the creation of heaven fire. Sensing the soul-stirring coercion emanating from the flame, a notion stirred within Tang Yan's mind. Did this not imply that he had not only acquired a life-saving skill, but could also, in the future, self-temper his soul? The stronger the soul force, the more potent the mental acuity, which is of paramount importance in the art of alchemy. As an alchemist, Tang Yin was acutely aware of its value. Suppressing the elation that surged within him, Tang Yin exhaled a breath of turbid air and resumed his cultivation. With only 9 days remaining, he needed to seize every moment to improve. When Tang Yin stirred from his cultivation once more, the sky was already bright. Despite Cloud City's perennial underestimation, the news of Tang Yan's successful navigation of the 6 levels of the Absolute Kill Tower had spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge throughout the city within a day. Tang Yan's name, too, was etched into the memories of many. Fong City. Throughout the years, the Fong family has wielded significant power, and the name of the city has derived from them. Almost half of the city's enterprises are under the aegis of the Fong family. The governance of Fong City differs markedly from that of Yun City. While the city lord's residence in each city holds a preeminent status, numerous prestigious families still inhabit the area, creating a balance of power characterized by a dominant force and several strong contenders that mutually restrain one another. In Fong City, however, the entire city is regarded as an asset of the Fong family, regardless of which family a talented individual hails from. They are recruited to the city lord's residence for cultivation, thereby securing the enduring prosperity of the Fong family. In the southern part of Fong City lies the picturesque Shoyue Lake, sprawling over 1,000 acres. Its scenic beauty, adorned with pavilions on both banks, makes it a favored destination for the talented and beautiful, as well as for literary figures and young couples. Within a private chamber on the second floor of a building, intricately carved windows face the vast lake. The warmth of the room, fueled by a cozy fire, creates a spring-like atmosphere. 4 exceptionally refined young men are seated at an octagonal table, indulging in wine. Those familiar with the East region would undoubtedly exclaim in recognition. Although these 4 appear youthful, they are well known throughout the entire eastern domain, apart from Yun City, which remains indifferent to the happenings of the region. The esteemed individuals are Fong Xian of Fong City, Cheng Gong, Du Shu of Qing City, and Song Zhe of Song City, collectively known as the 4 young masters of the East region. They are acknowledged as the pinnacle of the younger generation across the cities. Conversely, the foremost figures of Yu City and Yun City do not capture the public's esteem and are naturally not compared to these 3 cities. A young man with striking features sets down his wine cup and clears his throat, instantly garnering the attention of those present. Time truly flies. The East Region Grand Competition, held every 5 years, is upon us once again. What are your thoughts on this year's competition? Brother Fong Xian, in the Eastern Region Competition, each participant is permitted to compete only once. Although we are all first-time contenders, I sense that we could secure 4 out of the top 5 positions. Song Zhe lightly tapped his fingers on the wine glass, his expressive brows and eyes exuding a mature charm. Fong Xian, with a smile in his starry eyes, remarked, according to the customary practices of the Qinglong Academy, they typically recruit between 5 to 10 individuals from the Eastern region. However, what we attain in the Eastern region competition merely grants us eligibility for selection into the Qinglong Academy. Subsequently, we shall undergo further assessments by the Academy to ascertain our acceptance. The reevaluation by the Qinglong Academy is notably more competitive, and it is imperative that we from the Eastern region unite in solidarity to enhance our chances of entry. Who do you believe might become our comrades? If only 5 are to be selected, Zhao Yuqian from Fong City and Wan Fei possess considerable potential, Cheng Gong immediately interjected. From Song City, Song Qing also has the strength to contend, Song Zhe declared with conviction. From Qing City, Sun Long has commendable prowess. Du Shu recommended an individual from Qing City. Upon hearing this, Fong Xian nodded, a smile gracing his face, and with an air of confidence that captivated those around him. He took a leisurely sip of wine and said, Su Wei from Yu City is also quite formidable. It is said that he has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank. Alas, had he attained the 4th rank, his status as the foremost in Yu City would have warranted an invitation to share a drink. I have heard that someone cleared the 6th level of the Ju Sha building yesterday, Song Zhe reminded. Fong Xian nodded. I have also heard whispers of this. Yesterday, a wager took place between Yun City and Yu City, resulting in Yu City's defeat. This is another reason why I did not invite Su Wei. Have you inquired about Tang Yan's background? Du Shu furrowed his brow and remarked, I inquired about the situation. 5 months ago, Tang Yan's reputation in Yun City was far from favorable. He was deemed unlearned and indulgent. However, he has recently exhibited commendable prowess. Yet, his strength appears to be lacking. Rumored to be at merely the 9th rank of the yellow tier, without having even stepped into the mystic tier. My recent investigations into Yun City reveal that the foremost figure there has always been Lu Ji, who currently possesses only the 1st rank of the mystic tier. Just yesterday, he could not withstand a single strike from Yuqing Xiao Yuan, being struck several times in the process. As for Tang Yin, who is not even the foremost, it seems the Absolute Kill Tower might have experienced an anomaly, allowing him to pass through by sheer luck. Shen Gong interjected, and Fang Xian pondered for a moment before responding. The latest intelligence indicates that the highest strength displayed by that lad is indeed the 9th rank of the yellow tier. His passage through the absolute kill tower may very well be attributed to fortuitous circumstances. The 9th rank of the yellow tier is still rather feeble. Thus we shall not consider him further. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yin remained oblivious to their conversation. He had hung a sign at his courtyard door indicating he was in seclusion for cultivation and had not stepped outside. Instead, he immersed himself in fervently refining the soul fire. With such dedicated practice, Tang Yan's progress was remarkable. The soul fire possesses boundless benefits for one's soul. After days of honing, Tang Yin could distinctly feel his soul power significantly augmenting. He believed that in the future, alchemical concoction would be considerably easier. As time passed, the day of the Eastern Domain competition approached, and Tang Yin successfully integrated the soul fire. From the originally azure flames, he could, if he so desired, separate the bone-white soul fire, a phenomenon of extraordinary wonder. After taking a bath and changing into a white robe, Tang Yin opened his courtyard door, only to coincidentally spot Lin Xiao approaching with Lin Dongxue. "Humph, you still know how to come out." Upon seeing Tang Yin open the door, Lin Dongxue pouted in dissatisfaction. On Sungyun Mountain, when Lu Jing attempted to assassinate the two, Tang Yin intervened, allowing himself to escape, and in that moment, Lin Dongxue accepted him as a friend in her heart. Subsequently, Tang Yin imparted numerous combat experiences to her. She had originally intended to engage in further discussions on martial arts with him during these 10 days, but unexpectedly, he secluded himself for 8 days, leaving her without a glimpse of him. Feeling that her own strength was not solidified, she intended to utilize this time to digest her knowledge. However, she was unaware that so many days had slipped away. Tang Yin hurriedly apologized and then inquired with curiosity, "Have you come to find me?" Chapter 96, Tang Yin. "Do you dare to battle with me?" "Indeed, you have been immersed in your cultivation for 8 days. And I had yet to seize the opportunity to discuss the Eastern Domain Grand Competition with you. I initially planned to summon you, but it seems you emerged first," Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. After inviting the two into the courtyard and settling down, Tang Yin began to pour tea. Lin Xiao explained, "In this Eastern Domain Grand Competition, Fang City, Qing City, and Song City hold the highest prestige. If all goes as expected, participants from these 3 cities are likely to enter the Azure Dragon Academy. Following them is Yu City, where some believe Su Wei may be selected. As for our Yun City, we remain underappreciated." "Oomph, this is outrageous. A bunch of narrow-minded fools. We shall show them what we are capable of," Lin Dongxue declared indignantly. "What extraordinary figures emerge from those 3 cities to garner such acclaim?" Tang Yin inquired, grasping the crux of the matter. "We have consistently placed at the bottom in the Eastern Domain Grand Competition and rarely partake in activities organized by the Eastern Domain. Thus your understanding of other cities in the Eastern Domain is rather limited. The Scions of the East region, Fang Xian of Fangcheng, Chenggong, Du Shu of Qingcheng, and Song Zhe of Songcheng, collectively known as the 4 Young Masters, each possess a strength exceeding the 4th rank of the Profound Realm. Such prowess in the younger generation is deemed genius throughout Tingxiang. Thus they are highly esteemed." Tang Yin was taken aback. The East region competition explicitly stipulates that participants must be under 25 years of age. The fact that these individuals have attained a realm above the 4th rank of the Profound Realm before the age of 25 is truly astonishing. "Are there any who have reached the 5th rank?" he inquired. "Uncertain. The lowest is the mid-stage of the 4th rank. This is merely the information gathered overtly. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that there are those of the 5th rank. Moreover, the East region comprises 5 cities. And who knows if there are undiscovered prodigies?" Having spoken, Lin Zhao's gaze fell meaningfully upon Tang Yin, pausing before continuing. "This East region competition is replete with those of the 4th rank, and there are also numerous experts at the peak of the 3rd rank, such as Song Qing of Songcheng, Sun Long of Qingcheng, and your friend Wan Fei, among others. This East region competition is more fiercely contested than ever before." "Is this solely a martial competition?" Tang Yin inquired. "Indeed, it is purely a contest of martial prowess. However, should you gain selection for the Azure Dragon Academy, the assessment criteria will be far more extensive." Lin Xiao, having finished speaking, suddenly recalled something and added, "This East region competition will not only be attended by the 5 city lords, but also by members of the Azure Dragon Academy. Should someone not achieve a high ranking but demonstrate exceptional ability and talent, they may even be directly recruited into the Azure Dragon Academy. Are there any rewards for achieving a high ranking in the competition?" Tang Yin casually inquired, yet his ears subtly perked up. Securing the qualification for the Qinglong Academy is the most significant reward. However, Should one emerge victorious, additional rewards are typically bestowed, unlike for others. After the city lord concluded his remarks, he shifted the topic, asking, "With formidable talents gathered, what are your thoughts on this Eastern Domain Grand Competition?" Tang Yin pondered for a moment before articulating his analysis. The external skepticism towards our Yun city may not be entirely unfavorable. With Lu Ji, the foremost figure of Yun city, shielding us, the adversaries may harbor less suspicion regarding my and Dong Shui's capabilities. I have already reached the third tier of the profound realm. Should the opponents underestimate us, our chances of success could be significantly enhanced. This year, at the very least, our Yun city will not finish at the bottom. Lin Xiao regarded Tang Yin intently and remarked, "The rankings of the competition are determined by the most formidable contestants. For instance, if the champion is Song Zhe from Song City, even if the 2nd to 10th positions are all occupied by individuals from Fong City, the top honor still belongs to Song City. Therefore, to avoid finishing last, we must at least defeat Su Wei from Yu City. What do you estimate our chances against him to be? I believe he is at the peak of the 3rd tier of the profound realm. So perhaps our odds are 50-50, Tang Yin calculated. Father, why not have a match with Tang Yin? That would provide a clearer assessment, interjected Lin Dongshui. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened at her suggestion. In a mere 10 days previously, Tang Yin had significantly amplified Lin Dongshui's combat prowess. Adopting Tang Yin's mentoring methods, Lin Xiao had also adjusted his sparring style with Lin Dongshui, shifting from a gentle approach to a far more aggressive one, further enhancing her strength over the past 8 days. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Xiao harbored immense curiosity regarding Tang Yan's combat prowess. A flicker of fervor ignited in Tang Yan's eyes. Finding a formidable sparring partner would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities. Sensing the fighting spirit emanating from Tang Yan, Lin Xiao erupted in laughter. "Tang Yan, dare you to engage in a duel with me? Surely, the city lord would not exert his full strength?" Tang Yan, not lacking in intelligence, understood that if the city lord unleashed his full power, he would likely be reduced to mere clay. In response to Tang Yan's remark, Lin Xiao jested, "Oh please, do you think I would be so reckless? I shall limit myself to the strength of a 4th-tier practitioner. How does that sound? Father, you are such a bully." Before Tang Yin could respond, Lin Dongshui piped up indignantly. "You, young lady, why do you defend him?" Lin Xiao retorted, feigning surprise. "Father, you are incorrigible." Lin Dongshui's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she glared at Lin Xiao in a mixture of embarrassment and anger. She contemplated turning to leave, but was reluctant to miss the spectacle, stamping her little feet in frustration and falling silent. Tang Yan's thoughts swirled. As the Lord of Cloud City, Lin Xiao would likely keep his true strength confidential, allowing Tang Yin to feel secure in engaging him in combat. Thus, he replied, "The 4th-tier practitioner will suffice." A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Lin Zhao's eyes. Tang Yin's willingness to propose such a condition indicated that the threat posed by a 3rd-tier practitioner was minimal. With renewed interest in Tang Yan's strength, he chuckled softly. "Very well, make your move." Without further ado, Tang Yin unleashed the full extent of his shadow steps, his body surging forward like a tempest towards Lin Xiao. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Xiao. How could this young man possess such remarkable speed? Channeling his vital energy rapidly, he thrust his fist towards Tang Yin. As Lin Xiao faced the approaching fist of Tang Yin, a subtle smile graced his lips. His body, initially surging forward with relentless speed, veered to the left by half a meter, altering the trajectory of his punch, which now whistled towards the city lord. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. How could this fellow change his path with such swiftness? Fortunately, Lin Xiao possessed an abundance of combat experience and a profound understanding of martial arts, granting him an advantage far superior to that of an ordinary 4th-tier practitioner. He slightly leaned back, adjusting his direction effortlessly, and the two fists collided with a resounding thud. Boom! Lin Zhao's sudden alteration in his attack's trajectory had diminished the power of his strike. Tang Yin had also shifted his offensive direction, logically suggesting that the force of his punch should be considerably weaker. Yet, upon the impact, Lin Xiao was astonished to discover that Tang Yan's punch retained the formidable strength of a peak 3rd-tier attack. This defied all logic. In their first exchange, Lin Xiao, utilizing the might of a 4th-tier practitioner, found himself at a disadvantage, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the only way to regain his dignity was to launch a proactive assault and thoroughly overpower Tang Yin. However, before he could make his move, his eyelid twitched involuntarily. To his astonishment, after delivering a full-force strike, Tang Yin showed no signs of fatigue and charged forward once more, fists flying. Chapter 97. Father, you're cheating. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao steeled himself to confront the challenge ahead. Being a seasoned veteran, He understood the unpredictable nature of Tang Yan's movements. Thus, he extended his consciousness, weaving tendrils of awareness to ensnare Tang Yan and meticulously track his every maneuver. Bang! As anticipated, Tang Yan's offensive trajectory shifted once again. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was vigilant. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant setback under Tang Yan's relentless double attack. After a double strike, you must need a respite. Lin Xiao mused triumphantly. Just as he was about to gather his energy for an offensive, his mind was shaken once more. Tang Yan showed no pause. And with a swift turn, an elbow struck directly towards his heart. This elbow was as swift as lightning and as powerful as thunder. His own two uninterrupted counterattacks had already diminished his strength, and facing such a rapid strike, he felt almost defenseless. Unable to withstand it head-on, he could only evade. Lin Xiao employed his footwork, swiftly retreating 3 steps. Having dodged Tang Yan's attack, Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been forced back by Tang Yan's assault despite using the strength of a 4th-grade Xian realm practitioner. If word of this got out, where would he save his face? Be careful. Lin Xiao now discarded all contempt and began to regard Tang Yan as an equal. He gathered his true energy, employed his footwork, and rapidly rotated his palm in the air, launching a Yuan-level martial skill towards Tang Yan. The aura exuded by an Earth Realm expert, even when only employing Xian Realm power, was still awe-inspiring. Sensing this overwhelming palm strike, Tang Yan did not confront it head-on. Instead, he employed the phantom step, his figure darting around the attack like lightning, and swept towards Lin Xiao's side. Bang, bang, bang. As the phantom step maneuvered, 3 explosive sounds rang out, and an extremely formidable aura erupted from Tang Yan's body. The 3rd strike of the Thousand Mountains fist landed heavily on Lin Xiao's arm. Lin Xiao's previously unstoppable fist had no choice but to change direction. Bang! With each subsequent strike, the Thousand Mountains fist technique unleashed even greater power. The power of the 3rd strike has transcended even the 3rd rank of the Xian class. Following this collision, Lin Xiao felt a tumultuous churn within his vital energies. He could discern that such a formidable blow was indeed a manifestation of martial skills. The consumption of true energy when executing martial techniques far exceeds that of ordinary attacks. At this moment, a flicker of pride crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. At such a close distance, having just expended his martial technique, the opponent would undoubtedly be unable to launch an immediate counterattack. You are still too inexperienced, my boy, if I merely make a slight move. However, Lin Xiao's moment of triumph was short-lived, as his pupils suddenly constricted. He witnessed Tang Yan, after unleashing a martial technique, not only failing to pause, but swiftly executing another punch after a quick pivot. Although Lin Xiao had previously observed the fierce battle between Tang Yan and Lu Ji, he realized that Lu Ji's practical experience was rather limited and did not truly grasp Tang Yan's prowess. Initially, he believed that such fluid sequences of strikes could only be performed 3 or 5 times. But upon witnessing Tang Yan's seamless continuation of his martial techniques, Lin Xiao's heart was instantly stirred by a torrent of astonishment. What manner of prodigy is this young man, to connect his strikes with such grace? The martial techniques and movements flowed together in perfect harmony. Could it be that he has been possessed by the bronze man of the absolute kill tower? Suppressing his inner shock, Lin Xiao narrowly evaded by a slight shift of his body, yet Tang Yan clung to him like a relentless shadow. Before Lin Xiao could catch his breath, another onslaught from Tang Yan arrived. It was no wonder that his daughter had made such rapid advancements in combat. It was clear she had been tutored by an exceptional master. No wonder, during their practice sessions, Lin Dongxue consistently complained that his attacks lacked ferocity. In comparison to Tang Yan's relentless and tempestuous assault, Lin Xiao's own strikes, which he deemed fierce, indeed appeared rather gentle. Moreover, observing Tang Yan's realm, his movements flowed like water, unceasing and graceful, while the young lady had merely scratched the surface. Lin Xiao was utterly astonished, whereas Lin Dongxue beside him watched with rapt attention. Each of Tang Yan's strikes was fierce and direct, yet varied in its execution, resembling a form of art that was pleasing to behold. The 8 Shadow Palm. Under relentless pressure from Tang Yan, Lin Xiao became infuriated, his aura coalescing as his true energies surged forth, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. 8 palm shadows took form in the air, each appearing substantial, advancing menacingly towards Tang Yan. What? Lin Dongxue, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, while others might be unaware. She knew all too well that the 8 Shadow Palm was indeed a legitimate yellow-tier martial technique. A 3rd-rank Xian-tier individual had actually compelled a 4th-rank Earth-tier expert to resort to a yellow-tier technique. Tang Yan, sensing the immense power of the 8 palm shadows, couldn't help but marvel internally at the abundant resources of the city lord's mansion which enabled the adept use of suitable martial techniques even under duress. Now, with his soul power immensely potent, Tang Yin discerned instantly that the 8 palm shadows were merely illusions. The true force lay concealed beneath the shadows, hidden within the genuine strike. Nevertheless, these 8 shadows still possessed a degree of offensive capability. Feeling the considerable pressure, Tang Yin quickly devised a strategy. His fingers transformed into a sword as he executed the Tang family's technique, the flowing cloud sword, in its entirety at that moment. The finger shadows cascaded like clouds and rain, overwhelming the 8 palm shadows with precision. With a series of punctuating sounds of bursting bubbles, Tang Yin did not even glance back, channeling all his strength into a single punch directed forward. How is this possible? Upon witnessing his strike being flawlessly neutralized by Tang Yin, and realizing that his true killing move had been discerned, Lin Xiao felt an increasing sense of horror. Bang! A dull collision echoed, confirming Lin Xiao's expectations. Tang Yin continued his relentless charge toward him. With Tang Yan's 12 consecutive assaults, Lin Xiao gained a deeper understanding of his opponent's prowess. Yet, the more he comprehended, the more alarmed he became. What sort of anomaly was this man? It was one thing for his martial skills and techniques to interlink seamlessly, but each attack seemed to pinpoint Lin Xiao's vulnerabilities with uncanny precision. Thus, Tang Yin was able to withstand Lin Xiao's 4th-tier strength with his own 3rd-tier capabilities. The arduous journey from the elemental to the earthly realm had been fraught with challenges. Marked by countless battles, Lin Xiao prided himself on his martial achievements, believing few in the eastern region could surpass him by much. However, under the onslaught of Tang Yan's 12 strikes, he found himself compelled to employ his techniques thrice. What a disgrace! Lin Xiao felt a pang of regret. Had he known Tang Yan was this formidable, he would have hesitated to agree to this duel so readily. He was not merely a sparring partner. He was, in truth, a living target. Yet, Tang Yin showed no inclination to grant Lin Xiao an opportunity for reconsideration, as he swiftly charged once more like a bolt of lightning. 6 shadow slash. Blinded by fury, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and unleashed another technique. There was no overwhelming aura, yet it was strikingly targeted. Standing still, Tang Yin felt as if he were being locked onto by a ferocious beast, ensnared by an invisible restraint. Profound tier martial skill. Father, you're being unreasonable. Lin Dongxue could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in reproach. Chapter 98. My lord, I have triumphed. Although Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment within, he maintained a fade of righteousness. In this Eastern Domain Grand Competition, exceptional talents abound, and I believe many will showcase their low-tier, Xin-level martial arts. This is merely a simple test. Tang Yin was equally taken aback. Despite his swift speed and formidable combat prowess, such attributes were of limited utility against absolute strength. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, his mindset shifted multiple times during the confrontation with Tang Yin. Initially, he sought merely to gauge Tang Yan's capabilities. When Tang Yin compelled him to employ his Xin-level 4th-tier strength, Lin Xiao felt a flicker of disdain and curiosity. Upon witnessing Tang Yin flawlessly connect his techniques for the first time, Lin Xiao was astonished by Tang Yan's prowess and began to regard him with newfound respect. As Tang Yin seamlessly integrated his martial skills and techniques, Lin Xiao's acknowledgement of Tang Yan's strength deepened. When Tang Yan's strikes precisely targeted his weaknesses, and even with Lin Xiao exerting his 4th-tier strength, he found himself evenly matched with Tang Yan. His thoughts shifted from merely assessing Tang Yan's power to contemplating victory or defeat. The notion that an Earth-tier expert, despite merely utilizing Xian-level 4th-tier strength, would be preoccupied with the outcome against a Xian-level 3rd-tier martial artist was indeed perplexing. It's nearly over. If not for my father's underhanded tactics and the use of Xian-level martial arts, Tang Yin might have prevailed, Lin Dongxue amused to herself. Her lack of faith in Tang Yin was not unfounded. Even an ordinary Xian-level 4th-tier practitioner would find it arduous to contend with such formidable strength, let alone Tang Yin, who was only a Xian-level 3rd-tier martial artist. Sensing the formidable power of the 6 shadows slash, Tang Yin realized that ordinary attacks would be utterly futile. To mount a defense, he could only rely on martial skills. Should he employ the Thousand Mountain Fist as his primary strike, enveloping his fist with the heavenly creation fire for an assault? Or perhaps utilize the immensely powerful Flame Burst Palm? Tang Yin had confidence in both methods to subdue Lin Xiao. However, he was reluctant to reveal his capabilities prematurely, even against someone he trusted. As Lin Xiao's phantom drew near, Tang Yin gritted his teeth and resolved to use the Thousand Mountain Fist. Given that Lin Xiao's martial technique was named the 6 Shadows Slash, it should consist of merely 6 strikes. he would withstand it with his Thousand Mountain Fist. Even if there were a seventh strike of the Six Shadows slash, his Thousand Mountain Fist could still unleash a seventh punch. A flicker of determination shone in Tang Yan's eyes. If he had the strength to contest, he would endure the challenge. Boom. In that moment, the vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, and spiritual energy erupted outward in an explosive surge. A dull sound of something piercing the air resonated as Tang Yan hurled his fist toward Lin Xiao. After a month of relentless practice beneath the waterfall, he possessed immense confidence in the power of his Thousand Mountain Fist, even against an opponent at the fourth rank of the profound stage. Bang! A phantom of Lin Xiao collided with Tang Yan, producing a deep thud. The illusion of Lin Xiao's advancing punch dissipated instantaneously. Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. In such a brief moment, this young lad's martial technique had unleashed such overwhelming strength. Against his fourth-rank strike, he had not faltered in the slightest. Let us see again. Although taken aback, Lin Xiao was resolute in his belief that Tang Yan would undoubtedly face defeat. The second phantom of a raised fist surged toward Tang Yan like a shooting star. Tang Yan's figure remained unyielding as he executed a swift turn, unleashing the second strike of the Qianshan fist with unreserved fervor. Bang! Another resonant sound echoed as the earth around the courtyard splattered with mud. Lin Dongxue, channeling her vital energy, elegantly waved her sleeve to disperse the flying soil, her gaze hastily shifting to the two combatants, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. There stood Tang Yan, brimming with vitality, not retreating even an inch, and astonishingly, the contest ended in a draw once more. Lin Zhao's heart jolted as a third ethereal figure surged forward, exuding even greater intensity, charging resolutely at Tang Yan. In response, Tang Yan executed a counter-rotation, delivering the third punch of the Qianshan fist with utmost precision. Bang! With that sound, Lin Zhao's phantom dissipated, yet Tang Yan remained steadfast, not yielding even a fraction of ground. The emotions swirling within Lin Xiao were beyond articulation. As martial arts techniques ascend in rank, their cultivation becomes increasingly arduous. The journey from initial learning to proficient execution demands relentless perseverance. Yet, Tang Yan's performance exhibited a remarkable mastery, leaving one to ponder the extent of his practice. How many times had he trained to cultivate such proficiency in a profound-level martial art? A prodigy, an undeniable prodigy. Bang! With the fourth strike, Tang Yan did not budge. Bang! The fifth assault resulted in yet another stalemate. Bang! After the sixth onslaught, Tang Yan still showed no signs of defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao finally completed his set of techniques. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's cessation of attacks, a spark ignited within Tang Yan, and a faint smile graced his lips. Lord City Master, be cautious. With that declaration, under the astonished gazes of Lin Xiao and Lin Dongxue, Tang Yan's form shifted subtly, and an aura of overwhelming terror surged forth from him. Taking advantage of the swirling momentum, Tang Yan unleashed a formidable punch towards Lin Xiao once more. The seventh fist of the Qianshan style. Tang Yan's feet landed heavily upon the ground, his right fist exuding the ferocity of a wild beast as it surged towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the fierce and menacing aura that enveloped him. An instinctual sense of danger washed over him. There was no escape. Yet employing merely the power of a fourth-tier practitioner would prove insufficient to counteract the impending assault. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly erupted from Lin Xiao. And just as Tang Yan's fist was launched, he was met with an even more potent aura that repelled him. Staggering backward 5 steps, Tang Yan finally regained his balance, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dongxue stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her, then leaped up, pointing at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Father, that was against the rules." At that moment, Lin Xiao wore an expression of embarrassment, realizing that he had inadvertently drawn upon power exceeding the 4th tier of the Xian rank. However, when he comprehended that Tang Yan was only at the 3rd tier, it was too late. His attack had already been unleashed, and despite his efforts to retract the force, it still left Tang Yan with minor injuries. Reacting instinctively, he had unleashed his own strength. "Tang Yan, are you all right?" He hastily produced 2 medicinal pills and offered them to Tang Yan. Without hesitation, Tang Yan swallowed them, managing to quell the tumult within his blood. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, a glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. "Sir, I have won." Upon hearing Tang Yan's words, Lin Xiao appeared momentarily dazed. Just months prior, this youth, once scorned as a wastrel throughout Yin City, had now manifested a level of strength that was nothing short of astonishing. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Lin Xiao exclaimed thrice, laughing heartily, "with your prowess. Our cloud city is destined to soar to great heights. I shall do my utmost, responded Tang Yin with a smile. Lin Dongxue fixed her enchanting gaze upon Tang Yin, finding the young man increasingly appealing. Noticing her attention, Tang Yin inquired playfully, Miss Lin, why do you gaze at me so? Lin Dongxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with shyness, yet her bright, almond-shaped eyes remained glistening as she marveled. You are truly remarkable. Miss Lin possesses exceptional talent and unparalleled wisdom. With the right path to cultivate, you shall become even more formidable, Tang Yin remarked earnestly. At Songyun Mountain, Tang Yin had witnessed Lin Dongxue's combat prowess escalate swiftly, and he held her comprehension skills in high regard. Tang Yin, let us engage in another wager. Lin Dongxue suddenly proposed. Oh, what shall we bet on? Tang Yin asked, puzzled. If you claim victory this time, I shall owe you 100,000 taels of silver. If you do not win, you must take me on a half-month training journey. How does that sound? Lin Dongxue contemplated her strategy, though it was merely half a month under Tang Yin's tutelage. Her strength would undoubtedly advance to a new level. Oh, does Miss Lin hope for my victory or defeat? Tang Yin inquired with a smile. Of course, I wish for your triumph. I am not in need of silver, so I shall not bet. Tang Yin declined. Then what is it that you desire? Lin Dongxue questioned with wide eyes. Reluctant to wager with Lin Dongxue, Tang Yin realized that while victory would be gratifying, failure would saddle him with a companion for half a month's training, a prospect that daunted him. With a glint in his eye, Tang Yin proposed, should I emerge victorious, our prior wager shall stand. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, Lin Dongxue instantly recalled their contest of speed on Mount Songyun, a bet that had cost her her first kiss. Why would he bring up such an embarrassing matter? Gazing at the young man, whose handsome face radiated a sense of tranquility, Lin Dongxue, against her better judgment, nodded in agreement. Very well, it's a deal. What was the nature of your previous bet? Lin Xiao inquired, intrigued by their exchange. I shan't tell you. Lin Dongxue demurred, while Tang Yin also refrained from divulging the truth. Unperturbed, Lin Xiao turned to Tang Yin and said, your strength is considerable, rivaled by few within your rank. However, in the Eastern region competition, you will encounter formidable adversaries. Exercise caution. I shall, and I appreciate your counsel, sir, Tang Yin replied. Very well, rest well, and assemble in my courtyard at dawn, Lin Xiao instructed. As Lin Xiao escorted Lin Dongxue away, Tang Yin secured his courtyard gate and retreated to his chamber. Seated on his bed, he retrieved a medicinal pill from his bosom, ingested it, and began to replenish his strength. Although he had emerged victorious in his contest against Lin Xiao, the experience gained from facing a terrestrial expert was invaluable. Tang Yin sought to assimilate the lessons learned from the day's battle and identify his shortcomings. Marvelous, truly marvelous. In the adjacent courtyard, Lin Xiao paced back and forth, his voice filled with praise. Lin Xiao had been in this state for nearly half an hour. Lin Dongxue gazed at her almost entranced father and furrowed her brows, saying, Father, is it really necessary? It was merely a loss. That fellow Tang Yin is nothing but a freak. Losing isn't such a grave matter. At my level, the significance of victory or defeat has long since diminished. However, the techniques that boy employed, each time I recall them, I am filled with awe. Every move was executed with impeccable timing and precision. After one old technique came another anew, layered upon layers, endlessly intricate. What an extraordinary master must he have had to produce such a disciple. After marveling for a moment, Lin Xiao again became absorbed in the recent duel. I shall go practice, he declared. Lin Dongxue glanced helplessly at Lin Xiao and then toward Tang Yan's courtyard, a fleeting expression of shyness crossing her features. Tang Yan, if you possess the skill to win the championship, I shall kiss you once more. She thought, scolding herself. What are you thinking, Lin Dongxue? After chiding herself, she swiftly retreated to her room, fortunate that Lin Xiao remained lost in his memories and did not notice the rosy blush adorning her cheeks, reminiscent of the brilliant clouds at dawn. An hour later, Tang Yin emerged from his contemplation. Noticing the time, he realized it was still before noon. He leapt from his bed to stretch his limbs and then opened the courtyard door to step outside. After days of intense training, he decided to take it easy today, adhering to the principle of balanced relaxation. Exiting Wanfeng Lu, Tang Yin began to meander through the bustling streets. Tomorrow marked the Grand East Region competition, a momentous occasion that drew the attention of the entire East Region to Feng City. Many individuals from surrounding cities had journeyed to Feng City, eager to witness the splendor of the East Region competition. An increasing number of people have gathered in Fangcheng, with nearly all the inns fully booked. The streets are bustling with tourists, lively and animated, far more so than Yunqing. As Tang Yin strolls through the thoroughfare, he overhears snippets of conversation, the predominant topic revolving around tomorrow's Eastern Domain Grand Competition. Even the vendors selling candied hawthorn and clothing engage in discussions about the competition, as though failing to mention it would render one out of touch. The names of Fangcheng, Qingcheng, and Songqing frequently grace the lips of the populace, while the four young masters of the Eastern Domain are also a popular subject of discussion. Naturally, as the perennial underdog, Yunqing is often brought up, with people relishing the opportunity to deride it following their conversations about other cities. Although Tang Yin possesses a remarkable temperament, the pervasive disparagement of Yunqing throughout the streets does weigh on him. With a turn, he heads south towards Shuyue Lake, which spans 1,000 acres and boasts breathtaking scenery. Even in winter, seasonal flowers bloom vibrantly. As he admires the picturesque landscape, Tang Yin feels a wave of tranquility wash over him. After a leisurely stroll along the lakeside, he decides to purchase a fine bottle of wine, seeking out a secluded pavilion where he settles onto a stone bench. Leaning against a pillar as he raises his cup to drink, his movements graceful and unhurried. Inside the pavilion, he notices two individuals, an elderly man and a young boy, likely a grandfather and grandson. Their attire is simple, yet Tang Yin keenly observes that the fabric is of high-quality silk, providing warmth and protection against the cold, indicative of their respectable background. The old man exudes a reserved demeanor. Though silent, his presence commands respect. However, a subtle hint of melancholy lingers on his face. Tang Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals, quickly losing interest, and continued to drink leisurely, exuding an air of carefree contentment. The elderly man gazed at Tang Yin with a look of astonishment, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. He was certain that Tang Yan's composed and elegant demeanor was not a fade. What kind of temperament must one possess to cast aside worldly concerns with such nonchalance? After taking a few more sips, Tang Yin sensed the old man's gaze lingering on him, prompting him to turn and glance back. This brief glance, however, sent a jolt through him, as his pupils constricted in sudden recognition, fixating on the young man standing beside the elder. As if compelled by an insatiable curiosity, Tang Yin furrowed his brow and scrutinized the young man for a moment longer. Eventually, he turned his head away, yet his heart was inexplicably shaken. If his observation was accurate, the young man's physique was unmistakably that of the ice-bone body. Individuals with such a constitution, without an appropriate cultivation method, would find their bodies succumbing to an icy abyss every 3 months, engulfed in an unbearable chill. This coldness emanated from their very bones, rendering them impervious to external heat. And enduring this frigid assault year after year raised doubts about their survival past the age of 25. However, should there be a suitable cultivation method, a new dawn would break, transforming them into prodigious cultivators, advancing their skills at an astonishing rate. Moreover, if supplemented by elixirs and other resources, their path to mastery would be expedited, leading to boundless prospects. Yet, the cultivation methods for the icebone body were exceedingly rare, as individuals with such unique physiques were few and far between. For those of humble origins, death was often the sole outcome, as no one would pay them heed. Even for those of noble birth, the chances of successfully enlisting a master to devise a tailored cultivation technique were slim, with success rates often less than 1 in 10. In his previous life, Tang Yin had encountered the body of ice essence. That individual sought his assistance in alchemy to create a pill suitable for this person's cultivation. Tang Yin meticulously studied his constitution and cultivation techniques, ultimately concocting the frost pill. However, Tang Yin was not one to engage in frivolous endeavors. Although he possessed the methods for cultivating the ice essence body, it was plausible that others might also have their own. To present his knowledge like a jester would only invite ridicule. Chapter 100. 2 Methods. Setting aside his thoughts, Tang Yin continued to admire the scenery beyond the pavilion. In the distance, the lake shimmered with glistening reflections, while numerous small boats glided leisurely across its surface, accompanied by the faint sound of stringed instruments. Captivated by this exquisite sight, Tang Yin casually remarked, "When one reaches the end of the waters, one sits and watches the clouds rise." The elderly man, who had been merely observing the landscape, was momentarily startled by Tang Yan's words, and the frown on his face softened considerably. At that moment, Shun Shan felt a sense of astonishment. The phrase "when one reaches the end of the waters, one sits and watches the clouds rise" conveyed such a breadth of perspective that it instantly expanded one's heart. The young man had been gazing at his grandson. Could it be that he had discerned an issue, and thus composed this poem to offer solace? It appeared that the young gentleman had recognized the symptoms afflicting his grandson, and such talent was truly admirable. Shinshan stood and offered a respectful gesture to Tang Yin. taken aback by the old man's response. Tang Yin realized he had merely recited a line of poetry. Nevertheless, from the elder's words, Tang Yin inferred that the old man's grandson had yet to discover a suitable cultivation method. There was no need for despair. Often, when matters seem to reach a dead end, a turning point may emerge. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. And when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Even amidst the most challenging circumstances, new opportunities may arise, akin to the light of dawn breaking through the shadows of the night. Tang Yin recited a couplet of poetry, causing a sparkle of admiration to gleam in Shun Shan's eyes. The young man's open-mindedness commanded immense respect. "I am Shun Shan. May I inquire about your esteemed name, young friend?" The elder inquired with a smile. "Tang Huahua," Tang Yin replied, offering a false name. The words just spoken by the young master indeed brought a sense of tranquility, yet alas, the vicissitudes of life render some matters inescapable. One cannot simply dismiss them with a change of heart. The elder sighed, retrieving a silver dagger from his bosom and presenting it to Tang Yin. "If, in the future, the young brother finds himself in the vicinity of Tingxiang, do come to my Qi pavilion to seek me." Tang Yin was taken aback. It appeared that this grandfather and grandson duo were not natives of Tingxiang. The elder did not specify his exact location, and Tang Yin refrained from inquiring further. If the opportunity arose to hear of the Qi pavilion in the future, he would pursue further inquiry then. After resting sufficiently, Shun Shan clasped his hands in farewell, expressing his intent not to disturb the young master's enjoyment, and prepared to depart with his grandson. As he toyed with the dagger in hand, its entire surface exhibited an antiquated dark gray hue, seemingly of little worth. However, it was, in fact, treated to reduce reflectivity, enhancing its concealment. The blade was remarkably sharp, the craftsmanship exquisite, and the handle surprisingly comfortable, indicating it was no ordinary object. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yin spoke. "This ice marrow physique is not an absolute affliction. I happen to possess two methods that could resolve these issues." Just as the grandfather and grandson were about to step out of the pavilion, they were taken aback by Tang Yin's words. An overwhelming aura emanated from the elder, causing Tang Yin to momentarily lose his breath, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. Such strength! Tang Yin's spirit quaked. The most formidable individual he had encountered thus far was Ziyun. Yet, when comparing her presence to that of the elder, it fell significantly short. Could it be that this person's strength has transcended the celestial rank? "Do you know of the ice marrow body?" Shun Shan inquired in a deep voice. "Every 3 months, the body becomes as cold as ice. The chill seeps in, and the ice poison accumulates. This young gentleman's meridians are nearly closed, if I am not mistaken. He has at most a year left." Tang Yin spoke softly. A profound shock flickered in Shun Shan's eyes. He had initially believed that this young man possessed some medical knowledge and had merely composed poetry to enlighten them regarding his grandson's dire condition. However, upon hearing Tang Yin's words, he realized that Tang Yin had already seen through everything. Despite his steadfast heart, Shun Shan's excitement was difficult to conceal, and his body trembled slightly as he urgently asked, "Young brother, do you truly mean what you say?" The young boy, upon hearing Tang Yin's words, also displayed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it be that this youth, who was of similar age, had a method to cure him? After all, his grandfather had taken him to countless renowned physicians and masters of alchemy, all of whom had been at a loss regarding his condition. There are two potential methods. The first involves ingesting a potent fire-based elixir to neutralize the ice poison, but this would render one incapable of cultivation, limiting their lifespan to merely 70 or 80 years. After careful consideration, Tang Yin responded. In his quest to alleviate his grandson's ailment, Shun Shan had indeed sought out the finest doctors across the land. All had been unable to provide a satisfactory explanation for his grandson's affliction. Today, having suddenly heard of a potential remedy, he was filled with immense anticipation. "Young brother, can you concoct this elixir? Given sufficient medicinal materials, it can be done." Tang Yin nodded affirmatively. "Young brother, I beseech you, whatever conditions you propose, I shall comply. As long as you can produce this elixir." Tears streamed down Shun Shan's aged face. Having traversed countless terrains, the grandfather and grandson had resigned themselves to despair regarding this ailment. Even a mere decade of life for the grandson, let alone the conventional lifespan of 7 or 8 decades, would be a blessing for the grandfather. The youth regarded the grandfather with a peculiar gaze. "I have yet to expound upon the second method, yet you seem rather impetuous." Observing the youth's reticence, the grandfather's heart palpitated with trepidation. Is it that the medicinal ingredients are exceedingly rare? Indeed, procuring them in their entirety would be an arduous endeavor, the youth affirmed with a nod. "Young sir, if you would be so kind as to enumerate the ingredients, I shall hasten back to procure them." Once acquired, I shall promptly return to seek you," the grandfather implored with fervor. Witnessing the grandfather's impetuousness, the youth scratched his head, perplexed. What depths of despair have these two plumbed, that they should relinquish their rationality at the mere glimmer of hope? "Young sir, I beseech you, speak," the grandfather exclaimed, his anxiety mounting as the youth remained taciturn. "Surely you are not deceiving us." "Venerable elder, I merely stated that there exist two methods," the youth finally articulated. A man of perspicacity. The grandfather swiftly regained his composure after a moment of bewilderment, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. "Do you imply that the second method is superior?" "The second method entails discovering a cultivation technique tailored to the physique of frigidity. With such a technique, the frigid essence would cease to be a venomous substance, transforming instead into an unparalleled elixir that propels cultivation at an astonishing pace," the youth declared with solemnity. The grandfather felt his equilibrium falter. Could it be that his grandson's affliction could not only be cured, but his cultivation could also advance by leaps and bounds? Despite his extensive experience with the vicissitudes of life, he could not resist pinching his thigh in disbelief. After experiencing a piercing pain, Shinshan finally emerged from his shock. Taking a deep breath, he managed to regain his composure. He had traversed countless places, yet no one could elucidate his grandson's symptoms, leaving him to wonder where he might discover a cultivation method. Such pathways to enlightenment, he mused, must surely exist only in legends. With a bittersweet smile, he murmured, "I am not greedy. As long as my grandson can live peacefully, I shall be content." "Young brother, please inform me of the required herbs," he continued. "I also possess a cultivation method," Tang Yin timidly interjected. Upon hearing this, Shinshan questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream. This land of Xiang, merely a small corner of the continent, had been a mere stop on his journey to enjoy the scenery with his grandson. Yet, here in this obscure region of the eastern domain, he had not only met someone who recognized his grandson's affliction, but had also found a remedy. "Young brother, do you have paper and ink?" Tang Yin inquired. "Yes, indeed," Shinshan replied, as he produced a complete set of writing materials from seemingly nowhere. Tang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the ring on Shinshan's finger, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. If his guess was correct, this was a spatial storage artifact. Unbeknownst to him, this was not his first encounter with such treasures. The bracelet on Ziyun's wrist was also one, though she had never revealed it. Dipping the brush into the ink, he began to write with fluid grace. Chapter 101. The Gift of a Sword Wuxiang Hanjing. Upon seeing Tang Yin inscribe the name of this cultivation method, an undercurrent of anticipation began to stir within Shinshan's heart. Yan's exquisite calligraphy inspired in him a measure of confidence. As the saying goes, the character is revealed in the writing, and such graceful script suggested a person unlikely to engage in deceit. When Tang Yin completed the page, he set down his brush with a flourish and exclaimed, "Done." Shinshan, upon hearing this, waved his sleeve, and a surge of warmth instantly dried the ink. He picked up the nameless Chill Sutra and began to peruse it meticulously. Having long surpassed the celestial realm in strength, Shinshan's martial prowess was extraordinary. After thoroughly examining Tang Yan's technique, he closed his eyes to contemplate its suitability for his grandson. This contemplation filled Shinshan with delight. While he couldn't guarantee a complete resolution, the general outline of the technique seemed to follow a correct path. If this technique proved genuine, its value would exceed even that of a celestial-grade manual. After all, rarity enhances worth, and while celestial-grade techniques are precious, many exist in the world. How, then, should he express his gratitude to this youth? After much deliberation, Shinshan realized, to his embarrassment, that he was at a loss for an appropriate recompense. "Young friend," Shinshan inquired earnestly, "is there anything you desire?" Tang Yin, never expecting a reward, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Our meeting is fate. There's no need for such formality, senior." Shinshan's admiration for Tang Yin grew even more profound. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been making exorbitant demands. "My brother doesn't seem to carry a weapon. Does he not have one that suits him?" the young man beside him asked with a blink. "Indeed, perhaps another day," Tang Yin replied nonchalantly. Hearing Tang Yan's words, Shinshan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed. "I wonder what kind of weapon Master Tang prefers. A great sword would be ideal." Tang Yin chuckled, saying, "A suitable heavy sword is indeed hard to come by. So there is no need for the esteemed elder to trouble yourself. You may find a place to assess whether this martial art is suitable." With a glint of admiration in his eyes, Shinshan remarked, "Heavy swords are indeed quite challenging to forge. However, I happen to possess one. I wonder if the young brother would be interested." As he spoke, a long sword, entirely black in hue, materialized in Shinshan's hand. "Do give it a try?" Shinshan said with a smile as he offered it to Tang Yin. Although he had no intentions of seeking a favor, Tang Yin was genuinely in search of a reliable weapon. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the dark sword. As the sword settled into his grasp, a surprising weight made Tang Yan's heart skip a beat. It took some effort to stabilize it. He gazed at the weapon in astonishment. Measuring over 3 feet in length, it bore little difference from an ordinary long sword, yet its considerable weight suggested that the materials used in its crafting were of exceptional quality. With a flick upon the blade, he felt the resonance of the vibrations and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent sword!" "Oh, so the young brother possesses a discerning eye for swords?" Shinshan inquired, somewhat astonished. The blade, as black as ink, displayed no specks or imperfections, and the frequency of its vibrations was harmoniously even, devoid of any discordant sounds. This indicated that the materials used in its forging had been tempered at least 9 times. From the hilt to the tip, and from the center to the edge, the lines flowed seamlessly, a testament to masterful craftsmanship. Furthermore, the material was composed of a rare and refined black iron, making its shaping a considerable challenge. Such fluidity could only be achieved at a master's level. If my estimation is correct, this heavy sword weighs 95 pounds, embodying the essence of respect and excellence. As Tang Yin articulated his analysis, both Shinshan and his grandson displayed expressions of profound astonishment. After a long while, Shinshan finally chuckled. "To encounter such a remarkable individual as yourself in this eastern region is truly a stroke of good fortune. This sword, unblemished and entirely black, is named Wuxia. If it pleases you, young friend, I shall bestow it upon you." "In that case, I am grateful for your generosity, senior." Tang Yin accepted it without reservation. "This is the scabbard, also crafted by our artifact pavilion. When the heavy sword is not in use, you can carry it on your back without hindering your movements." After a moment's hesitation, Shinshan said with some embarrassment, "This sword also comes with a martial technique, the mountain-crushing wave-treading sword. However, it is only of the intermediate earth rank. If you do not find it beneath you, please accept it as well." Upon seeing the martial technique and scabbard that Shinshan handed over, a herd of alpacas galloped through Tang Yan's mind. "What do you mean only of the intermediate earth rank? Does he even know how difficult it is to find a martial technique of the intermediate earth rank in the Listening Fragrance Kingdom? The entire Cloud City has never even heard of an earth rank martial technique." "Thank you, senior." Solemnly accepting the martial technique, Tang Yin glanced at the boy with jet-black eyes and smiled. "By the way, I don't yet know your name. I am called Shin He, the He of idle clouds and wild cranes." The boy introduced himself with a smile, his spirits greatly lifted, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. The formless cold sutra can be cultivated at any time, and its effects are even better when the cold energy erupts. You can go back and try it out now. It's getting late, so farewell for now, Senior Shun. Tang Yin did not linger and bid farewell to the two. "Take care." Watching Tang Yan's departing figure, Shinshan added, "My artifact pavilion owes you a debt of gratitude, young friend Tang. If you ever encounter trouble in the future, feel free to bring that dagger and seek me out at the artifact pavilion." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin waved his hand, signaling his acknowledgement, and departed without a backward glance. Watching Tang Yin leave, Shinshan smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Old fool. I forgot to ask young Master Tang where he resides. If I wish to repay him in the future, I must not lose track of him. Grandfather, he does not seem to be a local. He must have come to participate in the Eastern Domain Grand Competition. We shall go to the venue tomorrow, and we are sure to see him." Shun He interjected. "That is highly probable. We shall also attend tomorrow's competition as spectators," Shinshan replied. "Come, let us return and see if you can cultivate this Wuxian cold scripture." He took Shin He's hand, and they swiftly left the pavilion. When Tang Yin returned to his small courtyard, the evening had already descended. Glancing at the sky, he realized that there was no time left to practice the swordsmanship. He retrieved a high-grade spirit pill from his pocket, consumed it, and began to adjust his breathing. Tomorrow marked the Eastern Domain Grand Competition, and he needed to prepare himself to reach peak condition tonight. On the following morning, just as dawn broke, Tang Yin opened his eyes. After stretching his limbs and completing his morning routine, he made his way to Lin Zhao's courtyard. Lu Ji and Lin Dongxue were already waiting in the courtyard. Today, Lin Dongxue was dressed exceptionally well, her fitted white attire exuding elegance and grace. Noticing the aura around Lin Dongxue, Tang Yin asked in surprise, "Have you reached the 3rd rank?" "Yes. After reflecting on my experiences at Sunyun Mountain over the past few days, I had some insights and, by sheer luck, made a breakthrough last night." Lin Dongxue replied with a bright smile. "Congratulations." Tang Yin exclaimed joyfully. Only Lu Ji felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. As both of them surpassed him in strength, while he was merely labeled as the first person from Yun City, serving as a living target. Once everyone had gathered, Lin Xiao smiled and announced, "Today is the day for us to compete. Strive diligently. Those who achieve commendable rankings shall undoubtedly be rewarded handsomely. Give it your all," exclaimed Tang Yin in unison with his companions. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, and after finishing their breakfast, he led the trio towards the venue of the grand competition. On this day, Fang City was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. Countless individuals flocked to the city, eager to witness the Eastern Region Grand Tournament. Observing the throngs of participants along the way, Tang Yin couldn't help but marvel. Just how many spectators could there possibly be in this sea of bodies? In the eastern part of Fang City, a vast square was already teeming with people, with more arriving continuously. This was the very site where each Eastern Region Grand Tournament selections took place. Were it not for the designated seating for the representatives of the 5 cities at the forefront, Tang Yin would have likely struggled to find a spot to stand. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man accompanied a young boy, both scanning the surroundings with curious eyes.